Chapter 741 Write it under you. The scorpion is 6 meters tall, and its huge body is covered with a hard purple shell, like a warrior in armor. Mighty and ferocious. The 2 huge pincers are extremely sharp, and a slight swing can make the air whimper. A fat long scorpion tail has sharp hooks, which are purple and black, and it is very poisonous. Su Maoyang saw this scene, and couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and exclaimed in surprise. It's actually a king beast. After the 9th level of the Holy Spirit Beast, there is the King Beast. The King Beast is divided into 1 to 9 levels, like the Holy Spirit Beast. And the poisonous Emperor Scorpion in front of him wearing purple armor is a 1st level King Beast, whose strength is comparable to that of a mid-level Jun Lingshi. The actual combat power is even higher than that of a mid-level Jun Lingshi. It is a very powerful guy. Even Su Maoyang was shocked in his heart, with a look of surprise on his face. He looked at the behemoth in front of him with surprise. And suddenly a plan came to his mind. King-level spirit beasts are very powerful, except for the demon marten in the space. The strength of the other spirit beasts is not as strong as him. Therefore, if she can contract the king beast, she will have another chance to win the quota of Xingyuan Holy Land. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's pupils dilated unconsciously, and there was a gleam of calculation in them. Jiang Lichuan on the opposite side saw that Su Maoyang was shocked by his spirit beast. So he got up from the ground. With an arrogant look, his eyes shot out a sinister and fierce force, and he gritted his teeth and roared. Humph! Su Maoyang, today is your death day. Obediently die. This poisonous Emperor Scorpion is his trump card. Even the middle stage King Spirit Master is not its opponent. Not to mention Su Maoyang, an early stage King Spirit Master who forcibly promoted. Even if her strength exceeded that of an ordinary early stage Jun Lingshi, she would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the poison Emperor Scorpion. Just the huge and hard body alone was enough to make people feel terribly. Not to mention that it was also highly toxic. If one was not careful, it would poison and kill people. Thinking of this, he grinned at the corners of his cold lips. And with a cruel arc, he waved his hand, and the poison Emperor Scorpion pounced fiercely at Su Maoyang. The 2 huge pincers were baring their fangs and claws, and the scorpion tail behind them also swung over fiercely, revealing a sharp stinger, trying to give Su Maoyang a fatal blow. Su Maoyang saw this. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she immediately sent a voice in her heart. Demon Marten, entangle the scorpion for me. I will cancel its contract. There are 2 ways to cancel the contract. One is for the owner to cancel it actively, and the other is to kill the owner. Of course, Su Maoyang is talking about the latter. She also understood clearly before that there was no rule against killing in the palace examination, because people outside did not know what the situation was in the palace examination, who killed whom, and how someone died. Since Jiang Lichuan wanted to help Yao Shiwen and kill her, don't blame her for being rude. So, she planned to take this opportunity to kill Jiang Lichuan and eliminate the trouble forever, so as to avoid a lot of trouble after going out. It just so happened that the 1st level duel mode was 1-on-1, and releasing the demon marten and exposing the identity of the ancient beast would not be noticed. So this was undoubtedly the best time. Thinking of it, Su Maoyang waved his hand without hesitation and immediately released the demon marten. At this time, a white figure suddenly jumped out of the air. Its furry and chubby body looked like a meatball, perhaps because it had not exercised for a long time. The sky demon marten had gained weight. As soon as it came out, it roared excitedly like a prisoner who had finally been released. It's finally my turn to show off my skills. As it said that, it had already rubbed its fleshy fists and pounced on the poisonous Emperor Scorpion. Seeing the action of the demon marten, Su Maoyang did not hesitate. He dodged, raised his palms, formed seals with both hands, and rushed towards Jiang Lichuan on the opposite side. Seeing this, Jiang Lichuan's eyes froze slightly. His handsome face was like frost, and the spiritual power that had just recovered burst out again, instantly turning into a big knife and slashing at her palm print. The hoarse roar was like thunder, echoing throughout the space. Su Maoyang, you are not my opponent. You should give up this idea. Faced with such a powerful attack, Su Maoyang did not look away, did not give in, and faced the big knife abruptly, raised his palms, and took it with force. The huge blade kept pressing down, and the posture seemed to split Su Maoyang in half. However, it was only a delicate arm that resisted such pressure, which caused a great visual impact. After all, Su Maoyang was forced to advance to a cross-level battle, facing Jiang Lichuan's strength. It was naturally difficult. At this moment, he was shocked by this force and spurted out a mouthful of blood, dyeing his cherry mouth bright and dazzling, adding to his bloodthirsty beauty. But the deep black eyes seemed to be full of poison, crawling up Jiang Lichuan's back like a poisonous snake, making him feel cold all over. Her red lips moved slightly, and there was a cold smile on the corner of her mouth. Her deep voice was like the death knell of doomsday, and she slowly said, "You are wrong. Today is the day you die." Hearing this, Jiang Lichuan's eyes suddenly widened. But before he could react, in the next second, Su Maoyang gritted her teeth and roared, not caring about the injuries in her body, and her spiritual power rushed out like a flood. She actually grabbed the big knife made of his spiritual power and squeezed it hard, breaking it into scattered spiritual power, leaving only a few dots of light. Just as Jiang Lichuan was shocked, Su Maoyang came up and slammed a palm at Jiang Lichuan, sending him flying and falling to the ground. Seeing his power turn into silver light in the air and feeling the upheaval in his body, Jiang Lichuan turned pale with fear, looking at the pretty face stained with blood. He was terrified. He felt the murderous aura she exuded, and was frightened. He immediately shouted at the poisonous scorpion, "Poisonous scorpion, kill her!" However, after the roar, there was no movement. Su Maoyang still stood there intact, staring at him calmly. Jiang Lichuan's face froze, and he immediately looked behind him for the figure of the poisonous scorpion. However, to his surprise, the poisonous scorpion was crawling on the ground, shivering under a white and chubby snow ferret. The fat guy was beating the poisonous emperor scorpion like riding a horse, cursing and yelling, "You little beast! You dare to fight with your grandfather! Are you tired of living? Are you bold? Believe it or not, I will peel off your shell and use it as armor for my woman." The poisonous emperor scorpion under him was no longer as majestic as before, and now it was so cowardly that it hung its head and dared not move at all. Seeing this scene, not to mention Jiang Lichuan, even Su Maoyang was shocked and his face twitched. The ancient beast was really abnormal. Even the king-level spirit beast had to be like a grandson in front of him. Jiang Lichuan was even more frightened. His whole body was stiff. His expression was dull, and he stared at this scene blankly, unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 742. Where am I fat? Jiang Lichuan was so shocked that he took a deep breath and looked at the poisonous emperor scorpion lying on the ground, trembling with fear and not daring to breathe. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and repeatedly confirmed that he was not dreaming or seeing things, but the real fact. Poisonous emperor scorpion, you are crazy. What are you doing? Get up and fight. Jiang Lichuan really couldn't believe that his trump card, which he was proud of, was actually ridden by a fat snow ferret and endured such humiliation. You are wrong. But the poisonous emperor scorpion waved its pincers and shook his hand at him. Its ferocious face turned upside down at this time, looking at him with a tearful look. It was obvious that it was suppressed by the other party and dared not resist at all. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lichuan seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue. His heart sank as if it was filled with cold lead and fell to the bottom of the valley. That was a terrifying beast. When did it become so fragile? If he hadn't spent a lot of effort to contract this guy, he wouldn't have believed that the thing in front of him, which was trembling with fear because of the white fur ball, was a powerful beast. It was really shocking and unacceptable. Thinking of this, Jiang Lichuan stared at the demon marten riding on the poisonous emperor scorpion with shock. He really didn't understand how a thing as petite as a snow marten could be so powerful, and actually scared the majestic beast to lie on the ground and let it be beaten and scolded. This was too incredible. While being shocked, Jiang Lichuan was also observing him carefully. After watching for a long time, he couldn't tell what kind of species it was. At this time, he covered his chest with severe pain, swallowed a few gushing blood, and couldn't help asking, "Su Maoyang, what is this thing?" Without waiting for Su Maoyang to reply, the demon marten immediately exploded, raised its body high, and bared its teeth at Jiang Lichuan. Its round face was obviously ferocious, but it was ruined by chubby. But the voice sounded ferocious. "Damn it. You actually said that your grandfather was nothing. I am the ancient fierce beast. The demon marten. Did you hear it clearly? Ancient fierce beast. You stupid humans." Perhaps it was too angry, The demon Martin actually punched the back of the poisonous Emperor Scorpion under it, and actually smashed a crack, causing the poisonous Emperor Scorpion to scream in pain. His master was stupid. Not him. Why should he bear this sin for him? The poisonous Emperor Scorpion was full of grievances, and his face was twisted in pain. When Jiang Lichuan heard the 3 words Heavenly Demon Martin, he felt like he was hit by a heavy hammer. His hair stood up coldly as it possessed. His confused mind was like a thunder explosion. He was stunned with a bang. He had heard of the name of the Heavenly Demon Martin, but this kind of spiritual beast had been extinct for hundreds of years. How could it appear here? After learning the identity of the Heavenly Demon Martin, Jiang Lichuan opened his eyes again and looked carefully several times. Only then did he realize that it seemed to have the shadow of the Heavenly Demon Martin. But the shape was not very similar to the book. No, you are not. The Heavenly Demon Martin is not as fat as you. Jiang Lichuan shook his head unwillingly. When the Heavenly Demon Martin heard someone say that he was fat, he was immediately shocked and roared with gritted teeth. Damn! You are fat. Your whole family is fat. I am called plump. Plump. Do you understand? Hearing the word plump, Su Maoyan was full of black lines. I really don't know where he learned this word. Can he use it indiscriminately? Thinking of this, Su Maoyan couldn't help but look at his chest. Seeing that it was plump and had a tendency to be convex in front and back, he frowned speechlessly. A male can grow a female's chest. It is indeed fat enough. However, the Heavenly Demon Martin was irritated by Jiang Lichuan's questioning eyes, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly rushed over from a distance and punched Jiang Lichuan. I told you to say I'm fat. I told you to say I'm fat. I'll beat you to death. Flatten you. Seeing the rain of fists falling on Jiang Lichuan, the latter was beaten to a bloody mess and sank into the ground in a short while. The scene was really horrible. Even so, the Heavenly Demon Martin kept hitting Jiang Lichuan, venting his anger. The ferocious and vengeful look scared the poisonous Emperor Scorpion next to him into silence. Fearing that he would be implicated, Su Maoyan saw Jiang Lichuan dead. The mark on the forehead of the poison Emperor Scorpion disappeared, and she was too lazy to pay attention to the venting Heavenly Demon Martin, and walked towards the poison Emperor Scorpion alone. Are you willing to make a contract with me? Although her purpose was to contract the poison Emperor Scorpion, she still wanted to ask for his opinion. The poison Emperor Scorpion glanced at her, and then timidly looked at the Heavenly Demon Martin, who was committing atrocities in the distance. It was obvious that he was very afraid of the latter. Su Maoyan instantly understood its thoughts, and said with a smile, Don't worry. It's my contracted beast. With me here, it dare not bully you. The poison Emperor Scorpion nodded after hearing this. Since the human in front of him can contract the ancient beast, he must have something extraordinary. If he follows her, then he will become a peer with the ancient beast, which seems to be nothing bad. Seeing the poison Emperor Scorpion agree, Su Maoyan nodded slightly, and gently pressed the forehead of the ancient beast with his blood-stained hand, and murmured the oath of the contract, and then completed the contract. With the addition of the poisonous Emperor Scorpion, some changes also occurred in Su Maoyan's body. He felt that his body was harder than before, and his defense ability was greatly improved. Feeling the stronger strength, Su Maoyan smiled with satisfaction and waved to the Demon Martin. Okay. Stop fighting. Hurry back to the space. We are about to enter the second floor. The Demon Martin was still unwilling to let go, but was forcibly called back by Su Maoyan. The whole space echoed with his unconvinced voice. Let me out. I still want to fight. Where am I fat? When did I get fat? That idiot has no eyes. I am so angry. The Golden Lion King and the Blue Cloud Leopard in the space looked at him jumping up and down with pity. He was obviously fat like a ball, but he was still unwilling to accept the reality. Su Maoyan shook his head speechlessly, waved his hand to put the poisonous Emperor Scorpion into the space, and then completely blocked the voice of the Demon Martin. After a while, the beam was turned on, and Su Maoyan was quickly teleported to the second floor below. It was still a closed space, surrounded by smoke, making it difficult to see the surrounding environment. I heard from the elders that this level was 5 to 5, which meant that there would be 10 people. Then 2 of these 10 people would be selected to advance. If Elder Sure arranged for Jiang Lichuan to advance and then meet Yao Shiwen, then the person she would meet on this level should be Yao Shiwen. But Yao Shiwen would not have thought that it was not Jiang Lichuan who came up, but her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang suddenly felt a little more expectant. Just as Su Maoyang was pondering, the white mist around him gradually dissipated, gradually revealing the figures of the other 9 opponents. Chapter 743. How did you get up here? At this time, 9 light curtains fell from all sides, illuminating the dim hall. In the light curtains, 9 figures came into view. As Su Maoyang expected, Yao Shiwen was among them. Coincidentally, 2 members of the wolf-killing group were also assigned to the same space. However, it was not a coincidence. According to the strength of the wolf-killing group, everyone would successfully enter the second floor. They had more than a dozen people, and no matter how they were divided, the chances of being assigned would be very high, because most of the second floor would have their figures. Just as Su Maoyang was sizing up his opponent, Yao Shiwen also discovered Su Maoyang. The confident smile on her face suddenly froze. Her expression stiffened. Her eyes widened in shock, and her face was full of disbelief. You, how are you here? Yao Shiwen's question was almost shouted out, and her pleasant voice was actually broken by Su Maoyang's shock. The arm pointing at Su Maoyang trembled slightly, and she was really scared. Logically speaking, the person who was promoted from Su Maoyang's space should be Jiang Lichuan. How could it be Su Maoyang? Her master had clearly arranged it. How could it turn out like this? Yao Shiwen was shocked and embarrassed. Her tongue was tied, and she pointed at Su Maoyang and couldn't say anything for a long time. At this time, Su Maoyang looked calm, staring at her with a faint smile, and her soft voice was gentle and pleasant, but with a bit of a sinister taste. Isn't Miss Yao the one who should know why I'm here the most? I don't think I need to explain. Hearing this, Yao Shiwen was shocked and her face suddenly turned pale. What do you mean by that? Explain it to me. Yao Shiwen asked nervously with a tense face. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows. His pupil showed a bit of sinister coldness, and the corners of his lips rose slightly. Sneering, Elder Shi took the risk and arranged so much. He really took great pains for you and Jun Xiaozi. It was really beyond my expectation. Yao Shiwen's expression changed drastically when she heard it, and she took a step back in shock, her pupils full of disbelief. She didn't expect Su Maoyang to know everything. She thought something went wrong with her master, and didn't let Su Maoyang meet Jiang Lichuan. But from what she said, it was obvious that she had met Jiang Lichuan on the first level. Otherwise, how could she know their conspiracy? But what is puzzling is that since Su Maoyang had already met Jiang Lichuan, how could she advance to the second level? Thinking of this, Yao Shiwen shook her head in disbelief, and really couldn't accept the fact in front of her. No! Impossible. How could you advance to the second level? How did you get up there? Tell me the truth. Su Maoyang chuckled when she heard this. Miss Yao's question is inexplicable. How else can I get up there? Of course, I beat my competitors and advanced to the next level. On the other hand, Su Maoyang smiled sweetly and looked calm, while Yao Shiwen was shocked and angry, and the whole person became manic. Advance? How is it possible? With your strength, how could you advance? No! I don't believe it. Who is your competitor? Seeing Yao Shiwen's shocked and impatient look, the other contestants were confused and didn't understand the grudge between the two. Even the 2 members of the wolf-killing group frowned and stared at Su Maoyang in confusion. At this time, Su Maoyang, who was the center of attention, glanced meaningfully at the wolf-killing group and Yao Shiwen, raised her eyebrows slightly, and slowly said the name of the opponent, Jiang Lichuan. When the 3 words Jiang Lichuan came out, everyone was frightened. Their mouths opened wide, staring at Su Maoyang's face, showing an expression that they couldn't grasp the key. What did they hear just now? Jiang Lichuan? Is she talking about Jiang Lichuan? Is it really Jiang Lichuan? Others were so shocked that they couldn't recover. The 2 men of the wolf-killing group and Yao Shiwen were even more frightened, as if they were hit on the head with a stick. In addition to being shocked, they were also a little confused. Yao Shiwen pointed at Su Maoyang, her arms trembling, her pale face twitching slightly, and her voice trembling. Who did you say just now? Say it again. Su Maoyang had no choice but to kindly meet her request. Jiang Lichuan, the boss of the wolf-killing group, the man who just came with you. Hearing this, Yao Shiwen's mouth opened as wide as the mouth of a box, and her pale cheeks seemed to be stimulated and suddenly turned red. Su Maoyang actually defeated Jiang Lichuan and advanced to the second level. Oh my god! This is definitely the weirdest and most bizarre thing she has ever heard. But the two brothers of the wolf-killing group looked unbelieving, bulging their eyes, and scolded fiercely. Asshole. Don't talk nonsense. My boss is a midterm Junlingshire, the most outstanding disciple of Song Ling Hall, and is personally guided by the master of the sect. How can you be his opponent? When the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. All the disciples of Song Yin sect know how powerful Jian Lichuan is, and it is visible to everyone. The domineering strong man of Song Yin sect actually fell into the hands of a new disciple. It was too ridiculous. Even if it was spread out, no one would believe it. What's more, the new disciple in front of him was a delicate woman. She joined Danyang Palace at the beginning, which only showed that she was quite talented in alchemy. But in terms of spiritual power and fighting power, how could her weak body be a match for Jian Lichuan? I guess she was knocked down in 2 or 3 moves. It was obvious that Su Maoyan was bragging. Hearing this, Yao Shiwen gradually calmed down. A strong murderous intent suddenly surged in her eyes. She bit her silver teeth secretly and said hatefully, Su Maoyan, I don't care what opponent you met, and I don't care how you were lucky enough to advance. In any case, today is your death day. Go to hell. After the words fell, Yao Shiwen's eyes were sharp, and she suddenly waved her sleeves, and immediately released the spirit beast into space. She had fought with Su Maoyan last time, and knew that she was no match for the latter in terms of spiritual power. So she did not waste her expression this time, and directly released the spirit beast. At this time, a silver giant wolf suddenly appeared in the open space, just like the one seen in Danyang Palace last time. Sturdy and majestic. A pair of green eyes exuded a sinister and cold light, staring at Su Maoyan, bearing its sharp fangs. And its ferocious appearance was extremely terrifying. Even the other disciples around were shocked and took 2 steps back. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf is an 8th level Holy Spirit beast, with spiritual power comparable to that of a peak Master of Spirits, and its actual combat power is even higher than that of a peak Master of Spirits. It is extremely ferocious when fighting. Therefore, everyone is still quite afraid of it. Originally, the dual mode of the 2nd level was a 10-person melee, and 2 of the 10 people advanced to the 3rd level. Most of the time, everyone chose to form teams of 2 to complete this PK. But Yao Shiwen hadn't formed a team yet, and wanted to take Su Maoyan's life as soon as she came. This approach was welcomed by other opponents. They wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and wait until they were both injured before taking action, so that the chance of winning and advancing would be greater. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Su Maoyan with a look of watching a good show, looking forward to the scene of the latter being torn into pieces. Su Maoyan saw the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, but did not take it seriously, and also waved his hand and summoned the spirit beast. Chapter 744. Their boss's contracted beast. Golden Lion King. Come out! As the roar fell, a majestic golden lion suddenly appeared opposite the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Its body was even more majestic and sturdy than the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. The Golden Lion King had not shown his face for a long time. He was very excited. He shook his head handsomely. His flirtatious golden hair was scattered, making his head look even bigger and fiercer. Facing the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, the Golden Lion King raised his head and roared provocatively. The roar was deafening and earth-shaking. Even the air trembled faintly. In a moment, a powerful king's aura spread, making everyone change their faces. My God! It's also an 8th level Holy Spirit beast. Feeling the fierce breath, the disciples watching couldn't help but exclaimed. As a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Hall, Yao Shiwen had an 8th level Holy Spirit beast. They could understand it, but they didn't expect that even this new disciple had an 8th level Holy Spirit beast. It was really shocking. Of course, the one who was hit the hardest was Yao Shiwen. In her opinion, Su Maoyan was just a bitch who could only hide behind the emperor and seek protection. She didn't expect that she had this trick. However, looking at her, it is very likely that she got it through some improper means. Thinking of this, Yao Shiwen snorted disdainfully. Su Maoyan, so what if you have an 8th level Holy Spirit beast? Don't forget, I am a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Hall. You are simply looking for death by comparing spirit beasts with me. Contracting spirit beasts and controlling spirit beasts are her forte. Su Maoyan dared to compete with her in taming beasts, which was really beyond his ability. As she said that, Yao Shiwen waved her hand again and shouted loudly, Earth Violent Bear! Come out! At this time, a heavy and fat black bear came into view. It had long and dense brown-black hair, a big head and a long mouth, and a mouthful of extremely sharp white fangs. Its fat and thick body took up a large area at once. As long as it moved slightly, it could cause a lot of noise and vibrate fiercely, scaring everyone's face pale. My God! Yao Shiwen actually contracted a 9th-level holy beast. The disciples who saw this scene gasped in fear and quickly covered their mouths, their eyes full of horror. You know, the 9th-level holy beast is comparable to the early Jun Lingshi. It is estimated that only the 2 disciples in the wolf-killing group can beat it. The others are really in trouble. It's over. It's over this time. Not only Su Maoyang is finished, but we are also finished. The disciples watching all sighed dejectedly and immediately lost their confidence in advancing. Before, they only knew that Yao Shiwen had 2 8th-level holy beasts. But they didn't know that there was an additional 9th-level holy beast now. If it was 2 8th-level holy beasts, they would still have a chance to kill her if they joined forces. But now there is a 9th-level holy beast. It is very difficult. The appearance of the earth-violent bear instantly caused a great shock to everyone present. Seeing that Su Maoyang was about to be torn into pieces, a disciple standing not far from Su Maoyang couldn't bear it and immediately advised, "Miss Su, you'd better not show off. This 9th-level holy beast is not a joke. You'd better use the teleportation card to get out quickly. Otherwise you won't even have the chance to use the teleportation card." Su Maoyang heard the voice and glanced at the man who was speaking. This man looked more handsome and gentle, with a little anxiety on his face, and more sincere than the other disciples watching. Hearing his tone and looking at his expression, Su Maoyang knew that this man had no malice and was really worried that she would be killed. However, she had to complete this game. She also had to advance to the 3rd level to compete for a place in Qingyuan Holy Land. How could she give up the game and leave? So, she looked at him deeply and said lightly, "Don't worry. They can't do anything to me." Hearing such an arrogant tone, the 2 disciples of the wolf-killing group on the opposite side suddenly showed disdain on their faces. One of them couldn't help but say, "Song Waste, you are a mud Buddha crossing the river. You can't protect yourself, and you still worry about others. As a result, they don't appreciate it. But it seems that you are meddling in other people's business and annoying people." The man who was called Song Waste was embarrassed when he heard this, and he lowered his head and said nothing. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to show it, and tried his best to endure the humiliation in his heart. Who told him that he was a waste of Songling Palace? After so long, his strength was only at the level of a mid-term venerable spiritual master. So he naturally became the object of everyone's rejection and ridicule. Su Maoyang couldn't help but look at him twice more when he heard this. Just as Su Maoyang was looking at him, Yao Shiwen on the opposite side was obviously impatient to take her life. She gnashed her teeth and roared fiercely, "Su Maoyang, stop talking nonsense. You killed my senior brother, and I will make you pay with blood today. Earth-violent bear, howling moon silver wolf. Come on. I will cut her into pieces." After the roar, the 2 fierce spirit beasts rushed towards Su Maoyang without waiting for her to react. At this time, a terrifying force suddenly erupted in the space, and everyone made way for several spirit beasts. Su Maoyang saw this scene, but she was calm, without even raising her eyelids. She only moved her red lips slightly and waved her hand. "Poisonous Emperor Scorpion, come out!" Among her spirit beasts, except for the Sky Demon Marten, only the Golden Lion King and the Sky High Flamingo have reached the 8th level, and the rest are at the 7th level. However, there were too many disciples on the 2nd floor, and if the identity of the Heavenly Demon Marten was exposed, there would probably be a lot of trouble. Su Maoyang did not intend to let him fight. Therefore, the only one who could fight against the 9th-level spirit beast was the king beast snatched from Jian Lichuan. Seeing that the earth-violent bear was about to pounce on Su Maoyang, who knew that at this time, a huge purple poisonous scorpion suddenly appeared in front of Su Maoyang. It clamped the earth-violent bear with 2 pincers, and it clamped it immediately. With a wail, the earth-violent bear was actually clamped off a large arm and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing the sudden scene, everyone was stunned like a flash of lightning. Looking at the scorpion with its teeth and claws, everyone seemed to be struck by thunder, and their limbs were numb and their minds were blank. After a long time, their exclamations came one after another. "King! King! King Beast! Some people were so shocked that their tongues were tied, and they couldn't speak clearly. Some were so shocked that their faces turned pale, and they shook their heads in exhaustion. Oh my God! It's actually a king beast! Am I dreaming? You know, the spiritual power of a king beast is comparable to that of a mid-stage king spirit master, equivalent to a Jian Lichuan. They could never have imagined that Su Maoyang actually had such a trump card, which was really shocking, compared to the shock of other disciples. The two disciples of the wolf-killing group were so scared that they staggered and almost fell to the ground, because only they knew that the poisonous Emperor Scorpion was the contracted beast of their boss. How could it appear here? Chapter 745. She killed Jian Lichuan. Poisonous Emperor Scorpion. How could it be here with you? The two disciples of the wolf-killing group opened their eyes wide in shock, pointed at the poisonous Emperor Scorpion, and twitched at the corners of their mouths. The voice of questioning was trembling without them noticing. The poisonous Emperor Scorpion was the contracted beast of their boss. Unless their boss was willing or died, it was possible to cancel the contract of the spirit beast. Now it actually fell into Su Maoyang's hands and obeyed her command. This is too unbelievable. Faced with the questioning, Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows slightly, met the shocked eyes of the two disciples of the wolf-killing group, and answered as a matter of course. The poisonous Emperor Scorpion is my contracted beast. If he is not here, where else can he be? Contracted beast? Hearing these three words, the two disciples of the wolf-killing group were like being struck by lightning. Their faces turned pale, and suddenly looked up at the forehead of the poisonous Emperor Scorpion. Sure enough, the contract mark of the poison Emperor Scorpion was still there. But it was Su Maoyang who controlled it instead of Jian Lichuan. Oh my God! When did the poison Emperor Scorpion become her contracted beast? Yao Shiwen was shocked to hear this, and took a step back. Her pale face changed in fear. She was close to Jian Lichuan, so she naturally knew about the existence of the poison Emperor Scorpion. She also knew that Jian Lichuan treasured this king beast very much, and would not release it unless it was absolutely necessary. But now the poison Emperor Scorpion suddenly appeared and blocked Su Maoyang to protect the latter. Did she see it wrong? Yao Shiwen shook her head repeatedly in disbelief, and shouted with a ferocious look. Su Maoyang, the poison Emperor Scorpion is Jian Lichuan's contracted beast. How could it be with you? Explain it to me. When everyone heard that it was Jian Lichuan's spirit beast, they looked at each other in surprise. Jian Lichuan's contracted beast fell into Su Maoyang's hands. There are only two possibilities. One is that Jian Lichuan voluntarily admitted defeat and voluntarily handed over the king beast. The other is that Su Maoyang killed Jian Lichuan and directly snatched the king beast. But everyone knows Jian Lichuan's stubborn character. Even if he dies, he will not voluntarily hand over the king beast. What's more, if he really admits defeat, he can use the teleportation card to leave the Phantom Palace. How could he be so stupid as to send such a precious king beast out? Therefore, there is only one possibility. That is, Su Maoyang killed Jian Lichuan. Thinking of this possibility, everyone gasped in fear, immediately covered their mouths, and stared at Su Maoyang with bated breath, as if they saw a ghost, with horror in their eyes. At this moment, they suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Su Maoyang said that she defeated Jian Lichuan on the first floor just now. It turned out to be true. She not only defeated Jian Lichuan, but also killed him. A new disciple killed the little tyrant of Sanyan's sect as soon as he arrived. If this spread out, it would cause a big sensation. Just thinking about it, everyone's backs were cold. Their hair stood up, and they could no longer look directly at Su Maoyang. Even the other disciples guessed the reason. The two disciples of the wolf-killing group and Yao Shiwen naturally thought of this possibility. But this fact was too much of a blow to them, and they couldn't recover for a while. After all, Jian Lichuan was a very tough existence in their minds. How could they accept it if he was killed by Su Maoyang? However, just as they were shocked, the poisonous Emperor Scorpion launched a second round of attack. The sharp pincers were like two large scissors, and the earth-violent bear was torn in half in the blink of an eye. A layer of blood mist suddenly filled the enclosed space. The scene was cruel and shocking, and it frightened the surrounding disciples to tremble all over. Seeing her proud ninth-rank holy beast being torn into pieces, Yao Shiwen was so frightened that her eyes were bloodshot, and she screamed madly. Stop! Stop! Su Maoyang! You bitch! Stop it! The hoarse and collapsed voice echoed in the closed space. Sharp and piercing. Extremely shrill. But even if she shouted with all her might, she couldn't stop the fate of the two beasts from being bloodied and flying. In a moment, everyone saw that the earth-violent bear and howling moon silver wolf, who were still alive and kicking, had fallen to the ground, with no signs of life. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, and the ground was in a mess, as if it had been washed by blood, which was horrible to look at. Seeing this, the other disciples swallowed their saliva with lingering fear, and the look in their eyes when looking at Su Maoyang changed from the initial disdain to fear. Yao Shiwen was furious when she saw the bloody beast on the ground. She knelt on the ground in grief, tears streaming down her face. Her beautiful face was twisted into a ball because of hatred and anger, and her expression was as ferocious as an angry monster. Su Maoyang killed the man she loved most, killed her only support, and now killed the beast she had contracted with so much difficulty. With such a deep hatred, Yao Shiwen wanted to cut Su Maoyang into pieces at this moment, but she no longer had a beast to fight with, and her spiritual power was no match for Su Maoyang. She had no way to take revenge. Thinking of this, Yao Shiwen gritted her teeth in humiliation, and immediately looked up at the two disciples of the wolf-killing group beside her, and roared angrily, "Why are you still standing there? Su Maoyang killed your boss. Are you going to let her go?" She couldn't beat Su Maoyang, so she could only pin her hopes on the two of them. The two disciples naturally didn't want to let Su Maoyang go, but the Poison Emperor Scorpion stood in front of them. One of them was an early June Lingshi, and the other was a peak Zoom Lingshi. They were really no match for the Poison Emperor Scorpion. Seeing that the two of them hesitated, Yao Shiwen was extremely anxious and gritted her teeth and yelled, "Do you still want to advance to the third level? If you don't defeat Su Maoyang, you will not be qualified for the third level, and all your efforts this year will be in vain." Hearing this, the two disciples' faces darkened, and they obviously reacted. They have been looking forward to entering the third level for a year. As long as they enter the third level, even if they can't get a place in Xingyuan Holy Land, they can get the opportunity to enter the upper level of the Treasure Pavilion. If they can't even enter the upper level of the Treasure Pavilion, their strength will not be improved, and they may be overtaken by other disciples. Once their strength lags behind, they will have no chance of winning the palace examination in the future. Once they fall into this vicious circle, they will be forever relegated to the bottom of the Sangyan sect and be bullied by others. The competition among sects is so cruel, so everyone has to fight for their lives and work hard to climb up. The two disciples seemed to have figured it out, and immediately raised their heads and looked at the other disciples around them. "Brothers and sisters, Su Maoyang is too strong. We must join hands and kill her first. Otherwise, with her around, none of us can advance to the third level." When the disciples heard this, they all looked at each other, and they had already made up their minds. However, just when everyone was hesitant, one of the disciples directly ignored the proposal of the wolf-killing group, and faced Su Maoyang's flattering smile, and groveled to please. "Hee, Miss Su, how about we form an alliance? I will help you kill the others, and you kill the two people from the wolf-killing group. Then the two of us can successfully advance to the third level. I have to say that this person is quite smart. The second level will choose two people to advance. Su Maoyang is powerful. If he relies on her, it will be too easy for him to enter the third level." Chapter 746. A group of free fighters. Hearing this, the other disciples also realized that why should they help the wolf-killing group to deal with Su Maoyang? This is obviously a thankless task, even if Su Maoyang is defeated by them. In the end, they still have to decide the winner. They are not the opponents of the wolf-killing group. If they help the wolf-killing group to defeat Su Maoyang, they will definitely be seriously injured, and then they will be at the mercy of others. This move is undoubtedly to help the wolf-killing group, but they will not get any benefit. Thinking of this, the other disciples all leaned towards Su Maoyang, and all rushed to please him. "Miss Su, choose me to form an alliance. I will listen to you in everything. I will beat whoever you tell me to beat." Without any hesitation, one of the young men in black enthusiastically promoted himself. Another man in blue was not willing to be left behind and interrupted hurriedly. "Miss Su, choose me. Choose me. I am also a peak master of the spirit. I can help you when you reach the third level. This is your first time to participate in the palace examination. You don't know the danger of the third level. It will be much easier to have an experienced thug to lead the way. Miss Su, choose me. My strength is about the same as theirs. I can also be your thug, as long as you let me enter the third level. I will work hard for you and repay you. A man in green clothes in the distance also recommended himself with an anxious face, hoping to catch Su Maoyang's eye. After a while, the whole space was noisy, and everyone wanted to cling to Su Maoyang. Everyone knew that as long as they formed an alliance with Su Maoyang, they could easily advance. So why not? The two disciples of the wolf-killing group and Yao Shiwen were all stunned when they saw this scene. Their expressions were stiff, and they were directly dumbfounded. They never expected that things would turn out like this. The situation suddenly turned to Su Maoyang, and the three of them were isolated. Are they wrong? Su Maoyang didn't expect that this group of people were so cunning and had her attention. And she was also surprised. However, seeing Yao Shiwen and the two disciples of the wolf-killing group opposite her with dark faces and embarrassed looks, she couldn't help laughing. And she was full of bad water. She said to the group of disciples, "You have to show some sincerity. Otherwise, with so many of you, it's really hard for me to choose." Although Su Maoyang didn't explain what she said, it was obviously meant. The disciples were all smart people. After hearing this, they immediately reacted. The sincerity she mentioned. Besides the wolf-killing group and Yao Shiwen, what else could it be? It seems that if they want to get Su Maoyang's favor, they must first deal with these three people. After realizing this, everyone instantly focused their attention on Yao Shiwen and the two disciples of the wolf-killing group. Their covetous look immediately made the three people's hearts tremble, and a layer of cold sweat broke out. "What do you want to do? You are crazy. I am an early-stage Junlingshi. How dare you attack me?" The two disciples of the wolf-killing group retreated in shock when they saw that everyone was constantly surrounding them. They stuttered and trembled, obviously lacking confidence and feeling guilty. However, the other disciples did not take their threats seriously, because they had already seen Su Maoyang's strength. If they still went against Su Maoyang, wouldn't it be courting death? Even if they teamed up to defeat her in the palace examination, they would never be able to advance to the third level in the final duel with the wolf-killing group, helping Su Maoyang to defeat these three guys. As long as Su Maoyang is happy, there is a glimmer of hope. Even if he doesn't advance, it's good to please an alchemist with a king beast. So, no matter how you calculate it, helping Su Maoyang will not be a loss. Yao Shiwen saw that everyone helped Su Maoyang to deal with them, and her face turned pale with fear. In a hurry, she shouted, "Go and kill Su Maoyang. I will give you a spirit beast each." Several disciples paused and stared at her with frowns. "Humph! You say you will give it? With your strength, where can you get so many spirit beasts? You still need to rely on Elder Shi for help. But you dare to make such a promise shamelessly. Do you really think we are stupid?" The man in black snorted disdainfully, obviously not believing Yao Shiwen's promise. This is clearly a stopgap measure. After the palace examination, they turned their backs on each other. There are so many such things. They will not be fooled. Seeing that they were not moved by soft or hard tactics, Yao Shiwen was really panicked. She trembled and kept retreating. At this time, several disciples had been ready to fight. Seeing that the three were surrounded, they all rushed forward fiercely and beat them up. Yao Shiwen had no spirit beast and her spirit power was not good. She had no power to fight back. She was beaten to the ground in 2 or 3 times and was covered in blood. As for the two disciples of the wolf-killing group, they were not much better. Although they were strong, they were still very struggling in the face of a group fight. After a while, they were also beaten black and blue and looked miserable. The two of them could not hold on any longer. They had to crush the teleportation card. 2 light curtains fell and disappeared in space. Yao Shiwen didn't expect that the 2 men were so spineless that they actually left her and ran away. She gnashed her teeth in anger. Although she was unwilling, she knew that if the fight continued like this, she would definitely be beaten to death. At the moment, the only thing that mattered was to save her life. If she could survive, she would not worry about firewood. Thinking of this, she immediately crushed the sign and teleported out of the Phantom Palace. The Golden Lion King saw this scene and looked helpless. He wanted to show his skills, but who knew that the 3 idiots were solved without even a finger? It was too unchallenging. Alas, if you want to blame someone, blame his master for being too black-bellied. Just a random ambiguous word will add so many thugs to serve for free. It's really treacherous. At this time, several disciples came to nothing and stopped, looking at Su Maoyang with expectation and flattery, waiting for her to select the place for promotion. Miss Su, you have seen my sincerity. Can you choose me to advance together? The man in blue asked with a smile. Miss Su, I hit him harder than he did just now. I threw the heaviest punches. You must choose me. The man in black quickly interrupted. Bah. Bah. It's obviously me who put in more effort. If I hadn't suppressed him, you, a late-stage venerable spiritual master, wouldn't have been able to hit him at all. At this time, the space quarreled again, and everyone refused to give in, vying for the last spot. But Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the handsome man who was worried about him just now. What's your name? Su Maoyong looked at him and asked. As soon as Su Maoyong said this, everyone stopped quarreling and looked at the handsome man. The man didn't expect Su Maoyong to suddenly talk to him. He was shocked and couldn't react. You? Are you asking me? Su Maoyong smiled and nodded. The man suddenly felt flattered. He didn't know Su Maoyong's strength just now, but now that he has seen it, he has some admiration and yearning in his heart. He didn't expect such a powerful person to chat with him. It was really rare. My name is Song Mingxing, and I am a disciple of Songling Palace. Su Maoyong heard this and nodded slightly. Okay, then it's you. Advance to the 3rd level with me. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Song Mingxing is a waste at the bottom of Songling Palace. Chapter 747, A Famous Waste. Miss Su, you must be mistaken. Song Mingxing has not made any progress in the past 5 years, since he was 17 years old. His strength has always remained at the level of a mid-term venerable spiritual master. He is a famous waste in Songling Hall. You actually chose a waste. Did I hear it wrong? The man in black asked loudly in disbelief. Yes. Miss Su, have you ever seen someone who has not made any progress in the past 5 years? This kind of waste. Everyone avoids it as much as possible. You actually formed an alliance with a waste. The other disciples were all surprised, and none of them could figure out Su Maoyong's thoughts. No matter what, this is also a cruel competition. Everyone is trying their best to form an alliance with a strong person. It's the first time they have seen someone so willful as to form an alliance with a waste. It's really strange. When Su Maoyong heard other disciples say that he had not made any progress in 5 years, he was not only not contemptuous, but was very shocked, and looked at Song Mingxing deeply. Reaching the middle-level venerable spiritual master at the age of 17, logically speaking, should be considered a spiritual genius. But how come there has been no progress in 5 years? Looking at this steady man in front of him, he doesn't look like a person who does nothing. Even if he occasionally practices, he shouldn't have no progress at all, let alone 5 years, which is too strange. No wonder he is a notorious waste. Such an experience is indeed very rare. However, the weirder the matter is, the more she feels that it is not that simple. When Su Maoyong was observing Song Mingxing, the latter was also very surprised that Su Maoyong would choose him. However, thinking of his own strength, he felt deeply helpless, sighed softly, and said to Su Maoyong gratefully, Miss Su, I appreciate your kindness. I know I am not qualified. Even if I reach the 3rd level, I will only hold you back. I can't hurt you anyway. As a mid-stage venerable spiritual master, it was a luxury for him to advance to the 2nd level. He was lucky this time. He met a novice on the 1st level. It was said that he entered the Danyang Palace with the help of Su Maoyong. He was lucky enough to defeat him. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to get here. For him, entering the 2nd level was also satisfying. Thinking of this, Song Mingxing's eyes darkened inch by inch, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even though he had worked hard to practice for the past 5 years, he did not see any improvement. While lamenting the unfairness of fate, he also accepted his fate. The once high-spirited young man has been tortured by the title of waste and lost his fighting spirit. Su Maoyong felt his discouragement and couldn't help but frown slightly, disagreeing. It's not even the 3rd level yet, and you say it's a drag. Isn't it too early? Song Mingxing didn't expect Su Maoyong to say such words after knowing her strength. She immediately raised her eyes and looked at her in surprise. Did she mean that she didn't care about him holding her back? Looking at his dazed face, Su Maoyong said firmly, Don't waste time. Let's go. Hearing this, Song Mingxing suddenly widened his pupils, looking unbelievable, and asked excitedly, Are you sure? Do you really want me to go with you? Su Maoyong nodded seriously. Yes, I'm sure. Song Mingxing saw her nod, and felt that happiness came too suddenly, Ecstasy surged on his face. But he still had a lot of questions. But, why me? I'm just a midterm venerable spiritual master. Seeing his unbelievable face and repeated confirmation, Su Maoyang was a little helpless, and patiently explained, "No reason. I just believe in you." Su Maoyang chose him because when everyone was targeting her just now, he was the only one who was really worried about her. Su Maoyang has always been like this. If others respect her 1 foot, she will return 1 foot. Song Mingxing was shocked when he heard this, and his heart was in turmoil. This is the first time someone said that he believed in him after he became a waste. After 5 years of waste life, even he didn't believe in himself. And now someone actually said that he believed in him. What a shock! The woman in front of him brought him too much surprise and shock, making him stay where he was. And he couldn't recover. When the other disciples heard this, they all shouted in dissatisfaction. Su Maoyang, are you crazy? You would rather believe a waste than believe us. Yes, Miss Su. You just promised that as long as you show sincerity, you will give us the quota for promotion. How can you go back on your word? Everyone felt that they were deceived and were full of grievances. Su Maoyang glanced at everyone with a calm face, opened her red lips, and said indifferently, "But you didn't show me your sincerity." Hearing this, everyone's face froze, and they were immediately furious. "Miss Su, we have already driven away the wolf-killing group in Yao Shiwen, and have shown our sincerity. How can you not keep your word?" Everyone shouted unconvinced, extremely dissatisfied with Su Maoyang's statement. However, Su Maoyang did not take their dissatisfaction seriously, raised her eyebrows slightly, and answered innocently, "The sincerity I am talking about is not to let you drive away the wolf-killing group and Yao Shiwen. I'm afraid you misunderstood." When everyone heard this, they were shocked as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Their faces were horrified, and their hearts sank as if a stone was tied to them. The woman in front of them was too insidious and cunning. She gave them hope with a vague sentence, but she didn't make a clear promise. Now she denied it, and they couldn't find any evidence against her. They could only swallow the bitter herbs and couldn't say anything. It was really abominable. The Golden Lion King witnessed another group of fools and shook his head helplessly again. This was called being sold by their master and still counting money for their master. Finally, they learned the truth and didn't even have the qualifications to argue. It was pitiful. The poisonous scorpion on the side also glanced at Su Maoyang in surprise, and his understanding of her deepened. This is a black-bellied guy who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. What? Are you still going to duel? Seeing that they were still here and had no intention of leaving, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at them sharply. His cold eyes were like a venomous snake wrapped around their throats, scaring everyone's breathing and taking a step back. Su Maoyang not only has an 8th level holy beast, but also a powerful monarch beast. She herself is also an alchemist. If they fight, they will definitely not get any benefits. Thinking of this, everyone gritted their teeth unwillingly, and finally crushed the teleportation card and left the Phantom Hall. As soon as the other disciples gave up, the space immediately cast 2 teleportation-like curtains. Seeing this, Su Maoyang shouted at the dazed Song Mingxing, "Don't delay. We still have a tough battle to fight on the 3rd floor." Hearing this, Song Mingxing suddenly woke up and hurriedly walked into the light curtain. After so many years, this is his first time to enter the 3rd floor. I wonder what the scenery will be like up there. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Chapter 748, She is not a waste. Entering the 3rd floor, Su Maoyang felt a dazzling sunlight shining directly at her, which formed a huge contrast with the dim and closed 2nd floor. And it was so dazzling that she could not open her eyes. She blocked the dazzling sun with her hands, squinted her eyes, and looked into the distance. There was endless yellow sand and rolling heat waves in front of her. In the distance, there were rolling hills made of golden sand and stones, showing a golden color, extending to the horizon like waves, and there was no end in sight. The strong wind rolled up the yellow sand, like wisps of cooking smoke, circling from the horizon, and the heat waves hit her face, giving her a suffocating burning feeling. Song Mingxing entered the 3rd floor for the first time, and when he saw everything in front of him, he was shocked and exclaimed, "The 3rd floor is actually a vast desert." They were clearly underground, but it was a desert with scorching sun. The contrast with the 2 floors above was too great, which was beyond Song Mingxing's expectation. However, just as he was mumbling, Several light curtains suddenly flashed in the distance, and instantly scattered in all corners of the desert. Seeing this, Su Maoyong frowned slightly and pondered. It seems that other opponents have arrived, and they seem to be randomly distributed in other places in the desert. Hearing this, Song Mingxing's face flashed with surprise, and he asked in confusion, "Random distribution? The desert is so big. How can we duel?" As he spoke, he looked at the vast yellow sand in front of him, and suddenly felt like a drop in the ocean. So small that he lost his direction and ideas for a while. He had never participated in a third-level competition and had no experience at all, so he couldn't help but look at a loss. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw that in the middle of the desert, the yellow sand blown up by the strong wind instantly turned into a huge image. In the image, the sky is clear and blue, with no clouds. Under the clouds, there is a towering mountain. The mountain is red, like a burning flame, blooming with bright and dazzling colors. It is so beautiful. However, this picture is too familiar. Song Mingxing was shocked and widened his eyes. He shouted excitedly, This, isn't this Sanyan Mountain? Sanyan sect is located on Sanyan Mountain. As a disciple of Sanyan sect, Song Mingxing is naturally very familiar with the environment where he has lived for 5 years. However, he could not imagine that Sanyan Mountain would actually float in the sky above the desert. It was really amazing. Song Mingxing was shocked. But Su Maoyong was much calmer, because she knew that the picture in front of her was not real, but just an illusion, just like the mirage in modern times. "Miss Su, what does it mean that Sanyan Mountain suddenly appeared in the sky?" Song Mingxing was a little confused and asked with a frown. At this time, Su Maoyong stared at the illusion in the distance with a sharp gaze, pondered for a moment, and said his guess, "I think that is probably the light curtain leading to Xingyuan Holy Land. This level should be a test of who can reach this light curtain the fastest, and whoever wins. The desert is vast and boundless, but a mirage suddenly appeared, which is undoubtedly the most important breakthrough in this level." Song Mingxing suddenly realized it after hearing this, and nodded repeatedly, thinking it made sense, and hurriedly said, "Then let's go quickly. If it's too late, others will get there first. This level is full of elites, and with their strength and speed, the competition is very fierce." Su Maoyong heard this. His eyes condensed slightly, and he looked around cautiously, shook his head solemnly, and reminded in a deep voice, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. This road should be quite uneasy." When Song Mingxing heard this, his expression was shocked, and he understood it instantly. If you want to reach the transmission light curtain in the middle, there will definitely be many obstacles along the way, which is definitely not a simple matter. Thinking of this, Song Mingxing's face also sank, and his expression became more vigilant. Seeing that he understood, Su Maoyong didn't waste any words, just told him to be careful, and took the lead to walk towards the illusion in the center of the desert. Even if she knew it was difficult, she had to go. Wang Feng was still waiting for her to detoxify. It's just that the desert is vast, and the illusion seems to be right in front of her, but the reality is as far as the horizon. Su Maoyong and Song Mingxing walked for nearly 2 hours under the scorching sun, without any progress, as if they were marking time, and they couldn't help but feel a deep despair. However, at this moment, Song Mingxing suddenly heard footsteps coming from the left, from far to near, and the movement was not small. He immediately raised his eyes, and saw a large group of people walking on the small sand dune on the left. Familiar faces came into his eyes, which shocked him to stop and change his face. This group of people are all well-known figures in the Sanyan sect, and they are all famous geniuses in the 3 halls. The most eye-catching ones are by Xian Xian from the Danyang Hall and Guan Yinkong from the Wanshou Hall. These 2 people and Jiang Lichuan are known as the representatives of the 3 halls. They are very powerful. Now that they have come together, they look like a strong alliance. This is simply an invincible combination. Seeing this, Song Mingxing's heart sank. Even under the scorching sun, he couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. "Miss Su, we are in big trouble." He swallowed his saliva as if his throat was dry, and said solemnly. Su Maoyong heard this, and followed his line of sight. He saw Bai Xianxian walking towards him with a charming smile. His brows knitted slightly, and his face became even colder. When Bai Xianxian saw Su Maoyong had found her, the smile on her lips widened. Her voice, like a trickle of water, rose gently. Under the hot sun, It was like a sweet spring, refreshing the heart. I really didn't expect that you actually advanced to the 3rd level. You really didn't disappoint me. Although the words were a compliment, the tone was sour, with a hidden needle in the cotton. A disciple of Songling Hall beside by Xian couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the scene. Hey, isn't this the famous loser of our Songling Hall? Song Mingxing? How come he has also been promoted to the 3rd level? This is too incredible. Bai Xuanxuan's follower, Lu Chuman, was relatively honest when he heard this. At least, he couldn't pretend to be kind on the surface. He stared at Su Maoyang and explained sarcastically. You don't know this? I heard that Su Maoyang brought a large group of losers to our Songyan sect to participate in the palace examination this time. Some of them are only at the level of Holy Spirit Masters. No matter how useless Song Mingxing is, he is not as useless as Su Maoyang's followers. In my opinion, they are lucky to be grouped with losers, so they have been promoted to the 3rd level. Hearing this, the other disciples were all surprised. They couldn't believe that a group of losers of Holy Spirit Masters came to Songyan sect. When did the threshold of their sect become so low? Even cats and dogs came to the sect to participate in the palace examination. It was really outrageous. Bai Xian listened to Lu Chuman's words, and the corners of her lips slightly curled up with an imperceptible arc of sarcasm. Although her eyes were smiling, they did not reach the bottom of her eyes. At a glance, she looked cold and sneered with disdain. Song Mingxing had seen Su Maoyang's strength and knew how powerful she was. But now seeing that she was implicated by him and became a waste that was hard to talk about. He didn't know why, but he suddenly became angry and dared to refute. You are talking nonsense. Miss Su is not a waste. She is a genius. A genius who is more powerful than Jiang Lichuan. She could even kill Jiang Lichuan and rob Jiang Lichuan's monarch beast. Even Bai Xian and Guan Yingkang didn't have the courage. But Su Maoyang did it. With such strength, how can she be called a waste? Chapter 749 Dealing with this loser. After hearing Song Mingxing's words, everyone was stunned, and then burst into laughter, laughing so hard that they fell forward and backward, unable to straighten their backs. This was definitely the funniest joke they had ever heard. Song Mingxing, this loser, actually praised the new disciple to the sky and compared her with Jiang Lichuan. It was really ridiculous. Lu Chuman laughed and shook her head. Her contemptuous eyes became more ambiguous, and she wandered back and forth between Song Mingxing and Su Maoyang. TSK. I didn't expect that you were good at seducing men. It's just a palace examination. And you have fascinated Song loser. You are quite capable. Everyone heard the words, and they all laughed and whispered. The eyes looking at Song Mingxing and Su Maoyang became indescribable. Song Mingxing wanted to speak for Su Maoyang, but he didn't know that he was self-defeating. In the eyes of others, they actually became that kind of shameful relationship. Hearing these unbearable words, Song Mingxing's cheeks flushed with anger, and he shouted angrily, You are talking nonsense. Miss Su and I are not that kind of relationship at all. You can call me a waste, but you are not allowed to humiliate Miss Su and destroy her innocence. I want you to apologize to Miss Su. Su Maoyang took him to the 3rd floor and was grateful to him. Instead of helping her, he ruined her innocence. Song Mingxing naturally felt sorry, but the more he refuted so excitedly, the more ambiguous it seemed in everyone's eyes. In their impression, Song Mingxing was a very silent person. Perhaps because he had been a waste for 5 years. He had an inferiority complex and didn't like to talk. In the face of other people's sarcasm and even bullying, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He rarely had conflicts with others. Now he was quarreling so excitedly for a woman, which was really abnormal. Therefore, everyone was even more certain that his relationship with Su Maoyang was not simple. But Lu Chuman did not expect to be scolded by a loser, and immediately got angry and yelled angrily. Apologize? You loser. You actually have the guts to ask me to apologize. Are you tired of living? Although Lu Chuman's alchemy skills are not as good as Bai Xian, she is at least a genius in Danyang Palace. Now she is casually ordered by a loser, and she is embarrassed. Seeing Lu Chuman angry, the disciples next to her couldn't help but flatter her. Senior Sister Lu, don't be angry. Why waste your breath with such a loser? Leave them to me. I will definitely help you do it cleanly. Now in the Phantom Palace, there is no need to be responsible for beating and killing people. It is a good opportunity to teach people a lesson. Anyway, they have formed an alliance. And there is no shortage of two losers among so many people. Kill them, and save them from being an eyesore here. Lu Chuman's expression eased after hearing this, and the corners of her lips raised with satisfaction. Hurry up and do it. Don't delay the trip. The man next to him listened, smiled and nodded, and then strode toward Su Maoyang and Song Mingxing. Song Mingxing saw that the other party was about to take action. His face changed drastically, and he rushed to the front and blocked Su Maoyang behind him. Miss Su, you run away quickly. I will help you. Su Maoyang was ready for the battle, but who knew that she was protected by Song Mingxing behind her, and her face suddenly jumped into surprise. This fool is just a mid-term Zunlingshi, and is not a match for the group of early Junlingshi and alchemy geniuses in front of him. I'm afraid he will be wiped out before he takes action. I don't know where he got the courage to stand in front of her. What shocked Su Maoyang even more was that he could clearly crush the teleportation card to save his life. But he actually wanted to use his flesh and blood to cover her escape. Obviously, he didn't want to die. Haha. A waste wants to be a flower protector. Overestimating yourself. Die! The man who came over snorted coldly, and spiritual power suddenly surged in his hand, and he was about to attack Song Mingxing. However, at this time of tension, the sky suddenly darkened in the distance. The wind raged, sand and rocks flew, and a dark mass pressed down from the horizon. The yellow sand was swept into the sky by the wind, forming a huge vortex, soaring straight into the sky, and a loud rumbling sound was heard. At this moment, the boundary between heaven and earth was integrated, and all was covered by yellow sand. The vortex rushed towards everyone, faster than an arrow, frightening everyone and shouting, "Oh my God! It's a tornado! Run!" They had participated in the palace examination before, and knew the power of tornadoes very well. Many disciples were killed by tornadoes. So after the roar, everyone turned around and ran away. The man who was about to hit Song Mingxing was also scared and pale. He didn't care about Song Mingxing at all. He ran away without even saying a word. Seeing this, Su Maoyang also made a quick decision. Grabbed Song Mingxing, joined the escape, mixed in the crowd, and quickly rushed to the back. Because the tornado was too fast, it caught up with them in a short while. At this time, Guan Yingkang of the 10,000 Beasts Hall waved his hand and released a king beast, and shouted loudly, "Purple Cloud Thunder Pung! Come on!" The big bird flew towards the tornado, flapped its huge wings, and also raised a hurricane, and hit the tornado hard. The two huge forces collided and exploded with a violent sound. Seeing this, Bai Xianxian decisively ordered loudly, "Everyone join forces to resist this tornado. Quickly!" After hearing this, everyone did not dare to delay, and immediately united, and took action, investing their spiritual power. Fortunately, this group of people are the elites of the Sangyan sect, with strong strength, and they can resist the tornado together. However, the power of the tornado is too strong, and everyone's spiritual power is constantly being consumed, and it will not be able to support it in a short while. Even Guan Yingkang turned pale and shouted seriously, "Bai Xianxian, do you have any pills to replenish spiritual power? Everyone is almost unable." After hearing this, Bai Xianxian immediately took out several bottles of pills from the space and threw them to the disciples in the battle circle. Next, this is a lower quality Yiling pill, which can quickly restore spiritual power. Hearing that it was Yiling pill, everyone was happy and quickly caught it and swallowed it, feeling the recovery of spiritual power. Their pale faces were slightly relieved, and their nervous hearts gradually settled down. As long as they have the elixir, they are still confident that they can repel the tornado. Su Maoyang finally understood why this group of people formed an alliance when he saw this. If this group of people were left alone, they would probably die. However, even if they joined forces, this group of people still persisted for an hour before they repelled this wave of hurricanes. Seeing everyone sweating and panting, Su Maoyang was suddenly surprised by the power of this third level. A group of early-stage Junling Masters, plus 2 Jun Beasts, several 9th-level Holy Spirit Beasts, and all of Bai Xuanquan's Yiling pills, actually consumed so much effort. The power of this Phantom Palace is indeed not to be underestimated. However, just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, before they could be happy, someone in the crowd shouted again, "Poisonous insects! It's poisonous insects! Be careful!" Chapter 750. You beg me. Before the voice fell, a dense swarm of insects suddenly emerged in the desert. These insects were all black and palm-sized. They looked creepy and gave people goosebumps. It's a poisonous sandworm. If you get bitten, you will be poisoned to death. Be careful. Seeing this scene, Bai Xianxian frowned, raised her voice, and reminded solemnly, these poisonous sandworms live in the desert. In addition to eating sand, they also like to suck human blood. They have a keen sense of smell. Once someone passes by, they will crawl out of the sand and bite people. Now that there are so many of them here, they naturally attract a large number of poisonous sandworms. After a while, they saw dense black insects all around. The endless number made everyone's scalp numb. Everyone was very alert and avoided the attack of the poisonous sandworms. But someone was still unfortunately hit. With a wail, a disciple fell to the ground. He held his ankle. His face was pale. His lips were purple. He was grimacing in pain, breathing rapidly, and looked weak and dying. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. But before they could react, another person fell down not far away, and was bitten by the poisonous insects on the ground because he was unable to dodge. Then several more people fell down one after another, which made everyone tremble with fear, because there were too many poisonous insects, constantly pouring out of the desert. No one knew where to stay. There were poisonous insects here and there. If you were not careful, you would be bitten and poisoned. The situation was very bad. Seeing this, Guan Yingkang drew out his sword, slashed a few times, and quickly killed the poisonous insects on the ground. Seeing the poisoned disciples on the ground dying, he was very anxious. They still had a long way to go. No one knew what dangers they would encounter later. If they were here, more than half of them would die. I'm afraid the road ahead would be quite difficult. Thinking of this, he frowned and yelled at Bai Xianxian anxiously. Bai Xianxian, hurry up and take out the antidote. They can't die yet. Bai Xianxian took the antidote and was much calmer than other disciples. When she heard that Guan Yingkang dared to yell at her, she frowned and asked coldly, are you ordering me? Bai Xianxian is in the middle stage of Danzong and has a noble status. Naturally, she is arrogant. Everyone is too busy to please her, let alone order her. Guan Yingkang's attitude obviously made Bai Xianxian very dissatisfied. Guan Yingkang also knew that his words were too harsh. But the situation was urgent, and he was forced to pay attention to his attitude. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Bai Xuanchuan's arrogant attitude, he had to swallow his anger and corrected her helplessly because he needed her elixir to save the situation. I was wrong. I didn't order you. I apologize to you. However, with so many poisonous insects, if there is no antidote, everyone will be doomed. Are you sure you can walk to the light curtain alone? Bai Xianxian glanced at the poisoned disciples with a cold and arrogant look. Although she didn't want to waste her precious elixir, she had to admit that Guan Yingkang was right to remind her. Her spiritual power was not good. If she encountered anything later, she would have no ability to resist. She would have to rely on this group of people to charge forward. Thinking of this, Bai Xianxian softened her attitude and took out a few medicine bottles again and threw them to Guan Yingkang. This is a middle-level elixir of the Pisha pill. You feed it to them. The other disciples were relieved when they heard about the Pisha pill. As long as there was an antidote, they didn't have to be afraid of the poisonous sandworms. The worms were just highly toxic, but they actually had no combat power. Guan Yingkang took the pill and swallowed it quickly, then raised his sword to cut off the poisonous insects on the poisoned disciples, and fed them the pills one after another. After taking the antidote, the poisoned disciples completely recovered and patted their chests with lingering fear. They knew that if it was a little later, they would be completely dead. Thinking of this, everyone cast grateful and admiring eyes at Bai Xianxian. It is really an honor to be with an alchemist in the middle stage of Danzong. Bai Xianxian received everyone's admiring eyes, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. She proudly raised her chest and looked down at the group of people. Lu Chuman is her follower, and has gained a lot of benefits from her. Now is a good opportunity to flatter her, so of course she will not miss it. Fortunately, we have seen your sister Bai. Otherwise, we would all be poisoned to death. Lu Chuman is only in the early stage of Mingdan sect, and can only refine lower-grade elixirs. She has no way to deal with the upper-grade Pisha pill. This time, it was thanks to Bai Xianxian that she saved her life. When the other disciples heard this, they immediately agreed and praised Bai Xianxian. Yes, it's all thanks to senior sister Bai. She can refine so many Pisha pills. Senior Sister Bai is indeed the most powerful alchemist in our Sonyan sect. Of course, Senior Sister Bai was promoted to the middle stage of Danzone last year. With such talent, she deserves to be the first person. Hearing everyone's compliments, Bai Xianxian remained calm on the surface. But her heart was sweet, and she enjoyed it very much. However, just as this group of people were surrounding Bai Xianxian and flattering her, Song Mingxing, who was not far away, shouted, "Miss Su, be careful." After the roar, Song Mingxing pounced and pushed Su Maoyang away. But he was bitten on the calf by the poisonous insect and fell to the ground. And the poison took effect. Su Maoyang had already taken the antidote, and didn't take these poisonous insects seriously at all. However, she had never expected Song Mingxing to rush over for her. This Song Mingxing really shocked and angered her. "Miss Su, run quickly. Don't worry about me." Song Mingxing fell to the ground, obviously weak and dying, but still concerned about her comfort, which immediately made Su Maoyang frown and secretly called him a fool. At this time, Bai Xianxian saw the scene, raised her eyebrows slightly, and couldn't help but sneered sarcastically, and said to Su Maoyang faintly, "Su Maoyang, if you in this waste want to live, I can help you, unless you kneel down and beg me." Bai Xianxian knew that although Su Maoyang could refine rare Danwen, her alchemy level was only at the peak of Danwang, which was 2 levels lower than hers. With her strength, she would definitely not be able to refine the middle-level Zun grade Pisha Dan. So if she wanted to save her life, there was only one way, which was to ask her for help. If she could make the alchemy genius mentioned by Elder Lu bow his head, she wouldn't mind giving them 2 evil-repelling pills. Perhaps because of jealousy, or because she couldn't stand the Elder's preferential treatment of Su Maoyang, her beautiful face and cold attitude. Bai Xianxian wanted to step on her and ridicule her severely. There was no disciple in the entire Sonyan sect who was so rude in front of her. So she wanted to dampen Su Maoyang's spirit and let her know who was the genius of Danyang Palace. Chapter 751, Under Siege. When everyone saw Bai Xianxian deliberately making things difficult for Su Maoyang, they all looked like they were watching a good show, and they were talking among themselves. Lu Chuman was even more proud, staring at her with disdain, waiting to see her kneeling down to beg for mercy. After all, in this situation, if there is no antidote, it will be a dead end. Su Maoyang received everyone's mocking gaze, but she was quite calm. She just glanced coldly at the arrogant Bai Xianxian and refused coldly. "Thank you, Senior Sister Bai, for your trouble. I don't need the elixir." She prepared a lot of detoxifying elixirs, and the Pisha pill was just one of them. Although the Pisha pill is an elixir that can only be refined in the middle stage of the Dan sect, Su Maoyang has the powerful alchemist Jinju and Lao Ren as a backing, and has a strange fire. For Su Maoyang, who has reached the early stage of the Dan sect, it is not too difficult. So she did not take the poison seriously, and she didn't need Bai Xuanxuan's charity at all. But Bai Xianxian didn't expect her to refuse. The barely perceptible curve of her lips suddenly froze, and her beautiful face instantly darkened. Someone actually refused her pills from a mid-level alchemist of the Dan sect. Did she hear it wrong? Every pill from her hand was a treasure that everyone was scrambling for. But Su Maoyang dared to ignore it. How could this be? Bai Xianxian was furious. No matter how well she cultivated herself, she was forced to break down by Su Maoyang. Not to mention Bai Xuanxuan's anger. Even Lu Chuman next to her couldn't stand it anymore. She shouted in a shrill voice, "Su Maoyang, don't be ungrateful. The evil-repelling pill is a mid-level pill. It's a valuable treasure. Senior Sister Bai couldn't bear to see you poisoned. She kindly wanted to help you. You actually didn't know how to appreciate it. It's too much." Everyone nodded in agreement, perhaps to please Bai Xianxian, and loudly condemned Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang received all kinds of malice from all directions, and was somewhat speechless. What do you mean by not being able to bear it? What do you mean by helping out of kindness? Bai Xianxian clearly wanted to humiliate her, but Lu Chuman made it sound so high-sounding, which was really shameless. Besides, she had her own elixir, so why should she accept Bai Xuanxuan's help? Not to mention being humiliated by her? This group of people was really funny. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang sneered in his heart, ignoring the condemnation around him. Silently took out a medicine bottle from the space, poured out a pill, and threw it to Song Mingxing. "Swallow it." Song Mingxing caught it weakly, glanced at the pill in his hand with a pale face. And suddenly his face changed drastically. His pupils widened instantly. And he said in a trembling voice, This is the Pisha pill? Although Song Mingxing was a waste, he could still recognize high-quality pills. But he couldn't believe that Su Maoyang, a pill emperor, could actually have a pill that only a pill master could refine. When the others heard this, the noisy voices stopped abruptly, and they immediately focused their eyes on the Pisha pill in Song Mingxing's hand. And their eyes widened in shock. Bai Xianxian also froze her pretty face, frowned in disbelief. And her face looked like she had been slapped. And her face became quite embarrassed. Lu Chuman was even more stimulated and murmured to herself. How is it possible? How could she have the Pisha pill? Just when everyone was puzzled and questioned the authenticity of the Pisha pill, Song Mingxing swallowed it without hesitation. Although he didn't know why Su Maoyang had the Pisha pill, he knew that Su Maoyang would never harm him, and believed in her just as she believed in herself. It must be said that Song Mingxing's strength is not good, but his vision of people is good. Not long after taking the pill, he felt the pain in his body disappear. His pale face gradually turned ruddy, and his spiritual power recovered quickly. Feeling the changes in his body, Song Mingxing quickly stood up and rubbed his arms with great energy. He seemed to be more energetic than before, and couldn't help but stare at Su Maoyang with wide eyes. In addition to helping him remove the toxins, this pill also came with other enhancement effects. I'm afraid that ordinary middle-level products can't compare with it. Thinking of this, Song Mingxing was shocked. Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman, who were unwilling to believe it, saw that Song Mingxing had actually detoxified and looked energetic. And they looked like they had eaten a fly. The shock in their hearts was no less than Song Mingxing's. Lu Chuman was unhappy and snorted unconvincedly. This evil-repelling pill must have cost you a lot of money. I didn't expect you to be willing to spend so much money for the palace examination. When Su Maoyang just entered the sect a few days ago, Lu Chuman heard that she was a peak Dan emperor. So she was sure that Su Maoyang could never refine a supreme-grade pill. Now she took out a supreme-grade pill. Lu Chuman couldn't think of any other reason except that she bought it with money. However, the supreme-grade pill was too precious, and the auction house called for a sky-high price. Su Maoyang was willing to spend money to buy it, which was beyond Lu Chuman's expectation. Bai Xianxian on the side also acquiesced to this statement. If it was said that this pill came from Su Maoyang, a peak Dan emperor, wouldn't it be too absurd? So, she would rather believe that she bought it. However, Su Maoyang did not comment on their speculation, but glanced at Song Mingxing and said coldly, Let's go! After all this trouble, it has taken a long time, and they must set off immediately. However, Bai Xianxian did not intend to let her go. Since they have been bumped into, how can they let the two of them leave? Su Maoyang, you bumped into us. Do you think you and this waste can leave safely? Bai Xianxian raised her eyebrows slightly and asked back in a low voice, with a bit of coldness in her soft voice. They are originally in a competitive relationship. Just now, everyone was fighting against the tornado and poisonous insects, so they had no time to deal with the two of them. Now that it is over, how can they let their opponents leave safely? Unless they are stupid. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood that this group of people were going to take action. Sure enough, the next moment, more than a dozen people surrounded them, each of them with the spiritual power of the initial Jun Lingshi in their hands, exuding murderous aura. And the aggressive look scared Song Mingxing's face pale, and he blocked Su Maoyang again. Lu Chuman on the opposite side laughed and said, Song waste, don't put up a fight. There are all-powerful Jun Lingshi here, and there are several 9th-level Holy Spirit beasts. How many hits do you think you can withstand? Song Mingxing's cheeks turned red with anger, and he gritted his teeth and retorted, You are really despicable. A group of people besiege the two of us. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed if it gets out? Hearing this, Lu Chuman laughed even more and said sarcastically, Song waste, you are really naive. This is the most cruel palace examination. There is no fairness. Only winning or losing. We are a group of people besieging you. That is our ability. If you have the ability, you can also besiege us. You? Song Mingxing was speechless, and his face turned purple. It was obvious that he was very angry. Chapter 752. Slap in the face immediately. When Su Maoyang heard this, and saw this group of bullies, a sneer appeared on the corner of his lips. And then he grabbed Song Mingxing's arm, and pulled him behind him, warning in a deep voice, Stay behind me, and don't let the blood splash on you. Song Mingxing didn't have time to think about what this meant when Su Maoyang waved her hand. 20 figures suddenly appeared around her, and surrounded the 15 disciples. Seeing 20 armored and powerful men appearing out of thin air, Song Mingxing gasped in shock and opened his mouth wide enough to swallow a box. The 15 disciples, who had just besieged Su Maoyang, were counterattacked by 20 men in the blink of an eye. They were so shocked that their faces changed, and they looked around in panic. Guan Yingkong was more knowledgeable, and recognized the identities of the 20 armors at once. He could not hide his shock in his deep voice. It's actually puppets. Everyone was stunned when they heard the word puppet. Although the puppet technique had long been lost, they had heard of this secret technique to some extent. It was a very terrifying and cruel technique. The practitioners were bloodthirsty, and liked to kill people, and then made the corpses into puppets. If the puppets wanted to become stronger, they needed to be refined. And the nutrients for refining were human corpses. The stronger the corpse, the more it could improve the combat effectiveness of the puppets. The most perverted thing about puppets is not that they are refined with corpses, but that they have immortal bodies and super high defense. The puppet's level is low. Maybe he can't hurt you, but if you want to completely destroy him, that is absolutely impossible. At present, the strength of this group of puppets is all at the level of late-stage venerable spiritual masters. Although they are not very strong, they are definitely not weak in combat power with his super high defense. It would be quite difficult to completely repel the siege of the puppets. Bai Xianxian looked very ugly when she saw this scene. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, Su Maoyang, I underestimated you. You actually know puppetry. Where did you get this puppetry from? For this secret technique? Not to mention Bai Xuanxuan's curiosity. Everyone present, including Song Mingxing, was full of doubts. You know, this kind of puppetry is only available to super strong people. But now it has fallen into Su Maoyang's hands. Did she inherit the super strong? Thinking of this possibility, everyone's heart was shaken. But Su Maoyang was indifferent, with a smile on his lips. If you want to know, beg me and I'll tell you. You? Bai Xianxian never expected that Su Maoyang would hold a grudge so much, and actually used his own method to treat him. Just now she had contemptuously asked Su Maoyang to beg her, but she didn't expect that she would become the object of her ridicule when she turned her back. Damn it! Humph. Even if you know puppetry. So what? These puppets are all late-stage venerable spiritual masters, and it's hard for them to hurt us. Bai Xianxian was dissatisfied with Su Maoyang from the bottom of her heart, and snorted disdainfully. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows. The smile on his lips deepened, and he chuckled and shook his head. Don't forget, I'm an alchemist. You'll know if I can hurt you if you try. As he spoke, Su Maoyang had already taken out a medicine bottle, poured out the pills, and stuffed the 20 puppets with pills to improve their strength. After a while, all 20 puppets were promoted to the initial stage of Junlingshi, and their powerful momentum suppressed everyone at once. The puppets' defense was amazing, and now they have been promoted to the initial stage of Junlingshi, and their combat power has become terrible. Then, won't they only be beaten and have no chance to fight back? What's more depressing is that there are a total of 20 puppets, which is more than their number. This is clearly bullying the minority. When Lu Chuman saw this, she began to panic in her heart, and yelled with a face full of anger. Su Maoyang, you bitch. You actually use so many puppets to besiege. It's really too much. Su Maoyang looked innocent. Just now you said it yourself. Besieging is also a skill. I just agreed to your request. How can it be too much? Could it be that you are allowed to besiege? But I am not allowed to besiege. Just now Lu Chuman provoked Su Maoyang, asking her to besiege them if she had the ability. But she didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon. At this time, Lu Chuman was so angry that her face turned red. She gritted her teeth, and couldn't speak for a long time. Compared with other disciples, Guan Yingkong was relatively stable. He knew that everyone had consumed a lot of physical strength when fighting against tornadoes and poisonous insects. It was obviously an unwise decision to fight against the puppet now, because this puppet can't be killed at all. It will only completely exhaust them, and they still have a long way to go. If they are exhausted to death by the puppet, it will be a big loss. Therefore, facing Su Maoyang's pressure, he had to endure it, ease his face, and even smiled a little kindly, and said, Miss Su, calm down. We accidentally offended you, and apologize to you here. In fact, we don't need to be so stiff. There are many dangers along the way, and we still need to support each other. If we both lose halfway, how can we get to Xingyuan Holy Land? So, Miss Su, if you don't mind, you can join us and walk to the destination together. In Guaninkong's eyes, Su Maoyang has so many puppets, and they can be used if she encounters danger later, so it is necessary to have a good relationship with her temporarily. Su Maoyang saw Guaninkong's face change instantly. Her face froze, and her pupils flashed with surprise. She didn't expect that this man would change his face faster than turning a book. He was fierce just now, but now his attitude changed immediately. He is really flexible and a real character. Even Su Maoyang admires his thick skin. Bai Xianxian didn't expect Guaninkong to be so cowardly as to make peace with Su Maoyang and invite her to join their alliance. She was shocked and widened her eyes. Anger surged on her face, and she growled, "Guaninkong, you are crazy. You actually let her join us. Are you kidding me?" But Guaninkong ignored Bai Xuanxuan's anger and still invited Su Maoyang warmly. "Miss Su, you just saw it. If you are alone, it is very difficult to go through this desert and reach your destination. If you go with everyone, you will save a lot of time and effort. Why not do it?" Bai Xianxian didn't expect that she was ignored, and she yelled angrily, "Guaninkong, I don't allow Su Maoyang to join the team. I'm the first one to disagree." Hearing this, Guaninkong frowned and said coldly, "You don't agree? It's okay. You go and face these puppets by yourself. I won't accompany you anymore." Guaninkong is not stupid. He has no grudge against Su Maoyang. There is no need to waste time with a group of disgusting puppets for a little verbal dispute. He still wants to hurry up and reach the portal as soon as possible. Yu Bai Xianxian was choked by him and was speechless, gasping for breath. But facing a group of puppets, she couldn't say hard words, which was really aggrieved. Chapter 753, Compromise. Guaninkong ignored the angry Bai Xianxian and stared at Su Maoyang, waiting for her reaction. Su Maoyang saw Guaninkong's sincere expression, and then looked at the furious Bai Xianxian, frowned slightly, and pondered. She didn't like the hustle and bustle, and didn't like walking with Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman. But because she had seen the battle just now, she had a certain understanding of the trial of the third level, forcing her to consider it carefully. She is now only a peak venerable spiritual master, not even an initial June spiritual master. In front of this group of elites, she is indeed a bit inferior. Even if she can refine pills and improve her strength, her number is limited after all. If she encounters a large-scale battle, she is afraid that it will be dangerous. If you follow the large army, it will save time and effort, and be more certain. Wang Feng is still waiting for medicinal materials to save his life. She really doesn't dare to joke with his life. So this time in Xingyuan Holy Land, only success is allowed, not failure. And it must be 100% safe. What's more, this group of free thugs who came to the door should not be rejected. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with cunning, and he nodded slowly. "Okay, I will join you. But Song Mingxing and I are together, and will go with the main group." Su Maoyang was just lending a hand to help him enter the third floor and get a place in the treasure pavilion to repay his kindness. Who knew that this person would risk his life to save her? Su Maoyang couldn't ignore this kindness, and couldn't leave him alone anymore. Since she brought this person to the third floor, she had to be responsible to the end. Hearing this, Song Mingxing couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and his pupils jumped with surprise. He didn't expect Su Maoyang to take him with her at this time. Was she really not afraid that he would hold her back? Shocked in his heart, Song Mingxing stared at her beautiful profile and her bright and firm eyes like obsidian. He was a little absent-minded. His heart was beating so hard that he couldn't hear the noise around him. He completely blocked out the outside world. The woman in front of him was the first person who said she believed in him in 5 years. She was the one who helped him when he was at his lowest point. She didn't dislike him or despise him like others did. She was even willing to take him with her. She wasn't afraid that he would hold her back or embarrass her. The shock and warmth that Su Maoyang brought to him were so great that he felt like he was dreaming, and it was too unreal. He hoped that he would never wake up from this beautiful dream. At this time, Guaninkong heard Su Maoyang's agreement. His face was happy, and he nodded with a smile. It's good that Su Maoyang can join. One more person doesn't matter. Guan Kong is a typical man who knows the times and is a hero. One more person can exchange for Su Maoyang's 20 puppets, which is not a loss. But Bai Xianxian didn't expect Su Maoyang to agree, and shamelessly let a waste join the team. She was so angry that her face turned blue. Guan Kong, how can you let a waste join us? If this gets out, where will we put our faces? After all, this group of people are geniuses of the Sangyan sect, with a good reputation and noble status. But now they have to team up with a waste, as if they have to rely on a waste to pass through the desert. If it gets out, won't others laugh at them? Lu Chuman on the side also strongly opposed it, saying anxiously, yes, Song Mingxing, this waste will not only lower our status, but also hinder us. The desert is full of dangers. Even a Junlingshi will have a hard time resisting it. Not to mention that he is only a midterm Junlingshi. If he makes any mistakes and implicates all of us, how will we settle this account? Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this. If they were implicated by the waste, not only would they not get a place in Xingyuan Holy Land, but they would also sacrifice their lives. The risk is too great, and they can't afford it. Guan Kong naturally thought about this problem. But at the moment, there are puppets everywhere, and it is not a solution for them to continue to waste time like this. So, it is better to temporarily stabilize Su Maoyang and think of another way. Okay, you don't need to say anything, no matter who it is, as long as he has caused trouble for the team. I will kill him and give everyone an explanation. If you still oppose this, then I will take the initiative to withdraw from the alliance. I don't want to waste time with these puppets. Guan Kong roared impatiently. Hearing this, Lu Chuman was speechless. Her cheeks flushed with anger, and she gritted her teeth. And Bai Xuanchuan's face was not much better. But even if they were extremely dissatisfied and extremely repulsive, they had to swallow their anger, because they were both alchemists. Their spiritual power was not good, and they could not pass through the desert alone. They finally waited for the palace examination and finally reached the 3rd level. This time, they must get a place in Xingyuan Holy Land. How could they give up like this? Thinking of this, Bai Xianxian took a deep breath, tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart, and glared at Su Maoyang fiercely. The sinister eyes seemed to be full of poison, and could take Su Maoyang's life at any time. Seeing that Bai Xianxian stopped talking, Guan Kong knew that she didn't dare to object. So he softened his expression and said to everyone, okay, don't delay any longer. Let's get on the road. After hearing this, although everyone was dissatisfied, they had to endure it and prepared to get on the road. After walking for nearly half an hour, the road was relatively peaceful, and everyone gradually relaxed their vigilance. Just then, Lu Chuman suddenly pointed to the front and shouted in surprise. Senior Sister Bai. Look! There is Bai Yuhua in front. It's Bai Yuhua. Hearing Bai Yuhua, Bai Xianxian was shocked and immediately looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, there were feather-like white flowers scattered in the yellow sand ahead, which made Bai Xuanchuan's eyes widen. Her face filled with ecstasy, and she exclaimed excitedly, it's really the white feather flower. It's so rare. Yes, this white feather flower blooms once every 100 years. It's so rare. I didn't expect to see it here. Senior Sister Bai. We are so lucky. As an alchemist, Lu Chuman is quite proficient in medicinal materials. Seeing everything in front of her, she couldn't control her excitement. Bai Xianxian was also touched and nodded repeatedly, her eyes flashing with excitement. And she couldn't wait to order. Hurry. Let's go over. It's so hard to see the white feather flower. How can we miss it? The white feather flower is really too rare. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. As she said, Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman ran out excitedly. Guan Kong frowned when he saw this, and immediately chased after them, shouting to stop them. Bai Xianxian, don't act rashly. There are dangers everywhere here. It's really strange that these flowers suddenly appeared here. I'm afraid there is something wrong. Chapter 754, In Big Trouble. Lu Chuman didn't take Guan Kong's words to heart at all. At this moment, she was so excited by the white feather flowers in front of her that she couldn't find her direction, and was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. And Bai Xianxian kindly explained, Guan Kong, you worry too much. I have read the introduction of white feather flowers in the book. They originally grow in the desert, because the environment is too harsh. It is difficult to bloom. It is rare to see them once in 100 years. Now we have encountered them. It is God's blessing. It is very rare. As an alchemist, Bai Xianxian naturally knows more about medicinal materials than Guan Yinkong. Although she has never seen white feather flowers in person, she has read about it in books and heard the introduction of the elders before. She knows that this white feather flower is very special. It looks like white feathers and is very easy to identify. And these white flowers in front of her are exactly the same as those drawn in the book and described by the elders. They really grow in the desert. So Bai Xianxian is sure that the white flowers in front of her are white feather flowers. And there is absolutely no mistake. Hearing this, Guan Yinkong's frown relaxed a little, but his eyes were still vigilant as he looked at the white feather flower in front of him. From the bottom of his heart, Guan Yinkong still didn't agree with Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman's rash actions. However, even if Guan Yinkong opposed it, treasures like white feather flowers were a huge temptation for alchemists like Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman. At this time, desire had overcome reason. Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman didn't wait for Guan Yinkong to stop them, and they had already started to pick them quickly. Seeing this scene, the demon Martin in Su Maoyang's space cursed angrily. Damn two idiots. The white feather flower is the favorite food of the wind and fire black lizard. Where there is white feather flower, there must be wind and fire black lizard. Young master, run quickly. Don't let these two idiots get you into trouble. The demon Martin knew the spirit beasts very well, and immediately reminded them anxiously. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's face changed drastically. But he had no time to react. He saw the place where they were standing suddenly vibrate, and then the flat yellow sand rose up like a yellow dragon. The sound was like a tiger's roar, like thunder rolling, from one point, spreading to a large area around, with a huge momentum, scaring everyone to retreat in horror. At this moment, everyone saw more than a dozen huge lizards crawling out of the yellow sand. They were all black and faintly blue, with several sharp long thorns on their backs. And the rough skin was covered with a layer of shiny black scales, like a layer of solid armor, unbreakable. On the huge head, there was a big mouth, long and pointed, and it suddenly opened its mouth, with a sharp fawn like a blade, extremely ferocious, and scared. Everyone's face turned pale, and their legs trembled. Guan Yinkong was also frightened when he saw the scene. His face turned pale, and he shouted in shock. Damn! It's actually a first-level king beast, the wind and fire black lizard. As a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Hall, he was most familiar with spirit beasts and recognized the identity of the spirit beast at a glance. Hearing the name of the wind and fire black lizard, everyone present gasped in shock and couldn't help but step back 2 steps. You must know that the spiritual power of a first-level king beast is comparable to that of a mid-level king spirit master, and its actual combat power is even higher than that of a mid-level king spirit master. Most of them are in the early stage of the king spirit master. How could they be the opponent of these dozen king beasts? However, just as everyone was terrified, they saw that in the middle of the group of wind and fire black lizards, waves were raised again, and yellow sand flew up, like a barrier rushing towards them, making a loud rumbling sound. At this moment, everyone saw with their naked eyes that a huge monster twice as big as the black lizards crawled out of the yellow sand. It stood against the light, reflecting a large black shadow that enveloped everyone. The powerful pressure was overwhelming, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and weak. Oh my God! It's a third-level king beast! Some disciples screamed in horror, staggered, and fell to the ground. Other disciples were not much better, like a full-moon child hearing thunder, and their bones were about to be shattered. Even the peak king spirit masters felt exhausted by the third-level king beast, not to mention their group of initial king spirit masters, who were 3 levels lower. Seeing this horrible scene, everyone was shocked. Even Su Maoyang was shocked, and couldn't help but sigh that such a test was too big. Even if the elders of the sect were asked to come, they might not be able to deal with such a powerful spirit beast. This palace examination is indeed as cruel as the rumors say. It is not only the competition between disciples, but also the dangerous trials in the Phantom Palace. No wonder Elder Lu, after seeing her alchemy skills, still had no hope for her to compete for the quota of Xingyuan Holy Land. It seems that his concerns are justified. To survive such a difficult palace examination, it really requires very strong strength and talent. Now, she has to admit that the quota of Xingyuan Holy Land is indeed as difficult as ascending to heaven. Just as Su Maoyan was sighing, Guan Yingkang had already made a decisive decision and ordered loudly, "Bai Xianxian, quickly take out all the pills that can improve your strength. Our current level is no match for these beasts. If we don't force our strength to improve, we will all be finished." Bai Xianxian heard this and knew the seriousness of the matter. This time, she did not skimp on the pills. She quickly took out the medicine bottle and threw it at Guan Yingkang. Guan Yingkang and his 3 spirit beasts ate the pills respectively, and passed the medicine bottle to other disciples. The disciples ate the pills one after another, and all of them were promoted to the middle stage monarch spirit master. Although their strength was forcibly increased by 1 level, and their spiritual power level reached the same height as this group of first level monarch beasts, it was still impossible to defeat them completely. The combat power of spirit beasts is stronger than that of humans. Not to mention that this group of people was forcibly increased. Their spiritual power was unstable, and their combat power could not keep up. They could only hold on for a while at most, and then they would be exposed. Therefore, all they could do was to temporarily delay this group of first-level monarch beasts. Guan Yingkang naturally knew this truth, and immediately ordered loudly, "Others hold back the first-level king beast. I will deal with this third-level king beast." After saying this, he raised his arm and burst out with powerful spiritual power, and quickly rushed towards the third-level king beast with his 3 spirit beasts. Fortunately, Guan Yingkang is a genius of the 10,000 Beasts Hall. He has a second-level king beast and 2 first-level king beasts. In addition to the pills he just took to force the upgrade, his 3 spirit beasts have been promoted to the 3rd and 2nd levels respectively. However, his spirit beasts were forcibly upgraded, so their combat power is naturally not as strong as the wind and fire black lizards. Therefore, the one that the 3 spirit beasts besieged, the most powerful one, was still very difficult. The 3rd level wind and fire black lizard was too powerful. Every time it attacked, it could cause a huge blow to Guan Yingkang and his 3 spirit beasts. Guan Yingkang was also a character. Although he was in a mess, he still tried his best to resist wave after wave of attacks. At this time, he clenched his teeth, formed seals with his hands, and used all his strength to block the tail of the 3rd level king beast. He was as pale as paper, and blood gradually flowed from the corners of his mouth. The spiritual power in his body was rapidly consumed, and his life would be in danger in the next moment. Chapter 755, almost unable to hold on. Guan Yingkang knew that if he continued like this, his spiritual power would be exhausted, and he would not be able to continue to resist. Thinking of this, he anxiously shouted to Bai Xianxian, "Quick! Yiling pill! I can't hold on for much longer. I need Yiling pill urgently." Their forced promotion was already harmful to their bodies, and their spiritual power was consumed faster than usual. Only Yiling pill could replenish their spiritual power at the moment. Hearing this, Bai Xianxian looked extremely embarrassed. She frowned and glanced at the situation of the disciples around her. She found that everyone was struggling to resist the attacks of other lizards, and their spiritual power was also consuming violently. It seemed that they could not hold on for much longer. Realizing this, her face became more and more gloomy, and her expression became even more tangled. Seeing that she didn't react, Guan Yingkang thought she was reluctant to give up the pills, and yelled angrily, "Bai Xianxian, it's already this time. Why are you still hesitating? Without Yiling pills, no one can enter Xingyuan Holy Land." Bai Xianxian was also very anxious when she heard this, and she collapsed and yelled, "When we were dealing with the tornado and the poisonous sandworms just now, all the Yiling pills were used up. Where can I get them for you now?" She had prepared several bottles of Yiling pills before, which cost her a lot of mental energy to refine. She thought she could hold on to the end, but she didn't expect that they were squandered before she reached the destination. Even if she wanted to take them now, she couldn't do anything. Guan Yingkang and other disciples were shocked when they heard this. Their nervous hearts were instantly broken in two. They felt like they fell into ice water, and a chill of despair suddenly surged up. If they didn't have Yiling pills, they would definitely not be able to hold on. However, at this moment of distraction, a disciple was blown away by the lizard, fell to the ground, spitting blood, and was seriously injured. Guan Yingkang saw this and became even more anxious. He widened his eyes and gritted his teeth and yelled, "Bai Xianxian, we can still hold on for a while. You are an alchemist. You must find a way quickly. Otherwise, No one can think of a place in Xingyuan Holy Land. Lu Chuman heard this, and saw the lizards constantly approaching them. She was also anxious and asked Bai Xian in a panic. Sister Bai, the Yiling pills are all used up. What should we do? Bai Xian had a dark face, and glared at her angrily. She growled angrily. What else can we do? Of course. We have to make pills. Lu Chuman was startled and shouted in disbelief. What? Make pills? Now? Bai Xian looked at her and said, What else can we do? Of course. We have to make pills. With a stupid look on her face. She slapped her on the head in anger. Not now. Are we going to wait until they die before refining? Speaking of this, Bai Xian did not dare to delay at all. She waved her hand and put out the alchemy furnace. While lighting the flame, she scolded Lu Chuman fiercely. There are only 2 alchemists here. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and take out the alchemy furnace and refine the Yiling pill with me. Bai Xian knew that her mental power was limited. In this situation, she was afraid that a large amount of Yiling pill would be needed. It would definitely not work if she relied on her mental power alone. So she had to have someone to help. Fortunately, Lu Chuman was also an alchemist of the Dan sect, who could just refine the high-quality Yiling pill. Lu Chuman was awakened by her yelling, and nodded repeatedly, but her expression was still tangled, and she spoke hesitantly. I. At this critical moment, everyone was extremely anxious. But Lu Chuman was still hesitating. Guan Yingkong was furious and warned fiercely. Lu Chuman, are you looking for death? Hurry up and make the elixir. If I lose the quota for Xingyuan Holy Land, I will never let you go. Guan Yingkong was furious. If he hadn't been resisting the attack of the wind and fire black lizard, he would have wanted to strangle Lu Chuman and Bai Xian to death. It was because of the 2 of them that they had to pick the white feather flower to seduce the wind and fire black lizard. If because of the 2 of them, he lost the quota for Xingyuan Holy Land, he and her would be irreconcilable. Receiving Guan Yingkong's murderous gaze, Lu Chuman shrank her neck in fear, and said nervously, Although I have reached the initial stage of Danzong, Yalingdan is a dangerous elixir, which is too difficult to operate. I haven't mastered it yet. If I am not careful, I will be retaliated. Although she also wanted to go to Xingyuan Holy Land, her life was more important. If she lost her life because of refining elixirs for this group of people, she would be at a loss. When Guan Yingkong heard this, he felt a surge of anger rising to his forehead, and his head was about to explode. He glared at Lu Chuman with bulging eyes, gnashing his teeth and cursing. Damn. Trash. As an early-stage Danzong, he couldn't even master the lower-grade elixir. And he said he was a genius. He was clearly a waste with a golden exterior and rotten inside. In fact, it was not entirely Lu Chuman's fault. The difficulty of this Yiling pill was indeed quite large. Like the swallowing fire pill, it was a dangerous pill. If the operation was not in place, it would be backfired. Generally speaking, only the mid-stage Danzong could fully master its techniques. So, strictly speaking, although Yiling pill is a lower-grade pill, its difficulty is comparable to that of a mid-grade pill. It is reasonable that Lu Chuman cannot master it skillfully. However, there is an urgent need for pills at the moment, and Guan Yingkong is desperate. Knowing that Lu Chuman has no hope, he can only turn his head to look at Su Maoyang, who is directing the puppets to fight in the distance. Miss Su, I heard that you are also an alchemist. Can you help Bai Xian refine Yiling pill? Lu Chuman felt humiliated when she heard this, and couldn't help but refute loudly. Guan Yingkong, what are you kidding? Su Maoyang is just a pill emperor. Even I, a pill master, can't fully master it. How can she, a pill emperor, master it? The pill emperor can't even refine a lower grade pill, let alone refine Yiling pill with such a high difficulty coefficient. Guan Yingkong's move is simply a slap in her face. Su Maoyang saw that the battle situation was not optimistic, but he did not refuse. He nodded and agreed. Okay, I can help refine it, but I don't have the medicinal materials for Yalingdan. You must give me the medicinal materials. Bai Xian frowned when she heard this, and rejected it disapprovingly. Guan Yingkong, you put your hopes on a Dan emperor. It's better to let me refine it alone. Now there is a shortage of Yalingdan, and the medicinal materials are very precious. If she wastes the medicinal materials, I will never let you go. It's really a fantasy to let a Dan emperor refine a pill that Danzong can't fully control. Rather than letting such a person destroy her medicinal materials, it's better to squeeze her mental power. Su Maoyang was a little helpless when she heard this. She wanted to help refine Yalingdan to relieve everyone's pressure. But who knew that Bai Xian was unwilling to give the medicinal materials? So she had to give up. However, seeing that Guan Yingkang was about to collapse, Su Maoyang could not just sit back and watch. He frowned slightly, waved his hand, and summoned 4 spirit beasts. He threw out a bottle of pills that could forcibly increase his strength, and shouted, "Hold that 3rd level king beast for me." Chapter 756, Try to save the situation. After the roar, the golden lion king, the blue cloud leopard, the sky-high flamingo, and the poisonous emperor scorpion all swallowed the pills, and were forced to advance to join Guan Yingkang's battle circle. Guan Yingkang was shocked when 4 spirit beasts suddenly appeared. He thought that he had a 2nd level monarch beast and 2 1st level monarch beasts, and he was already a genius in the 10,000 beasts hall. But he didn't expect that the woman in front of him actually had 4 spirit beasts. Although the strength level of her spirit beasts was not as good as his, it was very rare for one person to contract so many. What's more, Su Maoyang was not a disciple of the 10,000 beasts hall, but his contract ability was stronger than many disciples of the 10,000 beasts hall, which made Guan Yingkang look at him differently. A person not only has the talent for alchemy, but also has the talent for contracting. Such strength is quite extraordinary. However, just as he was surprised, the 4 spirit beasts had already pounced fiercely on the 3rd level monarch beast. Due to the improvement of their strength, their combat power was much stronger than before, which relieved Guan Yingkang's pressure at once. After fighting for a long time, Guan Yingkang found that the 4 spirit beasts did not seem to feel the exhaustion of spiritual power, and they were still fighting like chicken blood at the beginning, which shocked him. They ate pills and forcibly improved. Logically, they would soon consume all their spiritual power. How could they last so long? The reason why Guan Yingkang was puzzled was that he didn't know that Su Maoyang's pills were made with the evil blood cauldron and strange fire. Naturally, they were pure, better quality, and more effective than ordinary pills. For example, the pills made by Bai Xian might last for half a cup of tea, while Su Maoyang's pills could last for half an hour. This was the difference. However, even with the addition of 4 spirit beasts, their strength was limited, and they were no match for the 3rd level monarch beast. Although the 4 of them could still hold on, Guan Yingkang and his spirit beasts could no longer hold on. Guan Yingkang's weakness also increased the pressure on the golden lion king and his men, and they also became exhausted. Soon, everyone was retreating step by step, and was about to be unable to resist. Guan Yingkang's eyes turned red with anxiety, and he asked loudly, "Is the Yiling pill ready? Hurry up. We can't hold on any longer." At this time, Bai Xian refined 1 pill under pressure and threw it out quickly. She didn't have time to speak, and put in the medicinal materials again and continued to refine. In this way, she kept repeating the same action, constantly investing a lot of mental energy, which made her sweat profusely, pale, and seriously overdrawn. But even so, she still held on and refined 10 Yiling pills one after another. In other words, being able to refine 10 pills of such high difficulty in such a short time also requires a very strong mental power to complete. Therefore, Bai Xian can indeed be called the alchemy genius of Danyang Palace, and her alchemy talent is well deserved. But these 10 Yiling pills are far from enough for everyone. In addition to the needs of more than a dozen disciples, there are also several spirit beasts that need them, because everyone is forcibly improving their strength. Their spiritual power is consumed quickly, and can only be maintained for a while. Yiling pills are needed to replenish them. It is simply a bottomless pit. However, at this time, Bai Xian invested too much mental power, and the whole person was exhausted. She didn't even have the strength to move her fingers, let alone concentrate on alchemy. She just raised her hand and prepared to control the flames. Who knew that her body shook and fell backwards weakly? Fortunately, Lu Chuman, who was beside her, was quick-witted and supported her at once, avoiding contact with the ground. "Sister Bai, what happened to you? Are you okay?" Lu Chuman asked in a panic when she saw that she was breathing weakly and her face was as white as window paper. Bai Xian moved her lips and pointed at the alchemy furnace, which meant that she had to continue refining the elixir. Seeing this, Lu Chuman frowned and looked anxious. "You are in this state. Why are you still refining elixirs? Their demand is too large. How can you refine so many elixirs by yourself? Let's give up the quota and crush the teleportation card to go out. Seeing this situation, Lu Chuman knew that there was no hope of turning the tide. Now it was important to save her life. As long as there is a green mountain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. They are young and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. But when Guan Kong heard this, his face changed and he shouted angrily, Lu Chuman, you dare! I just said that if you make me lose the quota of Xingyuan Holy Land, I will not let you go. You dare to abandon me. Try it. Guan Kong didn't want to wait another year. The competition among sects was fierce now. Who knew what changes would happen in the next year? If he lost the opportunity this time, it would be hard to say what would happen next time. Hearing the fierce threat, Lu Chuman was frightened and looked very ugly. We don't want to lose the quota. But senior sister Bai is no longer capable. If this continues, someone will die. Although Lu Chuman didn't want to lose the quota, Bai Xuanxuan's mental power was hollowed out, and she no longer had the strength to refine the elixir. She herself didn't know how to refine the Yiling pill, so she was really helpless. Guan Kong glanced at Bai Xian, who was so weak in Lu Chuman's arms, and saw that she was indeed not going to make it. He was anxious and angry, and shouted with gnashing teeth, if it really doesn't work, then hand over the herbs quickly, and let Su Maoyang make the elixir. The situation was critical at the moment, and Guan Kong could not care so much. He could only try his best, and immediately placed all his hopes on Su Maoyang. Bai Xuanxuan's face became even more embarrassed when she heard this, and she was very dissatisfied. But under the pressure of Guan Kong, Bai Xian had to hand over all the herbs even if she did not think highly of Su Maoyang. Fortunately, Bai Xian had prepared more herbs. Su Maoyang took the herbs and waved his hand to release the 9 heavens devouring cauldron. Seeing this scene, Lu Chuman widened her eyes in surprise and shouted in disbelief, my God! You are not going to use such a rubbish alchemy furnace to refine the Yiling pill? Lu Chuman originally looked down on Su Maoyang, but she could not imagine that she actually used a blue-grade alchemy furnace to refine the Yiling pill. Was she wrong? The worst alchemy furnace in their Danyang palace was better than Su Maoyang's. I really don't know how she had the nerve to take it out. Doesn't she feel ashamed? Not to mention Lu Chuman's shock. Even Bai Xian was in disbelief, and her anger suddenly surged out, warning sternly, Su Maoyang, this is alchemy, not a joke. You can't make it. Don't rashly agree. Don't show off. Bai Xian also couldn't imagine that someone would use a blue-grade alchemy furnace to refine the Yiling pill with such a high difficulty coefficient. It's okay that her strength doesn't meet the requirements, but even her equipment is so low level, which is really shocking. Bai Xian is a mid-stage alchemy master, and she uses a good alchemy furnace, but she can't refine so many Yiling pills. Su Maoyang's move is simply not taking her seriously. It's too much of a joke. Chapter 757 Shocking Number. Thinking of this, Bai Xuanxuan's pretty face turned black with anger, and she clenched her fingers. When the other disciples who were struggling to hold on saw this scene, their expectations suddenly sank to the bottom, and they completely lost their fighting spirit. Their strength had long been unable to support them. The reason they persisted until now was that they still hoped that Bai Xian could refine the Yiling pill to replenish their spiritual power. Who knew that Bai Xian had no energy, and Su Maoyang in front of them was an unreliable alchemist, let alone whether she could refine the Yiling pill. Even if she did, it was a problem whether she could eat it. Forget about the fact that it is not the Dan sect. With such a rubbish alchemy furnace, who knows if it is a semi-finished product? And some semi-finished products are poisonous. At that time, the spiritual power did not increase, but instead, they lost their lives because of poisoning. That would be too much of a loss. Thinking of this, several disciples who were still resisting were extremely disappointed, and they crushed the teleportation cards one after another and completely disappeared in this space. The departure of several people increased the pressure on everyone. Perhaps seeing the others leave, the remaining disciples were also affected and crushed the teleportation cards one after another. In the end, only a few disciples with slightly stronger strength were left to persist. At this time, Su Maoyang faced everyone's doubts with a calm face. She raised her hand lightly and poured her mental power into the 9 heavens devouring cauldron. A bright red flame instantly ignited at the bottom of the furnace. Then, she peeled off the medicinal materials very quickly. It seemed to be a light-hearted and perfunctory move. which made Bai Xian so angry that she frowned and yelled angrily. Nonsense. It's just nonsense. The medicinal properties of the Yiling pill are very strong. If you are not careful, you will be backlashed. You are too careless to peel it off like this. Then before Bai Xuan's voice fell, Su Maoyang grabbed a handful of medicinal materials and threw them into the furnace, which frightened Bai Xian, and she shouted in shock. Su Maoyang, you are crazy. How can you put so many medicinal materials in one go? The amount of medicinal materials for each pill is regulated, not more or less. You actually put so much in. You lunatic. Stop it. Seeing her crazy behavior, Bai Xian was so anxious that she jumped up and down. If she hadn't been weak, she would have rushed up to grab her precious medicinal materials. She had never seen such a ridiculous alchemist. She began to doubt how Su Maoyang got into the Songyan sect and the Danyang Palace. And what made Elder Lu praise her so much? This woman in front of her didn't even have the most basic common sense of alchemy. But she could be called a genius by the sixth elder. It was really ridiculous. But Su Maoyang ignored her objection and was still immersed in her own world, stirring her fingertips and skillfully controlling the flames. The flames fluttered back and forth in the direction of Su Maoyang's fingers, burning the furnace red and emitting a scorching heat. Her technique was as fast as ever, so fast that it was dazzling, and only the flames could be seen dancing at her fingertips. Seeing such a technique, Bai Xuan's words that were about to shout out were choked in her throat, and her pupils gradually widened, revealing a hint of hidden surprise. Although she did not agree with Su Maoyang's carelessness in stripping the medicinal materials and the amount of medicinal materials she put in, she had to admit that her technique of controlling the flames opened her eyes. Bai Xian claimed to be a genius in alchemy, but she had never seen such a slippery technique. If she had not reached a certain level of proficiency, how could she have such a speed? Lu Chuman was as surprised as Bai Xian. She stared at Su Maoyang's rapidly dancing hands with her eyes wide open. Her astonished sight followed the ups and downs of the flames. She sighed in shock. I didn't expect Su Maoyang's ability to control fire to be so powerful. When Bai Xian heard Lu Chuman praising Su Maoyang, her face darkened and she snorted in displeasure. Humph. It's just some fancy tricks. No matter how fancy the techniques are, it's useless if the mental power can't keep up. What's more, she has destroyed the medicinal materials and can't make Yilingdan anyway. She admitted that Su Maoyang's method of controlling fire was indeed very sharp. But no matter how powerful she was also a Danwang alchemist. It was simply a fantasy to want to make Yilingdan with the mental power of the Danwang. And she didn't even figure out the stripping and the amount of medicinal materials, which was even more disappointing. When Lu Chuman heard this, she nodded in agreement. It is basically impossible for a Dan Emperor to refine a pill that can only be mastered by a mid-stage Dan Zong. Su Maoyang was too arrogant. However, while the two were talking, Su Maoyang raised his hand, and 10 Yiling pills floated up from the pill furnace. The strong smell of medicine filled the surroundings, shocking Bai Xian and Lu Chuman. 10! What did they see? It turned out to be 10 Yiling pills. Su Maoyang refined 10 at once. Lu Chuman's legs softened, and like Bai Xian, she almost collapsed. It was only a short while ago, and while they were talking, she waved her hand and refined 10 Yiling pills. Such a speed and such a quantity are too scary. Really? Is this really Yiling pill? When did Yiling Dan become so easy and simple? Lu Chuman just saw Su Maoyang move his fingers and refine it in the blink of an eye. It was really unexpected and unbelievable. In her mind, Yiling Dan was quite difficult to make. How come it fell into Su Maoyang's hands and felt easier than eating? Therefore, she had to doubt the quality of this Yiling Dan. Bai Xian also shook her head in shock, and muttered to herself in a stimulating way. No! Impossible. I must be dreaming. Isn't Su Maoyang at the peak of Dan Emperor? Not only can he refine the elixir that only Dan Zong can master, but he also refined 10 at a time. This is definitely the weirdest thing she has ever seen. Bai Xian and Lu Chuman are still in shock and can't come back to their senses. Guaning Khan, who was in the battle, suddenly received 10 Yiling Dan and was also shocked. He couldn't help but look at Su Maoyang deeply, seeing that the latter was not red in the face and breathless, as if nothing had happened. His heart was also shocked. He held the pill in his hand, looked at it in surprise, and hesitated to take it. He thought that he doubted the quality of the pill like Bai Xian and Lu Chuman. Seeing this, Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows and said solemnly, "If you are worried, then return the pill to me. I still need it." It was not easy to get the medicinal materials for Yiling pill and refine it. She didn't want to waste it. Hearing that she wanted to take it back, Guan Yinkong naturally didn't dare to hesitate and quickly swallowed one. Seeing her swallow it, Bai Xian and Lu Chuman were both horrified and wanted to stop her. But before they could say anything, they saw Guan Yinkong suddenly burst out with a fierce spiritual power, which fluctuated with him as the center, causing a lot of pressure around him. Obviously, the spiritual power in Guan Yinkong's body has been replenished, and it is even stronger than before. Seeing this scene, Bai Xian and Lu Chuman were dumbfounded and stunned. It turned out to be Yiling pill. Chapter 758 Terrifying Spiritual Power. If it is the real Yiling pill, doesn't it mean that Su Maoyong is a Danzong-level alchemist? Realizing this, Bai Xian and Lu Chuman opened their mouths in astonishment and stared at Su Maoyong in disbelief. A few days ago, she was admitted to the sect with the peak of Dan Huang. So quickly, she was promoted to Danzong? Isn't this promotion speed too terrifying? However, even if she is talented and promoted to the initial Danzong, it is impossible for her to refine 10 Yiling pills at one time. Even the elders in Danyang Hall don't have such a weird method. But Su Maoyong did it, which is too strange. Bai Xian has never seen anyone refine pills like this since she was a child. The scene in front of her was too shocking to her, and she couldn't accept it and shook her head repeatedly. Lu Chuman was also frightened and stood there, unable to recover. At this time, Su Maoyong was calm and collected a handful of medicinal materials and put them into the furnace. He ignored their surprised gazes and continued to refine the Yiling pill elegantly and calmly. Song Mingxing, who was standing not far away and protected by the puppet, saw this scene. He was shocked and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise. Whether it was from the appearance or the technique, watching Su Maoyong refining the pill was a beautiful enjoyment. Song Mingxing couldn't control his eyes, let alone his heartbeat. Who is she? Why does she have such powerful strength, amazing talent, and peerless beauty? She is so outstanding and beautiful. Why doesn't she despise him? A waste. And even willing to believe him. 5 years later, he has experienced too many tragic things. He never thought that someone would break into his miserable life and give him a touch of warmth when he was wandering on the edge of despair. Such warmth made him crazy and intoxicated. Just as Song Mingxing was amazed, Su Maoyong waved his hand again, and 10 Yiling pills came out again, so fast that people were caught off guard and shocked. The other disciples who were still holding on saw the scene, and they were shocked, and they also rekindled hope. Su Maoyong could refine 10 Yiling pills with a wave of his hand, so they were definitely saved. Realizing this, everyone swallowed the pills that were still coming over, and fought with high morale. In this way, Su Maoyong refined several rounds one after another. In just half a cup of tea, there were 50 Yiling pills in total, which was too amazing. Bai Xian and Lu Chuman who were watching on the side were stunned. Such speed and such a number can no longer be described as genius, but can be called terrifying. What is even more shocking is that Su Maoyong has been refining so many pills in a row, but her mental power is endless. If it weren't for the sweat on her forehead, they would have doubted whether Su Maoyong had just refined the pill. How strong is her mental power? She can actually last for so long. It's simply impossible to think with common sense. Thinking of this, Bai Xian took a deep breath, covered her mouth in shock, and digested the shock brought by Su Maoyong bit by bit. At present, with the help of Su Maoyong's pills, everyone gradually stabilized the situation. Although humans cannot take too much pills, they have allowed this group of spirit beasts to persist for a long time. Fortunately, Guan Yinkong has 3 powerful king beasts. Su Maoyong has 4 more to assist, and there are 20 puppets to help them hold back other wind and fire black lizards. After a while, the besieged 3rd-level king beasts were injured and retreated step by step. Although it was powerful, its spiritual power was also rapidly depleted. Facing the increasingly fierce attacks of the enemy, it gradually couldn't hold on and kept retreating. The other wind and fire black lizards saw that the boss had retreated, so they naturally had no intention of fighting and fled back. Seeing the wind and fire black lizard quickly escape into the sand and disappear, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Panting and sitting on the ground to rest, thinking of the battle just now, Everyone was still in shock, and looked at Su Maoyong with great relief and gratitude. If it weren't for Su Maoyong, they wouldn't have won, and they wouldn't have been able to sit here safely. While being grateful, everyone was also shocked by Su Maoyong's alchemy ability. It took Bai Xianxian 3 years to enter the sect to achieve the current achievement. And Su Maoyong was an early alchemy sect when he entered the sect. And his mental power was so strong that he could refine so many pills. Such talent was obviously above Bai Xianxian. They couldn't imagine how powerful Su Maoyong would be in another 2 years. No wonder the elders praised her so much, and even accepted so many rubbishes as an exception to sell her favors. Su Maoyong really has the capital. However, although Su Maoyong's mental power is strong, she has only been promoted to Danzong not long ago. Such large-scale alchemy is still a bit too much for her. Seeing the victory of the battle, she, who had been holding on, breathed a few times in exhaustion, and her tense face relaxed and became a little pale. Seeing this, Song Mingxing, who had been paying attention to her, was frightened and panicked. He immediately stepped forward to support her and asked nervously, "Miss Su, are you okay?" Su Maoyong waved his hand rudely. "It's okay. I just consumed too much energy, and I'm just tired. Just take a rest." Seeing her weak appearance, Song Mingxing's heart tightened, and he couldn't control his anger. He looked up and yelled at Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't picked the white feather flowers, no one would have been injured, and Miss Su wouldn't have been exhausted." Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman's faces froze when they heard this, and they were immediately speechless. They didn't expect that they would be scolded by a waste in their lifetime. Thinking of the trouble they had caused and implicated Su Maoyong, Song Mingxing looked at Guan Yingkang angrily, and then said, "Master Guan, you just said that no matter who it is, if you delay everyone's trip, you will kill them." Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman caused such a big trouble and almost killed everyone. "Master Guan, shouldn't you keep your word?" Faced with such a sharp question, Guan Yingkang was stunned. He took a deep look at Su Maoyong, his deep eyes wandering around her. In addition to shock, he felt unprecedented vigilance. After the battle just now, he realized that this woman was not simple and might become a threat to him in the future. He also knew that if Su Maoyong was allowed to enter Xingyuan Holy Land and improve his strength, he would soon surpass him. In the future palace examinations, his chances would become fewer and fewer. The reason why he formed an alliance with Bai Xianxian was because Bai Xuanxuan's fighting ability was not good. She was only good at alchemy and could not fight independently, so she had to rely on him. But Su Maoyong was different. She had good spiritual power. Not only did she know puppetry, but she also had 4 good spirit beasts. Once she became stronger, he would definitely not be her opponent. Therefore, he could not let Su Maoyong enter Xingyuan Holy Land. Absolutely not. Chapter 759 Trapped in Quicksand. When Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman heard this, their faces changed drastically, and anger surged in their hearts. They were alchemists of the Dan sect. No matter how wrong they were, it was not the turn of a waste to point fingers. Lu Chuman was embarrassed and retorted angrily, "Song Waste, you bastard. Just now when we were fighting against the tornado and poisonous insects, it was Senior Sister Bai who took out the elixir to detoxify everyone. If it weren't for Senior Sister Bai, everyone would have been poisoned to death. Strictly speaking, she is everyone's lifesaver. How can you attack your benefactor?" Everyone nodded slightly in agreement when they heard this. Although Bai Xianxian lured the black lizard out, they still received her favor before. If it weren't for her, let alone the quota for Xingyuan Holy Land, even whether they could survive would be a problem. But Song Mingxing sneered. "I don't know who said that Miss Su and I would drag the team down, and repeatedly prevented us from joining the team. In the end, it was me who made a mistake and implicated everyone. Now I'm talking about saving my life. I'm really thick-skinned." Hearing such sarcasm, Lu Chuman's cheeks flushed with anger, and she pointed at him and couldn't speak. "You?" Su Maoyong heard this and looked at Lu Chuman with a smile. Although he was smiling, his voice was sharp and cold. "Bai Xianxian saved your lives and is your lifesaver. I admit this. But what does this have to do with you? From beginning to end, you don't seem to be of any help. Right?" Su Maoyong's words were simply adding insult to injury. A fatal blow to Lu Chuman. Lu Chuman was Bai Xuanxuan's follower. The two had a good relationship, and everyone automatically tied them together. Now Su Maoyong suddenly left Bai Xianxian aside and planned to attack Lu Chuman, which frightened the latter into a cold sweat. But Lu Chuman couldn't say anything hard to refute. She really didn't help much, and had always relied on Bai Xian. At this time, Lu Chuman was very nervous and looked at Bai Xian with a guilty conscience, hoping that she could say a few words for her. Facing Su Maoyang's difficulties, Bai Xian looked very embarrassed. Su Maoyang knew that Lu Chuman was hers, but he didn't give her face, and didn't take her seriously at all. Thinking of this, Bai Xuan's pupils floated with anger, and then looked at Guan Yingkang. The two people's eyes met, and a hidden cold light flashed in their eyes. With just one glance, both sides knew each other's thoughts tacitly. In their opinion, Su Maoyang's fighting power was too strong, beyond their imagination, and was a huge threat to them. Bai Xian had finally climbed to the position of the first genius in Danyang Palace. How could she give this position to someone else? So, like Guan Yingkang, she would never allow Su Maoyang to grow. The two reached a consensus. Guan Yingkang was silent for a moment and said seriously, "To be honest, it's still my fault. As the captain, I didn't stop it in time, and the responsibility lies with me. The white feather flower is a huge temptation for alchemists. Not to mention that Bai Xian and Lu Chuman made mistakes without knowing it, which is also excusable. Bai Xian and Lu Chuman only knew about the white feather flower, but they didn't know that the white feather flower was the favorite food of the wind and fire black lizard. It was a mistake. Not intentional, but it could be forgiven." Hearing that Guan Yingkang took all the responsibility on himself, and had no intention of punishing himself, Lu Chuman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his nervous expression eased a little. The other disciples knew that it was not Guan Yingkang's fault, but they took all the responsibility, and everyone couldn't say anything. After all, it was Guan Yingkang who played the main role in the battle just now, and forced back the attack of the wind and fire black lizard. Seeing that no one objected, Guan Yingkang continued, "Now there are only a few of us left, and there is still a long way to go. At this time, don't split up. Let's unite and go to the end." Everyone nodded in agreement, and tacitly agreed with his statement. Song Mingxing was furious when he saw Guan Yingkang go back on his word, and did not hold Bai Xian and Lu Chuman responsible. He knew that if it was him and Su Maoyang who got into trouble today, they would have been killed by Guan Yingkang long ago. Su Maoyang's attitude towards Guan Yingkang seemed to be expected. He did not show any surprise, but calmly meditated and tried to recover his vitality. After about half an hour, everyone was on the road again and headed towards the light curtain. This road was much more peaceful than before. There were no tornadoes, no poisonous insects, no spirit beasts, only large expanses of yellow sand. But even so, Su Maoyang still smelled the smell of danger, and his face could not help but jump into a bit of alertness. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Su Maoyang was shocked and immediately turned his head to look, only to see a disciple trapped in the yellow sand. "Be careful. It's quicksand." Guan Yingkang was shocked when he saw this and immediately shouted. When everyone heard that it was quicksand, they were scared and quickly retreated. But it was obviously too late, and soon several more disciples fell into the quicksand. The disciples who fell into the quicksand panicked and wanted to struggle out of the quicksand, but they didn't expect that they would get deeper and deeper, and the yellow sand was about to drown their heads and take away their breath. Several disciples were facing death, so they had no choice but to crush the teleportation card and leave the Phantom Hall. However, in the blink of an eye, several people were missing. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat, and she stepped more carefully to avoid falling into the quicksand vortex. However, she avoided the quicksand, but she didn't expect that Song Mingxing beside her was actually caught. Hearing his scream, Su Maoyang's face changed in fear, and she turned around suddenly, only to see that Song Mingxing had fallen into the quicksand, with only half of his body exposed and struggling. Su Maoyang widened his eyes and yelled at him anxiously, "Don't move. I'll pull you up." Song Mingxing felt his body sinking and knew that it was impossible for him to climb out. He was worried that Su Maoyang would be implicated by him, so he waved his hands anxiously. "No. Hurry up and leave me alone. My strength is not qualified to enter Xingyuan Holy Land. I can come here thanks to you. I am already satisfied." Su Maoyang ignored his obstruction, stepped forward, and grabbed his arm. "Shut up. Follow my strength." Song Mingxing didn't expect Su Maoyang to still not give up on himself even at this critical moment. feeling the warmth of her palm and looking at that icy but resolute pretty face. Song Mingxing widened his pupils in shock. His eyes moistened, and his heart was shaken as if it had been hit by a hammer. Miss Su, let go quickly. If I implicate you and make you lose your place in Xingyuan Holy Land because of me, I will never forgive myself in my life. Song Mingxing's face turned pale, and he anxiously pulled Su Maoyang's fingers, trying to make her let go of him. Su Maoyang was dissatisfied with his resistance, frowned angrily, and growled, "If you don't want to implicate me, just be quiet." Bai Xianxian and Guan Yingkang saw this scene and looked at each other meaningfully. Then, Bai Xianxian nodded slightly in understanding, quickly stepped forward, and slammed Su Maoyang's back. Chapter 760: The Bitch Who Repays Kindness with Enmity. At this moment, Bai Xianxian pushed with her left hand and tore off the teleportation card hanging on Su Maoyang's waist with her right hand. Su Maoyang's mind was all focused on Song Mingxing, and she never expected that someone would take advantage of her misfortune and stab her in the back. She was pushed into the quicksand vortex by the palm force. Song Mingxing saw Su Maoyang rushing in, and was horrified. She immediately shook off her hand. "Oh my god! Miss Su, let me go! I can't implicate you anymore." Seeing him push her away with a panicked look, Su Maoyang frowned and was impatient to explain. "Shut up. Don't move. It's not your fault. Someone pushed me from behind." "What?" Song Mingxing was shocked when he heard this, and his pupils suddenly widened and looked towards the shore. Bai Xianxian was standing not far away, playing with the teleportation card she had snatched, staring at them with a charming smile. Seeing the teleportation card with Su Maoyang's name engraved on it, Song Mingxing immediately understood what was going on, and roared in exasperation. "Bai Xianxian, you sinister woman! You actually cheated behind Miss Su's back and stole Miss Su's teleportation card." Bai Xianxian curled her lips and chuckled. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell, but it was extremely harsh to Song Mingxing's ears. "Uh-huh. Song Waste. You have been a disciple of Sanyan's sect for 5 years. Don't you know the cruelty of the palace examination? Oh, by the way, you waste. It was difficult for you to advance to the 2nd level before, let alone the 3rd level. So you naturally don't know these. The cruelty of the palace examination has always been like this. No matter what the process is, what the means are, as long as the goal is achieved, it is considered a victory. Therefore, every disciple who enters the palace examination must be aware of being framed. Because no matter how to form a team, everyone is in a competitive relationship. Temporary friendship is nothing more than mutual use. In the end, facing interests, everyone still has to fight each other and compete for the final quota. Song Mingxing doesn't even have this awareness, and is destined to be eliminated." Bai Xuanxuan's sarcastic ridicule stimulated Song Mingxing to grit his teeth. He had nothing to say to such a sinister bitch. He couldn't help but look at Guan Yingkang in the distance and shouted anxiously, "Mr. Guan, Miss Su just refined so many healing pills for everyone to help resist the wind and fire black lizard. We could all persist until now. It's all Miss Su's credit. For her help, save her. If it weren't for Su Maoyang, they wouldn't be able to hold on until now. As early as just now, they completely lost the quota for Xingyuan Holy Land. So why wait until now? And the biggest beneficiaries are Guan Yingkang and Bai Xianxian. Strictly speaking, Su Maoyang is their great benefactor. But Song Mingxing did not expect Bai Xianxian to be so ungrateful and do such a dirty thing of sneak attacking from behind. In desperation, he placed his hope on Guan Yingkang. However, before Guan Yingkang could reply, Bai Xianxian took the lead and ridiculed. "Song Mingxing, Guan Yingkang is looking forward to your Miss Su's death more than I am. You actually asked him to save people. Isn't it too naive?" Song Mingxing was shocked when he heard this. He stared at Guan Yingkang in disbelief. He saw that the latter remained silent and met his questioning gaze coldly. That look obviously admitted Bai Xuanxuan's statement. Seeing this scene, Song Mingxing was shocked and suddenly realized, although he was a waste, he was not a fool and soon understood. It seemed that Su Maoyang had exposed her powerful strength, which had posed a huge threat to them. Therefore, they not only had to prevent Su Maoyang from entering Xingyuan Holy Land, but also had to join hands to kill her. They did not allow anyone to surpass them or shake their position. But considering that Su Maoyang was powerful and had many trump cards, they were not very sure, so they did not have time to take action along the way. And now they encountered quicksand. Su Maoyang ignored them because she helped them. So they took this opportunity to kill her. But there were many quicksand whirlpools in this area, and they did not dare to use their spiritual power casually. If they were not careful, they would fall into the quicksand themselves. So Bai Xianxian used such a sinister method to take advantage of the fire and push her into the quicksand, and stole the teleportation card. They knew very well that once a person fell into the quicksand, even if there was an external force pulling on it, it would be impossible to climb out, because the pressure of the quicksand was too great. The parts buried in the sand could not move at all. And Su Maoyang had no teleportation card. So he had no choice but to be buried in the quicksand and wait for death. Thinking of this, Song Mingxing was so angry that his face turned red. His eyes were gnashing, and he was very anxious and worried. When Bai Xianxian saw Su Maoyang trapped in the quicksand, unable to move, she thought that no one would compete with her for the position of genius. And the smile on her mouth became deeper and deeper, and her beautiful eyes were full of excitement. Lu Chuman, who was standing next to her, laughed even more proudly. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Just now, we let Guan Yingka kill us, but we didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. It seems that God can't tolerate you. Just wait to die. Hearing this, Song Mingxing's pretty face turned red with anger, and he bared his teeth and roared at her. You bunch of bitches. You played dirty tricks behind my back. You will not die well. Wait and see. You will not get a place in Xingyuan Holy Land. Bai Xianxian raised her eyebrows slightly, shook the teleportation card in her hand, curled her lips and sneered. Su Maoyang has no teleportation card. He is destined to die. Now there are only me, Guan Yingkang and Lu Chuman left. If the three of us can't get it, who else can get it? Is it you? A waste? Hearing this, Lu Chuman burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. If he can get a place in Xingyuan Holy Land, I will kneel down and call him daddy, and chop off my fingers for him to sit on. Lu Chuman looked down at Song Mingxing's embarrassed appearance trapped in the quicksand, and couldn't help laughing, and her sharp voice was extremely sarcastic. Guan Yingkang saw Su Maoyang being tricked, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground. He frowned and reminded him. Okay, let's get on the road quickly. There are quicksands everywhere here, so it's not advisable to stay for long. Bai Xianxian nodded slightly and glanced at Su Maoyang with disdain. I have said before that there are always people outside the sky, and no one can tell who will fall into your hands. So, I warned you early in the morning to be low-key and not too arrogant. Unfortunately, you didn't listen to it. Now you are so miserable that you are about to lose your life. You can't blame me. You can only blame yourself. After saying that, Bai Xianxian retracted her contemptuous gaze and nodded at Guan Yingkang. Let's go! Guan Yingkang saw this, and didn't waste any words. He turned around quickly, and continued to move forward carefully. Song Mingxing saw their backs leaving, and the anger in his stomach rolled, as if he was about to explode. He roared uncontrollably. You guys who repay kindness with enmity, and are ungrateful will definitely get retribution. Chapter 761, Risking One's Life. In contrast to Song Mingxing's anger, Su Maoyang seemed much calmer. Save your energy. They won't come back no matter how much you scold them. Song Mingxing was almost anxious when she thought that she had lost her teleportation card. Miss Su, your teleportation card was stolen. How can I not be angry? When I think that you are going to die here, I want to kill myself. It's all my fault that you are in trouble. If Su Maoyang hadn't saved him, how could he have been attacked by someone? It was all his fault. He hurt Su Maoyang. He is indeed a fool. A waste, who can't do anything well. And he also implicates others. Thinking of this, Song Mingxing beat his head in annoyance. Because of the violent movement, his body sank further down. Seeing this, Su Maoyang grabbed his hand and shouted, Stop it! What's the use of life and death? The person who can kill me in this life has not appeared yet. With their little means, they want to kill me. Dream on. Song Mingxing was stunned by her shouting. He didn't understand what she meant. He asked in confusion, Are you saying that we can get out of the quicksand? Su Maoyang shook his head solemnly. It's really unlikely to get out. But we can sink in. What? Sink in? Song Mingxing was shocked and even more confused. Wouldn't sinking in be courting death? Su Maoyang saw his confused face and explained. There should be something unexpected below, which may be our only way out. When she sank into the quicksand just now, The Xianyan silver snake in the space suddenly became agitated, and her mood changed greatly. She knew that the Xianyan silver snake was always very sensitive to good things. So Su Maoyang concluded that there must be an unexpected surprise below. Hearing this, looking at Su Maoyang's calm and firm black eyes, Song Mingxing's impatient and nervous mood instantly settled down. For some reason, he believed her. She said there was a way out below. So there must be a way out. This was the first time that he could trust someone he had only known for a short time so wholeheartedly. Su Maoyang saw that he was dazed and thought he was afraid. So he couldn't help but persuade him. To be honest, I don't know what's below. I'm just walking based on my feelings. Fortunately, you still have the teleportation card. You can crush it now and go out. You don't have to accompany me to take risks. Although Su Maoyang wanted to take him into Xingyuan Holy Land, she had no right to force him to stay and accompany her to risk his life. She respects his wishes. Song Mingxing heard this. His face was stern, and he refuted firmly. No. I stay. It was me who caused you to fall into the quicksand. Whether you live or die, I will accompany you. He is an orphan and a waste. He has no worries. He can die for his benefactor. It is a worthy and valuable death. Su Maoyang did not expect him to be so resolute. He was slightly startled and nodded gently. Okay. If that's the case, then let's fall in and try. Whether we live or die depends on our luck. After speaking, Su Maoyang raised his palm and hit the quicksand. The huge spiritual power vibration immediately made their bodies sink into the depths of the vortex. Hold your breath. Seeing that the quicksand was about to submerge their heads, Su Maoyang roared suddenly. But before the voice fell, the heavy quicksand suddenly covered it up, covering the tail sound. At this moment, Su Maoyang and Song Mingxing were completely trapped in the quicksand, and they continued to go down along the vortex. After holding their breath for almost a cup of tea, the two were almost suffocated to death by the huge pressure from all directions. However, at the edge of death, Song Mingxing suddenly felt his body loosen and fell out of the quicksand. At the same time, Su Maoyang also broke free from the pressure of the quicksand, descended rapidly, and fell into an open space with a bang. At this time, Song Mingxing breathed in fresh air again, gasping for breath as if he had been reborn after a disaster, and his handsome face, which was pale from holding his breath, slowly relaxed for a long time. However, he didn't have time to calm his breath. When he thought of Su Maoyang's safety, he shouted nervously, Miss Su! Miss Su! Are you okay? Su Maoyang got up from the ground, patted the quicksand on his body, shook his head slightly, and comforted, Don't worry. I'm fine. As she said, she raised her eyes and looked around, and her dark eyes couldn't help but surge with some surprise. She didn't expect that after falling out of the whirlpool, there would still be an endless desert. Song Mingxing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she was safe and sound. He began to look around and frowned when he saw the endless yellow sand. Where is this? This is the entrance to Xingyuan Holy Land. Su Maoyang observed for a while, and finally got the answer. Song Mingxing was stunned when he heard it. He couldn't believe it and said, What? The entrance to Xingyuan Holy Land. They were obviously trapped in the quicksand whirlpool. How could they reach the entrance of Xingyuan Holy Land? This is too incredible. Su Maoyang curled his lips and pointed behind him in a good mood. That is the light curtain that teleports to Xingyuan Holy Land. Hearing this, Song Mingxing immediately turned around and saw that not far behind him, a silver light curtain poured down from the sky like a waterfall, projecting a silver halo on the yellow sand. Seeing this, he was so shocked that his eyes widened. He gasped, and his voice trembled with excitement. Enter! Enter! Entrance! It's really the entrance. Su Maoyang nodded slightly and chuckled. This third level is quite interesting. Most people who fall into quicksand will crush the teleportation card in advance before their bodies are completely submerged. No one probably knows that as long as you survive the quicksand and hold on to the end, you can directly reach the entrance of Xingyuan Holy Land. Song Mingxing nodded deeply when he heard this. Yes, it seems to be a road to death, but I didn't expect it to be a shortcut to success. I think this is called risking one's life. Let's go. We have to get in before Bai Xian and the others arrive, Su Maoyang said, and he had already walked towards the light curtain. Song Mingxing was excited and followed him quickly. He would never have thought that he, a waste, would not only advance to the third level, but also pass the mini tests of the 3rd level, and get a place in Xingyuan Holy Land. Everything was like a dream. Too unreal. It was not until he and Su Maoyang entered the light curtain and the light curtain flashed their rankings that Song Mingxing was sure that this was true. However, Su Maoyang's face suddenly sank when he saw the rankings, and his pupils were filled with surprise. He murmured in disbelief. We are actually the 2nd and 3rd place. There are actually people who are 1 step ahead of us. Song Mingxing recovered from the surprise when he heard this, and asked in shock, could it be that Guan Yingkang and Bai Xianxian got ahead? Su Maoyang frowned and shook his head solemnly. It shouldn't be. If it was really them, then the 3 of them would enter Xingyuan Holy Land. How could there be 2 places left for us? Chapter 762 Xingyuan Holy Land. Song Mingxing nodded in agreement. But he was even more confused. He frowned and asked, who else could it be besides them? You know, in Sangyan sect. Besides Guan Yingkang and Bai Xianxian, Jiang Lichuan is the most powerful. But you have killed Jiang Lichuan. Song Mingxing recalled the geniuses of Sangyan sect. But he couldn't figure out who had the ability to enter Xingyuan Holy Land before Guan Yingkang and Bai Xianxian. And all the other disciples, who had come with him just now, were teleported out of the Phantom Palace. None of them stayed behind. So it couldn't be them. Su Maoyang also thought of this and nodded. This person should be acting alone, not in a team with everyone. Song Mingxing's face changed immediately after hearing this, and he exclaimed, no way. Acting alone. He saw clearly along the way how dangerous the trial of the 3rd level was. There were tornadoes, poisonous sandworms, and the terrifying 3rd level monarch beast and quicksand. Each test was difficult enough. It was impossible for a person to break through the obstacles alone. Even if that person was lucky, it was impossible to avoid them all. But he actually managed to enter Xingyuan Holy Land. How strong is this person? In his impression, there was no such powerful person among the disciples of Sangyan sect. Just when Song Mingxing was shocked and puzzled, Su Maoyang coldly warned, this person is not simple. Be careful after entering. Song Mingxing was in a heavy mood and nodded seriously. He could pass the 3rd level alone and enter Xingyuan Holy Land with the 1st place. Such a person is enough to attract attention. Let's go! Su Maoyang finished speaking, and without delay, he stepped into the light circle under the light curtain. At this time, the 2 people's eyes went dark, and the picture changed instantly. Just now, it was a desert under the scorching sun, and in a blink of an eye they were in a magical space of dark blue and vastness. They saw huge reefs all around, and in the cracks of the reefs grew a variety of colorful corals and anemones, some like flowers, some like fireworks, in clusters, competing for beauty, and beautiful. In addition to corals and anemones, there were huge shells all over the ground. Some shells had their mouths opened, empty, and some shells were filled with various weapons, blooming with mysterious blue light, projected on the surrounding lava, making the whole space dark blue and gorgeous, like a lotus emerging from the water, dripping with light. Oh my god! They are all top-grade spiritual weapons. Seeing the weapons in the shells, Song Mingxing exclaimed in shock before he had time to look around. The weapons in this world are divided into ordinary weapons, treasure weapons, spiritual weapons, immortal weapons, holy weapons, divine weapons, innate spiritual treasures, acquired spiritual treasures, and chaotic spiritual treasures. Among them, they are further divided into 4 levels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. Generally speaking, low-grade spiritual weapons are already very precious weapons, not to mention that all of them are top-grade spiritual weapons. Xingyuan Holy Land is indeed a veritable treasure. Song Mingxing was greatly enlightened this time, and couldn't help but sigh that it was no wonder that so many disciples would fight for the quota of Xingyuan Holy Land even if they risked their lives. Because if you can contract a top-grade spiritual weapon, it is simply like adding wings to a tiger, and your strength will advance by leaps and bounds. It is indeed a very big temptation. Thinking of this, Song Mingxing licked his lips with dry mouth and was shocked. At this time, Su Maoyang was not very interested in these weapons. Instead, she was attracted by the rare medicinal herbs everywhere. She only knew that there were many rare medicinal herbs in Xingyuan Holy Land, but she didn't know that they were everywhere here, with a wide variety of types, gorgeous colors, and various shapes. As calm as she was, she took a deep breath. Her pupils jumped into the color of excitement. and she couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of being Xingyuan Holy Land. There are so many rare medicinal herbs. Enough for me to refine pills for a lifetime. Song Mingxing heard the excitement, and his handsome face suddenly froze. And he nervously dissuaded loudly. Miss Su, don't do it. Although there are many treasures here, the rules stipulate that each person can only choose one. If you take more, it will cost lives. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly. Obviously not very clear. Human life? Song Mingxing saw that she didn't know the rules of Xingyuan Holy Land, and couldn't help but explain in a deep voice. You just entered Songyuan sect. You shouldn't know yet. Although there are many treasures in this Xingyuan Holy Land, there are also many death arrays. When I first entered the sect, there was a genius from the Songling Hall. At that time, he was already a peak Junling master, and was very powerful. However, because of greed, he took one more treasure, and died directly in the Xingyuan Holy Land. The next year, a genius from the Wanshou Hall also died here because of greed. Later, I heard from the elders that it seemed that the sect master set up a death array in the Xingyuan Holy Land to prevent anyone from taking all the treasures in the Xingyuan Holy Land, and to prevent outsiders from sneaking into the Holy Land and stealing the treasures of the Songyuan sect. Therefore, with the previous lesson, no disciple dared to be greedy anymore. Speaking of this, Song Mingxing carefully looked around and fear surged on his face. After hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded slightly in understanding, and her brows could not help but frown even tighter. At that time, she also heard Elder Lu mention that when entering Xingyuan Holy Land, everyone could only take one treasure. But she didn't know that someone actually died because of greed. And even the strong man who reached the peak of Junlingshi was not spared. It seems that this formation is not ordinary. But as an alchemist, seeing so many rare medicinal materials is a huge temptation for her. If she doesn't take it, it will be a shame to escape from death before. However, just when Su Maoyang was hesitant, the old man Jinjuan in the space suddenly reminded her. Girl, there is something strange here. I smell some unusual power. With your current strength, even if you use all your trump cards, you may not be able to resist. It's better to be careful. Suddenly hearing the solemn voice of the old man Jinjuan, Su Maoyang was shocked, and a crack appeared on her calm expression. She knew too well how powerful the old man Jinjuan was. But now she could hear a hint of fear in his tone. It seemed that this Xingyuan Holy Land was indeed not simple. Even if she used all her trump cards, she could not resist the power? She was really getting more and more curious. But curiosity aside, she knew very well that the purpose of her trip was to find medicinal materials for Wang Feng. If she didn't get the medicinal materials and lost her life, all her previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, she rationally gave up the idea of taking other medicinal materials and hurriedly found the blood crow poison grass. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang tried to suppress her desire for medicinal materials and said to Song Mingxing beside her, Let's go! I will help you choose weapons and send you out. What about you? Don't worry about me. Just choose what you want. The sooner you leave, the better. Su Maoyang shook his head slightly and said solemnly, This place is a bit mysterious. It is too dangerous for Song Mingxing's strength. She is somewhat worried. Chapter 763 Oh my god. Two kinds of strange fire. When Song Mingxing heard this, he knew that Su Maoyang was worried that he couldn't handle it alone. So she planned to help him get the treasure and escort him out. It turned out that in her mind, he was so useless. He was a 7-foot-tall man, but he actually needed a woman to protect him. It was really unbearable. Thinking of this, Song Mingxing clenched his fists in humiliation, and his heart felt like it was cut by a knife. In the past, he was often ridiculed, laughed at, and bullied, but he never hated himself as strongly as he did now. Such pain seemed to be magnified 10 times at once. Song Mingxing didn't understand why this happened, and didn't understand why he wanted to hide his identity as a waste in front of Su Maoyang. Others can call him trash and look down on him, but he just doesn't want Su Maoyang to look down on him. Su Maoyang didn't notice his emotional fluctuations, and urged him in a low voice. Don't waste time. Choose one quickly. Song Mingxing heard this, and tried his best to hide the pain in his heart, and tried to maintain a calm expression on his face. He looked around, and saw the dense shells with various weapons inside. He was at a loss for a moment. They are all top-grade spiritual weapons. There are too many. I don't know what to choose. Su Maoyang also nodded in understanding, and then waved and shouted, Shaolin, Come out! The Xianyan silver snake is an expert in treasure appraisal. The treasure it chooses must be the best. Song Mingxing saw a small snake suddenly appear, and looked at Su Maoyang with a puzzled look. Is this also your contracted beast? Su Maoyang nodded slightly. Yes. Song Mingxing was stunned. And before he could speak, he saw Su Maoyang walking out with the Xianyan silver snake. He had seen Su Maoyang's 4 spirit beasts, and he thought they were amazing enough. He didn't expect another one to come out now. He really didn't know how many spirit beasts she had contracted. He didn't know what kind of abnormal soul power she had to contract so many spirit beasts. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you catch up? Su Maoyang saw that he was still standing there, and couldn't help but remind him loudly. Song Mingxing woke up after hearing this, suppressed the shock in his heart, and quickly chased after him. Sure enough, with the help of the Xianyan silver snake, things became much more efficient. After a while, the two stopped in front of a shell. But this shell was different from the other shells. Its mouth was tightly closed, and only a trace of blue light was faintly seeping from the gap. It looked much more solid than other shells. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly, and said in a deep voice, "This should be the best weapon among all the shells." Song Mingxing was shocked when he saw her sure face, and asked in surprise, "How did you know?" Su Maoyang raised the corner of his mouth and pointed to the Xianyan silver snake on the ground. No treasure can escape its eyes. It has been professionally hunting for treasures for hundreds of years. Professional treasure hunting? Song Mingxing was not a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Hall, and he didn't know much about spirit beasts. Hearing this, he was surprised and looked at the Xianyan silver snake deeply. The Xianyan silver snake received Song Mingxing's sight and immediately propped up his body, intending to make a coquettish look. But Su Maoyang didn't give it a chance to show off, and took it into the space in the next second. It was not convinced this time, jumping and jumping in the space, making a lot of noise. He finally had a chance to make a move, but he didn't let it show its handsome appearance, and recalled it to the space. It was really too much. Unfair! Unfair! The Golden Lion King and the Heavenly Demon Marten can show off, but it can't. The master is partial. At this moment, Su Maoyang didn't care about its noise at all. His attention was all on the shell in front of him. He reminded Song Mingxing, "Open it and take a look." After hearing this, Song Mingxing came back to his senses, nodded heavily, and immediately reached out to touch the shell. However, just as he touched the shell, a blue light burst out from the gap and hit Song Mingxing's body fiercely, instantly blasting the latter away. With a bang, Song Mingxing fell to the ground. Su Maoyang was not expecting this, and was shocked. She immediately went over to help him up. "Are you okay?" Song Mingxing's mouth was bleeding, and he covered his chest, trying his best to hide his injuries. He waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. Just a minor injury. It's not a big deal." Su Maoyang was relieved to see that he was not seriously injured. He took out a pill from the space and handed it to him, then looked up at the shell in front of him. His eyes slightly condensed, and said heavily, "It seems that it's not easy to open this thing." Song Mingxing coughed a few times, frowned and nodded. "Well, this shell is a bit mysterious. As soon as I touched it, I felt a strong force rushing into my body. With my current strength, I can't resist it at all." Su Maoyang narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. "Let me try." As she said, she walked to the shell again, and her hand surged with spiritual power, hitting the shell heavily, trying to pry it open by force. But Su Maoyang's spiritual power was obviously not enough, and the shell burst out with power again, violently hitting her body. Feeling the strange power, Su Maoyang's face changed, and he immediately withdrew his hand, retreated quickly, and forced himself to stabilize his body. Fortunately, she had some foundation and was not injured by the force, but she knew that if she was a little slower, it would be hard to say. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was still in shock, and her eyes became deep and cautious when she looked at the shell. Seeing that Su Maoyang was almost injured, Song Mingxing was frightened and nervously advised, "Miss Su, forget it. This weapon is too powerful, and a waste like me will definitely not be able to control it. Don't waste your energy for me." Su Maoyang didn't believe it, frowned slightly, and planned to attack again. However, at this moment, the old man Jinjuan in the space suddenly reminded, "Young master, your spiritual power is not good. You try to use the strange fire, Su Maoyang's eyes lit up, and she nodded slightly, thinking it made sense. Yes, the most powerful thing on her body, except for the evil blood cauldron, is the strange fire. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang immediately raised his hand and invested his mental power in the shell in front of him. At this moment, a flame of gold and blue intertwined instantly ignited on her fingertips, and the dazzling light burst out, which was even more dazzling than the blue light in the shell. And Song Mingxing, who was standing by, was shocked. After all, he was a disciple of the Sangyan sect. No matter how useless he was, he would not be ignorant. Not to mention that the one in front of him was the famous strange fire. Seeing the two colors of flames on Su Maoyang's fingertips, Song Mingxing was so scared that his breathing stagnated. His pupils widened, and he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't make a sound. After a long time, he trembled and said, Two strange fires. Having one strange fire is already very against the sky. Let alone two. Song Mingxing took a step back in shock. His dark pupils reflected the golden and blue light. Full of horror. Chapter 764. You've been deceived. Originally, Su Maoyang didn't want to expose the strange fire in front of outsiders. But Song Mingxing, who was obviously a waste, stood in front of her without hesitation, and his courage to protect her at the cost of his life moved her. For this reason, Su Maoyang was willing to believe him. However, Song Mingxing was frightened when he saw the strange fire. He was shocked like being electrocuted, and his mind was in a state of half crazy and half dazed. And he couldn't help muttering to himself, Oh my God! You actually have two kinds of strange fire. Am I seeing wrong? Song Mingxing rubbed his eyes with a dull face, repeatedly confirming that he was not dazzled. After all, strange fire is too rare. Not only a very good opportunity, but also a very strong mental power to contract, which can be called the most desired treasure of alchemists. As far as he knows, even many alchemists at the level of Danxing don't have strange fire. But he didn't expect to encounter it here. Song Mingxing found that since he met Su Maoyang, he had been repeatedly refreshed by her, and he had to use up all the shocks of his life in one day. At this moment, he was suddenly very curious about Su Maoyang's identity, because he had never seen a new disciple so talented. It was not enough that he participated in the palace examination as soon as he entered the sect, but he also passed 5 levels and killed 6 generals to enter the Xingyuan Holy Land. Now he even has 2 kinds of strange fire. Such talent is simply more terrifying than any genius in the Sangyan sect. Just as Song Mingxing was looking at Su Maoyang and guessing her identity, he saw a dazzling blue light suddenly burst out in front of him. He suddenly woke up and looked forward, only to see that the huge shell finally opened its mouth under the burning of the strange fire. After the dazzling blue light, a weeping blood sword came into view. The bright red sword body was made of black iron, with a cold blue light. Even if it lay quietly in the shell, it already exuded a cold and majestic aura. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power it would bring if it was used to fight. Seeing this scene, Song Mingxing's shock at the strange fire had not subsided, and he was shocked again. He exhaled shortly and spasmodically, and suddenly felt his legs a little weak. He sighed with a trembling voice. Immortal weapon. It turned out to be a low-grade immortal weapon. He did not expect that there would be an immortal weapon among this pile of top-grade spiritual weapons. At this moment, he suddenly felt that all his good luck in the past 5 years had gathered today. When Su Maoyang heard the word immortal weapon, his black eyes were also stained with a bit of surprise. And he was also a little surprised. I have to admit that this Xingyuan Holy Land is indeed a treasure land. No wonder Elder Lu looked proud when he said this. He really has the capital to be proud. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang sighed with emotion, turned to Song Mingxing and reminded him, Hurry up and make a blood contract with it. With it, your spiritual power should soon be promoted to the peak of the Supreme Spiritual Master. Hearing this, Song Mingxing was very excited. He had been staying at the middle-level Supreme Spiritual Master for the past 5 years. Now he suddenly heard that he could be promoted. For him, it was a huge surprise. Thinking about it, Song Mingxing's eyes were red, and he nodded gratefully at Su Maoyang, and then walked up quickly, seeing that he was about to pick up the blood sword. Who knew that a force suddenly came from a distance, and suddenly shocked Song Mingxing back a few steps. I saw a black shadow flashing by, and before Song Mingxing could see the identity of the person coming, he found that the blood sword was robbed. leaving only an empty shell. Su Maoyang was shocked, and immediately looked up, only to see the man in black landed not far from the two of them, and laughed in the empty Xingyuan Holy Land. Ha ha ha. Su Maoyang is really thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I would have to spend a lot of effort. Hearing the other party calling out his name, Su Maoyang was shocked, frowned, and looked at the man in front of him carefully. The man was wearing a black robe, with a sharp face like a knife, a dark face, and a sinister cold light in his slender eyes, giving people a sinister sense of oppression. Su Maoyang smelled the breath of danger after just one encounter with him, and his heart sank. He was about to ask about the other party's identity, but Song Mingxing spoke first. Xiao Gaoqi, why is it you? Song Mingxing shouted in surprise. Su Maoyang's face froze when he heard this, and he looked sideways slightly. Do you know him? Song Mingxing nodded quickly. Of course I know him. He is a disciple of our Songling Palace. From Songling Palace? Why haven't I heard of him? Su Maoyang only knew that there was a Jiang Lichuan in Songling Palace, but he had never heard of the name of the man in front of him. He is just an ordinary disciple, but a late-stage venerable spiritual master, only one level higher than me. He is also a waste in Songling Palace, completely inconspicuous. It's normal that you haven't heard of him, Song Mingxing hurriedly explained. But Su Maoyang, who heard this, was not relieved, but tensed up his nerves, frowned and stared at the pair of eagle-like black eyes, and an inexplicable chill lingered in his heart. Ha. Late-stage venerable spiritual master? Inconspicuous waste? Have you ever seen any waste break into Xingyuan Holy Land alone? How could a late-stage venerable spiritual master successfully enter Xingyuan Holy Land, and suddenly pop out and snatch the blood sword without her noticing? No matter how you look at it, he can't be an insignificant waste. What's even more surprising to her is that she has never seen him. But he said her name at once. It's obvious that he knows her, or even knows her well. But in Su Maoyang's impression, there is no such person. Could it be that she was too high profile when she entered the sect some time ago? Song Mingxing, who was standing aside, heard Su Maoyang's words. His expression changed, and some strange emotion suddenly surged in his heart. Perhaps he guessed something. His pupils suddenly widened, and he asked in disbelief, You mean? Before he finished speaking, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly and said coldly, You have been deceived. Although Song Mingxing guessed a little, he was still shocked when he heard Su Maoyang's decisive answer. His handsome face was stiff, and he looked up at the man in black opposite him in disbelief. At this moment, his mood has changed drastically. Although Xiao Gaoqi has only been here for a year, he has been silent and seldom interacted with others. He was not outstanding in strength, and was always ignored or even bullied. But he never fought back and never responded to scolding, and lived a very depressed life. If he was not a waste, why did he have to suffer this kind of punishment? What was his intention? Thinking of this, Song Mingxing had a lot of question marks on his head, and his head was about to explode in pain. If Su Maoyang hadn't reminded him, he would never have thought that Xiao Gaoqi was a master of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Now thinking of this possibility, Song Mingxing couldn't accept it. No. How could it be? Song Mingxing took a deep breath and shook his head in shock. Su Maoyang ignored his shock, but stared at the man in black opposite him, and said faintly, Who are you? Chapter 765 The Death of Song Mingxing. The man in black wore a sinister smile and said jokingly, You ask a strange question. I am here, so I must be a disciple of the Songyan sect. Who else could I be? Su Maoyang saw him pretending to be crazy and stupid. His face darkened, and he snorted coldly, Humph. You can fool others, but not me. Although I don't know who you are, you seem to be very familiar with me. The man in black laughed when he heard this, and his loud voice echoed in this space, causing quite a stir. Ha! You entered the Songyan sect with the first place, and you are also a celebrity of the Songyan sect. It seems difficult if I am not familiar with you. Hearing this, Su Maoyang frowned slightly. She didn't know why she always felt that it was not as simple as he said. However, before she could think about it, the man in black looked at her with contempt, sneered and continued, I heard that you are very capable. Not only did you kill the Burning Blood army without leaving a single piece of armor, but you also took away Pang Jianyuan's strange fire. Even the Burning Heaven Lord fell into your hands. I thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect that you were just like this. Didn't I still take away your weapon? Rumors always like to exaggerate. Perhaps because he took away the treasure that Su Maoyong had worked so hard to open. The man in black was in a very happy mood. While playing with the blood sword in his hand, he stared at her fiercely and laughed proudly. The hoarse voice echoed in Su Maoyong's ears, which was extremely harsh. However, the 3 words Pang Jianyuan were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Su Maoyong's forehead with a clang, shaking her whole body numb. Pang Jianyuan, Ben Xue Tianqing, Lung Shuyue's master. She clearly remembered that this man wanted to refine her into a pill. But who knew that she would take away the red blood sea flame instead? Therefore, Su Maoyong had a deep impression of this person. Song Mingxing, who was standing by, was also quite surprised when he heard this. He stared at Su Maoyong in disbelief, unable to digest the sudden amount of information. What did she mean by killing the blood-burning army and pitting Lord Finchen? Lord Finchen was such a powerful being. But he was defeated by her? Was he dreaming? Or did he hear it wrong? Su Maoyong did not expect to hear the name he had not heard for a long time from the man in front of him. He could not help but frown and felt a little scared. It was not a secret that she defeated the Burning Blood army and tricked Lord Burning Heaven. It was normal for someone to know about it. But the fact that she took away the strange fire was not spread to the Yunlu dark area. At that time, only Pang Jianyuan and Leng Shuyue knew about it. How did the man in front of him know about it? Thinking of this, Su Maoyong's expression changed drastically. His eyes suddenly widened, and he roared in shock, "You are from Burning Blood City." Song Mingxing heard the roar and trembled all over. He exclaimed as if he had just woken up from a dream. What? Burning Blood City? If he is from Burning Blood City, then Xiao Gaoqi, who is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, is not a spy. Realizing this, Song Mingxing's stiff handsome face turned pale as paper, and his eyes were instantly filled with fear. The black-clad man on the opposite side saw that Su Maoyong recognized his identity, and his arrogant smile suddenly froze. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up into a cold arc, and he laughed softly. "You are not too stupid. But since you know my identity, you will only have one fate, and that is death." Before the word death fell, the black-clad man suddenly burst out with the spiritual power of the postnatal monarch's spiritual master, and stretched out his palm, grabbing Su Maoyong fiercely. Seeing this kind of spiritual power fluctuation, even the calm Su Maoyong gasped in surprise. You should know that above the level of Junlingshi is the acquired Junlingshi. Above the acquired is the innate Junlingshi. Above the innate is the supreme Junlingshi. And above the supreme Junlingshi is the famous Emperor Lingshi. And each level is divided into 4 realms: early, middle, late and peak. Only the very powerful senior elders in the sect have reached the acquired Junlingshi. And the young man in front of him, who looks only in his early 30s, has reached such a level, which is really beyond Su Maoyong's expectations. No wonder he can rush into Xingyuan Holy Land alone. As a acquired Junlingshi, he naturally doesn't take the obstacles in front of him seriously. But facing the killing of the acquired Junlingshi, Su Maoyong knew that he was not his opponent, and his heart couldn't help but chill. And he was about to make a move to resist. Who would have thought that Song Mingxing, who was beside her, would push her away with a palm at this moment, and suddenly raised a roar. "Miss Su, be careful." However, before the roar fell, Su Maoyong had no time to react, and saw the black-clothed man's spiritual power suddenly hit Song Mingxing's chest. Su Maoyong stood by and could almost hear the sound of bones breaking. She was so scared that her eyes were bloodshot, and she screamed in horror. "Song Mingxing!" The roar burst out from the chest. But at this time Song Mingxing had been blasted 3 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Su Maoyong was so scared that her face turned pale. She rushed over and helped him up in a panic. "Song Mingxing, wake up! Don't die!" She shouted his name and slapped his face to wake him up. But at this time, Song Mingxing was already dying, with a lot of blood pouring out of his mouth. His pale lips moved and uttered a weak voice. "I am a waste, and it is not a pity to die. Thank you. Thank you. Meeting you is the happiest thing in my painful life." As soon as the word "thing" fell, Song Mingxing's hand, which was stretched out in the air and wanted to touch Su Maoyong's cheek, suddenly fell down. There was still a happy smile on his face, but his eyes were fixed and could no longer move. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyong's eyes were bulging with shock, and her heart seemed to be torn apart, and a sharp pain surged, instantly spreading to her limbs. Song Mingxing's low moan was still lingering in her ears, and his desperate figure was still replaying in her mind. But he had already died in her arms. Seeing his miserable death, Su Maoyang's eyes were bloodshot with anger, and the anger in her body was like a volcanic eruption. She raised her head and roared, like a thunder rolling over, with a terrifying momentum. "I will kill you!" At this time, a residual shadow passed by, and Su Maoyang used all her strength to burst out fierce spiritual power, and slapped the black-clothed man's head vertically. The black-clothed man looked at her spiritual power of a peak Zunlingshi, and was quite disdainful. He snorted coldly and blasted Su Maoyang away with just a wave of his sleeve. Su Maoyang was severely injured and fell to the ground immediately. He spit out a mouthful of blood and his breath instantly weakened a lot. The strength of the mid-stage post-heavenly Junlingshi is too strong, and Su Maoyang has not even reached Junlingshi, let alone the post-heavenly Junlingshi of a higher level. So the black-clothed man was 1 level higher than her, 5 realms higher than her. How could Su Maoyang be his opponent? Feeling the injuries in her body, Su Maoyang hated herself for not being able to fight back. She gritted her teeth and asked for help from the old man Jinjuan. "Old man Jinjuan, lend me strength." The old man Jinjuan immediately rejected her request. "Young master, you must not do that. This man is much stronger than you. Even if you borrow his strength, you may not be able to beat him. By then, it is very likely that you will not be able to avenge your revenge, but will lose your life instead. That would be too easy for the enemy. It is important to save your life now. As long as you have a green mountain, you will not worry about having no firewood. Wait until you are stronger to avenge this vengeance. Don't be arrogant." Chapter 766, Encountering the Strongest Opponent. Su Maoyang was so shocked by Song Mingxing's death that she lost her mind and could not calm down her anger. Now that she was reminded by the old man Jinjuan, she regained some reason, although she was very unwilling and wanted to cut the man in black into pieces. She knew that the old man Jinjuan was right. If she fought hard, she would definitely not get any benefit and might even lose her life. Moreover, the purpose of this trip was to find medicinal materials for Wang Feng. Wang Feng was relying on the pills she made to survive temporarily. If he delayed any longer, his life would be in danger at any time. Song Mingxing is dead. She can't afford to give away 3 lives just because of her own bravado. The man in black on the opposite side saw Su Maoyang fall to the ground and was seriously injured. He grinned and sneered. "Ha. A respected spiritual master also wants to take my life. Arrogant and ignorant. Overestimating one's own ability. Since you have the courage to kill so many people in my burning blood city, I will grind you to ashes today and avenge the soldiers." After saying this, the man in black's eyes became sharp, and he stretched out his claws towards Su Maoyang again. Su Maoyang saw this. Her pupils shrank sharply, and she waved her hand and shot out the soul-stealing needle. The man in black didn't expect her to use a hidden weapon, so he turned his head to avoid it. Su Maoyang just took advantage of this opportunity to turn around and quickly rushed to the back. The man in black saw her running away, and snorted disdainfully. "With your little strength, you still want to run? No way." As he said, his figure was like a rainbow, chasing after her. Su Maoyang was injured, so he couldn't run very fast. He hid from him all the way, trying to get rid of him. Who knew that this man was so powerful that he caught up with him in a short while? Su Maoyang was desperate, and suddenly looked up and saw a magnificent palace in front of her. This palace looked a little eerie, with a layer of energy fluctuations around it, quietly releasing a strange aura. However, Su Maoyang obviously didn't have the mind to study it carefully at this time. There was no way ahead. If she stopped, she would only be killed. So she had to rush in regardless. At this time, Xiao Gaoqi, who had caught up, saw that Su Maoyang had actually broken into the forbidden area directly. His eyes instantly jumped into horror, and he immediately stopped. He didn't expect that Su Maoyang was not strong, but she was quite brave. She even dared to break into the forbidden area. I really don't know whether to say she was stupid or courageous. In fact, before Su Maoyang and Song Mingxing entered the Xingyuan Holy Land, he had broken into the forbidden area once. He hid his identity in the Songyan sect and lurked for a year for this. However, he finally entered the forbidden area, but was trapped by the formation inside. He thought that his strength as a postnatal master of the spirit was pretty good, but he didn't expect the formation to be so abnormal. Fortunately, he had a good foundation and was quick to react. Otherwise, he would have almost died in it. Thinking about it now, he still has lingering fears. So, even he, a postnatal master of the spirit, couldn't resist this formation. Su Maoyang, a peak master of the spirit, would be blasted to pieces without leaving any dregs. Thinking that Su Maoyang would definitely die, Xiao Gaoqi sneered contemptuously and shook his head. A cruel arc crossed his mouth. After taking a deep look at the forbidden area, he left here with peace of mind. He also avenged the burning blood city. At this time, Su Maoyang stepped into the palace and saw 5 dragons hovering above the wide hall. They were the same in huge and winding shapes, but in different colors, including gold, red, blue, green, and yellow. They were perched in the sky, bulging their dragon eyes, glaring at Su Maoyang. Their fangs and claws, murderous posture, obviously ready to fight. Su Maoyang didn't expect to meet a dragon here. She was stunned and her face turned blue. She couldn't help but take a step back. The next second, she turned around and planned to escape. This is a dragon. Facing such a perverted opponent, it's better to go out and be beaten to death by the man in black. If she was killed by Xiao Gaoqi, at least she could leave a whole body. If she was killed by a dragon, it would be estimated that there would be nothing left. However, she wanted to escape, but it was too late. Once a person enters the forbidden area and falls into the formation, there is no exit, only a dead end. Seeing the entrance behind him disappear inexplicably, the whole hall became a closed space with nowhere to escape. Su Maoyang felt cold in his heart, and a layer of cold sweat suddenly surged on his back. At this moment, the red dragon on the left snorted fiercely, and Su Maoyang was instantly snorted several meters away. That kind of power was simply overwhelming, and she had no power to fight back at all, and was knocked to the wall on the right side of the hall, falling from the air to the ground. Su Maoyang felt that her body was churning, and she couldn't control a large mouthful of blood. The pain made her face pale, and her facial features wrinkled together, thinking that it was just a breath, and the dragon hadn't really taken her life before it really started. Su Maoyang couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Such strength is too abnormal. Even if there are 10 of her, she is not the opponent of the dragon. What's more, there are 5 at once. Besides death, is there any other end for her? Just as Su Maoyang was pondering, the old man Jinjuan in the space suddenly sighed in shock. I can't believe that I actually encountered the afterimage of the dragon here. This Xingyuan holy land is really beyond my expectations. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was shocked and vomited blood again. The afterimage of the dragon? It turned out that this was not the dragon itself, but 5 afterimages. Su Maoyang widened her eyes in horror and looked up at the afterimages in the sky. The shock in her heart was beyond words. The afterimages were so powerful. If the real body was here, she would have no chance to breathe. This guy is too scary. Without waiting for Su Maoyang to speak, the old man Jinjuan said seriously. His low voice was full of determination. Young master, this time we may not even have a chance to struggle. But when Su Maoyang heard it, she frowned in dissatisfaction and stubbornly gritted her teeth and retorted. No, I don't believe it. You want my life? Su Maoyang? No way. She has died once. But she is still alive and well. Even a flesh and blood body like the modern one didn't die. Not to mention that she now has spiritual power and mental power. How could she die so powerful? So, she won't die. Definitely not. The strong belief supported her and made her stubbornly climb up from the ground. She endured the severe pain and looked around calmly. Her mind was working fast, thinking about how to fight against the dragon. She believed that no matter how powerful a force is, it will have its nemesis. Nothing is indestructible. There must be a way to defeat the dragon. But, what is this method? Thinking about it, Su Maoyang looked up and took a closer look at the 5 residual images. He couldn't help but frown in confusion. After pondering for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 767, How to Defeat the Dragon. At this time, Su Maoyang saw the 5 shadows projected on the ground by the dragon, and she couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Her dark and clear eyes reflected 5 colors of light, and her heart suddenly became bright. She just noticed that the 5 dragons were of different colors, but she didn't notice that even the shadows they projected on the ground were the same color as their bodies. Seeing these 5 colors of light and shadow, Su Maoyang suddenly felt familiar, as if they were very similar to something, just like the legendary yin and yang and 5 elements. Thinking of the 5 elements, Su Maoyang's expression was shocked, and he immediately concentrated on observing the 5 shadows on the ground. Gold, cyan, blue, red, and yellow. Don't they just correspond to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth? Realizing this, Su Maoyang was shocked in her heart, and raised her eyes again to take a deep look at the 5 dragons. As a human being, she was naturally as small as an ant in front of the powerful dragon, and had no power to resist. Not to mention her, even the elders of the sect, and even the sect master might not be the opponent of the dragon. Therefore, if you want to defeat the dragon, it is definitely not possible to rely on human power. Now, the only one who can fight against the dragon is the dragon itself. At this moment, Su Maoyang immediately realized the mystery. At the same time, the green dragon on the left suddenly spurted out flames and attacked her. Su Maoyang was shocked when she saw this. She did not dare to hesitate and rushed to the golden dragon on the right. The old man Jinjun in the space was frightened by Su Maoyang's suicidal behavior and shouted in the space, "Young master, what are you doing? You can't even deal with a green dragon, and you still provoke the golden dragon. Are you crazy?" He didn't know where Su Maoyang got the courage to rush towards the golden dragon. This was courting death. But before he finished speaking, Su Maoyang was already standing under the golden light of the golden dragon. What shocked the old man Jinjun was that the flames from the green dragon went out instantly as soon as they touched the golden light, leaving only some residual power to hit Su Maoyang, causing her to retreat a few steps. But even so, Su Maoyang still suffered a lot of internal injuries. She covered her chest in pain, swallowed a mouthful of blood, and cursed in a low voice. Damn it. Even the residual power was so powerful. I really don't know what would have happened if she had resisted it just now. Just thinking about it, Su Maoyang felt creepy and shuddered uncontrollably. However, although she was injured, she at least figured out the rules and verified her guess. These 5 dragons are indeed related to the 5 elements. Metal overcomes wood. Wood overcomes earth. Earth overcomes water. Water overcomes fire. And fire overcomes metal. They are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. And they continue to cycle. So, the flames of the azure dragon, which represents the wood attribute, will be extinguished instantly when they collide with the light and shadow of the golden dragon, which represents the metal attribute, because of the principle that gold overcomes wood. If it is true as she guessed that the golden dragon can suppress the power of the azure dragon, then by analogy, the azure dragon can suppress the yellow dragon. The yellow dragon can suppress the blue dragon. The blue dragon can suppress the red dragon. And the red dragon can suppress the golden dragon. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang suddenly understood, and the corners of her lips stained red by blood instantly raised a smile. However, at this moment, the azure dragon on the opposite side once again sprayed a powerful dragon breath in her direction, and Su Maoyang suddenly pushed out her spiritual power to resist it. Although the flames were extinguished again, she still stepped back a few steps. At this time, Su Maoyang suddenly raised her eyes and stared at the aggressive azure dragon opposite with surprise. It seemed that she had discovered something, and her pupils suddenly burst into a ray of wisdom. Then she waved her hand and summoned the Sky Demon Marten, Golden Lion King, Blue Cloud Leopard, Poisonous Emperor Scorpion and Sky High Flamingo. Su Maoyang's decisive order suddenly sounded above the empty hall. Sky Demon Marten, you go to the shadow of the azure dragon to attack the yellow dragon. Golden Lion King, you go to the shadow of the yellow dragon to attack the blue dragon. Blue Cloud Leopard, you go to the shadow of the blue dragon to attack the red dragon. Poisonous Emperor Scorpion, you go to the shadow of the red dragon to attack the golden dragon. Sky High Flamingo, you stand here and attack the azure dragon. Hearing this, several spirit beasts were confused and quickly took the pills thrown by Su Maoyang to force the promotion. They didn't understand what her intention was in making such an arrangement. However, even though they had doubt in their hearts, they still rushed to the position arranged by Su Maoyang as ordered and attacked the designated dragon. Among the several spirit beasts, the heavenly demon Marten was the strongest. But because of the contract, its true strength was sealed and could not be exerted. It was almost impossible to resist the attack of the dragon. So while attacking the yellow dragon opposite, he was alert to the attacks of other dragons, and shouted to Su Maoyang worriedly, "Woman, this dragon is too strong. Even if we join forces to attack the same one, we can't win." not to mention the scattered attacks. What do you mean? The heavenly demon Martin didn't understand why Su Maoyang asked them to stand under the light and shadow of the dragon to attack, and didn't understand why they had to attack separately. You know, the spirit beasts together are not the opponent of the dragon, let alone a single fight. The other spirit beasts were also full of doubts when they heard this. Su Maoyang frowned and explained solemnly. I don't know if you have heard of the 5 elements. These 5 dragons represent gold, wood, water, fire and earth respectively. They are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. So the dragon above your position just restrains the dragon you attack. Haven't you noticed that the fierce power of the dragon will be weakened by more than half once it touches the light and shadow covering you? Hearing this, the spirit beasts were all surprised. They couldn't help but stare and observe carefully. In the end, they found that it was really as Su Maoyang said. The original devastating power was weakened by more than half when it hit the light and shadow, leaving only the residual power fluctuations. The old man Jinjun in the space was extremely shocked when he heard this. He couldn't help but exclaimed, Young master, your brain is too powerful. Even I didn't find this secret. I really have to admire you. The other spirit beasts were also very shocked when they heard such news. The mood that was just desperate suddenly became clear. Originally, the power of the dragons was unmatched, and the chance of defeating them was completely zero. But after being weakened like this, they have a chance to survive. Just when everyone was happy, the demon Martin still shouted worriedly. But the azure dragon can only restrain the yellow dragon. If other dragons attack me, I can't resist it. Su Maoyang comforted in a deep voice. Don't worry. I have observed that when the azure dragon attacked me just now, the flames were obviously restrained by the light and shadow of the golden dragon. But it seemed that it didn't notice and still attacked me without giving up. Obviously, they don't know the problem of mutual restraint. To be precise, they are just 5 afterimages, with fierce power but no intelligence of the dragon itself. So they can only attack, not think. As long as you hold them back, they will not change their attack targets at will. Chapter 768. The body is hollowed out. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on after hearing the explanation, and they all pulled their own hatred together to restrain the dragon fighting with them. However, the power of the dragon was too strong. Although it was weakened, their remaining power was still very abnormal, and even the heavenly demon Martin had a hard time fighting. So, soon everyone was a little unable to hold on. Su Maoyang saw that everyone was retreating step by step, and their lives were in danger at any time. Her heart tightened, and she waved her hand to release the puppet. With the addition of the puppet, the pressure on the heavenly demon Martin and the Golden Lion King was slightly relieved. But it was still far from enough to deal with the attack of the dragon. Su Maoyang naturally knew this truth, so she no longer hesitated and immediately released the evil blood cauldron, reminding loudly, Hold on for a while. I will refine the Yiling pill for you right away. Before, in order to resist the wind and fire black lizard, the Yiling pill had been squandered. Fortunately, she got a lot of medicinal materials from Bai Xian, so she was not short of pills to replenish spiritual power. Now that she uses the evil blood cauldron to refine, the quality of the pill will be better, and the spiritual power will be more abundant and lasting, which should help them hold on for a while. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang raised his hands and immediately invested his mental power into the evil blood cauldron. He saw 2 golden and blue intertwined strange fires boiling up, which immediately illuminated Su Maoyang brightly and beautifully. After a while, it exuded the scorching temperature that only strange fires can have. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Su Maoyang immediately threw the peeled medicinal materials in. Facing death, her alchemy skills were several times faster than when she was on the 3rd level. If that speed were exposed in front of others, it would probably scare people to faint. In such a dazzling hand speed, the pill quickly rose from the bottom of the evil blood cauldron, and the whole hall was filled with a strange fragrance, which shocked everyone in the battle. Sure enough, the next second, everyone received more than a dozen Yiling pills thrown by Su Maoyang. Everyone was delighted and quickly swallowed the pills, increasing the investment of spiritual power, attacking more and more fiercely, and the battle became more and more intense. After 2 hours of stalemate, the afterimage of the dragon gradually began to fade. Su Maoyang was overjoyed when he saw this, and said excitedly, Try harder. We will succeed soon. Everyone was encouraged and used all their spiritual power to attack the corresponding dragons. They could only hear the continuous rumbling sound in the hall. and the whole hall was shaking as if there was an earthquake. After this wave of fierce counterattacks, the power of the 5 dragons finally weakened, and the vivid afterimages gradually faded like mist. After another half an hour of stalemate, the afterimages of the dragons finally dissipated in the eyes of the crowd. Without the powerful pressure, several spirit beasts were exhausted and lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Except for the poisonous Emperor Scorpion, the others were all covered with hair, messy like a messy chicken coop. So embarrassing. Su Maoyong breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the dragon dissipate. Due to the excessive consumption of mental energy in refining the elixir, she was also sweating and panting. She wiped the sweat from her forehead in exhaustion. In her opinion, such a victory was too hard one, because even if the dragon's strength was weakened, they still persisted in fighting for more than 2 hours before gradually seeing some results. It is conceivable that if Su Maoyong had not discovered the secret of the 5 elements' mutual restraint and weakened the dragon's strength, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Just thinking of the miserable end, everyone felt terrified. It must be said that this formation is too abnormal. Even the elders at the level of postnatal monarch spiritual master are doomed to die. Not to mention Su Maoyong, a peak master of spiritual master. And she actually led everyone to break through the siege of the dragon with such strength. It's incredible. However, before everyone could be happy, the scene changed instantly. The hall just now suddenly turned into a dark, square space. At a glance, there were walls on all sides. No doors, no windows, and it was a completely enclosed place. The dark environment seemed a little gloomy, and the surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of one's own breathing could be heard. Su Maoyong felt the extremely depressing atmosphere, and her heart was shocked. Suddenly, she felt weak and powerless, as if she had been hollowed out. She was secretly shocked and couldn't help but use her spiritual sense to check her body. She was surprised to find that she had lost her spiritual power and mental power. At this moment, the demon Martin suddenly let out a terrified roar. What's going on? Why did my spiritual power disappear? The Golden Lion King and the Blue Cloud Leopard also nodded in horror. Mine disappeared too. The Poison Emperor Scorpion and the Sky High Flamingo also moved their bodies in shock, trying to burst out their spiritual power. But there was no movement at all, and they were all shocked. Su Maoyong learned of this situation. His heart sank. His face was extremely ugly, and he said solemnly, "It's the problem of this space. It sucked away all our power. This place is too weird. Everyone." Before he finished speaking the word heart, he saw the walls around him shaking suddenly, and the next second, everyone saw countless hidden arrows shooting at them fiercely. They had no spiritual power, and could only rely on their skills as spiritual beasts to dodge the endless hidden weapons. However, there were hidden weapons everywhere, densely packed, overwhelming, and no matter where they hid, they could not be avoided. They were completely ready to pierce people into a hornet's nest. Seeing this, Su Maoyong was horrified, and her back was cold. Before she could react, she was shot in the arm and thigh by hidden arrows. A sharp stinging pain rushed straight to her forehead, and Su Maoyong waved her arms reflexively, waving away the hidden arrows. But she had no spiritual power, and how could she resist the sharp hidden weapons with her flesh and blood alone? After a while, Su Maoyong's hands were full of holes and blood. Facing such an attack, she knew very well that if she continued like this, she would definitely die. Thinking of this, she struggled to wave away the hidden arrows in front of her, and ordered loudly, "Puppets, gather around me." After the words fell, 20 puppets immediately surrounded her, blocking many hidden weapons for her in an instant. However, before Su Maoyong could catch her breath, 2 thick iron chains burst out from the ground, quickly climbed up Su Maoyong's body, and locked her firmly in place, making her unable to move. The iron chain tightly strangled her body, constantly increasing the strength, making her covered with bruises, unable to breathe, and her body seemed to be torn into pieces. Su Maoyong was in pain and wanted to break free from the shackles of the iron chain, but without spiritual power and mental strength, let alone breaking free, she didn't even have the strength to struggle at this moment. At this moment, her heart seemed to fall into an ice cellar, cold from head to toe. She never expected that this place could turn people into powerless wastes. It was so terrible. She didn't expect that she defeated a perverted master like Jiaolong, but lost to this pile of cold hidden weapons. It was ridiculous. At this moment, the intense pain tortured her pale face, weak and powerless. And she had no extra energy to think. The continuously extending iron chain also climbed up her throat, making it difficult for her to breathe and speak, as if she would suffocate to death in the next second. But at this moment, there was a loud bang, and the puppets around Su Maoyang burst out. A tall and handsome figure swept in the depths of the darkness. Chapter 769 stabbed her. He rushed towards her like a ray of dawn, instantly illuminating the entire dark space, which immediately shocked Su Maoyang. Before she could even open her mouth to shout out his name, she heard a loud clang, and the iron chain on her body instantly broke. Her body softened, and she was about to fall to the ground in exhaustion. But the next second she fell into a warm and familiar embrace. Su Maoyang was shocked, and looked up in surprise, seeing the stunning face that made her infatuated. Her heart actually beat faster and faster, and her voice could not hide her excitement. Hao Tsong, why are you here? Jun Hao Tsong always gave her surprises like this. Always appeared when she was in danger, like her guardian angel, who could protect her anytime and anywhere. Su Maoyang was too excited, and did not notice the hostility emanating from Jun Hao Tsong for a while. At this moment, he had a cold face, slowly lowered his head, and met her surprised eyes. His deep blue pupils were filled with sinister hatred, and a low voice flowed from his cold lips, as cold and hard as 1,000-year-old black ice. Of course it's to kill you. He bit the last few words very hard, and his expression became hideous and terrifying. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's face changed drastically, just as she was about to ask, who knew that the dagger in Jun Hao Tsong's hand had already stabbed deeply into her chest, and a piercing pain surged, which immediately made her frown and pale. Cold sweat soon oozed out of her forehead. Her hands holding Jun Hao Tsong's waist painfully grasped his clothes. She looked at the handsome face full of hatred with horror. Her eyes were wide open, and there was unbelievable shock inside. The pain in her heart made her lose the strength to speak. She could only tremble her pale lips and open and close silently, looking closely at the shape of her mouth. It was obvious that she was asking why. Why did he kill her? Why did he kill her? She didn't understand, and didn't believe it. Jun Hao Tsong wouldn't kill her. They loved each other so much. Perhaps seeing Su Maoyang's confusion, Jun Hao Tsong raised a cruel sneer at the corner of his lips, and his low voice was cold and terrible. Why? Do you have the nerve to ask why? Didn't you stab me in the chest at the beginning? And the position of your wound is exactly the same as now. Hearing this, Su Maoyang shook his head in horror, gathered all his strength, and made a sound. You? What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? When did she stab him in the chest? What is the exact same position as her wound? What on earth is he talking about? Why can't she understand? Facing those sinister and fierce blue eyes, Su Maoyang shook her head. No. The person in front of her is not Jun Hao Tsong. Not the Jun Hao Tsong she loves. Seeing Su Maoyang's horrified and painful appearance, Jun Hao Tsong sneered twice. His low voice was sinister and trembling. Why? Does it hurt? Huh? Do you know that the pain I felt then was 100 times more than yours now? So, I will give you back the pain you gave me now. After saying that, Jun Hao Tsong exerted force again, and the dagger stabbed in the chest went a little deeper, causing Su Maoyang to groan in pain, her body spasming, and she felt a burst of death suffocation in a moment. Seeing that she was breathing weakly, Jun Hao Tsong threw her to the ground indifferently, stepped over her body, and slowly left. Su Maoyang was lying on the cold ground, his vision gradually blurred due to weakness. Before his eyes closed completely, only his cold back remained. The arm that was stretched out in the direction of his departure also fell completely the next moment. At this moment, Su Maoyang only felt that her body was light and fluttering, like a gust of wind, coming and going lightly. Is she dead? Has she gone to hell? Su Maoyang opened her eyes uncertainly, looked around in confusion, and found herself in a strange room, surrounded by tables and chairs carved from fine sandalwood, and some beautiful calligraphy and paintings on the wall, with exquisite patterns and soft lines, flowing everywhere with the delicate and gentle feeling of a girl's home. For some reason, although it was a strange environment, it gave her a very familiar illusion, as if she had been here before. Just when Su Maoyang was confused, a loud noise suddenly came from the left. The door was kicked open violently, and a tall figure walked out of the door. The stunning face broke into Su Maoyang's eyes without warning, frightening her. Her pupils shrank sharply, and she took a step back in shock. Jun Haotsong. She stared at him with wide eyes and exclaimed in shock. But Jun Haotsong in front of him strode in aggressively, not noticing Su Maoyang's presence at all, and went straight through her body and into the inner room. Su Maoyang was stunned when she saw him passing through her body. She looked down at her body in horror, and then she found that she was just a shadow, not a real body. From the situation just now, Jun Haotsong seemed to be completely unable to see her, so he didn't know of her existence. Why is this happening? Where is this place? Su Maoyang was still in shock, but a roar came from inside. She was shocked, followed Jun Haotsong's steps, and followed him into the inner room. However, before she could stand firm, the scene in front of her was like a thunderbolt, which made Su Maoyang numb all over. There was a young girl in a white dress sitting in front of the dressing table, and a handsome man stood behind her. The man was holding a wooden comb to comb her black hair. The scene was warm and beautiful, but the intrusion of Jun Haotsong broke the tranquility. The two hugged each other nervously, looking extremely shocked. But what shocked Su Maoyang was not other things, but that the woman's face looked exactly like hers. However, before Su Maoyang could sort out his thoughts, Jun Haotsong drew his sword and pointed it at the equally handsome man, and the voice of gnashing teeth and hatred broke out from his teeth. You actually betrayed me for him. Tell me. Why? Why? Jun Haotsong stared at the woman in white with bloodshot eyes, and the grief roar came from his chest, shaking the air faintly. Su Maoyang could feel the heart-wrenching pain clearly even though she was just a shadow. Her heart was clenched by his painful expression. Jun Haotsong was very powerful, omnipotent, and invincible, but at this moment, she saw tears in his eyes. How sad and heartbroken he must be to have such an expression. However, the woman in white who looked exactly like her stared at him indifferently, her voice cold and emotionless. Lu Yeyuan, you and I are enemies, and there will be no good results if we are together. I am tired of these years. I don't love you anymore, and I can't afford to love you anymore. You only bring me pain and torture, and I am not happy. So let go. Seeing her say these words so calmly and cruelly, the man called Lu Yeyuan felt as if thousands of arrows pierced his heart and suffered from heart-wrenching pain. Chapter 770 Fragmented Images. He pulled up a sad smile at the corner of his mouth, and his hoarse voice was filled with countless sorrow. Happiness? Can he, the son of the underworld, give you happiness? He pointed his sword at the handsome man next to the woman in white, and was jealous and crazy. The woman in white nodded slightly. Yes, he can. He understands my thoughts, understands my hard work, and tolerates everything about me. Being with him, I feel very relaxed, and I don't have to go to great lengths to make enemies with the whole world. The most important thing is that he can make me happy. But you can't. This sentence "you can't" was like a thunderbolt, shaking Jun Haotsong's body and turning pale. However, before Jun Haotsong could react, the woman in white spoke cruelly again. Forgive me. 3 days later, it will be my big day. I will soon become Xuanin's wife. From now on, we will be completely cut off from each other. Never contact each other. Just pretend nothing happened. Big day. He had heard about their marriage before, but he didn't believe it at first. But he didn't expect to hear it from her mouth today. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of severe pain. Cut off from each other. Never contact each other. What heavy and cruel words. She actually said them so easily. He was so deeply in love. How could he forget? It was so unforgettable. How could he pretend that nothing had happened? She was so cruel and heartless. Just one sentence was enough to take his life. Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong's heart ached, and the anger in his heart drove him crazy. He only heard a deafening roar of collapse. Ming Xianin, I will kill you. After the roar, Jun Haotsong suddenly burst out with fierce power and attacked the handsome man. If it weren't for Ming Xianin, Yun Xiang'a wouldn't have abandoned him, wouldn't have betrayed him. He wanted to kill this man. The woman in white was horrified when she saw him take action. She stood in front of Ming Xianin and faced his attack alone. Jun Haotsong had never expected Yun Xiang'a to be so desperate. He was shocked and his body stagnated. He wanted to retract his strength, but he couldn't control it. The sword in his hand pierced the shoulder of the woman in white. In an instant, blood turned his sword red. The woman in white groaned in pain, but her expression was still cold and resolute. Jun Haotsong was greatly shocked when he saw this. He took a step back in shock. His expression was sad. His heart sank as if it was filled with cold lead. and his scarlet eyes were misty with anger. Ha ha. For this man? You don't even want your life. Ha 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 ha. Jun Haotsong raised his head and laughed. As he laughed, tears fell from the corners of his eyes. I was so stupid. So stupid that I thought we could grow old together. So stupid that I thought you would stick to our feelings. It turns out that I was just being sentimental all along. I am the Demon Emperor. But I was fooled by a woman. Yunxianga. You are so powerful. Hearing this, the woman in white opposite frowned slightly, and a complex emotion flashed across her pupils. This scene fell into Su Maoyang's eyes, and a piercing pain suddenly surged in her heart. Su Maoyang raised her hand slightly and brushed her cheek. Her fingers were stained with tears, and her pupils could not help but be stained with a bit of surprise. Why is she crying? Why is her heart so painful? Is it because she feels sorry for Jun Haotsong? No. Just now she heard the woman in white call him Lu Yeyuan. He is not Jun Haotsong. He just looks similar. Since it's not Jun Haotsong, why is she in pain? Why is she crying? Just when Su Maoyang was confused, the woman in white opposite suddenly spoke. Yes, you have always been self-indulgent. I am only using you to get entangled with you. I advise you to leave quickly. Now you have trespassed into my clan and stabbed me. If you are discovered, your life will be over. Hearing this, Lu Yeyuan sneered twice, and his beautiful face was covered with frost. Do you think I, Lu Yeyuan, am a coward? The woman in white. The woman snorted. Yes, I know you. The Demon Emperor. Are not afraid of heaven or earth. You cannot care about your own life. But do you not care about the lives of your people? Hearing this, Lu Yeyuan was shocked, and he took a deep breath in anger. His sinister and resentful eyes were like a knife, slicing the woman in white, and a roar of gnashing teeth jumped out of his chest. Yunxianga. I, Lu Yeyuan, swear that I will never let you have an easy life. You wait for me. After the roar fell, Lu Yeyuan flashed and rushed out of the room. But before Su Maoyang could digest the scene in front of him, the picture changed again, and the woman's boudoir suddenly turned into a red festive lobby. At this time, a bride wearing a phoenix crown and a beautiful man named Ming Xianin stood in the middle of the lobby together, preparing to perform the ceremony of worship. The guests around were shouting and laughing. It was a lively scene, but the good times didn't last long. Suddenly, a panicked announcement came from outside the yard, exploding in the crowd like thunder. It's bad. It's bad. The Demon Emperor led his army to massacre the God clan. The bride's parents were unfortunately killed. Hearing such news, the whole audience was shocked. Yunxianga was so scared that she tore off the red veil on her head and rushed out of the hall frantically. Su Maoyang saw the scene. His heart trembled, and some inexplicable emotion surged up. At this moment, the picture changed again, and the yard with corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river came into view. At this time, the woman who had not had time to change out of the red wedding dress rushed into the yard with a horrified face. She stood in the middle of the corpses, and the bright red blood on the ground was particularly dazzling. The pretty face with rouge on it was frightened by the tragedy in front of her and turned pale as paper, and her pupils were extremely shocked. She stumbled into the hall and saw her parents lying in a pool of blood. Tears burst out of her eyes instantly. She collapsed in front of them, and her heart-wrenching cry broke through the sky. Dad? Mom, my daughter is unfilial and is late. Although her father was seriously injured, he still had a breath left. Hearing his daughter's cry, he tried to open his eyes, moved his lips with difficulty, and uttered a few weak syllables. It's Lu Yeyuan. As soon as the word Yuan came out, her father's body stiffened, and the arm he raised with effort suddenly slipped down, and he died completely in Yunxianga's horrified eyes. Yunxianga was shocked when she heard the three words Lu Yeyuan, seeing that all her relatives died in an accident. Hatred made her collapse and raised her arms and shouted loudly, Lu Yeyuan, I can't coexist with you. Su Maoyang saw the scene, and her heart was instantly aroused with strong emotions, as if she was infected by her, and she was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Just as she was shocked, the scene changed again in an instant, so fast that she was caught off guard. At this time, there was no wedding hall, no corpse, and no blood. In front of her was a wide square. The square was surrounded by a crowd of people. Everyone stretched their necks to watch the scene in the square, and the lively discussions filled the square. Su Maoyang looked puzzled and looked into the square. Chapter 771 The Terrible Curse. She saw at a glance the woman named Yunqiang, who looked exactly like her. She was sitting in front of the square. Her beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of shadow, just like the gloomy weather at the moment. And she looked extremely depressed. Su Maoyang didn't know why, but her mood became heavy along with her mood, and she couldn't help but look in the direction she was staring. At this time, she found that in the center of the square, there were several men with scars and blood all over their bodies hanging with ropes. They were weakly drooping their heads and were severely whipped by several men holding long whips. Every time they were beaten, their skin and flesh were torn apart, making a violent sound. The bloody body was constantly bleeding. It was not only shocking, but also nauseating. The scene was cruel and unbearable to watch. Yunqiang, who was sitting on the top, was indifferent and unmoved, as if it had nothing to do with her. She stayed out of the matter, but the surging hatred in her pupils still made Su Maoyang clearly capture her emotions at the moment. Just when Su Maoyang was confused, a tall and handsome figure suddenly came from a distance, wearing a black robe and coming against the light, as if a demon had come to the world, and a terrifying murderous aura instantly filled the surroundings. Because of his appearance, the already gloomy sky was even more overcast, and the wind was blowing hard. With his aggressive momentum, the crowds in the square were forced to retreat and make way for him. He walked slowly, his black robe fluttering, his silver hair flying, and his charming and beautiful face, so beautiful that it was breathtaking and could not be looked at. Yunqiang, as you wish. I'm here. He stood in the distance, looking at Yunqiang from a distance, and his low voice suddenly rose, echoing in the silent square, bringing a terrifying power fluctuation. Yunqiang gently curled her lips, forming a cold arc. Her red lips moved slightly, and her voice was cold. Seeing your closest brother being tortured, is it heartbreaking? Lu Yeyuan heard this and glanced at his confidant, who was beaten beyond recognition by her, clenched his fists, and his nails dug into the flesh. Let them go. You are looking for me, not them. Yunqiang suddenly laughed. Her voice was extremely sharp. Let them go. Ha ha ha. As far as I know, they were the ones who followed you to attack the God clan and killed more than 200 people in my God clan. You still have the nerve to say it has nothing to do with them. When Lu Yeyuan heard this, his heart felt like it was pierced by needles, and he felt a sharp pain. His cold and hard face was expressionless, and he squeezed out a few words from his teeth. You never believe me. Yunqiang was suddenly shocked, and a bit of misery jumped on her face. She sneered and said, "Uh-huh. Believe you? Didn't I believe you before? But in the end, I ended up like this. In your eyes, am I particularly stupid? Yes, I also want to believe you. But the facts are in front of me. How can I believe you? So many people died. So many eyewitnesses. Even her father insisted that it was him before he died. The only one who could break into the God clan like this and kill so many people is the demon emperor Lu Yeyuan. Moreover, he chose her wedding day. How could she trust him? She had become a sinner of the God clan for him, facing so many lives. How could she trust him wholeheartedly, as if nothing had happened? Hearing this, Lu Yeyuan suddenly laughed deafeningly, his deep eyes covered with a layer of scarlet, like a killing monster, and growled, "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to become a lot smarter since you married Ming Xianin. I thought you would believe in me as much as before. It seems that you are no longer the innocent little girl back then. Yes, I killed them all. Gods and demons cannot coexist. The only thing I regret is that I didn't flatten your God clan and kill them all." Although he was laughing and his tone was full of hatred, the emotions hidden in his eyes did not escape Su Maoyang's eyes. Su Maoyang suddenly became curious. Who exactly was this Lu Yeyuan in front of him? Judging from the reactions of the crowd, he seemed to be an unforgivable villain, a bloody and cruel demon. Is he really that? At this moment, Yunqiang heard him admit it in person, and her eyes widened in anger. Her fists on the table were trembling slightly. Looking at that beautiful face, thinking of everything that had happened, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. Okay. In that case, I have no choice but to kill your brothers and pay tribute to the spirits of my people in heaven. Execute them. Yunqiang roared. And the executioner, who had been prepared in the square, immediately stepped forward to take down the men and behead them. At this moment, Lu Yeyuan frowned, flew up, broke the rope, and saved all the men. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. But Yun Xiang'a looked at him calmly, with a hint of sarcasm on her lips. Do you think they can survive if you save them? Hearing this, Lu Yiyuan frowned and asked, What did you do to them? Nothing. They were just infected with the corpse-dissolving goo, and their internal organs will rot little by little, from the inside to the outside, until they turn into a pool of blood. And this process is very painful, and you have to endure it for 10 days. Are you really sure you want to take them away? Lu Yiyuan was driven crazy by Yun Xiang'a. He couldn't leave or stay. The anger in his heart seemed to be about to explode. Finally, he compromised and growled. What do you want to hand over the antidote? Yun Xiang'a smiled. But the smile didn't reach his eyes. There was more hatred and anger. You can save them if you cut off your meridians and abolish your martial arts. And I will consider sparing their lives. Lu Yiyuan stared at the pretty face that haunted his dreams, and recalled every bit of the past in his mind. The sweeter it was, the more he hated it. And the more excited it was, the more he collapsed. He lowered his head slightly, watching his dearest being tortured to death. His heart seemed to be cut by thousands of knives, surging with tearing pain. Finally, he hit his chest with a palm, severing his meridians and abolishing his cultivation for so many years. Yun Xiang'a saw him crumbling, without heartache or sympathy. The past feelings had been worn out by him, and now there was only hatred. She slowly got up and walked towards Lu Yiyuan. Every step seemed to step on the tip of everyone's heart, and everyone couldn't help holding their breath. Lu Yiyuan tried hard to support his weak body, and watched her approach him step by step with scarlet eyes. And his heart broke a little bit. Yun Xiang'a came up to him, reached out and touched his face, and murmured in a cold voice, Lu Yiyuan, how deep my love is. How deep my hatred is. You stabbed my parents so many times. I will return you one. But I'm letting you down for our past friendship. After she finished speaking, Yun Xiang'a suddenly pulled out a dagger from her sleeve and stabbed it into Lu Yiyuan's heart. Chapter 772 Awakening. A piercing pain surged, instantly turning Lu Yiyuan pale and sweating. He was so shocked that his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked down at the dagger that Yun Xiang'a had stabbed into his chest. Because it was stabbed too deep, the blood actually soaked Yun Xiang'a's right hand. But even so, she still increased the force, making the dagger sink deeper. Su Maoyang was also shocked when she saw this, and covered her mouth in horror. Although the man in front of her was named Lu Yiyuan, not Jun Haocong. She didn't know why she couldn't breathe at this moment because of the pain, and her body was shaken by the stimulation of the bright red blood. However, Yun Xiang'a, blinded by hatred, did not stop, but shouted loudly, The demon emperor has no power to resist. Drag these people down and punish them with scraping. I want their lives. After the roar, several executioners stepped forward quickly, dragged up several of Lu Yiyuan's confidants, and slashed with knives, splashing blood all over the ground in an instant. The tearing scream broke through the sky and fell into Lu Yiyuan's ears, stimulating him to collapse and raise his arms, fiercely repelling Yun Xiang'a. He held the dagger on his chest and raised his head stiffly. His deep eyes seemed to be poisoned. He stared at Yun Xiang'a with bloodshot eyes. His pupils were filled with extreme hatred. He raised his head and howled, which actually changed the color of the world. Yun Xiang'a. Lu Yiyuan. Curse you. I curse you to experience the suffering of 10 reincarnations. Lu Yiyuan. Swear here that I will never fall in love with Yun Xiang'a in my lifetime. If you break your oath and stay together, you will be hated by both humans and gods, and will not die a good death. The heartbreaking roar was like the collapse of the sky and the earth. And the momentum was so great that lightning and thunder flashed in the sky, and several silver lightnings struck down, frightening everyone and quickly retreating. Even though Su Maoyang was just a shadow, he was forced back by the power of the curse. It is conceivable how deep his hatred is. After the roar, Lu Yiyuan raised his arm and exploded to death. Even though he had lost all his cultivation, the energy fluctuations from the demon emperor were still extremely fierce. With a loud bang, the crowd watching in the square were all blown away and suffered considerable internal injuries. After the residual power, the square gradually calmed down. There was only a wisp of light smoke left where Lu Yiyuan stood, and there was no trace of that domineering and arrogant figure. Seeing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but touch the chest where Jun Haocong stabbed her. The position here was exactly the same as the position where Lu Yiyuan was stabbed. Realizing this, she was frightened and trembled. Her face turned pale, and she took a few steps back with some instability, barely stabilizing her body. At this moment, she seemed to feel the same way, and felt a piercing pain slowly spreading from the bottom of her heart. And she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. No! She didn't believe it. It's not like this. It must not be like this. If Liu Yuyuan is Jun Haotsong, then she believes him, without a doubt, and believes in him wholeheartedly. Yunqiang's parents were not killed by him, and Jun Haotsong would not hurt her. The only person she can trust in this world is Jun Haotsong. He loves her so much, and he goes through life and death for her. He is willing to be enemies with the world for her. If she doesn't trust such a Jun Haotsong, what else can she believe in? If she doubts such a deep relationship, wouldn't she let Jun Haotsong down? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang hugged his head with a splitting headache and collapsed and yelled, "No! I believe him. He won't hurt me. He won't kill me. Because he loves me." The roar shook the earth and shattered the scene in front of her. The scene in front of her was instantly shattered and turned into scattered stars. After the light, Su Maoyang suddenly opened her eyes and found herself lying on the cold ground, returning to the closed space just now. However, at this time, there were no more hidden weapons covering the sky and the iron chains shooting out from the ground. The surroundings were quiet, as if a trace of death was brewing, and those weird pictures disappeared, as if they had never happened. It turned out that all that was not real, but just a disturbing illusion. If the willpower was not strong, she would fall into the illusion and could not get out. It was just that the pictures in the illusion were too real. So real that she could feel the heart-wrenching pain and hatred in person. What were those pictures? Was it related to her? No. She had no memory at all, and had never experienced it. I think these were all confusing things. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang suddenly woke up and immediately looked around. Only then did she realize that her 5 spirit beasts were also lying on the ground, with weak breaths, painful expressions, and dying. It was obvious that they were also trapped in the illusion like herself. Realizing this, Su Maoyang immediately stood up, rushed over, and quickly woke them up. "Sky Demon Martin, wake up!" Seeing him sleeping like a dead pig, Su Maoyang was very anxious. She knew that this space was very strange as soon as she came in, but she didn't expect it to be an illusion. You know, once a person falls into an illusion, it is difficult to jump out. Looking at the dead look of the Sky Demon Martin, you know that it has not understood the mystery of the formation. If it is not woken up, it will die in the illusion. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang hit it hard several times, and the Demon Martin finally reacted a little. It opened its sleepy eyes, moved its fat and furry body, shook its heavy head, and saw the environment in front of it again. It was instantly awakened, and its hair stood on end. Damn it. It turned out to be an illusion. I thought I was dead, suddenly realizing that it was still alive. The Demon Martin jumped onto Su Maoyang's chest in surprise, hugged her chest tightly, and cried while touching, "Woman, I thought I would never see you again. Now I can still touch your slippery and soft flesh. It's so happy." Su Maoyang didn't expect it to take advantage of her as soon as it woke up. She was so angry that she glared at it, grabbed its fat ass, and threw it out. The Demon Martin drew a parabola in the air and landed lightly, staring at her with great grievance. "You are too much. I am reborn after a disaster, and you are not happy for me. What are you happy about? Your other companions are still trapped in the illusion, and their lives are in danger at any time. Is it time to be happy now?" Su Maoyang rolled his eyes at it unhappily, and turned to wake up the Golden Lion King. When the Demon Martin heard this, he noticed his companions around him and felt guilty. At this time, seeing Su Maoyang slapping the Golden Lion King on the ground, he immediately volunteered, "Woman, get out of the way. Let me do it. I guarantee it will wake up immediately." As he said, the Demon Martin came over with a confident face, smoothed the hair on his arm, and before Su Maoyang could react, he suddenly swung a fist and smashed it towards the face of the Golden Lion King. The powerful force immediately smashed a pit on the ground, and the head of the Golden Lion King actually sank into the pit, which shocked Su Maoyang and shocked his pupils. Chapter 773. Someone is peeping. This guy is just taking the opportunity to retaliate. How insidious. However, I have to admit that although the method of the Heavenly Demon Martin is more brutal and violent, it is still effective. At this time, The Golden Lion King was dizzy with stars in his eyes, with a big red and swollen bump on his head, and shook his huge head dizzily. Hey, where am I? It seems that you are not awake yet. So I will be a good person to the end and help you again. Seeing that he was confused and had no power to resist, the heavenly demon Martin swung his arm again and punched it again. There was only a scream, which suddenly shook in the empty space, causing Su Maoyang's eardrums to hurt. He couldn't bear to look directly at it and avoided his eyes. He silently sympathized with the Golden Lion King in his heart, worried that other spirit beasts would also encounter the poisonous hands of the heavenly demon Martin. Su Maoyang quickly turned around and woke up the other three. With Su Maoyang's efforts, the other three spirit beasts gradually woke up, opened their eyes, looked around in surprise, and asked in confusion, "Master, what's going on?" Su Maoyang saw that everyone was confused, and explained solemnly, "Just now, we all fell into an illusion. From the moment we entered this space, everything was not real. The hidden weapons, chains, and the pictures you saw were all illusions, used to confuse your mind and make you lose the will to survive in the illusion. Fortunately, everyone came out of the illusion safely." Hearing this, everyone nodded in sudden realization and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Maoyang saw that everyone had broken through the illusion and should be out of danger for the time being. He rubbed his forehead tiredly and said, "Everyone should rest in place and recover your vitality. This place is a bit weird. I don't know what kind of danger I will encounter next. The most urgent thing is to preserve my strength." As she said that, Su Maoyang sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and adjusted her breath. However, not long after she closed her eyes, she frowned and suddenly opened her eyes. A low voice suddenly rose in the quiet and empty space. "You have been sneaking around for so long, and you are not going to come out." The spirit beasts around her opened their eyes in surprise and looked at Su Maoyang with confusion. What did she mean by saying this suddenly? But before she could answer, she heard a loud laugh from the end of the darkness. "Ha ha! It's really beyond my expectation that you can actually detect my existence. Girl, you are so powerful." A loud voice, like a bell, suddenly echoed in this space, and a strong pressure came over her, which frightened Su Maoyang's face pale, and she broke out in a cold sweat in a moment. What a powerful aura! Su Maoyang was shocked and looked up suddenly, only to see a figure slowly walking in the darkness. It was an old man wearing a gray robe, with gray hair and wrinkles on his face. Although he looked old, his two deep eyes were bright and energetic, and with his vigorous steps, he looked energetic. What shocked Su Maoyang was that the powerful aura he exuded was even more powerful than Xiao Gaoqi he had met before. You know, Xiao Gaoqi is already a post-heavenly monarch spiritual master, and the aura of the white-haired old man in front of him is several times stronger than him. Su Maoyang couldn't figure out his strength for a while, and his face was expressionless, but his heart was already in turmoil. In fact, when dealing with the dragon before, Su Maoyang felt a gaze on her. At that time, she was busy fighting, and the gaze was fleeting, as if it was an illusion. So Su Maoyang did not investigate it deeply. But just when she was meditating and releasing her mental power, she noticed the existence of this gaze again. So she was sure that there were people other than them in this space, peeping at them. Those who can hide and watch without being restricted by the formation are naturally not simple people. So, Su Maoyang was curious. Who is this person? Why did he suddenly appear here? What is the intention of peeping at them secretly? The spirit beasts around Su Maoyang also sensed the huge danger, quickly stood up, hunched their bodies, grinned at the old man, prepared to attack, and issued a warning sound. Seeing this, the old man raised his hand to comfort her with a smile. His deep eyes narrowed into a slit, trying to show great kindness. "Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have taken action since you entered the forbidden area of Xingyuan Holy Land. Why wait until now?" Hearing this, Su Maoyang confirmed his guess, frowned even more, and asked sternly, "Humph, no ill intentions. Then why are you sneaking around? Who are you and why are you here?" Hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and smiled. "I should ask you this. I have been in this forbidden area for several years. You suddenly broke in and disturbed my practice. I still want to ask who you are and why are you here? Forbidden land?" Su Maoyang's pupils suddenly filled with shock when she heard this word. Is this a forbidden land? The old man saw that she didn't even know what this place was. and couldn't help but ask back with a smile. This is the forbidden land of Xingyuan Holy Land. A place forbidden by Sangyan sect. What? Don't you know? Su Maoyang frowned. She was being chased by Qiu Gaoqi at the time and fled everywhere. She only saw a palace and entered it. How could she know what a forbidden land was? Just after hearing his words, Su Maoyang became more curious about the identity of the old man in front of her. Since it is a forbidden land, why are you here? Are you an elder of Sangyan sect? Being able to enter Xingyuan Holy Land. Being able to enter and exit the forbidden land freely. And staying here for several years. Su Maoyang really couldn't think of any other identity except being an elder of Sangyan sect. However, when the old man heard this identity, he put away his smile and snorted with a look of disdain. Humph. With the strength of the Sangyan sect, it still wants me to be its elder. It is not qualified. Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard this. The person who can ignore the entire sect must be from a big family. However, he is not an elder of the Sangyan sect. So why is he in the forbidden area? And he has been there for several years. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's face suddenly darkened, and his eyes staring at him were full of vigilance and alertness. Seeing her rejection, the old man did not mind. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He stroked his beard and suggested with a smile, "Girl, don't be nervous. Just tell me why you have the evil blood cauldron and the strange fire, and I will tell you my identity. How about it?" Su Maoyang was even more like a frightened bird when he heard this, and her nerves were instantly tense. She actually forgot that since this person had peeped at her breaking through the formation, he naturally saw all her cards. It seems that her evil blood cauldron and strange fire have been exposed and have aroused his interest. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's heart was tense, and he asked with bated breath, "What do you want to do?" Chapter 774, Unnecessary Attention. I'm not doing anything. I'm just curious. How did you contract the evil blood cauldron and the two kinds of strange fire at such a young age? This is not something that ordinary people can do, the old man said with a smile, his deep eyes flashing with excitement. He just saw Su Maoyang making pills with his own eyes. That kind of hand speed is simply not comparable to that of ordinary alchemists. Even if he doesn't understand alchemy, he knows that the little girl in front of him has a high level of alchemy attainments. When she grows up, she will probably be quite extraordinary. The most important thing is that she has also contracted two kinds of strange fire. Perhaps she is the only one who can help him. Thinking of this, the smile on the old man's face turned flattering. Su Maoyang frowned and refused without giving any face. "You are not my relative. Why should I tell you?" The old man in front of him is powerful and mysterious. His appearance here is really suspicious. Now asking about the evil blood cauldron and the strange fire. It is obvious that he has ulterior motives. Hearing such an impolite rebuttal, the old man's face froze. His pupils jumped with surprise, and he was stunned for a moment. But he laughed instead of being angry. "Ha ha ha. Your temper is comparable to that of my apprentice. The only ones in the world who dare to talk to me like this are that stinky boy and you, a little girl." Su Maoyang frowned, with a cold face, and warned seriously, "I don't care who you are or how strong you are. As long as you dare to take the evil blood cauldron and the strange fire, I will fight you to the end. Fight with me. Ha ha ha. You are the first person who dares to challenge me. You are really brave." The old man seemed to have heard a big joke, and his loud laughter echoed throughout the space. His deep black eyes bloomed with a new light, and he had a strong interest in Su Maoyang in front of him. At this time, the old man Jinjuan in the space couldn't help but solemnly remind him, "Young master, be careful. This old man is a peak-level Supreme Junlingshi. Very powerful. If you fight him, you will definitely die." Peak Supreme Junlingshi. Hearing this level, Su Maoyang was shocked and trembled. His expression was shocked, and his face became quite embarrassed. After the Junlingshi is Junlingshi. After Junlingshi is the acquired Junlingshi. Then the innate Junlingshi. And then the Supreme Junlingshi. And each of these levels is divided into 4 small realms. Namely the initial stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak. The old man in front of him has actually reached the peak level of the Supreme Junlingshi. And the next level is the heaven-defying Emperor Lingshi. Such strength is too terrifying. However, she is only a peak Junlingshi, compared with the peak Supreme Junlingshi. But she is 15 levels lower. Such a big gap instantly made Su Maoyang sweat coldly. and her heart was up and down. Just when Su Maoyang was nervous, the old man smiled and praised. Ha ha ha. Girl, you are courageous and brave. I admire you. But you think too much. I don't mean to rob you. Not to mention, I am not an alchemist. I don't have mental power. Your treasure. Even if I want to contract it, I can't. Hearing this, Su Maoyang frowned slightly, looking at him up and down with suspicion, as if evaluating the truth of his words. Seeing that she still refused to believe it, the old man raised his eyebrows and smiled and approached her. Girl, you have good talent. You are a good seedling that can be cultivated. And besides, your temperament suits my taste. I will make an exception and accept you as my apprentice. Su Maoyang was slightly startled, and his pupils flashed with surprise. He couldn't help but take a deep look at the old man's flattering smile, and his heart became more vigilant. He answered decisively, I refuse. The old man in front of him, with unknown origins and sneaky whereabouts, appeared here, and he must have other intentions. He was so powerful, but he was flattering her, a respected spiritual master, and took the initiative to ask her to be his apprentice. Logically speaking, with his strength, he didn't lack apprentices at all. When the old man heard Su Maoyang's refusal, his face was shocked, as if he had suffered a great blow, and he shouted in disbelief. What? Did I hear it wrong? You actually refused. You know, how many geniuses in this world want to be his apprentice? Begging him, flattering him, but he didn't accept them. The little girl in front of him actually rejected his kindness. Was he wrong? This was the first time he hit a wall in front of people, which made him lose face, and his self-esteem was seriously hurt. Seeing Su Maoyang silent and staring at him warily, the old man was somewhat helpless. But he still did not give up persuading. Girl, I am a Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. If you become my apprentice, I can train you to be a Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. In the future, you can walk sideways in the 9 Netherworld and never worry about anyone bullying you again. I refuse. Su Maoyang still had a cold face and stared at him unmoved. The old man was shocked, frowned and looked at her in confusion, and he was a little unsure of her thoughts. It was the first time he saw someone who was so stable in the face of strength. And he was still a young man. Such a mentality is really beyond the ordinary people's calmness, which is really similar to his cold apprentice. However, such a personality is too difficult to deal with. It is quite difficult to trick her into taking the bait. Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but frown, feeling a little anxious. But the smile on his face became more and more amiable. Girl, I really have no ill intentions. Don't keep me away from you. Humph. If you are too attentive to me, you are either a traitor or a thief. If you want to trick me, I advise you to give up this idea. Su Maoyang frowned and scolded unceremoniously. This was the first time in his life that the old man was treated like this. He was shocked. But thinking of the girl's talent, he was reluctant to give up. Seeing her tough attitude, he finally sighed in compromise. Hey, girl, I'll tell you honestly. Actually, I'm short of a pill, and I want to ask you to help me make the pill. Su Maoyang obviously didn't believe it, raised his eyebrows and asked back. You are the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. Can't you find an alchemist to make the pill? Just find one who is much better than me. An early-stage alchemist. Hey, you have something to say. You know, the elixir I need can only be made by an alchemist who has 4 kinds of strange fire. You also know that in this world, alchemists who have 1 kind of strange fire are very rare, let alone 4 kinds. I have lived for so long, and I have seen you, a girl, have 2 kinds of strange fires, and also have a furnace like the evil blood cauldron. So you are the alchemist who has the most hope of making that kind of elixir. The old man shook his head and waved his hands, sighing weakly. If it were that simple, he wouldn't have to search for so long, nor would he have to stay here for several years. The little girl in front of him, at a young age, has contracted 2 kinds of strange fires, and her alchemy skills are also very good. She can refine so many pills at a time and can persist for so long, which shows that her mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary alchemists. Therefore, he believes that in time, this little girl's achievements in alchemy will definitely exceed his imagination. Chapter 775. Let's become sworn brothers. Possessing 4 kinds of strange fires. Su Maoyang was shocked, and his eyes were instantly filled with astonishment. The elixir that needs 4 kinds of strange fires to be refined must be quite extraordinary, since it requires 4 kinds of strange fires to be refined. It is obvious that the elixir is of a very high level. I am only an early stage elixir master, and I only have 2 kinds of strange fires. I can't help you. Su Maoyang shook his head. The old man heard this, and waved his hand without any concern, and said with a smile, "You are already an early stage elixir master at such a young age, and your future is limitless. In a few years, you will definitely have the hope of becoming an elixir master. What's more, you have already contracted 2 kinds of strange fires, and it is possible to have 2 more. Don't belittle yourself. I believe in you. He has waited for so many years, and it doesn't matter if he waits a few more years. It is better to have hope than no hope." "What? Alchemy master?" Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard this. Even she, who was calm, couldn't help but exclaimed. Su Maoyang knew better than anyone what level of alchemist Dan Zun was. Such strength was almost the top existence in the 9 Netherworld. This old man actually asked her, a Danzong, to refine the elixir that only Dondi could refine. Was he crazy or stupid? It was really too whimsical. Su Maoyang frowned in shock and quickly refused. "Senior, you and I don't know each other. We only met once. I guess we won't have the chance to meet in the future. I really can't do this favor." She was not a helpful person. They didn't know each other, so she had no obligation to help. Besides, this favor was so difficult. If you want to reach the level of Dan Zun, you must go through some experience, and the danger can be imagined. In comparison, the strange fire is even more rare. When she contracted Huandi Hanyin, she almost lost her life. You have to know that it was a relatively low-ranking strange fire. If it was a high-ranking one, Su Maoyang couldn't imagine the danger. Strange fire is a rare treasure. If you want to encounter it, you need a chance. If you want to contract it, you need a very strong strength. If you are not careful, you will be swallowed by the strange fire. The old man in front of him said it lightly. But Su Maoyang knew the difficulty, and naturally would not agree rashly. Seeing that Su Maoyang didn't take the bait, the old man was so anxious that he quickly stepped forward to flatter her. "Girl, we know each other now. As long as you become my apprentice, we can meet every day in the future. I can help you improve your spiritual power, and get you a lot of medicinal materials. You can practice alchemy while looking for strange fire." "Why not?" "Senior, I think I have made it very clear. My ability is limited and I can't help you. As for becoming a disciple, there is no need. I already have a master." Su Maoyang frowned and interrupted him seriously. Although she also wanted to improve her strength, it was more important to save her life. If she sacrificed her life to make pills for him, it would be a loss. Besides, the man in front of her had an unknown origin and had other intentions towards her. Whether what he said was true or not was still to be investigated. So she really didn't feel at ease to make friends with him. Besides, she already had a master, Xinjuan, and didn't plan to become a disciple. When the old man heard that she had a master, he immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. "What? Who is your master? How dare he snatch my disciple from me? Is he stronger than me? There are not many people stronger than him in the 9 Netherworld." Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "Well, in my opinion, he is stronger than you. As for his identity, I have nothing to say." The old man Jinjuan in the space did not expect that his image in Su Maoyang's heart was so great, and he was immediately moved. It turned out that he did not care about her in vain. The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. It was the first time that he was outdone by others. How could this be? However, what made him even more angry was that the little girl in front of him was too difficult to fool. Even he was helpless. She was just as smart as his apprentice. However, he finally met a rare alchemy genius in a century. How could he give up? He frowned and glanced at Su Maoyang, stroked his beard, and his mind worked rapidly, and finally came up with an idea. "Hey, girl, you don't have to become my disciple. Then let's become sworn brothers." The old man was shameless again, smiling and sticking to Su Maoyang's cold butt. Hearing about becoming sworn brothers, Su Maoyang staggered and almost fell down, staring at his smiling old face, her cheeks twitching. In order to trick her into refining the elixir, he even thought of this method. Too shameless. "Senior, this joke is not allowed. You are old enough to be my grandfather. becoming sworn brothers with me. Isn't it shortening my life? Su Maoyang was so scared that she waved her hands quickly. The old man didn't mind at all. He smiled and shook his head, and announced decisively, "Don't be polite to me. We will be brother and sister from now on." Brother and sister. Su Maoyang was so shocked that she almost vomited. She found that this man seemed to have no regard for worldly things at all. For the sake of elixir, he could do anything. "You? Please don't. How can we be brother and sister? It's not right. I don't agree." Su Maoyang was really shocked by him. Seeing her refusal, the old man did not discourage her enthusiasm, but said enthusiastically, "Since brother and sister are not right, then I will recognize you as the elder sister. Brother and sister are always okay." When the demon Martin heard this, he couldn't help it and burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he was out of breath and rolled directly to the ground. "Ha ha! Brother and sister. Big sister. Ha ha! I am laughing to death." The Golden Lion King and several other spirit beasts were laughing so hard that their bodies were twitching. The white-haired old man called their master the elder sister. "How old is the master?" "Okay. It's settled. From now on, you are my elder sister." The old man was afraid that Su Maoyang would refuse again, so he quickly decided and was too tough to refute. Su Maoyang was choked by him and was speechless. She wanted to continue to say something, but he interrupted her again. "Big sister, if you have any problems in the future, just tell me, and I will be there as soon as you tell me. I have no other requests. I just hope that you can keep my pills in mind." Su Maoyang was stunned by him. She didn't say anything, but she became the eldest sister of an old man inexplicably. "This is too ridiculous," I said. "I really can't do anything about your pills." Su Maoyang didn't want to take responsibility inexplicably. The old man interrupted with a smile, as if he really trusted her. "Just do your best, sister. I won't force you." Seeing that he was so stubborn and couldn't refuse, Su Maoyang looked embarrassed and sighed helplessly, then frowned and looked at him, asking doubtfully, "You recognize me as your sister, but I don't even know who you are or what you are doing here. This doesn't seem to make sense." Su Maoyang still had many questions about him. Chapter 776 Innate Spiritual Treasure. When the old man heard this, his face froze. He was just making a fuss, but in an instant he was silent, obviously unwilling to say more. Su Maoyang saw his hesitation and felt that there was something fishy. She looked at him suspiciously, waiting for his answer. The old man couldn't stand her gaze, and finally compromised and said, "Okay, I'll tell you. I'm actually the elder of Yushi Palace." Su Maoyang was slightly shocked and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Yushi Palace? This is the best sect among the 4 major sections. It is said that its strength is much stronger than Songyan sect. Even Jun Haocong came from it. So you can imagine how famous Yushi Palace is. No wonder this old man in front of him, who is so powerful, still looks down on Songyan sect. It turns out that he is the elder of Yushi Palace. He really has the capital to be proud. But it's not right. She heard that Yushi Palace and Songyan sect were not very friendly, and Xingyuan Holy Land was the treasure land of Songyan sect. So how could they let the elders of Yushi Palace in? This old man not only entered Xingyuan Holy Land, but also ran to the Forbidden Land and stayed there for several years. Isn't this very strange? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang raised his eyes in shock, stared at the old man in front of him suspiciously, and asked in a deep voice, "Since you are an elder of Yushi Palace, why are you in the Forbidden Land of Songyan sect? What conspiracy do you have?" The old man's expression was stiff. His eyes were evasive, and he smiled guiltily. "Oh, I don't have any conspiracy. Who do you think I am? Why I am here is a bit complicated, and it's a long story. It's estimated that it will take several days and nights to explain it clearly. Let's discuss it later." Seeing that he was playing dumb, Su Maoyang sneered in his heart, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said faintly, "Well, if you don't want to say it, I won't force you. As for your pills, just forget it." After saying that, Su Maoyang turned around and was about to leave. When the old man heard that the elixir was gone, he excitedly grabbed Su Maoyang's arm. "Okay, I'll tell you. Isn't it okay for me to tell you? Actually, I came to Xingyuan Holy Land to get a treasure." "Treasure?" Su Maoyang paused, turned around and looked at him. "You are so powerful. Do you still need treasures?" As the supreme master of the Peak Realm, can you still look down on the treasures of Xingyuan Holy Land? She doesn't believe it. The old man nodded seriously. His face suddenly became solemn. I wonder if you have heard of the dragon piano. Su Maoyong frowned and shook his head in confusion. What is that? The old man's face changed immediately after hearing this. And he retorted excitedly, that is not a thing. It is a very precious innate spiritual treasure. Innate spiritual treasure? Su Maoyong was startled by his excited expression, and was shocked in his heart. Seeing her confused look, the old man nodded in understanding. It's normal that you don't know, because even many sect elders don't know the existence of the dragon harp. After all, it is a peerless treasure left by the dragon clan in ancient times. He knew that the little girl in front of him was not easy to fool. Instead of lying to her and making her reject him, it was better to tell the truth. Su Maoyong was shocked when she heard this. Ancient times? Dragon clan? It was the first time she heard such a thing. The old man seemed to have changed when he talked about the dragon clan. He was smiling just now, and his frivolous old face suddenly became serious and deep. Well, there were several major forces in ancient times, and the dragon clan belonged to the gods. The weapons they had were naturally quite powerful. You should know that the order of weapon levels is mortal weapon, treasure weapon, spiritual weapon, immortal weapon, holy weapon, divine weapon, acquired spiritual treasure, innate spiritual treasure, and finally chaotic spiritual treasure. For you, spiritual weapon level weapons are already very precious treasures, not to mention the innate spiritual treasure level dragon piano. Su Maoyong was calm on the face when she heard the news, but her heart was shocked. Although she had never seen an innate spiritual treasure, she knew how powerful that treasure was by imagination. But she didn't expect it to be left in such a place. Seeing that she understood, the old man continued to say, I have been a Peak Supreme Monarch spiritual master for decades, and I am only one step away from the Emperor's spiritual master. But I have encountered a bottleneck. I have tried all kinds of ways, but I have not succeeded in advancing. Later, I wanted to use elixirs, but there was a lack of alchemists with 4 kinds of strange fire, so I had to pin my hopes on the dragon piano. Only by contracting the innate spiritual treasure, with the power it brought, I could officially enter the ranks of the Emperor's spiritual master. Su Maoyong suddenly understood and nodded in understanding when she heard this. I guess this dragon harp is not easy to get. Otherwise, why would I stay here for several years? Yes, it's not easy to contract a congenital spiritual treasure, so I stayed here for several years to study. But I still have no clue and don't know where to start. However, fortunately, I met you, elder sister. You are the most likely to become an alchemist who contracts 4 kinds of strange fire. Whether I can become an Emperor's spiritual master depends on you. The old man sighed in frustration, and then changed the subject, raised his eyes excitedly, grasped Su Maoyong's hand, and stared at her with a burning gaze. Su Maoyong was shocked by his enthusiasm, and quickly pulled her hand away, stepped back a few steps, and kept a distance from him. This old man was completely unserious, without the steadiness that an elder should have. He was noisy, like an old naughty boy. I wonder if he was stupid because of practicing martial arts, or if there was something wrong with his brain? If the people in Yushi Palace knew that this old man, who was so frightening in front of them, was defined as having a problem with his brain by Su Maoyong, they would definitely be scared to faint. I have to admire Su Maoyong's courage. Others wanted to curry favor with a person who couldn't. But Su Maoyong was full of disgust, frowned, and said bluntly, Where is that dragon piano? I want to go and see it. Su Maoyong never did business at a loss. Although she broke in by accident, she had experienced so many twists and turns and almost lost her life. If she didn't take some good things back, how could she be worthy of their efforts? Moreover, since she knew the existence of the dragon sheen, why shouldn't she go and see what's going on? You know, such a good opportunity is not something that everyone can have. The old man saw Su Maoyong's interest, but his face was full of shock. Sister, you are not going to take the dragon sheen, are you? Since I have come across it, why can't I take it? Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows. The old man was frightened and pale when he heard this, and waved his hands quickly. Sister, I advise you not to think about it. I have been studying here for several years, and there is no way, let alone you, a respected spiritual master. How do you know if you don't try? Don't talk nonsense. If you want me to help you make pills, Lead the way. Su Maoyang hurried and urged impatiently. Seeing her insistence, the old man thought she was daydreaming and sighed speechlessly. Okay. Since you want to see it, I'll take you there. But I must remind you that Long Qin's power is very strong. Even I can't resist it. So you must not act rashly. If something goes wrong, even I can't save you. Chapter 777 The Legendary Dragon Qin. After the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and an exit suddenly appeared in the dark space. Follow me. Su Maoyang nodded slightly after hearing this, and immediately put all the spirit beasts and puppets into the space, and followed the old man towards the exit. The two walked through a winding passage for nearly half an hour. Su Maoyang found that the temperature dropped as she walked deeper. She soon got goosebumps all over her body, and her heart was also nervous about the sudden drop in temperature. At this moment, the old man reminded her seriously. We are almost there. Be careful. Su Maoyang was shocked, and before she could respond, she felt a biting cold wind, like a roaring lion, blowing in her face. The biting coldness was like a sharp knife piercing her skin, and she frowned and her face turned pale in pain. Such a strong cold air, as if it would freeze people into ice. Feeling such a perverted power, Su Maoyang was shocked and became even more alert. With a stroke of her hands, she formed a spiritual power protection shield around her, trying to resist the fierce cold air. But what was shocking was that the cold air quickly froze when it touched the spiritual power shield. With a loud bang, the frozen spiritual power shield exploded instantly and shattered to the ground. Then Su Maoyang, who was under the spiritual power shield, was immediately pushed back 2 meters by the cold air. She stood on her heels with difficulty and tried her best to resist the terrifying cold wind. In a moment, she was horrified to find that her feet had begun to freeze into ice, solidifying from bottom to top, bit by bit. At this moment, she felt as if her blood was frozen and was about to submerge her upper body. There was another loud bang, and the old man in front suddenly slapped a powerful spiritual power, hitting her hard, which completely shattered the ice on her body. The old man warned anxiously, Don't let the cold wind hit you. Once it hits you, you will freeze into ice immediately. I can still help you break a small amount of ice, but if there are too many, even I can't do anything. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's pupils suddenly surged with extreme shock. He is a supreme master of the peak realm, but he can't deal with these ice cubes. The power here is too terrifying. Just as she was shocked, the cold air came from the front again, this time with ice spikes, stabbing fiercely towards Su Maoyang's face. Seeing this, the old man yelled to be careful, and then burst out with powerful strength, hitting the ice spikes hard, almost using up all his strength to resist this wave of attacks. The power of the cold wind is not too strong. You should be able to dispel it with a strange fire, but don't let it freeze into ice. The old man shouted to Su Maoyang while resisting the cold wind in front of him. Su Maoyang heard this, and immediately used his mental power to ignite the strange fire in both hands to dispel the cold wind in front of him. With the help of the strange fire, the old man's pressure was greatly reduced, and the two of them successfully entered a cave that looked like an ice cellar. At a glance, the cave was empty, white, and sparkling, and all around was cold ice with cold air. Su Maoyang could freeze into ice directly in midair with a light breath. You can imagine how cold the temperature here is. She knew very well that if she didn't have the strange fire by her side, she would have been frozen into an iceman at this time, and completely lost her vitality. The old man beside her also had such a powerful strength that he could use his spiritual power to resist the cold and gain a foothold in this space. This place is really amazing. Su Maoyang was still sighing, but the old man had already walked to the depths of the cave and came to a huge piece of black ice. Sister, this is the innate spiritual treasure, the dragon harp. He pointed to the black ice floating in the air and spoke in a deep voice. Su Maoyang's pupils shrank slightly when he heard it, and he looked up in shock. He saw a silver long harp inlaid in the black ice floating in the air. It was about 3 feet long and shaped like a silver dragon. It was shining with bright silver light, and the icy coldness around it was emanating from it. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was shocked and took a deep breath. It is worthy of being a peerless treasure left by the dragon clan. Just looking at it, and feeling the energy released from it, Su Maoyang felt thrilling. What a delicate, beautiful harp. Su Maoyang, despite her cold temperament, could not help but sigh with excitement at the sight of the dragon harp in front of her. For some reason, When Su Maoyang saw the treasure in front of her, she felt that all the blood in her body was boiling, which made her heart beat faster. Her emotions were high, and her heart was thumping as if it was about to jump out. The old man nodded in agreement after hearing this. It is very beautiful, but it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to contract it. I have been here for many years and tried many ways, but I couldn't even shake the black ice that condensed it. Not even a crack appeared, let alone contract the dragon harp. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's face was even more shocked. As a supreme Junlingsher at the peak level, he couldn't even move the layer of black ice outside the dragon harp. How powerful is this dragon harp? What about the strange fire? No matter how hard something is, it will turn into ashes in front of the strange fire. Maybe you can try it with the strange fire. Su Maoyang thought that she had two kinds of strange fire, and was eager to try. But the old man smiled and shook his head with disdain. Obviously not optimistic about her strange fire. Give it up. The strange fire is useless. How do you know if you don't try it? Su Maoyang refused to believe this evil, and she would try everything before giving up. As she said, she threw the strange fire in her hand into the black ice. However, the result was as the old man expected. The strange fire burned for a long time, but the black ice did not move at all, and there was no sign of melting, let alone breaking the outer layer of black ice. Seeing this, the old man laughed without giving any face. Ha ha ha. See, I told you. This mysterious ice is not so easy to dissolve. This thing is really a headache. Su Maoyang was embarrassed and frowned when he heard this. No wonder the old man stayed here for several years, and was helpless. It seems that it is indeed a bit tricky. The strange fire has been refined for thousands of years. The power is quite violent, and can burn many hard and powerful things. I didn't expect that it couldn't deal with the ice in front of it. These ice cubes are too abnormal. Thinking back to when he was frozen into ice just now, Su Maoyang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the old man helped her break it in time. Otherwise, if she really froze into ice, even the strange fire could not save her. The old man saw Su Maoyang was silent, and shook his head with a smile. Big sister, you should just forget it. With your current strength, let alone breaking the black ice and contracting the dragon harp, it is even very difficult to resist the cold wind. Don't be too ambitious. It's better to be practical. Over the years, he has been a little discouraged. Not to mention Su Maoyang, who is a peak master of the spirit. Chapter 778, Breaking the Mysterious Ice. Su Maoyang was unwilling to give up after hearing this, and she used all her mental strength to roll the strange fire bigger, burning the rock-hard black ice. The old man saw that she was not giving up, frowned slightly, and reminded loudly with a worried look on his face. Sister, don't waste your energy. The strange fire has no effect on ice. Let's get out quickly. This place will accumulate energy every half a cup of tea. The cold air that bursts out is beyond my power. We can't stay any longer. In the past few years, the old man has already figured out the rules here clearly, and has been here countless times. Go in when the power subsides, and get out before the power bursts out. In half a cup of tea. He racked his brains and thought of all kinds of ways, but none of them worked. He stayed here for several years. Fortunately, he is strong and can withstand the cold and temperature here. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been frozen to death long ago. But Su Maoyang refused to give up. It was so hard to meet the innate spiritual treasure. If she just left like this, it would be a pity. The old man saw that the cold air was about to burst out, and Su Maoyang was still stubborn and unwilling to leave. He was so anxious that he was about to reach out to pull her, who knew that a violent cold wind suddenly rose around him, howling and turning into ice spikes in an instant, stabbing at him fiercely. The old man was so scared that his arm shrank. His face changed drastically, and he quickly moved sideways to avoid it. At the same time, he shouted nervously, "Sister, be careful." The reminder at this time was obviously too late. The overwhelming ice spikes attacked and pierced Su Maoyang's shoulder. Seeing this, the old man was horrified and shouted, "Big sister." Su Maoyang felt a sharp pain. Her body trembled, and she was shaken back by the force. A stream of blood gushed out, instantly soaking her clothes. The old man saw that she was injured, and was so shocked that he smashed the oncoming ice spikes with force. He quickly came to Su Maoyang and planned to save her. But when he got close to her, he was surprised to find that the ice spike that had just pierced Su Maoyang's shoulder melted quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old man stared at the blood-stained shoulder. His face was shocked. His eyes were full of horror, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Then he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, pointed at Su Maoyang's shoulder, and stuttered. You, this. Her blood melted the ice spikes? After realizing this, Su Maoyang was shocked. And then his face was filled with ecstasy. He excitedly looked at the black ice in the air again. If my blood can melt the ice spikes, does it mean that it can also melt the black ice? The old man was still in shock. His mind was blank. And when he suddenly heard her words, he shuddered, and his astonished eyes instantly shone with brilliance. Sister, try it quickly. Try it quickly. With such a guess, the old man's cheeks trembled with excitement. His eyes widened, and he urged anxiously. Su Maoyang heard the words, and did not delay. He flashed and rushed towards the black ice in the air, and pressed his bloody hands on the black ice. At this moment, the black ice seemed to be shattered by gravity, and there were traces of tears, shaking out a terrifying power fluctuation, which blasted Su Maoyang away. The old man was startled when he saw this, and he caught her quickly, and then looked at the black ice that was constantly breaking in the air. His eyes were stained with unprecedented shock. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the black ice exploded completely. The ice splashed, melted quickly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the dragon harp embedded in the black ice suddenly burst out with dazzling silver light, which made Su Maoyang and the old man squint their eyes. At this moment, seeing the dragon harp suspended in the air surrounded by silver light, the old man was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. His lips kept shaking up and down, and he exclaimed excitedly, Success! Finally succeeded. I have been tossing for many years, and finally broke the outer layer of black ice. Su Maoyang nodded happily when she heard this. Her eyes were attracted by the dragon harp, and she was reluctant to look away, and her footsteps could not help but approach the black ice. The old man woke up immediately when he saw this, and called her in horror. Sister, no! The dragon harp is too powerful. Don't get too close. However, Su Maoyang at this time seemed to be insane, being pulled forward by the mysterious power, and could not hear the old man's dissuasion at all. Her blood was boiling, and there was only one voice in her mind, contracted. What are you going to do? Come back here. Seeing Su Maoyang getting closer and closer to Longqing, the old man panicked and roared in fear. After saying that, he was about to rush forward to stop her. But at this moment, Su Maoyang had already taken the lead and touched Longqing. This move frightened the old man so much that his eyes were bloodshot. Just as the words were about to roll out of his throat, he was choked by the scene in front of him. I saw Longqing burst out with dazzling silver light again, and in an instant, it enveloped Su Maoyang, making her look like a god descending to the world. Beautiful beyond description. The dragon Qin was clearly cold, but when it touched Su Maoyang's bloody hand, it opened automatically and let Su Maoyang touch its body. It was so gentle that the old man was surprised. Oh my god! What did he see? This little girl in front of him actually touched the dragon Qin, and was not frozen into ice. Nor was she repelled by the power. She just touched it easily, and stood here safely. Did he see it wrong? Just when the old man was shocked, the blood in Su Maoyang's hand instantly merged into the dragon Qin. And then a shocking dragon roar was heard. A silver dragon's afterimage flew out of the dragon Qin and hit the old man's body, knocking him away and hitting the wall made of ice behind him. The power was too strong. Even he, a supreme Junlingsher at the peak level, couldn't bear it and spit out a mouthful of blood, suffering a lot of internal injuries. He immediately raised his hand to press the acupuncture points to control the injury, and then looked at the silver dragon flying in the sky with horror. At this moment, he was so scared that his face turned pale, and his heart was so nervous that it seemed to jump out of his throat. Then, he actually saw the afterimage of the dragon circling Su Maoyang and rubbing her body intimately. The picture was harmonious and beautiful, which shocked him and made him dumbfounded and completely stunned. Chapter 779. The body is missing? What's going on? Dragon Qin has been contracted by the little girl in front of him? Is it possible? She is a peak spiritual master? But if there is no contract, how can the afterimage of the dragon be so close to her? The old man murmured in disbelief. Am I dreaming? He has been studying this dragon Qin for several years, and has tried every method. But he didn't expect that it was contracted by a little girl at the level of a spiritual master. What's more, she didn't use any method, just used her blood. Seeing this, the old man suffered a huge blow, and his heart was shocked and wronged. He had worked hard for so many years, but it was easily done by others. No matter who it is, they will have some emotions. At this time, Su Maoyang was immersed in the joy of contracting the dragon qin. She couldn't let it go and stroked its body, feeling the cold feeling that penetrated her heart. Maybe because of the contract, she didn't feel prickly now, but felt cool and pleasant, and her whole body was very comfortable. The old Jinjuan in the space felt that Su Maoyang had an additional contractual relationship, and he was also happy in his heart. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, young master. You have contracted an innate spiritual treasure. The power of this dragon harp is not small, but your current strength is not good enough. You can't fully release its power, and you can't reach the peak state. So, you still have to work hard to practice. The power of the dragon harp will grow with your strength." Su Maoyang nodded slightly. She naturally knew that she couldn't control the dragon harp with her current strength, but she believed that one day, she would be able to use it handy. Thinking about it, she smiled knowingly, waved her hand to put the dragon harp into the space, and then turned to look at the old guy. Only then did she realize that the old man who insisted on swearing brotherhood with her was actually sitting on the ground, staring at her with a dull face. Su Maoyang frowned in surprise. "Why are you sitting on the ground? It's so cold." Hearing this, the old man was furious. Did he want to sit there? It was all because of her. If she hadn't contracted the dragon harp, the dragon would have appeared, and the powerful force would have hit him. Would he be so stupid as to sit on the ice? She even had the nerve to ask. Damn it! The old man thought that the treasure he had worked hard on for many years was just contracted away. He was unwilling and angry. Naturally, he didn't have a good face when facing Su Maoyang, but because he had to ask her to make pills for him, he had to swallow his anger and didn't dare to get angry. This was the first time he felt so aggrieved since he lived for so many years. In the entire 9 Netherworld, he had only run into a wall in front of his apprentice. But his apprentice was a super genius, so powerful that he could ignore him. He could still understand this. But the little girl in front of him was just a respected spiritual master, and she easily snatched away the treasure he had set his eyes on. This was undoubtedly a slap in his face, and a humiliation to his strength. He was obviously very angry. But in order to please Su Maoyang, he had to force a smile and quickly got up from the ground. "Sister, where are you going next? Otherwise, I will follow you." Seeing him approaching flatteringly, Su Maoyang was afraid of being entangled by him, and immediately stretched out his hand to stop him from getting closer. "No, I can do the next thing myself, so don't follow me. As for your pills, I will do my best. Don't hold too high hopes." If she went out with the elders of Yushi Palace and was seen by the elders of Sanyan sect, that would be terrible. They would probably arrest her as a spy on the spot, which would bring her a lot of trouble. Haha. Just keep it in mind. Sister, I'm waiting for your good news. If you have anything, you can come to Yushi Palace at any time and report my name. Yu Zhengfeng. I will be there whenever you call. Hearing that Su Maoyang agreed to make the elixir, the old man rubbed his palms excitedly, not minding Su Maoyang's rejection at all. Seeing that he was so enthusiastic, Su Maoyang didn't want to spoil his fun, so he just nodded perfunctorily. "Well, okay. I hope you keep your mouth shut about what happened today. If you dare to leak a word, don't expect me to make the elixir for you." As he said that, Su Maoyang glared at the old man fiercely. The old man nodded hurriedly. "I'll keep the secret for you. Needless to say, I'm tight-lipped. Don't worry. If other people saw Su Maoyang dare to threaten the old man in front of them, they would definitely be scared to death. And seeing the old man smiling in the face of the threat, it would be even more shocking. Su Maoyang saw that he understood, so he didn't waste any words and turned to walk out of the cave. Because the formation was broken, her way out was unobstructed, and she soon walked out of the forbidden area. The first thing she did was to rush to the place where Song Mingxing died just now, recalling the scene of him blocking the attack for her and dying in her mind. Her heart ached again. It's all because of her. It's all her fault. She shouldn't have brought him into Xingyuan Holy Land in the first place. Not only did she not help him, but she let him die for her, thinking that all this was caused by herself. Su Maoyang felt guilty, and her steps became faster and faster. But when she rushed to the place where she had just fought with Xiao Gaoqi, It was empty. If there were not some traces of fighting and blood, Su Maoyang would have doubted whether everything that had just happened really happened. She saw Song Mingxing die in her arms with her own eyes. So how could his body not be seen? Could it be that his body was taken away by Qiu Gaoqi? That shouldn't be the case. What did Qiu Gaoqi want Song Mingxing's body for? Since Su Maoyang entered the forbidden area and contracted the dragon zither, he guessed Qiu Gaoqi's purpose of hiding his identity and sneaking into the Sangyan sect. It seems that he came for the dragon zither. If his guess is correct, Qiu Gaoqi stayed in the Sangyan sect to participate in the palace examination and then enter the Xingyuan Holy Land to steal the dragon zither. Unfortunately, he should have underestimated the power of the dragon zither and failed to break through the formation. That's why he didn't succeed and had to settle for the next best thing and snatch Song Mingxing's immortal weapon. Although she guessed the purpose of Qiu Gaoqi's trip, Su Maoyang couldn't figure out why Song Mingxing's body disappeared. It was really strange. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang searched around unwillingly. After searching for a long time, she still found nothing. In desperation, Su Maoyang had to give up. After getting the blood crow goo grass under the guidance of the Xianyan silver snake, she left the Xingyuan Holy Land. A light curtain sent her back to the entrance of the Phantom Palace. When she came out, it was 3 days later. There were no disciples watching around the Phantom Palace. The whole square was empty and looked a bit cold. After all, the palace examination was over, and the rankings of the disciples' competition were also announced. Everyone received the rewards they deserved according to their performance. Su Maoyang didn't know the situation outside, but only knew that the mission was completed and she could retreat with the blood battle group. She was worried about the blood battle group, so she quickened her pace and walked towards the Danyang Palace. However, as she came here, many disciples looked at her sideways, and some even stopped in shock and pointed at her. Su Maoyang felt the surprised gazes from all directions, and couldn't help but frown, with some doubts in his heart. Chapter 780 The Miserable Bloody Battle Group. Look! That seems to be Su Maoyang from Danyang Palace. Right? Yes. That's her. Didn't she die in the Phantom Palace? How come she's here? Yes. I heard by Xian say that she fell into the quicksand and died. Many disciples saw it with their own eyes. And Guan Yingkong also testified. Yeah. I heard it too. Because of this, the group of rubbish brought by Su Maoyang even fought with Bai Xian, insisting that Bai Xian killed their master. It was a big fuss, and even the elders were alarmed. The man who spoke witnessed the farce with his own eyes, and his tone was very sure. The other woman snorted sarcastically when she heard this. The sect has a clear rule that private fights are not allowed. This group of new trash is so arrogant that they ignore the sect rules and dare to attack the genius that the sect focuses on cultivating. It would be strange if the elders were not alarmed. This group of trash is too bold and overestimates their own abilities. They dare to provoke Bai Xian without even looking at their own status. They deserve to be locked up and punished by Elder Shi. Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard this, and he stopped abruptly. Then he turned around and walked quickly towards the woman who was talking on the left. Without even saying hello, he grabbed her neck directly. The gloomy eyes surged with murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "What did you say? Say it again." The woman who was talking didn't expect Su Maoyang to suddenly attack. She was frightened and stared at Su Maoyang with her eyes bulging. Because her throat was pinched, her pretty face flushed instantly. "Let go! Let me go!" The woman wanted to speak, but could not utter a complete syllable. She tried to pry open her restraints with both hands, but after struggling for a long time, she could not shake Su Maoyang at all. Su Maoyang obviously had no patience. His face was gloomy, and his tone was even more cold and terrifying. "Tell me, what happened? Don't make me ask a second time." The woman was frightened by the aura emanating from Su Maoyang. Her face was pale, and she answered with difficulty. Bai Xian said that you fell into the quicksand and died. Your group of people wrestled with Bai Xian, and were later stopped by Elder Shi. They violated the sect rules, and were locked up by Elder Shi for punishment. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was furious. His eyes were as big as fists, like a lion ready to eat people at any time. And the woman was even more frightened and trembled all over. "Where are they locked up?" Su Maoyang increased the strength of his hand, gritted his silver teeth, and roared fiercely. The woman was so scared that she didn't dare to hide anything. She pointed in a direction weakly. "In the cell over there." Su Maoyang saw this, Then he shook the woman off and turned to run in the direction she pointed. At this time, Su Maoyang rushed to the cell. The two guards at the cell door stopped her at once. The cell is a restricted area. No outsiders are allowed to enter or leave. Su Maoyang was so angry that she had no patience to talk nonsense with him. She just waved her hand and knocked him to the ground. The guard fell flat on his face, grimacing in pain, and still scolded Su Maoyang. Okay. You dare to break into the prison privately. You, however. Before he finished speaking, Su Maoyang stepped over them and walked directly into the cell. Seeing this, the guard was so angry that he had to get up from the ground with great effort and ran towards Elder Shi's residence. The matter of breaking into the prison privately must be reported to Elder Shi immediately. As soon as Su Maoyang entered the cell, he saw that the people inside were torturing the brothers of the blood battle group. The long whip dipped in pepper water severely whipped Jiang Zheng, Xiao Linchen and Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was weak and had fainted. Jiang Zheng and Xiao Linchen were seriously injured and unable to resist. They could only grit their teeth and hold on. As for the other brothers, they endured the torture of burning, and their miserable roars echoed throughout the prison. Seeing the bloody scene in front of him, Su Maoyang's face was red with anger, all the way to the roots of his hair, and his eyes were wide open and shrunken terribly. At this moment, it was as if a volcano erupted and spewed out uncontrollable anger. The whole cell suddenly roared, like thunder. You are looking for death. After the roar fell, Su Maoyang suddenly burst out with fierce spiritual power, and with a wave of his sleeves, he wiped out all the guards who tortured. In the blink of an eye, there were corpses on the ground. When the blood battle group heard the familiar voice, they all looked up in shock, seeing Su Maoyang coming against the light. Everyone was surprised. They knew that Su Maoyang would come to save them. Su Maoyang saw that they were covered with wounds and in a miserable state, and her heart was pulled up. Her pale face was extremely ugly. She quickly took out the pills and distributed them to everyone, and then helped the unconscious Lin Wanner up and forced the pills into her. After she slowly woke up, she breathed a sigh of relief and said to everyone with guilt, "Sorry. I'm late and made you suffer." Xiao Linchen shook his head with an ugly face. "No. We are too weak and suppressed by Elder Shi. We have no power to resist. Instead, we have caused trouble for the master." Su Maoyang knew that Elder Shi was seeking revenge for his personal grudge. Last time she killed Jun Xiaozi, he had never found a chance to retaliate. He probably heard that she had died in the palace examination. So he vented his anger on the blood battle group and planned to torture them to death bit by bit. What a cruel method. After all, the blood battle group suffered all these because of him. Master, I am useless. I was impulsive and provoked by Xian, which implicated everyone and caused one of the brothers to die tragically. If we hadn't clashed with Bai Xian, our brothers wouldn't have been tortured to death. Lin Wanner was emotional at this time, hitting her head hard. While she was angry, she hated herself even more. Seeing this, Jiang Zheng, who was standing by, grabbed her hand with heartache and comforted her. "It's not your fault. When Bai Xian said that the master was dead, you were also angry and worried about the master. So you lost your mind. It was Bai Xian who was too hateful. She took the initiative to provoke, bully us, and spread rumors about the master's death. Anyone would be angry. You can't blame yourself for the fault." At that time, they couldn't wait for Su Maoyang to come out, and they were worried that something happened to her. Later, Bai Xian and the others came out and said that Su Maoyang fell into the quicksand and died. It was true, and there were many witnesses. Being stimulated by this, everyone in the blood battle group lost their minds and fought with Bai Xian. They knew that if Su Maoyang got into trouble, it would probably be Bai Xian who was behind it. Facing her bullying, Lin Wanner really couldn't bear it. Su Maoyang frowned when he heard this, and asked in surprise, "What? A brother died?" Xiao Linchen nodded solemnly. "Yes, a brother couldn't stand the torture and was tortured to death by them. If it was later, I don't think the other brothers could hold on." When Su Maoyang heard this, the anger in his heart rushed to his head, and he clenched his fists and shouted with gritted teeth, "SJS! Bai Xian! I will kill you!" Chapter 781 Terrifying Dragon Roar. Su Maoyang was so angry that she trembled all over. After saying that, she turned around and strode out of the cell. The blood battle group saw her rushing out in anger, and their faces changed drastically. They hurried to chase after her. At this time, the disciples of the Sanyan sect only saw Su Maoyang leading a large group of people out of the cell and heading straight to Elder Shi's residence. When Elder Shi got the news of the prison break, he also rushed over quickly. Halfway through, he saw Su Maoyang and the group of rubbish coming towards him. He was so angry that his face turned black and he roared fiercely. Su Maoyang, you are so presumptuous. You dare to break the prison. You live. Before Elder Shi finished speaking, Su Maoyang flashed and rushed over, accompanied by a biting cold air directly to SJS's face. And the overwhelming spiritual power hit SJS's chest like a heavy hammer. SJS didn't expect Su Maoyang to attack him. He was shocked and caught off guard. He didn't have time to react and was knocked back by the force. But he was a peak Jun Lingshi after all. Even if Su Maoyang burst out with all her strength, she was not his opponent. So she didn't cause much damage to him. She just caused some external injuries to him with her preemptive moves. However, the external injuries alone were enough to make Elder Shi furious. Although his strength was not good among the elders, he was still a respected elder in the sect. Now a new disciple dared to ignore him and beat him up. It was really too much. He was a peak Jun Lingshi. In front of so many disciples, he was injured by a Zun Lingshi. Where would he put his face? Thinking of this, SJS was furious and roared in anger. You Su Maoyang, you dare to attack me. I will kill you today. The roar was like thunder. SJS raised his hand and slammed Su Maoyang. The spiritual power turned into a stream of light and hit Su Maoyang fiercely. Su Maoyang naturally couldn't bear such power. She used her hands to resist it, but was eventually forced back. The power quickly broke through her defense and hit her chest. Su Maoyang spit out a mouthful of blood, covered her injured chest, and tried to stabilize her body. Seeing this, the brothers of the blood battle group were frightened. Their faces were pale, and they shouted nervously, Master! At this time, Su Maoyang ignored the concerns of the blood battle group, raised his hand slightly, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without caring. When she thought of the torture that the blood battle group had endured and people dying because of it, hatred devoured her heart like a monster, making her eyes red with anger, and her pupils were filled with strong murderous intent. She stared at SJS with a sinister look, as if she was an ice spike soaked in a cold pond, piercing the bone and making people tremble. SJS received such a look, and his heart was slightly shaken, just thinking of his disciple dying in the hands of the woman in front of him. He was also furious and gnashed his teeth. Su Maoyang, you are so bold. You killed my beloved disciple first, and then openly robbed the prison. And now you dare to attack the elders. If I don't kill you today to avenge their, my surname is not sure. SJS roared in anger, and his body moved with his heart, rushing towards Su Maoyang fiercely. The spiritual power in his hand instantly turned into a big knife, slashing across the sky, emitting a dazzling murderous light. And it seemed that he was about to split Su Maoyang in half. Facing the pressure from the peak Jun Lingshi, Su Maoyang took 2 steps back with great effort. She gritted her teeth. Her face turned pale, and soon she was sweating profusely, which made the blood battle group nervous. The disciples watching were shocked and gasped, shaking their heads in disbelief. Su Maoyang was just a peak Zun Lingshi, but she dared to attack the elder of the peak Jun Lingshi, which was really shocking. You know, even the genius disciples of the Sanyan sect did not dare to be so disrespectful to the elders. But Su Maoyang, a newcomer, was so arrogant. Such an arrogant and presumptuous behavior immediately caused everyone to discuss excitedly. Is Su Maoyang crazy? She dared to attack the elders. Isn't she courting death? Humph. She just relied on Elder Lu's protection to ignore Elder Shi. Now she has done such a rebellious thing. I think even if Elder Lu talks her out of his mouth, he can't save her today. Humph. She takes herself too seriously. She doesn't even consider how much she weighs. She deserves to be beaten to death. In the eyes of everyone, Su Maoyang's behavior is extremely stupid, and everyone is looking forward to her being taught a lesson by Elder Shi. However, at this critical moment, Su Maoyang stared at the sharp sword that was chopped down at her. Her eyes condensed, and she suddenly raised her arms, bursting out a cold energy, and the powerful force shook, freezing the sword in the air into ice in an instant. And then with a loud bang, the sword suddenly exploded, and the broken ice splashed, shocking everyone to retreat again and again. The invading cold energy hit SJS's body like a tidal wave. and with a bang, it knocked him 3 meters away, and he fell to the ground in a mess. Seeing this scene, the voices of discussion around him suddenly stopped, and the faces that looked disdainful and scornful suddenly froze, and the eyes staring at SJS gradually widened, and after being sluggish, they were quickly filled with horror. What did they see? Su Maoyang actually beat up Elder Shi, who was a peak Junling Shi. Oh my god! What is going on? Are they hallucinating? Not to mention the shock of others. Even Elder Shi himself was shocked like thunder and lightning. He never thought that he would be beaten to the ground by a Junling Shi. SJS covered his chest with unbearable pain, swallowed the blood that gushed out, and looked up in shock. The pale old face was frightened by Su Maoyang 3 meters away, and horror burst out from his deep eye sockets. Because at this time, Su Maoyang had a silver guqin in his hand, which was similar in shape to a dragon, and the cold air floating on it seemed to float out of hell. Cold and terrifying. Even though he was so far away, SJS could still feel the piercing coldness, which seemed to freeze the soul and made him shiver uncontrollably. What was that thing? It was so powerful. However, just as SJS was shocked, Su Maoyang had already plucked the strings of the zither, playing a sound as clear as splashing jade and trembling as a dragon's roar, which shocked everyone. But before everyone could react, the magnificent and deep dragon roar turned into a silver dragon and swooped down towards SJS on the ground. The overwhelming force shook the earth and made the ground tremble. The disciples watching were frightened by the terrifying dragon roar, and their faces turned pale, as if their bones were shattered. As for SJS, who was facing the attack of the silver dragon, he was even more frightened. He opened his mouth wide and let out a shrill roar, feeling a terrifying force that directly shattered his body. Chapter 782-6 Extra People. A tearing roar went straight into the sky, accompanied by the sound of dragon roar, and instantly blasted the surrounding disciples away. At this time, the earth trembled, and the place where SJS was located was shining with dazzling silver light. After the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, SJS, which was hit by the force, exploded with a bang, leaving no corpse behind, and was directly turned into ashes and scattered in the dust. Seeing this scene, the disciples who were watching were frightened and fell to the ground. They felt like they fell into ice water. Their whole body was cold, and their minds were blank. Who would have thought that a peak venerable spirit master would actually crush a peak June spirit master to ashes? Is this possible? Is it true? Are you sure you are not dreaming? Even if they saw it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they still couldn't believe it in front of them. After all, they had never seen such a strange thing before. It was too incredible. Looking at Su Maoyang, who was surrounded by cold air and holding a silver guqin, everyone had a frozen expression and stared at her dully. In addition to shock, there was also deep fear in their pupils. Seeing her wipe out the elder of the peak Junling Shi with their own eyes, everyone naturally had a shadow in their hearts. For them, Su Maoyang had become a monster. And only Su Maoyang herself knew that the reason why she was able to wipe out SJS was because she had just forcibly borrowed the spiritual power of the Jinjuan old man to play the dragon chant. Otherwise, according to her current strength as a Junling Shi, she could not play the dragon chant at all. At most, she could control the most basic sound attack, which could only injure SJS, but not fatally. So, she was fortunate that there was an old Jinjuan living in the space. Otherwise, she would be the one who was reduced to ashes now. However, she was still shocked when she felt the power of the dragon's roar for the first time. She only knew that the treasures of the dragon clan were very powerful, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful. The sound of a dragon alone could burst out with such great power, and even turn into a dragon's afterimage, which was really shocking. The old man Jinjuan saw her surprise and explained with a smile. Young master, when you become powerful in the future, you can completely control the dragon piano. Not to mention the afterimage, you can even summon a real dragon. By then, the power of the dragon's roar will not be as weak as it is now. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was shocked and twitched his mouth. He actually said that the dragon's roar just now was weak. He was wrong. Although she used the spiritual power of the old man Jinjuan, it was her first time to control the dragon piano. Just a few strokes could wipe out a peak Junling Shi. He actually thought such power was weak? At this moment, Su Maoyang couldn't imagine what kind of perverted power she would have if she could summon a real dragon. Just when Su Maoyang was yearning, the old man Jinjuan suddenly straightened his face and sternly rebuked. Young master, you are too reckless. Borrowing my power will cause great harm to your body. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger. You are not always so lucky. Su Maoyang had no choice. When she saw SJS's power coming down, she didn't think so much. Borrowing power means death. Not borrowing power also means death. It's better to perish with him. Fortunately, she finally resisted. Although she is still standing there. Only she knows how bad the injuries in her body are. If she had deviated a little bit just now, she would have really died with SJS. Feeling the tearing pain in her body at this moment, Su Maoyang frowned and quickly swallowed a healing pill to temporarily relieve the injury. It seems that she needs to recuperate for a long time before she can recover. She relaxed her breath, glanced at the smoke in the air, and said in her heart with a sense of relief, "There is no way. SJS must be eliminated. Otherwise there will be endless troubles. Killing him today is also a solution to a cancer." SJS repeatedly plotted against her and murdered her. But he actually turned his attention to the blood battle group. Su Maoyang's protective nature can't stand others touching the people around her. She will definitely return the pain he has added to the blood battle group double. Hearing this, the old man Jinjuan nodded in agreement. Although this action was a bit reckless, it was also a helpless move. According to Su Maoyang's protective nature and revenge, he would never let him live. Anyway, they will face off sooner or later. Killing SJS directly will save trouble in the future. Now that SJS is dead, the only thing left is Bai Xian. Su Maoyang's eyes darkened, and he murmured. Bai Xian had murdered him in the Phantom Palace. And after she came out, she even spared the blood battle group. Now it's time to settle accounts with her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang ignored the shocked eyes around her, and turned to walk towards the Danyang Palace. The blood battle group saw her leave. And then, they came back to their senses from the shock and followed her immediately. However, along the way, everyone had their own thoughts and was shocked. The strength that Su Maoyang suddenly burst out was too shocking, and they couldn't digest it for a while. The disciples who watched the fight watched Su Maoyang and others leave in a mighty manner. After a long time, someone reacted. Su Maoyang killed Elder Shi, and this matter must be reported to the master of the sect as soon as possible. As he spoke, someone rushed to Lu Huaxuan in a hurry. Lu Huaxuan was quite lively at this time. Several elders stood in the hall. They were sad and solemn, and the atmosphere was depressing. They seemed to be discussing something. Sitting above the hall, a man in a dark blue brocade robe looked more than 40 years old, with a strong body, straight features, and sharp edges. At this time, his face was gloomy, and there was a sense of hostility around him. There was a frightening sinisterness hidden between his frowning brows. The elders standing in the hall were taken aback by his majesty. They held their breath and dared not speak casually. Their eyes were focused on his face, as if they were waiting for his instructions. "Haven't you investigated it yet?" After a long time, the man in green raised his eyes and glanced at everyone, and asked in a deep voice. An elder in white clothes quickly clasped his fists and replied, "Master, we have sent many people to investigate, but we still found nothing. I don't know how that group of people entered Xingyuan Holy Land." Hearing this result, the middle-aged man called the master slapped his palm on the table and shouted angrily, "Asshole! In addition to the top 3, Xingyuan Holy Land has also mixed with 6 other unidentified people. How could you have no clues about such a big thing?" Several elders were trembling at his roar, and all bowed their heads and kept silent. At the beginning, they were also shocked to sense that there were 6 more people in Xingyuan Holy Land. But when they sent people to investigate, they did not find any trace of these people. The breath of the 6 people was fleeting, and they only stayed for a few breaths before disappearing. It was really incredible. Chapter 783 Alarming the Sect Master. The Sect Master saw them lowering their heads and not daring to speak, and he snorted angrily, "You can't even do this. A bunch of rubbish." After saying this, the Sect Master took a deep breath and tried to suppress his anger. After a moment of silence, he continued to ask, "Have you checked the identities of the first 3 disciples who entered Xingyuan Holy Land?" Hearing this, the faces of several elders became even more embarrassed. They looked at each other, embarrassed, and didn't know how to explain. Seeing this, the clan leader frowned. His face darkened, and a deep and heavy voice suddenly exploded. "Tell me, who are the top 3? Several elders were trembling with fear after being yelled at. One of the elders in black clothes facing the murderous gaze of the clan leader, tremblingly clasped his fists and answered, replying to the clan leader, "We don't know the identities of the top 3. What? When the clan leader heard this, his face suddenly changed, and his eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger, as if he wanted to burn the elders present to ashes. Several elders were so angry that their legs went weak. They knelt down and said in fear, "Please forgive me, Master. We only felt that 3 disciples entered the Holy Land." But in about half an instant's stick of time, the 3 disappeared without a trace. We suspect that the 3 disciples entered the Forbidden Land. They could only feel the aura of Xingyuan Holy Land and could not see the situation inside. So they could not confirm the identities of the 3 disciples. Nor did they know what happened inside. The only thing they were sure of was that there were indeed 3 disciples who entered at the beginning. But later, they disappeared inexplicably. And then 6 more people appeared strangely. These 6 people only stayed for a moment and disappeared. So fast that they could not catch them at all. They could not sense the breath. The only possibility was that the 3 disciples entered the forbidden area, because the forbidden area was protected by a formation, and the power was so strong that they could not penetrate the divine sense, let alone them. Even their sect master could not know the situation in the forbidden area. So, this is the only explanation for the disappearance of the 3 disciples. But when the sect master heard this, he frowned and shook his head solemnly. Impossible. The forbidden area is protected by a formation, and the power inside is so strong that even I can't contend with it, let alone the disciples in the sect. With their strength, they can't enter the forbidden area at all. Once they get close, they will be ejected by the power around the forbidden area. Even if they entered and died in the forbidden area, their bodies would be teleported to Xingyuan Holy Land. It is impossible that their bodies cannot be found. He didn't believe that these 3 disciples had such great ability and courage to enter the forbidden area. He really knew the horror inside. Several elders nodded in agreement when they heard this. Although this is the reason, there is no other reason to explain this strange phenomenon. This was the first time they encountered such a strange thing. The elder in white looked at the Lord, who was very angry, and couldn't help saying, "Master, although we don't know where the 3 disciples went, we can be sure that the 6 people are definitely not from the sect. They can enter and exit Xingyuan Holy Land at will without leaving any clues. Their strength must be very strong, and it is very likely that they are stronger than several of our elders." The elder in black next to him also nodded in agreement and took over the conversation. "Yes, but what makes me wonder is what the intentions of these 6 people are. They come in and out at will, but they only stay for a while and disappear. If they really want to seize the treasures of our Sangyan sect, why would they stay for such a short time?" At that time, the 6 auras flashed by so fast that people had no time to react. It was really strange. The other elders also had the same doubts and nodded. The sect master heard the words, narrowed his eyes slightly, and revealed a trace of dangerous coldness. After pondering for a moment, he nodded gently. "The whereabouts of these 6 people are suspicious. Continue to track them down. If there are any clues, report them immediately." Several elders received the order and clasped their fists respectfully. "Yes." However, at this moment, a report suddenly sounded outside. "Sect Master, Wanshou Hall disciple Yao Shiwen has an urgent matter to see." Hearing this, the sect master was shocked, and his face flashed with doubts. What urgent matter did the Wanshou Hall disciple have? Maybe he had encountered too many incredible things recently. The sect master became a little sensitive about what he was thinking about, and he let Yao Shiwen in for the first time. "Let her in." The guard got the order and turned around and ran out. After a while, Yao Shiwen stumbled in and knelt in front of the sect master, crying and complaining. "Sect master, you have to take care of my master. Su Maoyang, a disciple of Danong Hall, violated the sect rules and committed treason. He killed my master SJS." "What?" The sect master jumped up from his seat in shock when he heard this. The other elders present were also shocked. Their solemn faces suddenly changed, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Although Elder Shur was not a high-level official in the sect, he was still an elder of noble status. Now he was killed by a disciple. Did they hear it wrong? Isn't Elder Shur a peak Junling Shur? How could he be killed by a disciple? Have you figured it out? The black-clothed elder on the side asked in disbelief. Yao Shiwen cried and nodded heavily, saying affirmatively, "Yes, I am absolutely not wrong. Many disciples watched the fight and saw Su Maoyang kill my master with their own eyes. Master, You must make a decision for me and my master." As she spoke, Yao Shiwen cowed out heavily, and her heartbroken look made the surrounding elders speechless. When the sect master saw this, he frowned and asked sternly, "What is going on? Why did the disciples of Danyang Hall kill Elder Shi?" Yao Shiwen explained with sobs. "Su Maoyang's people were locked up by my master because of a private fight and violated the sect rules. However, Su Maoyang was so bold that he openly broke into the prison. After being stopped by my master, he was so angry that he killed him. He was so lawless and treasonous. I hope the sect master will severely punish Su Maoyang and give justice to the disciples and the master." She was not there at the time and did not know how Su Maoyang killed her master. But there were many eyewitnesses. Su Maoyang killed SJS, and it was an inescapable fact. Hearing this, the sect master widened his eyes in shock. He really didn't expect that there would be a disciple who was so arrogant, ignoring the sect rules and daring to attack the elders. How unreasonable. How dare you? You lead the way. I want to see who dares to make trouble under my nose. The sect master roared with anger and strode out of Luhuaxuan. Yao Shiwen was overjoyed to see that the sect master wanted to support her. She immediately stood up, wiped the tears from her face, and walked out quickly. Now that the sect master has come forward, even if Su Maoyang has great ability, he will not be able to escape death today. Chapter 784. Settle accounts with Bai Xianxian. At this time, Su Maoyang was full of anger, and he led the blood battle group into the hall of Danyang Palace with great momentum. The quiet Danyang Palace suddenly became lively like ants in a pot because of their arrival. The disciples of Danyang Palace had a deep impression of Su Maoyang. At the beginning, she entered Danyang Palace with the first place, and was escorted by Elder Lu. In order to support her, Elder Lu even let that group of rubbish, who could not make pills, join Danyang Palace, which caused a lot of criticism and dissatisfaction. It was hard not to know her. In addition, last time she offended Bai Xianxian, everyone labeled her as arrogant, and the impression of her was extremely bad. But didn't Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman say that she died in the Phantom Palace? How could she be here? The group of rubbish behind her was locked up in the cell because they violated the sect rules. How could they come out so soon? The disciples who were refining pills in the hall were shocked and full of questions when they saw this scene. They stopped what they were doing and stared at the group of people in confusion. Su Maoyang looked around the hall and didn't see Bai Xianxian. His cold pupils shrank suddenly, and he roared fiercely. "Where is Bai Xianxian? Get out!" The roar was like thunder, which shocked the disciples in the hall and made them look stunned. The last time they saw Su Maoyang not taking Bai Xianxian seriously, they were already shocked. They didn't expect that she would be so arrogant this time. She told Bai Xianxian to get out as soon as she came. What a big tone! Just when everyone was surprised, the door of the alchemy room on the right side of the hall suddenly opened, and Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman walked out slowly from inside. The two of them also didn't expect that Su Maoyang was still alive, and surprise flashed across their pretty faces. "Su Maoyang, you are so lucky. You can come out alive after falling into the quicksand. You are really a scourge for thousands of years." Lu Chuman was shocked, but she was sarcastic. From her tone, it was clear that she was very dissatisfied with the fact that Su Maoyang was still alive. Bai Xianxian, who was staring at Su Maoyang opposite, also had a cold face and a bad expression. She couldn't figure out how Su Maoyang escaped. She had snatched Su Maoyang's teleportation card with her own hands. Logically, she couldn't teleport out after falling into the quicksand. But now she is safe and sound, standing here like a ghost, which is really infuriating. Lin Wana was furious when she heard Lu Chuman's sarcasm. She growled with gritted teeth. "You two bitches. You are behind my master's back. You are despicable and shameless. It is you who have ruined the past for thousands of years." When Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman came out of the Phantom Palace, they insisted that Su Maoyang was dead. The blood battle group naturally didn't believe it. In their eyes, Su Maoyang was invincible. How could he die? But Bai Xianxian, the bitch, actually took out the teleportation card with Su Maoyang's name engraved on it. And they realized that Su Maoyang was tricked by Bai Xianxian, the despicable villain. So, Lin Wana lost control on the spot, and had to fight Bai Xianxian to the death to avenge Su Maoyang. What was hateful was that Bai Xianxian was a genius trained by the Sangyan sect, and had the support of the elders behind her. They, a group of trash who came in with the help of Su Maoyang, naturally had to be slaughtered by others, and were caught and put in a cell by Eldersher on the spot. In fact, it is not the fault of the blood battle group for being impulsive. It is really that Bai Xianxian is bullying too much. Bai Xianxian frowned when she heard the insults, and looked coldly at Lin Wanner and the people of the blood battle group. Her clear voice carried a dangerous warning. Su Maoyang, you are so brave that you dare to rob the prison. If Eldersher knew that you brought out this group of trash who violated the sect rules, you would be sentenced to death, and even Elder Lu could not protect you. Su Maoyang grinned, raising a cold-blooded arc, and whispered faintly, Eldersher will not know. Bai Xianxian did not understand what she meant for a moment, and thought that she was so arrogant that she did not take Eldersher seriously, and immediately scolded, Su Maoyang, don't think you can make pills, but you can also, if you have a lot of spirit beasts, you can do whatever you want. You have to know that no matter how powerful you are still a disciple of the Sanyan sect and are controlled by the elders. If the elders want to deal with you, it's just a matter of moving their fingers. If you take yourself too seriously, you will suffer the loss yourself. Hearing this, Lu Chuman also chuckled twice with disdain, and asked sarcastically, Su Maoyang, you brought this group of trash to Danyang Palace. Are you looking for revenge on us? Ha ha ha. You are really stupid and naive. Our senior sister Bai is the alchemy genius of Danyang Palace, and is protected by the elders of the sect. Do you think you can touch her hair? Although Lu Chuman has seen Su Maoyang's ability, she still wants to attack Bai Xianxian. It's too presumptuous. After all, this is a sect, not the Phantom Palace where the elders are out of reach. Once Su Maoyang takes action, he will definitely be killed on the spot by the elders. And there is no doubt that it will end in tragedy. She didn't believe that Su Maoyang would be so stupid as to die for revenge. Su Maoyang looked calm when he saw Lu Chuman's smug look, but his dark eyes showed a hint of sinisterness at this moment. His deep voice seemed to float out from hell, with a chilling coldness, and suddenly burst out from his lips and teeth. Not only can I touch her hair, I will kill her. The last three words were filled with hatred, shocking Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman's expressions. Before they could react, Su Maoyang suddenly stretched out his palm and slapped Bai Xianxian fiercely. Su Maoyang's spiritual power level was the same as Bai Xuanxuan's. Both of them were peak respectable spiritual masters. But Su Maoyang was an ancient spiritual body, and the spiritual power in his body was higher than that of the same level. Moreover, Bai Xuanxuan's skills were not good, and she had little practical experience. It was easy for Su Maoyang to wipe her out. She suddenly attacked, scaring Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman. Bai Xianxian immediately tried to resist, but as soon as she collided with Su Maoyang's spiritual power, her arm went numb and her body flew backwards uncontrollably, hitting the wall hard, and finally fell to the ground in a mess. She grimaced in pain, and her elegant and noble posture was completely destroyed. Lu Chuman, who was standing by, didn't expect Su Maoyang to really attack. She was so scared that her face turned pale, her mouth half open, and her tongue was tied. Are you tired of living? You even dared to hit senior sister Bai. However, before Lu Chuman could finish her words, Su Maoyang narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand, grabbed her neck, and said viciously, Don't worry. You'll be next. Lu Chuman was strangled by her, and resisted rudely. She stared at the pair of black eyes that seemed to be poisoned, as if she was shrouded in death, and began to tremble in fear. Su Maoyang, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the elder will not let you go. Elder? Are you talking about Eldersher? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his eyes. His light voice made people shudder. You may be disappointed. The Eldersher you mentioned has already reported downstairs in advance. Chapter 785. You are Su Maoyang. Hearing this, Lu Chuman was shocked. Her pupils were wide open and filled with fear. At this moment, she felt the pressure on her throat, and her pale face was as scared as death. She felt that she was about to suffocate to death. And Bai Xianxian, who fell to the ground and was seriously injured, heard such news, and it was like a thunderbolt on her head. Her heart seemed to be clamped by Su Maoyang's hand, making her unable to breathe. She covered her painful chest, suppressed the shock in her heart, and weakly gritted her teeth and asked, What does it mean to report down in advance? Su Maoyang, please make it clear. It's not that she didn't understand the meaning of the words, But she didn't believe the content of Su Maoyang's words. Su Maoyang stared at her condescendingly, seeing her face full of horror, and couldn't help but pull up a weird sneer at the corner of his mouth. What else can it mean? Of course it means that I killed you. What? You bitch. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Xuanxuan's face changed drastically, and she shouted excitedly, obviously unable to accept such news. Elder Shi was killed by her. What a joke. Elder Shi is an elder of the Sanyan sect after all, and a powerful peak-level Junling Shi. Even if Su Maoyang released her powerful spirit beasts, they could not be his opponent. How could Elder Shi die at the hands of a disciple? Su Maoyang must be lying and scaring people. She didn't believe it. The other disciples who were watching were also shocked when they heard this, and they accused her excitedly. This Su Maoyang is too shameless. She is not afraid of slipping her tongue when she brags. Humph. She is simply arrogant and conceited. Although Elder Shi is not a particularly powerful elder, she should not be wiped out by a new disciple. It's really ridiculous. Su Maoyang didn't mind hearing the discussions around him. At this moment, he stared at Bai Xuanxuan's shocked and frightened look, and a sneer rose in his heart when he thought of her plotting against him and framing the blood battle group into prison. A cold murderous intent flashed across his cold pupils. Then she threw away Lu Chuman, who was almost suffocating, and walked slowly towards Bai Xianxian opposite. Every step was very light and slow, as if stepping on the tip of Bai Xuanxuan's heart, which frightened the latter to hold her breath and tense her nerves. Only a low humming sound gently overflowed from Su Maoyang's lips and teeth, which shocked Bai Xianxian like a death knell of doomsday. Whether it is nonsense or not, you can find out by going downstairs and asking. As soon as the light words fell, Su Maoyang's eyes became fierce, and he slapped Bai Xuanxuan's head fiercely. The surging spiritual power in his hand was enough to shatter a person's brain. Bai Xianxian was so frightened by the fierce attack that her eyes were bloodshot and her mouth opened in horror. However, just as she was about to die, a powerful force suddenly came from the right side and hit Su Maoyang's body, knocking her away. This force was too strong, and Su Maoyang was caught off guard. Fortunately, she was lucky and did not hurt her heart. She only hit her right arm, and with a click, her bones were shattered. A sharp pain surged to her forehead, and the next moment she turned pale and sweated. She covered her disabled arm, frowned, endured the abnormal pain, and looked at the door of the hall in shock. A middle-aged man in navy blue strode over, exuding a majesty and hostility that could not be looked at directly. And then a loud voice, like a bell, came towards Su Maoyang with a strong pressure. Bastard! Dare to do it in front of this sect master. You are looking for death. The thunderous roar shook the air, frightening all the disciples present, and making them tremble with fear on their faces. They didn't expect that Su Maoyang's killing of Bai Xianxian would actually alarm the sect master. You should know that the sect master rarely shows up, and most of the time, he is in seclusion practicing. The affairs of the sect are handled by several senior elders. Unless it is a big deal, the sect master will come out to solve it. How could he bother to come to such a fight between disciples? The disciples didn't know that the sect master came out because of Elder Shi's relationship, and thought that he valued Bai Xianxian, a genius. So while they were shocked, they all felt a strong envy of Bai Xianxian. Bai Xianxian was really honored to have the sect master come out in person. Bai Xianxian, who fell to the ground, was stunned, staring blankly at the sect master who strode in from the outside. And she couldn't believe what she saw. The sect master actually came out in person to save her. Was she dreaming? Or had her talent attracted the sect master's attention? Thinking of this, Bai Xianxian was filled with ecstasy. She pointed at Su Maoyang excitedly and cried to the sect master. Sect master, please save your disciple. This Su Maoyang violated the sect rules, openly robbed the prison, and wanted to kill the disciple. You have to make the decision for the disciple. Yes, sect master. This Su Maoyang dared to kill people under your nose. It is clear that he does not take you seriously. You must punish him severely to set an example. At this time, Lu Chuman also recovered and immediately agreed. Now that the sect master has come forward, they are full of confidence. Even if Su Maoyang has great abilities, he can't escape the palm of the sect master. When the sect master heard this, his sword-like eyebrows furrowed, and he stared at Su Maoyang with a piercing gaze, and roared in anger. So you are Su Maoyang who killed Elder Shi. Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman were still expecting, but when they heard the sect master's words, It was as if a thunder exploded above their heads, and their expressions froze, their bodies numb, and their eyes gradually filled with horror. Did Su Maoyang really kill Elder Shi? Did they hear it wrong? Or did the sect master say it wrong? Just as Bai Xian and Lu Chuman were shocked, Yao Shi went next to the sect master angrily accused. Sect master? It was her. It was she who killed my master. Before that, she also killed my senior brother. The sect master must torture her to death to commemorate the spirits of my senior brother and master in heaven. Bai Xian and Lu Chuman were stunned when they heard this, staring at Su Maoyang in amazement, and a storm of emotions was set off in their hearts. Even Elder Shi's apprentice said so. Could this be false? Elder Shi was wiped out by a disciple of a peak venerable spiritual master. This is definitely the most incredible thing they have ever heard. How abnormal is Su Maoyang's strength to do such a horrible thing? Bai Xian and Lu Chuman were so shocked that their faces turned pale. Their expressions twitched, and their eyes looked like they were looking at a monster. The faces of the other disciples present were not much better. They all gasped in surprise and muttered in disbelief. Su Maoyang wiped out Elder Shi. This is too shocking. At this time, Su Maoyang was calm, holding down her broken arm tightly, and vigilantly met the sight of the sect master. When she was knocked away just now, Su Maoyang estimated that this person's spiritual power should be at the level of a Xiantian Jun spiritual master, and his strength was very abnormal. If she resisted, she would probably not be able to withstand a single blow and would be killed on the spot. Chapter 786 The Real Junhao Song. Su Maoyang was thinking of various countermeasures, but the sect master did not give her any time to think. He suddenly waved his sleeves, and a fierce and majestic roar accompanied by a torrent of spiritual power attacked her. Dare to be presumptuous under the eyes of this sect master. Today is your death day. Seeing this scene, everyone opened their mouths in horror. They knew very well that if Su Maoyang was hit by this palm, she would definitely die. After all, the sect master's power was so strong that even the elders could not compete with it, let alone the new disciples. At this critical moment, Su Maoyang also tensed her nerves. Her eyes condensed, and she waved her hands quickly. A dazzling silver light burst out around her in an instant, and the terrifying cold air suddenly fluctuated and hit the sect master's spiritual power, making a violent bang. The spreading residual power actually shook the surrounding disciples away. When the sect master saw the scene, his expression was startled, and he frowned. He glanced at the disciple who was affected by the power and fell to the ground, and was shocked. He did not expect that he would cause such great harm by just killing a disciple. The disciples of Danyang Hall were injured internally, and were also shocked. They all looked towards Su Maoyang. Behind the silver light, a slender figure stood in the spiritual storm, and the terrible cold air lingered around her body, forming a solid protective shield. Even so, she was still seriously injured, with blood on the corner of her mouth. She knelt on one knee and forced herself to support her body, but her sinister black eyes were full of stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat, like a ferocious cheetah. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. It was the first time they saw someone who did not die in the face of the sect master's attack, and he was just a disciple of the peak spiritual master. It was really shocking. Not to mention the others were shocked. Even the sect master was shocked. But he was not surprised that Su Maoyang could withstand his attack, but was surprised by the dragon zither in her hand. Su Maoyang, you actually broke into the forbidden area. The sect master saw the ancient zither in her hand that was emitting cold air and shaped like a silver dragon. His heart was shocked. His face changed drastically, and he suddenly roared. His eyes were as big as fists, and his angry old face twitched, obviously shocked to the extreme. When the other disciples heard the sect master's words, they couldn't believe their ears. It was like a bolt from the blue. They were all stunned. Su Maoyang actually broke into the forbidden area. Did they hear it wrong? If she entered the forbidden area, wouldn't it mean that Su Maoyang entered the Xingyuan Holy Land? At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that Su Maoyang was not dead, but also successfully advanced to the top 3. She was even more daring to break into the forbidden area privately. What was unbelievable was that she actually walked out alive and well. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Su Maoyang with unprecedented fear. They had ridiculed Su Maoyang before, but you have to know that people who can do such things are not simple people. Bai Xian and Lu Chuman were also shocked by such news. They almost fell to the ground, and their hearts sank. as if they fell into an ice cellar, remembering that they were still happy that Su Maoyang was dead. But unexpectedly, it was Su Maoyang who took away their Xingyuan Holy Land quota. They were just like fools, being played around by Su Maoyang. Compared to the shock of others, the sect master was more seriously stimulated. As a treasure from ancient times, many people did not know the existence of the Dragon Qin. But he knew it, because he had once entered the forbidden area and had the honor to see the Dragon Qin. He knew the existence of the Dragon Qin, but the power of the forbidden area was too strong, and he could not even hold on for half a cup of tea before he retreated. He had tried many ways to get close to the Dragon Qin, but in the end, he failed and was left with a lot of pain, forcing him to give up, although he did not have the strength to obtain the Dragon Qin. Such a powerful treasure was the secret of their Sanyan sect. So, except for him, no one knew that the Dragon Qin was hidden in the forbidden area. In order to protect the Dragon Qin from being discovered by other people with bad intentions, he arranged many formations in Xingyuan Holy Land and set the palace inside as a forbidden area. However, he never expected that Long Qin would appear in Su Maoyang's hands. She also used the power of Long Qin to resist his attack. It's incredible. The only reason that can explain all this is that Su Maoyang broke into the forbidden area and successfully contracted Long Qin. Otherwise, how could the innate spiritual treasure of the Dragon Clan listen to the call of a little girl? However, how can he believe that the powerful innate spiritual treasure was contracted by a peak master of the spirit? You know, he broke into the forbidden area that year, but he was severely injured and paid a painful price. In the end, he only saw Long Qin from a distance and didn't even have the chance to get close. Now he told him that the treasure that he couldn't reach with all his strength was actually contracted by a little girl. How can he accept this? Thinking of this, the sect leader took a deep breath and tightened his old face. His deep eyes under his sword-like eyebrows were red with anger and shot out two cold rays of light. He stared at the dragon zither in Su Maoyang's hand, and his mood had changed drastically. The dragon zither must not fall into the hands of others. The woman in front of him must die. Thinking of this, the sect leader's face was ferocious, and he roared, "How dare you trespass into the forbidden area? This sect will destroy you." After the roar fell, the sect leader actually stepped forward in person, and the power poured out of his body shook the earth and burst out with a huge sound. And it was about to fall on Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang also opened his eyes in horror, gritted his teeth, and prepared to resist. However, she didn't have time to move the strings of the zither, and saw a black shadow suddenly swept over, and the next second she fell into a familiar embrace, and her whole body pressed against his chest. His tall body blocked the power coming towards him, and a terrifying sound suddenly exploded in front of him. However, at this moment, no matter how loud the sound was, it could not catch up with the heartbeat in her ears. So warm and so real. At this moment, Su Maoyang knew that this was the real Jun Haotsong. The real Jun Haotsong. Thinking of this, she hugged him excitedly. Tears burst out of her eyes, and wet his clothes. Jun Haotsong was shocked to see her sobbing in his arms. He rarely saw Su Maoyang crying so sadly, and she must have been in extreme pain. Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong frowned with heartache, and his blue pupils instantly surged with uncontrollable anger. He raised his eyes suddenly and roared angrily, "Sanyan sect, dare to hurt my woman? You are looking for death." As soon as the roar came out, Jun Haotsong's body instantly burst out with powerful power. And that kind of fluctuation was even more terrifying than the sect master. There was a loud bang, and all the disciples around were blown away. Even the sect leader on the opposite side couldn't resist, and slid back several meters. Chapter 787. Is she the woman of Emperor Yunlu? The sect master forced himself to stabilize his body, covered his injured chest, and tried his best to hide the injury. But blood still flowed out of the corner of his mouth uncontrollably, looking a little embarrassed. As for the disciples around him, the weaker ones died, and the surviving disciples were also seriously injured, with pale faces and blood gushing out, which was horrible to look at. The sect master may not have expected the sudden change. Feeling the injuries in his body, his heart was shocked, and he looked up in shock. In the center of the spiritual power storm, a tall and slender figure stood in the wind, like a devil descending to the world, with a flying black robe and flying black hair. The hair was entangled on the handsome face, gently passing over the pair of blue eyes like the deep sea, outlining a stunning arc. His enchanting blue eyes burned with angry flames, staring at him sinisterly, as if he would turn people into ashes with just one glance. Receiving such a terrifying gaze, and feeling the evil spirit from him that seemed to come from hell, the sect master's heart trembled, and he was actually overwhelmed with a rare fear. When he spoke, his voice became a little trembling. Yunlu Emperor. Although the sect master has been in seclusion for many years, he is not ignorant of the world. He still knows the famous Yunlu Emperor. At the beginning, Yushu Palace relied on Yunlu Emperor to make a name for itself and became the leader of the 4 major sections. Later, all the geniuses in the dark domain of Yunlu came here to join Yushu Palace, which gradually strengthened the strength of Yushu Palace and cultivated batches of strong people. With more strong people, Yushu Palace's resources naturally increased. Now its strength has surpassed Songyun's sect by several streets. But Songyun's sect itself is still unwilling to admit it and is not convinced. Over the years, he had been secretly arguing with Yushu Palace, but he didn't know that they didn't take their Songyun sect seriously at all. Therefore, it was difficult for him not to know the first genius like Yunlu Emperor, who was rare in a century. However, he couldn't imagine why the dignified emperor would appear here when he was not in the Dark Domain City. Even if he wanted to go to a sect, he should go to Yushu Palace. Why would he go to Songyun's sect, which was not even close to him? Isn't it too strange? The sect leader was full of doubts, and the disciples around him were also shocked when they heard him say Jun Haotsong's name. They didn't expect that the man in front of them was the famous and feared Emperor Yunlu. Back then, he created many miracles, so amazing that he shocked the entire 9 Netherworld. In their minds, such a person was like a god. But now, he appeared in front of them without any warning. It was incredible. The sect master saw Jun Haotsong take action and block the attack for Su Maoyong. He was unhappy and couldn't help but say, Emperor Yunlu. This Su Maoyong killed the elder of Songyun's sect and broke into the forbidden area privately, causing a big disaster. This sect must punish him severely. You have no grudges with my Songyun sect. I advise you not to interfere in my sect's private affairs. The sect master was somewhat afraid of Jun Haotsong. He knew very well that once Jun Haotsong was involved, he would have a lot of trouble to take back the Dragon Qin. Therefore, when he could talk properly, he tried not to take risks. However, even if he had to take action, they, the Songyun sect, were not afraid of Jun Haotsong. Although Jun Haotsong is stronger than him, there are still a few old guys in the sect. As long as they join forces, Jun Haotsong will not get any benefit. However, he did not want to alarm those old guys unless it was absolutely necessary. When Jun Haotsong heard this, his blue eyes flashed with coldness, and his sharp and deep gaze unconsciously gave people a sense of oppression. He only heard a low voice squeezed out from his lips and teeth, with a chill that made people tremble. No grudges? Humph! You heard my woman, and you still dare to say that you have no grudges. When the sect master heard this, his face was shocked, and surprise surged in his pupils. His woman? What does this mean? Everyone knows that Emperor Yunlu is not close to women. When did he have a woman? The disciples present were also surprised when they heard this. And the look in their eyes, when they looked at Su Maoyong, was even more curious. Who is this Su Maoyong? Not only is he talented, but he is also abnormal in strength. And what he does is incredible. Now even his identity is unexpected. She was a disciple of Danyang Palace 1 second ago, and she turned into the woman of Emperor Yunlu the next second. She is really full of tricks. Bai Xianxian and Lu Chumen also did not expect this. When they heard this, they were stunned as if they were hit by a stick on their heads. At the beginning, they only knew that Su Maoyong entered the sect with the first place, but they did not know that she was actually related to Emperor Yunlu. What is even more unbelievable is that Emperor Yunlu, who has never been close to women and is unattainable, actually said in person that Su Maoyong is his woman. Oh my god! Are they dreaming? This is too absurd. Everyone has long heard that Emperor Yunlu is a cold-blooded and ruthless person who is never bound by worldly feelings. Now seeing him holding Su Maoyong tightly in his arms and being furious for her, they were speechless for a while. Is this person in front of him really the legendary Emperor Yunlu? Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman were shocked and shook their heads repeatedly in disbelief. In addition to shock, they also had strong envy. Being a woman held in the palm of the emperor's hand is a blessing that can be cultivated for several lifetimes. I really don't know what kind of shit luck Su Maoyong had, and he actually climbed up to the big Buddha of Emperor Yunlu. The sect master saw that Jun Haotsong was defending Su Maoyang, and he was dissatisfied. His brows frowned more tightly, and he patiently advised again. Emperor Yunlu, are you going to be an enemy of Artsangyan sect for a woman? I know you are powerful, but if you mess with Artsangyan sect, you will not get any good results. I advise you to think twice before acting. Don't get yourself into trouble because of recklessness. He admitted that Jun Haotsong was powerful, but it did not mean that he could do whatever he wanted and cover the sky with one hand. If it really got out of hand, it would definitely be a lose-lose situation, and no one would get any good. Besides, the Sangyan sect is at least one of the forces supporting the Yunlu Dark Domain. If it turns against the Yunlu Emperor, it will definitely cause heavy damage to the Yunlu Dark Domain. At that time, the Fenxua Tiancheng, which has been eyeing it covetously, will have the opportunity to take advantage of it, and the Yunlu Emperor will become the center of the Yunlu Dark Domain. I believe that as smart as he is, he naturally knows the interests. However, at this time, Jun Haotsong had a strange sneer on his lips, and his sinister blue eyes showed a bloodthirsty and fierce force. His voice, as cold and hard as ice spikes, exploded like thunder, sonorous and powerful, and resounding. If you dare to touch her, let alone become an enemy of your Sangyan sect, even if you lose the entire Yunlu Dark Domain, it will not hesitate. Such words are simply deafening and have a strong impact on everyone. For a woman, he can actually do this, which is really shocking. Chapter 788. What a terrible talent. Everyone was stunned by the bold words, staring at Jun Haotsong with their eyes wide open, forgetting to react for a moment. It turned out that in his mind, Yunlu Dark Domain was not as good as a woman. They really couldn't believe that these words came from the mouth of the ruthless and loveless Yunlu Emperor. It was really unbelievable. The sect master was also speechless by Jun Haotsong. His expression was stiff. His cheeks twitched, and he stood there like a piece of wood. And he was also incredible about Jun Haotsong's decision. The Yunlu Emperor in front of him must be crazy. He wanted whatever women he wanted, and women were just a matter of words to him. Is it worth losing everything for this little girl in front of him? Not to mention the sect master was shocked. Even Su Maoyang was touched. Although she knew Jun Haotsong's feelings for her, she was still very excited to hear such words in person. Yes, this is the real Jun Haotsong. Everything in the illusion is fake. How could a man who can sacrifice everything for her hurt her? In Jun Haotsong's world, she is everything. Perhaps it was because of the tragic scene in the illusion that Su Maoyang felt that the happiness in front of her was hard-won. She hugged him tighter, with lingering fear. The scene of her killing Jun Haotsong was still vivid in her mind. The heart-piercing pain surged in her heart, and the feeling of worrying about gains and losses swelled. She was so scared, afraid that Jun Haotsong would be hurt, afraid that he would leave her, and afraid that he would hate her. At this time, Jun Haotsong, who was in anger, did not notice Su Maoyang's strong emotional changes. His eyes fell on her injured arm, and his heart seemed to be pulled up by someone. And it hurt badly, because the soul of the person living in Su Maoyang disappeared. He could not sense her danger in time, so he was a step late. Fortunately, he had been sending people to protect her secretly. He thought that his people could handle the general danger. Who knew that Su Maoyang would provoke the sect master? Such a big man must be dealt with by him. So it took some time for his people to inform her. Now seeing her injuries, Jun Haotsong was afraid. He couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if he was a little later. If Su Maoyang got into trouble, he didn't know what he would do. Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were gnashed. He suddenly looked up and stared at the sect master opposite him, and roared like a wounded lion. The fierce power shook and made the earth tremble. Dong Ruiqian, I will kill you. The fluctuations of the supreme Jun Lingshi were as fast as lightning, attacking the sect master Dong Ruiqian. Everyone felt the brutal force, which was about to hit Dong Ruiqian, and was terrified. Their hearts suddenly rose to their throats, as if they were about to jump out. They didn't expect that Emperor Yunlu would really kill the master for a woman. This was a gesture of completely breaking up with the Sangyan sect. Dong Ruiqian was only a congenital Jun Lingshi now, and he was no match for the supreme Jun Lingshi. Facing the sudden attack, he was so scared that his eyes were bloodshot. His head was in chaos, and he was suppressed by the abnormal pressure and couldn't move, and he didn't even have a chance to dodge. However, at this moment of life and death, A force suddenly came from behind the master, and suddenly met Jun Haotsong's spiritual power. The two forces exploded, spreading a layer of terrifying death. The explosion was still whimpering in the air, and a deep and loud voice came from outside the hall, with a magnificent momentum that shook everyone's heart. Emperor Yunlu, our Sanyan sect is not a place for you to be so unbridled. I saw 4 old men coming outside the hall. They had silver hair, gray beards, loose and drooping, and deep old faces engraved with wrinkles left by the years, with a heavy sense of history. It is estimated that they are all over 100 years old, or even older. But even so, they are full of energy and full of vigor. As soon as they came, they caused a huge pressure around them, and everyone was shocked and held their breath. Oh my God! It's the 4 great elders of the sect. The disciples who had been in the sect for a long time recognized the identities of the 4 people at once. After saying that, they covered their mouths in horror, and their hearts were shaken. In fact, in the Sanyan sect, the sect master is not the strongest person. In terms of strength, seniority, and status, he is far inferior to the 4 old men in front of him. I heard that 3 of the 4 of them had reached the initial stage of the Supreme Lord's spiritual master, and one of them had even reached the middle stage. The reason why the Sanyan sect could stand firm was all thanks to the support of these 4 elders. But they had been concentrating on cultivation and rarely showed their faces in front of people. It was harder for ordinary people to see them than to ascend to heaven. However, they did not expect that the arrival of Emperor Yunlu would alarm all 4 of them. Emperor Yunlu was also quite powerful. At this time, 4 old men strode in and immediately protected Dong Ruiqian behind them. One of the old men in a gray robe, with a deep and sharp gaze, stabbed Jun Haotsong like a sharp knife, with a cold old face, and roared angrily, Emperor Yunlu, don't think that you dare to do whatever you want just because you are strong. With this old man here, you can't be presumptuous in the Sanyan sect. I advise you to get out of the Sanyan sect quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. This sounded like a fierce warning. But the 4 elders knew that they were giving Jun Haotsong a way out, because they didn't want to provoke the perverted Emperor Yunlu from the bottom of their hearts. Even if he injured the sect master and so many disciples, they could ignore it. As long as Jun Haotsong stopped pestering, they could settle the matter and pretend that it had never happened. This was also the biggest concession of the Sanyan sect. But who knew that Jun Haotsong didn't appreciate it at all? He stared at the 4 elders with a slightly condensed look. His face darkened a little, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his lips. His tone was still cold, and he didn't give any face at all. You want me to leave after you hurt my woman? But it's not that easy. Today I must peel off a layer of skin from Dong Ruiqian. Seeing that he was stubborn and determined to get to the bottom of it, the 4 elders' faces became quite ugly, and the anger that they had tried their best to endure suddenly arched up to their foreheads, and their cheeks flushed with anger. The gray-clothed old man was so angry when he heard this that he blew his beard and glared, and gnashed his teeth and roared, Emperor Yunlu, don't go too far. If you really want to fight, we in the Sanyan sect are not afraid of you. You should know that no matter how powerful you are only a supreme Junlingshi in the initial stage, and I have reached the middle stage. As for the other 3 elders, they are also in the initial stage, and their strength is not inferior to yours. Do you think you can be a match for the 4 of us? Perhaps. They have no chance of winning against Jun Haotsong alone. But the 4 of them are together to besiege him, which means they are full of confidence and are not afraid of him. Su Maoyong heard about Jun Haotsong's strength for the first time, and her heart was shocked, and her pupils instantly raised a lot of shock. In the past, she only knew that Jun Haotsong was very powerful, more powerful than she imagined, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful. He is only in his 20s, but he is already a supreme Junlingshi in the initial stage. What a terrible talent! Chapter 789. She was scared. You have to know that these old guys who have lived for so long are only the supreme Junlingshi in the initial stage. Jun Haotsong has achieved such an achievement at such a young age, which is simply shocking. No wonder Jun Haotsong is like a god in the eyes of everyone. He really has the capital to be looked up to. At this moment, Su Maoyong couldn't help but feel proud. Such a powerful, excellent, and perfect man is hers, and only belongs to her. Even she feels a little incredible, staring at that handsome face. She found that no matter how she looked at it, it seemed that she couldn't see enough. She wanted to see it every day, every moment. and she would never get tired of it for a lifetime. Jun Haotsong felt Su Maoyang's obsessed gaze, lowered his head slightly to meet her black eyes, raised a doting smile at the corner of his mouth, and his voice was hoarse with unspeakable temptation. Don't look at me with such admiration. Otherwise, I will be distracted when fighting. The enemy's lineup is strong. This battle will definitely take a lot of effort. So he has to go all out and dare not take it lightly. Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard this. She immediately hugged his waist tightly, shook her head vigorously, tears in her eyes, and choked to stop him. No. No. I don't want you to avenge me. I don't want you to seek justice for me. No matter what grudges or hatreds, they are not as important as you. I just want you to stay by my side. This is my only request. Please. As she said this, she buried herself in his arms excitedly, trying to absorb the warmth from his body. The scene of him being stabbed and falling down kept replaying in her mind, and she suddenly burst into tears. She was so scared, afraid that he would be hurt, afraid that he would be sad. Jun Haotsong suddenly heard such a cry, and his body, which was about to attack, suddenly froze. The smile on his mouth froze, and his heart was filled with pain, like a drum hammer hitting a cloth-covered drum. A dull pain. He didn't know why Su Maoyang, who had always been strong, stubborn and brave, was trembling in his arms. Her face, which was full of pain and fear, was full of tears. Her hands holding his waist tightly grabbed his clothes. The fear from the depths of his soul plucked his heartstrings, making him frown with heartache. Please, don't be in trouble. I don't want anything. Just you. Su Maoyang buried herself in his chest and made a muffled plea, which made Jun Haotsong tighten his heart, feeling Su Maoyang's sadness. The spiritual power lingering in his hands gradually extinguished. Faced with such intense feelings, how could he bear to let her worry? In the past, he was cold-blooded and merciless, and he would never show mercy. But he never thought that he would meet a feeling that would make him soft, afraid that his hardness would hurt her. And he never thought that there would be a feeling that would make him feel that hatred became insignificant. Okay. I won't do it. Let's go home. Jun Haotsong hugged her tightly, kissed her hair with heartache, and said, preparing to leave. Dong Ruiqian saw that Jun Haotsong was going to take Su Maoyang away, and his heart was in a panic. He yelled at the four elders. Jun Lao. That woman has an innate spiritual treasure in her hand. It is the treasure of our Sanyan sect. We can't let her take it away. Hearing the words innate spiritual treasure, the four elders were shocked and looked at Dong Ruiqian in surprise. Although they had never seen an innate spiritual treasure, they had heard of the power of innate spiritual treasures. That was a treasure from ancient times. How could their Sanyan sect have such a treasure? The four great elders were ignorant of worldly affairs and devoted themselves to cultivation. They didn't know much about the sect or even the Xingyuan Holy Land. After all, the treasures in the Xingyuan Holy Land were too insignificant for them, so they didn't take the Xingyuan Holy Land seriously. Now they were shocked when they suddenly heard about the Xiantian Lingbao. In fact, Dong Ruiqian didn't want to expose Longqin for selfish reasons. But seeing that Longqin was about to be snatched away by Su Maoyang, he had no choice but to ask the four great elders for help. Even if Longqin couldn't fall into his hands, it must not fall into the hands of outsiders. At this time, the four great elders were shocked by the news, and they immediately shouted at Jun Haotsong and Su Maoyang. Stop! Hand over the Xiantian Lingbao. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Although they were afraid of Jun Haotsong's strength, they couldn't let such a precious and powerful treasure as Xiantian Lingbao fall into the hands of others. You know, if they successfully contracted this treasure, it would definitely make a sensation in the entire Jiuyo realm and enter the ranks of the peak powerhouses. With such a great temptation, even if they have to fight to the death, they will fight to the end. Jun Haotsong didn't expect that he was going to let Song Yanzong go, but the other party entangled with him. He paused. His cold eyebrows suddenly frowned, and his ice-blue eyes shot out a piercing cold light. Su Maoyang knew that Jun Haotsong was completely angry, and his face turned pale with fear. He immediately grabbed his sleeve. Don't! Jun Haotsong heard the words, lowered his head slightly, glanced at her, and then leaned over to kiss her eyes, whispering, Close your eyes. Don't look. I'll be fine soon. As he said, Jun Haotsong suddenly let go of her, pushed her hand, held her behind him, and immediately rushed out. At this time, Su Maoyang quickly opened his eyes and wanted to reach out to grab her in panic. But it was too late. When the four great Jun Lao saw Jun Haotsong coming, they immediately perked up and quickly surrounded him. As soon as the battle started, the gray-clothed old man reacted very quickly and immediately yelled to Dong Ruiqian behind him. "We trapped Emperor Yunlu. You go kill that woman and take back the innate spiritual treasure." Dong Ruiqian was startled by this posture, and when he heard this, he suddenly woke up and rushed towards Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Jun Haotsong's eyes widened with anger and wanted to stop him. But who knew that the four great Jun Lao all burst out with spiritual power and attacked him? Seeing that Dong Ruiqian's palm power was about to fall on Su Maoyang, Jun Haotsong desperately broke through the siege and wanted to save her. But at this moment, there was a loud bang, and Dong Ruiqian's figure paused. And Su Maoyang actually saw with her own eyes that a bloody hole was punched through his chest. He was so close that he was only a little bit away from killing me. But he suddenly froze in place, stopped moving, and held on for a few breaths. In Su Maoyang's shocked eyes, he fell to the ground and died completely. The ferocious old face still had an expression of fear and pain, which frightened Su Maoyang's heart, and he looked up with shock. In the distance, a black figure suddenly came. The familiar look shocked Su Maoyang, and he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. It was him. Just as Su Maoyang was shocked, the person who came burst out with a voice like a landslide. "The Sanyan sect is so brave that they dared to attack my elder sister. It seems that they are tired of living." The four elders were shocked when they heard the noise and turned their heads to look. After seeing the identity of the person who came, they were all frightened and their legs became weak. They were forced to kneel on the ground by the powerful pressure. Chapter 790, He has an elder sister? Seeing the old man in black walk in with a breeze, he strode in. The four great elders were dumbfounded, shaking their sagging cheeks, and whispered in fear, "You Su Tianzun." Su Maoyang saw that the four great elders were frightened to kneel on the ground by the old naughty boy they met in the forbidden area, and his pupils were filled with astonishment. They called him Su Tianzun? Just hearing the name, you know that his status is not low. Realizing this, Su Maoyang looked at the old man in black robe again, seeing that he had a smile on his face. He still looked cynical, but the pressure emanating from his body made it impossible to laugh. At this moment, in addition to shock, he also felt doubtful. Who is this frivolous old guy? He said before that he was an elder of Yushu Palace. He looked like he was not an ordinary elder. How could an ordinary elder scare the four great elders of Sanyan sect like this? Just when Su Maoyang was puzzled, the gray-clothed old man among the four great elders explained timidly with a trembling voice, "Yushu Tianzun, we don't want to embarrass Yunlu Emperor, but Emperor Zun insisted on interfering in the private affairs of my Sanyan sect and forcibly took away the disciples of my sect who made mistakes. So we had no choice but to take action. They really didn't expect that they would alarm Yushu Tianzun just after they started. They admitted that Yushu Tianzun was very powerful, but the speed was too fast, as if he was in Sanyan sect, so fast that it was unexpected and caught people off guard." Feeling the anger emanating from Yushu Tianzun, everyone present was trembling with fear, holding their breath, and not daring to breathe, as if someone was pinching their throats, and they were about to suffocate to death at any time. The name of Yushu Tianzun is well known, and many disciples have heard of it. However, such a great figure only lives in rumors, and few people have seen him. Only the four old Jun Lao and a few other old guys present have the honor of meeting him. When they heard the words Yushu Tianzun, everyone was naturally shocked and speechless. The old man in black heard their explanation, looked down at them coldly, and snorted in dissatisfaction. "Humph. Isn't this embarrassing for you? For shameless old guys besieged my apprentice alone. Don't you feel ashamed? There are 3 Supreme Junling Shi in the initial stage, and there is also a Supreme Junling Shi in the middle stage. They besieged his apprentice. A Supreme Junling Shi in the initial stage. Isn't this obviously bullying? Moreover, they are a group of old guys over 100 years old. They teamed up to bully a junior. Even he felt embarrassed for them." Hearing this, the four great elders were choked and embarrassed, unable to speak, while Su Maoyang was stunned with shock, and immediately moved her eyes to Jun Haotsong. "Disciple?" She didn't hear it wrong just now. The old man said that the four great elders besieged his disciple. Could it be that Jun Haotsong was the old man's dishonest disciple? Realizing this, Su Maoyang was full of surprise, and before she could ask, She saw the old man in gray with an embarrassed face, and he negotiated in a soft manner. Yushu Tianzuan, our sect had no intention of being an enemy of your disciple. But your disciple forcibly intervened in our sect's affairs and planned to take away the disciples of Sangyan sect, which really made it difficult for us. However, since Tianzuan personally came forward, our Sangyan sect naturally has to give Tianzuan a face and no longer pursue your disciple's fault. But this woman Su Maoyang killed the elders, violated the sect rules, and stole our treasures of the Sangyan sect. She committed a heinous crime that is unforgivable. She must stay and accept punishment. Please forgive me. These words were said sincerely. Not only did he explain the whole story and his own difficulties, but he also gave enough face to Yushu Tianzuan, which was really hard to refuse. The four great elders were able to be so humble, which was considered a great concession. They thought that even if Emperor Yunlu was blinded by beauty and was desperate to confront the Sangyan sect, he would not be so confused, so ungrateful, and unsympathetic. The younger one could not see the situation clearly, but the older one should be a wise one. People know how to adapt. But who would have thought that Yushu Tianzuan not only did not give in, but roared in anger. The roar was like thunder, frightening everyone present, as if their bones were broken. How dare you? How dare you set your sights on my elder sister? Believe it or not, I will overthrow your Sangyan sect. The four great elders were trembling all over after being roared, as if they were electrocuted, completely stunned, staring at Yushu Tianzuan with bulging eyes, showing an expression that he couldn't grasp the key points. Big elder sister? One of the four elders, an old man in a brown gown, had a dull face and ass back with twitching mouth corners, obviously not understanding the meaning of Yushu Tianzuan's words. The gray-clothed old man was also confused, and while being intimidated by Yushu Tianzuan's majesty, he couldn't help asking, Yushu Tianzuan, what do you mean by this? Forgive my stupidity. I don't understand it a little bit. Tianzuan actually has an elder sister? Did I hear it right? Yushu Tianzuan is alone, and he only has Jun Haotsong as his disciple. When did a big sister appear? This is the first time they have heard of it. Of course you heard it right. I just swore brotherhood with you and recognized a big sister. What? Do you have any objections? Yushu Tianzuan frowned, his face gloomy, and asked impatiently. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding, but they were very shocked in their hearts. To be able to swear brotherhood with Yushu Tianzuan, this person's strength must be quite amazing. I really don't know who is this saint, who has such great ability and courage to let Yushu Tianzuan be her little brother. It's incredible. Don't blame everyone for not being able to associate Su Maoyang. You have to know that she is a yellow-haired little girl and Yushu Tianzuan's age, seniority, strength and status are a million miles apart. How can you associate her with her? Seeing that Yushu Tianzuan was about to get angry again, the gray-clothed old man immediately smiled and waved his hands. Tianzuan, don't get me wrong. How dare we have any objections? But we haven't even seen your eldest sister. How could we possibly have any ideas about your eldest sister? And besides, we dare not. Even if they were given 100 courages, even if they were more powerful than Yushu Tianzuan, they would not dare to do it. Hearing this, Yushu Tianzuan was so angry that his face turned serious, frowned, and growled, Asshole! You detained my eldest sister and accused her of stealing your Sangyan sect's treasures, and planned to punish her. You still dare not do it. Do you really think I'm blind? Hearing this, not only the four great monarchs, but everyone present gasped in shock, looking at Su Maoyang in horror. With a shocked expression, Su Maoyang is Yushu Tianzuan's eldest sister? Oh my god! How is it possible? Did they misunderstand? Just when everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it, Yushu Tianzuan turned around and shouted at Su Maoyang. Sister, what do you think we should do with these old guys? Do you want me to help you kill them? Chapter 791 Come and meet your uncle. Hearing this, the four great elders were struck by a bolt from the blue. Their faces were filled with horror. Their shocked hearts sank as if filled with cold lead. They turned their necks stiffly and looked at Su Maoyang. There was a look of terror in their eyes as they stared at her. They were obviously frightened by the scene before them. The other people present also had frozen expressions and bulged their eyes. They cast horrified glances at Su Maoyang. They stood there like wooden sculptures, forgetting to react. At this moment, it seemed as if the air had become thinner and the world had become quiet. Only the surprised gasps of everyone were left. Even Jun Haotsong, who was always cold, looked at Su Maoyang with surprise at this moment, and asked Yushu Tianzuan rudely, Yu Zhafeng, are you old and confused? Do you know what you are saying? When did Su Maoyang become his elder sister? How could he not know? Hearing this, Yushu Tianzuan glared at him unhappily and cursed. You dead boy. How can you call the master by his full name? You are disrespectful. If I had known that when you were a child, I should have slapped you to death to save myself from suffering. Su Maoyang saw their interaction and murmured with emotion. You are actually master and apprentice. Jun Haocong is so cold and serious. But he actually has such a crazy and frivolous master. The contrast is too big, which is really surprising. I really don't know how two completely different people get together. After hearing Su Maoyang's words, Yu Zhafeng immediately reacted and walked quickly to Su Maoyang, with a flattering smile on his face, and introduced Su Maoyang with a smile. Sister, I forgot to introduce you. This brat is my apprentice. He has a stinky face all day long, as if everyone owes him money. And he is so arrogant. If he says anything unpleasant, tell me, and I will help you deal with him. Su Maoyang heard this, and met Jun Haocong's gaze with an awkward expression, her mouth twitching. She is the old man's elder sister, and Jun Haocong is the old man's master. Emma, this relationship, this generation, how can it be so messed up? However, Yu Zhafeng did not notice the subtle atmosphere between the two, and even shouted at Jun Haocong unceremoniously. You dead boy. Come and meet your uncle. Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard this, and almost stumbled to the ground. She took a deep breath of cold air and stared at Jun Haocong with a strange expression. Jun Haocong's expression at this time was naturally not much better, and his paralyzed face was rarely shocked. His handsome face seemed to be dyed with 7 or 8 colors, blue and red, which was even uglier than eating shit. Uncle Master? Old man? Are you crazy? Jun Haocong was stimulated, and his expression was quite wonderful. His ice blue eyes were shocked and angry, which made Su Maoyang laugh. He couldn't control the arc of his mouth and laughed out loud. She turned out to be Jun Haocong's uncle master, a generation higher than him, and became his elder. It was funny to think about it. His woman suddenly became his elder. No wonder Jun Haocong couldn't keep calm. Bah! You dead boy. You are crazy. You can't say a single nice word. Today your uncle master is here. I won't bother with you. Come and meet your uncle master. Yu Zhafeng cursed and growled, with a look of disgust. Su Maoyang was frightened when she heard this, and immediately waved her hands. No need to pay respect. I can't afford it. Yu Zhafeng thought Su Maoyang was being modest, and nodded with a smile. I can afford it. I can afford it. You are my elder sister, and it is only right for me, your evil disciple, to show respect to you. Su Maoyang looked at Jun Haocong's dark and blue face, her cheeks twitching, trying her best to suppress her smile, trying not to lose her composure, because she found that Jun Haocong was on the verge of going berserk and was about to explode at any time. She'd better not provoke him for a second. The people watching around were also confused by this relationship. Isn't Su Maoyang Jun Haocong's woman? How come she has become the master's uncle? Who is Su Maoyang? Just when everyone was shocked and confused, Jun Haocong rushed over and pulled Su Maoyang into his arms. With a dark face, he warned Yu Zhafeng fiercely. Old man, if you want to be sworn brothers, find someone else. Don't think about my woman. She won't go crazy with you. When the old man heard this, his eyes widened in shock and he exclaimed, What? She is your woman? Sister, what's going on? You and my apprentice. Are you guys? Is this true? The old man saw the two hugging each other, his face full of surprise, pointed at them, and was so surprised that he couldn't speak. When did his disciple come to his senses? He actually has a woman, and he found such a good woman. At first, this girl was so arrogant. Even though she knew he was a supreme Junlingshi at the peak level, she didn't take him seriously. He wanted to curry favor with her, but couldn't. But he didn't expect that his disciple would get her. Is this true? How could it be so unreal? Facing his shock, Su Maoyang pulled up an awkward smile at the corner of his mouth and nodded slightly. Yes, as you can see, I am with your disciple. When Yu Zhafeng heard the news, his old face suddenly froze. After a moment of stunness, he suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he even laughed out tears. He was so happy that he kept praising Jun Haocong. Ha ha ha. So that's it. So that's it. Disciple. Well done. You finally did something that made the master happy. Ha ha ha. Deafening laughter echoed throughout the sky, making everyone's eardrums ache. Is his apprentice so happy to be with Su Maoyang? Seeing his excitement, even Jun Haosong frowned in confusion and asked, "Why does he recognize you as his elder sister? He is insidious and cunning. I'm afraid his purpose is not pure." Jun Haosong knows his master too well. Although he is crazy and frivolous, he is like an old fox and very smart. He will not lower his status for no reason and become sworn brothers with a little girl. Jun Haosong knew very well that his master would do anything shameless for the sake of profit. Su Maoyang didn't expect Jun Haosong to describe his master with the word sinister and cunning. The relationship between the master and the apprentice was really a love-hate relationship. It was really interesting. Thinking of this, she chuckled twice. Your master wants me to help him refine the Saint King Great Elixir. It is said that an alchemist with 4 kinds of strange fire is required to refine it. So he set his sights on me. In order to get closer, he had to swear brotherhood with me. And his enthusiasm was irresistible. Ha ha ha. Now it's good. You and my apprentice are a pair. Even if we don't swear brotherhood, I am also your master. Ha ha ha. It's really great. Yu Zhenfeng laughed so hard when he thought of this relationship. Jun Haosong was not surprised when he heard it. But when he heard about the Saint King Great Elixir and the 4 kinds of strange fire, his face instantly sank. He knew very well that if he wanted to refine this kind of elixir, he must go through danger. So he was reluctant to let Su Maoyang take such a risk. Therefore, he refused without giving her face. If you want to be her master, I advise you to give up this idea. She has nothing to do with you. Don't even think about her. You evil disciple. Humph. Even if I don't become her master, she and I are sworn siblings. And this relationship is not yours to decide. Yu Zhenfeng retorted unconvinced. Chapter 792 The Master and Disciple Who Hurt Each Other. Jun Haosong was so angry that he took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and warned seriously. You want her to make pills for you? No way. Bah. My elder sister has already agreed to help me make pills. You can't make the decision. Yu Zhenfeng spat at Jun Haosong like a child, with a look of disgust on his face. Jun Haosong was so angry that he gritted his teeth because he was forced by him. I said, she is not your elder sister. Don't try to get close to her. I won't. She is my elder sister. You have no right to interfere. Yu Zhenfeng shook his head triumphantly, raised his eyebrows provocatively at Jun Haosong, and was like an old naughty boy. Jun Haosong usually looked cold and indifferent, which always made him angry. This was the first time he saw Jun Haosong so excited and nervous. It was not easy to get a chance to anger him. So how could Yu Zhenfeng miss it? He immediately became playful and planned to fight back. Since he didn't allow Su Maoyang to make pills for him, he wouldn't let him have it easy and make him angry to death. Su Maoyang saw the master and apprentice hurting each other, laughed and shook her head, wanting to persuade them. But because of the pain of the injury on her arm, she was exhausted and spoke softly. Okay. You say less. He is your master after all. Don't be angry with him. Jun Haosong heard that Su Maoyang's voice was wrong. His face changed, and he immediately looked at her nervously. Seeing that her face was pale and her arm was still bleeding, his heart suddenly tightened, and he hugged her tighter, frowning and blaming her with heartache. You are injured like this, and you still have the mood to speak for that old guy. You know he is using you to help him refine dangerous pills, and you actually agreed to him. Do you want to make me angry to death? The contract of 4 kinds of strange fire was so dangerous, but she actually agreed to the old guy. Didn't she know that he was worried to death about her? Su Maoyang heard the words, and the corners of her pale mouth curved up, staring at him with burning eyes. He is your master. She has never been a good person. Strictly speaking, she is very cold and selfish. She agreed to Yushu Tianzuan just to perfunctorily deal with him, and she didn't intend to really help him. But when she learned that he was Jun Haosong's master, she had no way to refuse. Jun Haosong was shocked when he heard this, and his chest suddenly felt hot. Was he willing to take the risk just because he was his master? At this time, Yu Zhenfeng also discovered Su Maoyang's injuries. His face darkened, and he frowned angrily, yelling at the 4 elders. Damn it! Who hit you just now? Stand up for me! The 4 elders were frightened by Yu Zhenfeng's arrogance and turned pale, and quickly waved their hands. No. No! We didn't touch a single hair of her. It was Dong Ruitian. It has nothing to do with us. As they said this, they pointed at Dong Ruitian, who had fallen to the ground and died long ago, and immediately distanced themselves from the matter. Yu Shafeng was not so easy to fool. He had a stern face and growled angrily. Humph. Just now you kept saying that you would punish my elder sister. But now you deny it. Since Dong Ruitian is dead, I will take it back from you. As he said that, Yu Shafeng waved his sleeves fiercely, blasting out a fierce force, which immediately attacked the bodies of the four elders. Facing such a powerful attack, the four elders reacted quickly and raised their hands to block it. But before they could touch the spiritual power, the four were blown away by the qi. And then the spiritual power hit their bodies, causing them huge damage. Everyone only saw that the high and mighty four elders actually fell flat on their faces, spitting blood from their mouths, grimacing, and looking very embarrassed. In everyone's eyes, the four elders were already very powerful, but they couldn't even stop Yushu Tianzuan's move. In comparison, how powerful was Yushu Tianzuan? Seeing the miserable appearance of the four elders and feeling the residual power from Yushu Tianzuan, everyone was so scared that they covered their mouths and kept silent. Especially by Xian Xian and Lu Chuman. They were so scared that they trembled all over, shaking like sieves. They had provoked Su Maoyang, and now even the four elders were beaten so badly, let alone them. I'm afraid that Yushu Tianzuan could crush them to ashes with just a flick of his finger. Thinking of this, the two were so scared that they twitched as if they were electrocuted. The four severely injured elders did not expect that Yushu Tianzuan would really take action. Shock surged on their pale faces. They weakly raised their eyes to look at Yushu Tianzuan opposite them, their eyes full of horror. The gray-clothed old man, the leader of the four elders, swallowed the blood in his mouth and spoke with difficulty. Yushu Tianzuan, our Sanyan sect is at least one of the indispensable forces in Yunlu Dark Domain. If you kill us, it will not only weaken the strength of Yunlu Dark Domain, but also involve other sections. When everyone makes trouble, it will definitely be turbulent. Once the Yunlu Dark Domain is in chaos, the covetous Finchua Tiancheng will definitely take advantage of the fire to rob. Do you really want your apprentice to become a sinner in Yunlu Dark Domain? Their Sanyan sect also has interests with other sections. If something happens to the Sanyan sect, it will affect the whole body and cause chaos. But it will not end well. He does not believe that Yushu Tianzuan does not understand this principle. Upon hearing this, Yushu Tianzuan's deep eyes condensed slightly. His face was calm, and he roared fearlessly. I don't care about the dark domain of Yunlu or the national responsibility. As long as my apprentice is free and unrestrained. It doesn't matter if he becomes a sinner. Whoever dares to touch my apprentice and elder sister, I will peel off his skin. Everyone was shocked to hear such domineering words. This Yushu Tianzuan didn't even take the dark domain of Yunlu seriously. He is simply a lunatic. Su Maoyang was also touched and froze his expression upon hearing this. And suddenly some emotion surged in his heart. This old man looks crazy and frivolous. And he always argues with Jun Haotsong. In fact, he loves his apprentice more than anyone else. He didn't care about any national mission. And he didn't care about being a criminal. As long as his apprentice was safe and happy, it was more important than anything else. He hoped that Jun Haotsong would rather let down the world than himself. What a handsome old man. At this moment, Su Maoyang couldn't help but feel happy for Jun Haotsong. He had a good master who loved him and cared about him. However, Yunlu Dark Domain was the country protected by Jun Haotsong after all, and she didn't want to bring trouble to Yunlu Dark Domain. Thinking about it, she weakly spoke to stop them. Yushu Tianzuan, let them go. It was Dong Ruitian who hurt me. You have already killed him. It can be regarded as revenge for me. There is no need to make a big deal. Yu Shafeng, who was about to take action, stopped his action when he heard this, frowned and looked at her. Are you sure you don't want me to help you get justice? Su Maoyang nodded slightly. I don't want to be a sinner in the dark domain of Yunlu. Hearing this, Yu Shafeng also understood what she meant. So he stopped and gave up the idea of killing them. Okay. Since my eldest sister let you go, then I will spare your lives. The four great lords heard this, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But their hearts that were raised to their throats had not yet fallen back. And they heard Yu Shafeng cursing again. Why don't you go and kowtow to my eldest sister and admit your mistakes? The four great lords were yelled at with a black face. At their age, They were actually asked to kowtow to a yellow-haired girl. Are you kidding? Chapter 793. Will you hate me? They are the 4 great elders of the Sangyan sect, and they kowtowed to a yellow-haired girl. If this gets out, how can they gain a foothold in the martial arts world? At that time, who knows how many people will laugh at them? Where will they put their old faces? Thinking of this, the expressions of the 4 people were tangled together. They strongly resisted in their hearts, but they were tortured by the knife-like gaze of Yushu Tianzuan, and they dared not speak out to resist. Their aggrieved appearance immediately made people laugh. It seems that you still want me to do it. Yu Zhafeng raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke faintly. Before they did it, the 4 great elders were scared to death, and they quickly crawled in front of Su Maoyang, not caring about their old faces, and kowtowed several times. Miss Su, we were wrong. We will never dare to do it again. Forgive us. The 4 great elders kowtowed and admitted their mistakes. The scene was too beautiful to look at, and all the disciples around were stunned. No one could have imagined that the 4 great elders they worshipped would kneel before a little girl and kowtow to admit their mistakes. If this were spread out, no one would believe it. The Blood Battle group was very proud of this. They looked down at the embarrassed 4 great elders with disdain on their faces, and were even more proud in their hearts. Their master really found a great backer this time. Even the highest level elders of the Sangyan sect had to kneel before their master. It was really a great honor. Seeing this, Lin Water suddenly remembered that there were still 2 people who had not been dealt with. She immediately pointed at Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman and reminded them loudly. Yushu Tianzuan, those 2 framed your elder sister in the Phantom Palace. You can't let them go. Su Maoyang didn't expect Lin Water to call her big sister so smoothly. She was so shocked that she almost vomited. She really knows how to take advantage of others. Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman were suddenly mentioned, as if they were full-moon babies hearing thunderbolts. Their bones were about to shatter, and their pupils were suddenly filled with fear. Yushu Tianzuan turned his head in the direction Lin Water pointed, and saw 2 panicked women. Frowning slightly, since you are looking for death, then I can only fulfill your wish. Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman were so scared when they heard this that their eyes were bloodshot. Their mouths opened wide, and they waved their hands in fear, and then kowtowed to Su Maoyang frantically, their heads hitting the ground with a violent bang. No, we don't. Miss Su, spare me. Miss Su, spare me. At this moment, they had never regretted so much. Regretting why they provoked Su Maoyang. A pervert. She was a pervert. And she also had a perverted Yunlu Emperor, and a perverted Yushu Tianzuan to support her. If they had known this day would come, they would not have dared to provoke Su Maoyang even if they had 100 guts. However, begging for mercy now was useless. Yu Zhangfeng was too lazy to listen to their nonsense. He waved his hand and slapped away a stream of qi. Bai Xianxian and Lu Chuman were immediately blown into a bloody mess by the force. Blood splattered, and a layer of blood mist instantly filled the air. The pungent smell of blood wafted into their noses, and they immediately choked and wanted to vomit. Seeing this scene, the other people present were so scared that they dared not breathe, fearing that they would be involved with Su Maoyang and lose their lives. Jun Haosong was worried about Su Maoyang's injuries. Seeing that the enemies were solved, he did not delay. He immediately waved his hand and released a huge pung bird. He hugged Su Maoyang and jumped up, sat on the pung bird, and then did not forget to instruct Yu Zhangfeng. Old man, help me escort the Blood Battle group back to the Dark Domain City. I will leave with Lianer first. After saying that, he and Su Maoyang rode on the spirit beast and flew away. Seeing the 2 people leave, Yu Zhangfeng was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, full of anger, and yelled, You dead boy. You left your master here and ran away. Why do you want me to escort you? I am also a distinguished Tianzuan of Yushu Palace. You actually asked me to run errands. You dead boy. Don't let me meet you. I will beat you up if I meet you. However, Jun Haosong and Su Maoyang had already flown far away at this time, and he could no longer hear his anger. Su Maoyang nestled in Jun Haosong's arms. Even though her arm hurt so much that she was sweating, her heart was warm. But the scene and the illusion kept appearing in her mind, making her a little uneasy. After a moment of silence, Su Maoyang suddenly raised her head, stared at Jun Haosong's worried eyes, and couldn't help asking, Haosong, if I do something to let you down, will you hate me? In the illusion, she clearly felt the hatred emanating from the man named Lu Yeyuan, who looked exactly like Jun Haotsong. He hated and hurt so much that he finally cursed the woman named Yun Qiange and swore a cruel oath to himself. This kind of hatred is clearly deep in the bone. So, she wanted to know if Jun Haotsong would hate her like Liu Yiyuan. Looking at the handsome face like Liu Yiyuan, Su Maoyong suddenly felt a little uneasy and nervous. Staring at him closely, waiting for his answer, Jun Haotsong was stunned when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect her to ask this question suddenly. He looked down at her, and then frowned. What's the matter? Did she run away with another man? Su Maoyong's heart was shocked. And the man named Ming Xianin suddenly appeared in her mind. And her expression froze. Yun Qiange abandoned Liu Yiyuan just for him. Thinking of this, her face became quite embarrassed. And she asked seriously, Yes, what if I really ran away with another man? Jun Haotsong didn't expect her to be so serious, and his face suddenly darkened. He tightened his grip on her waist, and his ice blue eyes shot out a piercing cold light. He gritted his teeth and said, You dare. Su Maoyong met the pair of blue eyes like the sea, and unconsciously overlapped his eyes, with Liu Yiyuan's eyes full of hatred. His heart hurt for no reason, and he still asked without discouragement, What would you do if I ran away with another man? Seeing her struggling with this question, Jun Haotsong frowned even deeper, and this time he answered seriously, with a very firm tone, I will kill him, Su Maoyong said to him. The answer was expected, but she wanted to know his attitude towards her. What about me? Will you kill me too? Jun Haotsong didn't understand why she asked such a question, and he was a little confused, looking at her expectant and nervous face. He couldn't say anything hard. After a long silence, he slowly said, No. Su Maoyong was shocked and suddenly puzzled. Why? I betrayed you. Wouldn't you want to kill me? Jun Haotsong stared at her, perhaps thinking about this question seriously, and some complex emotion surged in his ice blue eyes. After a long time, as if he had thought it through, he answered faintly, Hate, but can't bear it. Can't bear it. It turns out that even if he was betrayed, even if he hated her, he would not bear it. Chapter 794 You've always been there. Su Maoyong's heart trembled suddenly, and she opened her eyes wide in shock. Her eyes were red and a little wet. She forced herself to suppress the shock in her heart and asked again, What if I killed your relatives? The picture of Yun Qiange killing Liu Yiyuan's confidence in her mind was lingering, and Su Maoyong's mood could not help but become heavy, although she knew that she was not Yun Qiange in the picture, and Jun Haotsong would not be Liu Yiyuan. She was still so depressed that she couldn't breathe. He would not sit idly by and watch his relatives being killed. However, Jun Haotsong stared at her intently and answered without hesitation, You won't. Su Maoyong didn't expect him to be so sure, and didn't know where he got the confidence to be so sure. Why not? He had a cold face and firm blue eyes. I believe you. Su Maoyong's heart was shocked, and his expression was filled with astonishment. Why do you trust me so much? Maybe you trust the wrong person? Jun Haotsong looked at her serious look and smiled lightly. She was clearly worried that he didn't believe her, but she kept saying the opposite, constantly testing him and wanting to know what he thought. This was obviously a woman who cared about him to the core. So why should he doubt her? Thinking about it, he smiled and looked into her bright black eyes, curled his lips and said, Because believing is happier. Su Maoyong was shocked when he heard this, and the shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. Yes, because believing is happier. At this moment, Su Maoyong suddenly felt relieved. The Jun Haotsong she loved deeply was not Liu Yiyuan, because he would be reluctant to let her go, because he believed in her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong was so excited that she ignored the pain in her arm and hugged him tightly, murmuring, I believe you too, not because I'm happy, but because I love you. Jun Haotsong suddenly heard such a confession. His body froze, and his expression flashed with surprise. He knew that Su Maoyong was not good at expressing her feelings. Like him, she looked cold on the outside and kept everything in her heart. It was very rare to hear her say love so frankly, which surprised and delighted him. However, she made him more worried. He knew that she was hiding something in her heart since he saw her in Sanyan's sect just now. Now it seems that the matter is not small. However, since she didn't say it on her own initiative, Jun Haotsong didn't ask her the reason. He just hugged her tighter and announced the result domineeringly. Don't think about it. I will do what I want to do no matter how difficult it is. Even if the person I want is dead. Rotten. and turned into ashes. I will catch her from hell. Not to mention that she just ran away with someone. So, if you want to escape from my palm, I advise you to give up this idea. Su Maoyang, who was nestled in his arms, couldn't help laughing when he heard such domineering words. Yes, this is Jun Haotsong. Domineering and unacceptable. He would never let this happen. Such a problem is undoubtedly meaningless in front of him. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's heart became more stable, and the nervous mood gradually eased. Feeling that she relaxed, Jun Haotsong touched her hair and whispered, "We will get married when we go back." Su Maoyang was startled and immediately got up from his arms. "Didn't the princess disagree? It's me who wants you, and I don't need anyone's consent," Jun Haotsong said coldly. His attitude was still overbearing. Su Maoyang pulled a weak smile. "She is your sister after all. I still want her blessing. Don't worry. She will bless you." "Will she?" Su Maoyang recalled the unpleasant things that happened between them, and he was really not sure. Jun Haotsong said firmly, "Between never marrying and blessing, I believe she will choose to bless. Except for Su Maoyang. He will never marry another woman in his life. And the eldest princess has been looking forward to his marriage. Since she doesn't bless him and Su Maoyang, she will never have the chance to see him get married in her life." Su Maoyang didn't expect that even in this matter, Jun Haotsong was so overbearing that he was unreasonable. Even if the other party was dissatisfied, he would force the other party to nod, and would not allow anyone to oppose his decision. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang laughed and shook her head. "Okay, then I can only marry you reluctantly." Although she said it reluctantly, her heart was sweet. She couldn't help but feel lucky that everything in the illusion was fake. There was no dark and mysterious evil. No betrayal. No killing. No curse. No poisonous oath. Because she and Jun Haotsong were going to get married smoothly. Dark Domain City. The huge pung bird flew over the sky of Dark Domain City and flew into the palace at a high speed. The arrival of Jun Haotsong caused a lot of noise, which immediately caused a commotion in the entire palace city. "The Emperor of Yunlu has returned to the palace. Please come and meet him." Seeing Jun Haotsong coming down from the pung bird, the chief guard shouted at the top of his voice. After a while, all the guards near the Yunlu palace quickly came forward and saluted respectfully. Jun Haotsong didn't care about etiquette at this moment. He carefully held Su Maoyang and ran straight to Yunlu palace. While running, he ordered sternly, "Summon all the imperial doctors and palace maids to Yunlu palace immediately. If you are a step slower, watch out for your heads." After shouting, he rushed into the palace in a hurry. Su Maoyang's arm was broken. It would definitely not heal by taking pills alone. The bone must be set as soon as possible. If it was too late, the arm might be disabled. The guards thought that Jun Haotsong was returning to the palace alone, but they didn't expect that he was still holding Su Maoyang in his arms. And Su Maoyang's arm was bleeding and looked seriously injured. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The head guard received the order and was shocked. The next second, he ran out of the yard in a panic. He still recognized Su Maoyang, who lived in Yunlu Palace before. She was the treasure in the palm of the Yunlu Emperor's hand and must not be neglected. Su Maoyang frowned when she heard Jun Haotsong's order, and said helplessly, "I don't need so many palace maids and doctors. I just injured my arm. Not dying. You're wasting too many people." Su Maoyang knew that Jun Haotsong hated palace maids. There had never been any palace maids in Yunlu Palace. Now for her, he had to let all the palace maids squeeze into Yunlu Palace. It was really difficult for him. "Shut up. You are not ashamed to say that your arm was injured. If I had been a little later, you would have really died. It would have been better if she didn't mention it." As soon as she mentioned Jun Haotsong, she got angry. Su Maoyang was stunned by his yelling. "You yelled at me. Are you angry with me?" Jun Haotsong saw her pale and injured face, and felt distressed. He sighed weakly, gently put her on the bed, and hugged her tightly, as if afraid that she would slip away. "No, I'm just angry with myself. When you needed me the most, I was not by your side." Su Maoyang's heart ached. Her eyes were red, and she choked up. "Silly. Since I met you, you have been standing where I can see you when I turn around. Whether it was you who secretly helped me in Nansui, or you who accompanied me in Songyuan, whether it was you who protected me with human souls in Bayan, or you who saved me in Yunlu Dark Domain, you have always been there and never left." Chapter 795. She is a disaster star. He caught a cold for her. He lost his soul for her. He was constantly injured for her. He kept taking risks. And he tried his best to protect her when she was in danger. Su Maoyang knew very well that if it weren't for him, she would never have been able to leave the southern Sui kingdom, let alone come to the Yunlu dark domain. But he was still blaming himself, which made her feel distressed. Jun Haotsong was touched when he heard this, and he tightened his arms around her, and his tone was still hard. Don't leave my sight in the future. Ahem. Emperor, the imperial physician and the palace maids are here. The chief guard standing not far away really didn't want to interrupt the two people's tenderness. But seeing that Su Maoyang's arm was still bleeding, he had to remind her. Su Maoyang heard the voice and woke up from Jun Haotsong's arms, only to find that the whole side hall was full of people. The imperial physicians and palace maids all lowered their heads with embarrassed expressions, looking a little at a loss. Seeing this, she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It was fine that she hugged Jun Haotsong in front of so many people, but they just said some disgusting words, and it seemed that all of them were heard by this group of people. Su Maoyang suddenly felt embarrassed, and her pale cheeks flushed. Compared with her embarrassment, the people present were even more shocked. In their minds, the high and cold Emperor Yunlu actually had such a tender side, which was really unexpected. Everyone heard that Emperor Yunlu was very special to Miss Su in front of him, but they didn't expect that he liked her to this extent, as if he had become a different person. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. As expected, even a veteran of hundreds of battles could not defeat a soft finger. Even the powerful and cold Emperor Yunlu was subdued by a woman. This Su Maoyang is really amazing. At this time, Jun Haotsong saw the imperial physician coming, and he couldn't help but frown and growl to hide his embarrassment. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and treat her. The imperial physicians were shocked by his roar, and immediately stepped forward and surrounded the bed. He and Su Maoyang hugged each other, and the group of imperial physicians didn't dare to step forward to treat them. Jun Haotsong looked at Su Maoyang's arm, anxious, frowning, and warned fiercely. I want you to cure her. There can't be any mistakes. Otherwise, I will die to apologize. The imperial doctors were frightened and pale, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They nodded repeatedly. I will do my best to cure Miss Su. As they said, the imperial doctors were concentrating on setting bones, applying medicine, and bandaging Su Maoyang. Under Jun Haotsong's watchful eyes, they dared not make any mistakes. After nearly an hour, the imperial doctors finally completed the diagnosis and treatment, and stepped aside to prescribe medicine for Su Maoyang. Your Majesty, I have reconnected Miss Su's bones. As long as you follow this prescription, take the medicine on time every day, apply the medicine, and recuperate for a month, she will be almost back to normal. But remember, try not to use your right hand during this period. Jun Haotsong heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, and nodded slightly. Okay, I got it. 2 palace maids will follow the imperial physician to get and decoct the medicine. The other palace maids will stay here to serve. All the outsiders, please leave. Hearing this, the imperial physician and the guards quickly walked out of the side hall, leaving only a room of palace maids waiting for Su Maoyang's orders. Haotsong, I really don't need so many palace maids. Su Maoyang felt awkward when she saw a room full of people. She just said half of her words when she heard a report from outside. Prince Pingxiang has arrived, and the eldest princess has arrived. As the voice fell, Jun Yueya and Jun Qingran walked in quickly. Seeing a room full of palace maids, Jun Qingran's face was not very good. She said to Su Maoyang coldly, I was wondering why Sanra would mobilize so many people, and even mobilize the palace maids of the entire palace city. It turns out that you are the one behind it. Seeing Su Maoyang, she couldn't control her anger. Jun Yueya heard Jun Qingran's bad tone, and couldn't help but persuade him. Okay, Sanra is back safely, so you should say less. Haven't I said less? For this Su Maoyang, he even provoked the Songyan sect. And I can't say a few words? Jun Qingran glared at Jun Yueya angrily, and continued emotionally. Even if the Songyan sect is not good, it is still a big force. He openly opposes them. It's too arrogant and willful. At that time, He Xiao informed Jun Qingran, and she knew that there was something fishy. After forcibly questioning, she learned about this from He Xiao, and was furious on the spot. Originally, she had convinced herself to accept Su Maoyang, but who knew that this man was restless, even daring to kill the elders of the Songyan sect. causing trouble everywhere, which really made people worry. In the end, Jun Haotsong had to clean up the mess for her, and completely offended the Songyun sect for her. No matter how talented and capable she is, she still puts her brother in danger. No matter how he thinks about it, Jun Qingran can't like Su Maoyang. Jun Qingran always stood from Jun Haotsong's perspective, so she didn't understand the situation at the time. If Su Maoyang didn't kill the enemy, she would be the one to die. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, if she didn't resist, she would be trampled. She was just protecting herself and the blood battle group from being bullied. However, in Jun Qingran's view, she made a big mistake by implicating Jun Haotsong and letting him risk his life for her. At this time, Jun Haotsong faced her harsh words, as if he couldn't see or hear her, and directly announced, "In a month, the enthronement ceremony will be held, and I want to marry her." When Jun Qingran heard this, his angry face suddenly froze. His eyes instantly bulged into fists, and he asked in shock, "What did you say?" "She is injured now, and has difficulty moving. The enthronement ceremony is scheduled for a month later. You can pick a date and have people prepare." Jun Haotsong raised his eyes to Jun Qingran and answered lightly. Jun Yueye didn't have too many opinions, and nodded in understanding. "Well, since you've made up your mind, let's just settle it." He had seen Su Maoyang's strength at the sect selection last time. Apart from her identity, he was quite satisfied with everything else. Although he was worried that she would bring danger to Jun Haotsong, since she was the one Jun Haotsong had decided on, he could only bless her. But Jun Qingran couldn't let go of her grudge. She stared at Su Maoyang with dissatisfaction and interrupted her angrily. "No. What do you mean by settled? I haven't agreed yet. What's the point of settling it?" Because of her, Songer and Songyun sect have torn their faces. She is simply a disaster star. With her, Songer has no peaceful life. It's impossible for me to manage the canonization ceremony. I'm not asking for your opinion, but informing you, whether you agree or not. Su Maoyang, I'm going to settle it. Jun Haotsong's blue eyes were firm, and his cold voice was loud and clear, blocking Jun Qingran's breathing and making his face flushed. "She needs to rest. You have nothing to do. You can go out." Jun Haotsong didn't wait for Jun Qingran to speak, and ordered him to leave first. Jun Qingran was so angry that he was panting, pointing at him, and trembling all over. Okay. You have grown up, and don't even listen to me. I want to see if you can get married without my consent." Chapter 796, Hosting a Palace Banquet. Jun Qingran left after saying some harsh words, and the atmosphere in the room was awkward. Seeing this, Jun Yueye sighed softly, patted Jun Haotsong's shoulder comfortingly, and then explained to Su Maoyang, "Miss Su, I hope you can understand the princess's feelings. Don't blame her. She is also doing it for the emperor's good and doesn't want to see him get hurt. The princess has been strong since she was a child. Although she is a little irritable and stubborn, she has a good heart towards the emperor and the Yunlu dark domain." Su Maoyang didn't feel dissatisfied when he heard this. Instead, he nodded slightly in understanding. "I know that I destroyed Haotsong's human soul before, and caused a lot of trouble. It's normal for the princess to be dissatisfied with me. If it were me, I wouldn't be happy either. In addition, the princess and I had an unpleasant quarrel, and there is definitely a gap. Everyone has a different standpoint, and naturally has a different way of doing things. Although I don't like her, I don't mean to blame her." Hearing this, Jun Yue's solemn expression eased a little, and he nodded with relief. "It can be seen that you are a good girl, with very good strength and talent. The emperor did not choose the wrong person. So, don't worry. The eldest princess can't beat the emperor no matter how stubborn she is, and she will eventually compromise. In fact, she saw your strength last time at the sect selection competition and compromised. Alas, who knew that you would cause so many things again?" Speaking of this, Jun Yueye shook his head regretfully, and was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Maoyang's behavior of provoking the Songyun sect. The four major sects are the largest forces supporting the dark domain of Yunlu. How could he know that Su Maoyang was so arrogant that he killed the elders? It was simply unimaginable. If Jun Haotsong and Su Maoyang were to get married now, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face of the Songyun sect, and completely break off relations with the Songyun sect. Jun Qingran knew this clearly, so he tried his best to stop it. Thinking about it, he glanced at Jun Haotsong and comforted him. You should know that you have been your sister's treasure since you were a child. She is so excited because she cares about you. So don't make it like an enemy. As for this marriage, I will help you persuade her more. Don't worry too much. Yes. Thank you, brother. Jun Haotsong replied coldly. Jun Yuan nodded slightly, glanced at Su Maoyang, and turned and walked out of the side hall. Jun Haotsong saw that the people had left. And then he shouted loudly, Black Owl. The Black Owl, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly flashed out and came to Jun Haotsong quickly. What do you want, master? Jun Haotsong ordered in a cold voice. Hold a palace banquet tomorrow night and invite all the family forces in the Dark Domain City. I want to announce the marriage. Black Owl clasped his fists and accepted the order. Yes. After saying that, he flashed and flew out of the palace. Mingxiong Palace? There was a loud bang, and teacups and vases fell to the ground in the hall, and the fragments were splashed everywhere, scaring the palace maids on both sides of the hall to lower their heads and tremble. Princess, take it easy. Don't get angry and hurt yourself. An old nanny who served the princess worriedly advised. Jun Qingran was already angry, and when she heard this, she yelled angrily, How can I not be angry? In the eyes of the emperor, I am not as good as a woman from the lower plane. He didn't even think about who raised him when he was a child, and who helped him support the Cloud Tower Dark Domain when his body fell. I worked hard for the emperor and the Cloud Tower Dark Domain, but in the end, I couldn't resist Su Maoyang's words. How can I not be angry? The old nanny felt the same and comforted him with understanding. Yes, the princess has devoted her life to the emperor and the Yunlu Dark Domain. I know all the pain in it. Speaking of which, the princess is not young anymore, and she has long passed the age of marriage. She had an unforgettable love at the beginning, but she was unlucky. At that time, the emperor was seriously injured, and the Yunlu Dark Domain was in danger. The princess had no choice but to sacrifice her love and manage everything between the family and the sect to save the Yunlu Dark Domain. So she is not married until now. As a woman, she dedicated her youth and sacrificed her happiness for the Yunlu Dark Domain, which is not easy. What's the use of you knowing it? The emperor doesn't know it. It's not that I don't want him to get married. It's not that I don't understand human feelings. As his sister, I naturally hope that he will be happy. But Su Maoyang is absolutely not a woman like that. Jun Qingran's eyes were red with anger, and his eyes were moist. Then he sat down on the chair dejectedly and closed his eyes in pain. The old nanny beside her was shocked when she heard this. She opened her eyes wide and asked uncertainly, Is the princess worried that the disaster predicted by Master Xu Yun will come true? When the nanny brought up the topic, Jun Qingran did not deny it and nodded solemnly. Yes, 10 years ago, Master Xu Yun made a divination for the emperor before he passed away. He said that there would be a nemesis in the emperor's fate. From the hexagram, it was a woman, and the emperor would eventually pay a painful price for her. Therefore, the emperor has never been close to women in these years, and due to his nature, he has no interest in women. This palace only thought that it was Master Xu Yun's mistake and did not calculate the hexagram correctly. So I didn't take it to heart and gradually forgot about it. But I didn't expect this woman to show up in the end. Although I don't know who this woman is. It seems that she is Su Maoyang. Because of her, the emperor got a cold and lost his soul. This time he had a fight with the Songyan sect, which seemed to indicate something. When I thought that the emperor would live with this disaster star, I was terrified and couldn't sleep at night. As he spoke, Jun Qingran's face was filled with worry. His frown could crush a fly to death. The anger at his heart was burning his internal organs. At this moment, a maid suddenly ran in from outside, hurried to the center of the hall, and reported breathlessly, Princess, I have something to report. The old nanny saw that the princess was angry, and she was also very unhappy. She scolded the maid in a bad tone. What's the matter so urgent? The maid quickly replied, Princess, I heard that the emperor will hold a palace banquet tomorrow night and invite all the forces in the dark domain of Yunlu. He said that he would announce the marriage. When Jun Qingran heard this, he jumped up from the chair in shock. What? Say it again. The maid was frightened by Jun Qingran's momentum and shrank her head. She repeated in a trembling voice, The emperor will announce the marriage at the palace banquet tomorrow night. Just now, Black Owl sent someone to pass on the message that the princess is also invited. At this moment, Jun Qingran was so angry that his eyes bulged. He felt dizzy and almost fell down. It was Madame Xiao who was quick to help her. Princess, you have to take care of yourself. Jun Qingran didn't care about her health at this time. She was so angry that she was about to die. She kept waving her hands. I will never go to this palace banquet. I will never recognize their marriage. Madame Xiao saw that she was emotional and lost her mind. So she quickly reminded her. Princess, you have to go to this palace banquet. If you don't stop it, won't Su Maoyang succeed? Chapter 797, Grudges with the Chao family. When Jun Qingran heard this, her expression was shocked, and she woke up immediately. Yes, if she didn't go, wouldn't that bitch's intention be right? But how could she stop it? Even if she went, according to Jun Haotsong's temper, could she stop it? Thinking of this, Jun Qingran shook her head dejectedly again. What if I go? You know the emperor's temper. No one can refute his decision. If I go, it will only bring shame upon myself. Princess, don't be discouraged. In the past few years when the emperor was away, you have promoted 2 family forces. They are loyal to the princess and must be on your side. As long as you say a word, they will definitely be willing to stand up for the princess and help stop this marriage. After all, Madame Xiao is an old woman, and she thinks deeply about the problem. In addition, as an outsider, she sees it more clearly than Jun Qingran. Her words undoubtedly woke up Jun Qingran, and she suddenly became enlightened. Yes, she forgot that she had supported 2 family forces over the years, and they were all her supporters. She could not defeat Jun Haotsong by herself, and if the family forces were collectively opposed, she would have a better chance of winning. She did not believe that Jun Haotsong would give up the dark domain of Lianyun Tower for a woman. Okay, let's do it. I will write to these 2 families immediately. Jun Qingran nodded and did it. At night, the bright moonlight was bright and elegant, as if covered with a layer of veil, exuding a hazy beauty. The dark sky was filled with shining stars, which looked particularly dazzling. The palace city tonight was brightly lit, and the night wind blew through it, and the palace city was dimly lit by the firelight. At this time, there was an endless stream of carriages at the gate of the palace. Looking at the luxurious equipment, we knew that these were all the outstanding family forces in the dark domain of Yunlu. Everyone entered the palace city one after another, and soon arrived at Chaoyang Hall. Chaoyang Hall was magnificent and luxurious. There were seats on both sides of the hall, filled with fine wine and delicacies. In the center of the hall, there was singing and dancing, sleeves fluttering, bells and chimes ringing, and melodious music. Everyone gathered together, talking to each other, and it seemed extremely lively. Of course, what everyone was talking about was undoubtedly the marriage of Yunlu Emperor. Many princes and ministers knew about Su Maoyang's existence and had seen her love with Yunlu Emperor. So everyone guessed that the bride should be Su Maoyang without any accident. Just as everyone was talking about it, a loud announcement came from outside. King Pingxiang, the princess is here. As soon as the voice fell, Jun Yueya and Jun Qingran walked in. All the guests stood up and saluted, and the sound echoed over the hall, causing quite a stir. Jun Yueya and Jun Qingran smiled gently, nodded at all the guests, and seemed to be in a good mood. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little confused. Hasn't the princess always been against the marriage between Su Maoyang and Emperor Yunlu? Today, she didn't have anything to do and walked in with a smile on her face, which was really surprising. Logically speaking, she must be unhappy when Jun Haotsong and Su Maoyang announced their marriage. But today was too abnormal, and everyone had to doubt the identity of the bride. Could it be that the emperor's concubine is someone else? For a moment, everyone was surprised and whispered to each other, wondering which girl was so lucky. Jun Yueya and Jun Qingran seemed not to hear the discussions around them. They came to the top of the hall without looking around and sat down steadily. As soon as she sat down, Jun Qingran's eyes involuntarily swept to the 2 families on the lower right. The people of the 2 families nodded at her with understanding. Seeing this, Jun Qingran retracted her sight with peace of mind. At this time, the announcement sounded again outside the hall. Emperor Yunlu, Miss Su is here. The loud voice spread far and echoed in the hall, immediately attracting everyone's attention. I saw Emperor Yunlu, dressed in a black robe, strode in. His tall and slender figure, and delicate and beautiful facial features were like a jade figure made of flawless jade. He instantly lit up the whole scene. so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off. What was surprising was that he was accompanied by a petite woman with an equally outstanding appearance. She walked in side by side with Emperor Yunlu, which immediately set off a climax in the audience. Those who knew Su Maoyong naturally recognized her at a glance, while those who didn't know her opened their eyes wide in shock, and couldn't help but wonder about her identity. You know, a woman who can walk beside Emperor Yunlu is not a simple person. At this time, Chao Qiru, the daughter of the Chao family, who was sitting on the left, saw Su Maoyong and her face changed drastically. She immediately shouted excitedly, "Father! She is Su Maoyong! It's her! It's her who crippled my hand and killed my brother's two spirit beasts." Last time in the sect selection competition, Chao Qiru fell down in Su Maoyong's hands. If her brother hadn't rescued her in time, she would not just cripple her hand, but she might even lose her life. Chao Yongjin, who was sitting next to him, also got red in the face with excitement, and gnashed his teeth and yelled, "Father! It was Su Maoyong, the bitch, who killed my earth-shaking giant ape and ghost-faced centipede." When the head of the Chao family heard this, his eyes widened, and he immediately cast a shocked look at Su Maoyong. At first, he heard that someone had crippled his daughter's hand and killed the spirit beast that their Chao family had finally obtained. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Later, he planned to settle accounts with Su Maoyong, but who knew that Su Maoyong actually went to the Sanyan sect and got the protection of Elder Lu. Although their Chao family's power is not small, no matter what, it can't be compared with the sect. Su Maoyong stayed in the sect, and they were out of reach and couldn't do anything to her. Knowing that the enemy was right in front of him, the head of the Chao family suddenly had red eyes, stood up excitedly, and performed a great salute to Jun Haotsong. Full of anger, "Emperor, this woman crippled my daughter's arm and killed my Chao family's earth-shaking giant ape and ghost-faced centipede. It's really too much. You must make a decision for me." When everyone heard this, they were surprised. They didn't expect Su Maoyong to have such a deep grudge with the Chao family. People who had seen Su Maoyong at the banquet before knew that she was from the lower plane, and they never expected that she had such a great ability to kill Chao Yongjin's spirit beast. You must know that the ghost-faced centipede and the earth-shaking giant ape are the 7th and 8th level holy spirit beasts, and their strength is very powerful. They were killed by a woman from the lower plane. This is too exaggerated. After hearing this news, everyone talked about it in disbelief, and their eyes looking at Su Maoyong became a little strange. Chapter 798, She changed her strategy. When the princess heard this, she did not expect that Su Maoyong had offended the Chao family. She was surprised, but she was happy in her heart. The more people opposed Su Maoyong, the greater the resistance to this marriage. However, Jun Qingran listened to Madame Xiao's advice and decided to pretend to be a good person today to ease the relationship with Jun Haotsong, and let the bad guys be the Pei family, the Ruan family, and the Chao family. Thinking of this, she frowned slightly, and before Jun Haotsong opened his mouth, she scolded the head of the Chao family. "Head of the Chao family, the woman in front of you is the future imperial concubine. You falsely accused the imperial concubine of crippling your daughter's hand and killing your spirit beast. Such a treasonous crime. What crime should you be punished for?" Hearing this, the head of the Chao family looked at Jun Qingran with surprise, and saw that the latter spoke harshly and did not seem to be joking, and he could not help but be shocked. The head of the Chao family had naturally heard of Su Maoyong before. She caused his daughter Chao Qiru to lose the qualification to participate in the selection of concubines, but he won the first place in the selection of concubines. He has always been brooding over it, so he has a deep impression of the name Su Maoyong. However, as far as he knows, Su Maoyong comes from the lower plane, has a humble status, and is not worthy of the emperor. The princess has been trying to stop her. Therefore, he expected that Su Maoyong would not ascend to the position of the emperor's concubine. But what's going on now? Judging from the attitude of the princess, it seems that she has acknowledged Su Maoyong's status as the emperor's concubine. The head of the Chao family looked at the princess in surprise, then looked at Su Maoyong, and suddenly he was a little unsure of the situation. Su Maoyong did not expect the princess to suddenly speak for him, and he couldn't help but look up and look at her deeply. Jun Qingran had a blank expression on her face at this time, and she was very calm, making it hard to guess what she was thinking. Su Maoyong raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw this. She didn't think Jun Qingran would change her mind so quickly. It seemed that she felt that forcing it wouldn't work, and she had already started to think of other ideas. Jun Qingren clearly saw that the head of the Chao family had a deep grudge against her, and she deliberately brought up her identity as the imperial concubine. On the surface, it seemed that she was speaking for herself, but if you think about it deeply, it is clearly to make her hate her. As an imperial concubine, she was so arrogant that she crippled the arm of the daughter of the Chao family and killed the spirit beast that they had finally obtained. They must have a lot of complaints about her. The head of the Chao family had a grudge with Su Maoyang. If she let her become the imperial concubine, would their Chao family still have a good life? The answer is obvious. The head of the Chao family will definitely do his best to stop it. Jun Qingren has learned to be smart. This time he didn't come openly, but used a shady trick behind the scenes, using the Chao family as a gun. It's really treacherous. Not only did she pretend to be a good person, but she also attracted hatred and made people unable to say a single word against her. As expected, as Jun Qingren expected, when the head of the Chao family heard the news, he immediately clasped his fists excitedly and retorted, "Princess, Su Maoyang injured my daughter and son, and insisted on killing my two spirit beasts of the Chao family despite the dissuasion of the sect elders. How many people have witnessed it? I dare not tell a single lie. I beg the princess to see through everything and give justice to the Chao family." Chao Kira was also so angry that she gritted her teeth, stood up excitedly, and said angrily, "Princess, Su Maoyang is so arrogant and domineering that she is not worthy of being the mother of the country. What's more, she is still a lowly person from the lower plane, and she is even less worthy of Emperor Yunlu. How can she become the emperor's concubine admired by thousands of people?" Those who didn't know Su Maoyang were all shocked when they heard this. They really didn't expect that the woman in front of them was from the lower plane, and the high and mighty Emperor Yunlu was going to marry someone from the lower plane. What a joke. Even ordinary people like them despise the ants from the lower plane, let alone the king of the Yunlu dark domain, letting the ants from the lower plane become their imperial concubines. Isn't it a joke and a laughing stock of the entire Nine Nether Realm? Other people who knew Su Maoyang's identity, although not surprised, also shook their heads in dissatisfaction. Su Maoyang's identity was not suitable for the position of imperial concubine, not to mention that she did such a thing, which was indeed too disgusting. At this time, Jun Haotsong heard the discrimination and condemnation of Su Maoyang around him, frowned slightly, and his blue eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of ice crystals, permeating with a sharp cold light, and suddenly stabbed Chao Kiru. A deep voice with obvious anger suddenly rose in the hall. "It's not your Chao family's turn to tell me what kind of woman I want to marry." Chao Kira felt like being stabbed by that sharp and cold gaze, and was so frightened by his gloomy and cold voice that she trembled all over and turned pale. When the head of the Chao family heard this, he frowned in dissatisfaction and said persistently, "Emperor, this woman is arrogant and domineering, cold-blooded and cruel. She is not a good thing at all. Don't be fooled by her." When Jun Haotsong heard this, his brows twisted, his eyes became cold, and he waved his sleeves fiercely, slapping out a stream of energy. "Can you insult my woman at will?" Before the voice fell, the fierce force suddenly hit the head of the Chao family, and immediately shook him back a few steps, and he stabilized his body with difficulty. But even so, blood still flowed out of the corner of his mouth in a messy way, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. When everyone saw the scene, they were all horrified and pale, staring at Jun Haotsong in disbelief, and their hearts were shaken. Emperor Yunlu actually attacked the Chao family master for a woman. Did they see it wrong? In their minds, Emperor Yunlu has always been impartial and fair, but today he is biased to this extent. What kind of charm does Su Maoyang have to fascinate the cold-blooded Emperor Yunlu to this extent? It is really shocking. The Chao family master was also shocked and widened his eyes. His face turned pale, and asked in disbelief, "Emperor, are you going to go against your conscience and protect her? After all, he is old and can be regarded as Jun Haotsong's elder. Now he hits himself in front of so many people." And the old face of the Chao family master is a little embarrassed. Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows slightly, glared at him with a cold look, and scolded him. "Humph. Your Chao family took the initiative to provoke my woman, and I haven't settled accounts with you yet. But you are the first to complain. The Chao family insisted on doing so, and I don't mind abolishing your Chao family." When the head of the Chao family heard this, his body trembled, His heart was shocked, and his face was instantly shocked. He bulged his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Emperor, are you going to give up the power of our Chao family for a woman from the lower plane?" The guests present were also stunned by Jun Haotsong's attitude. The power of the Chao family is not small. It has been supporting the Yunlu dark domain for many years. It can be regarded as a large family with a high status. Unexpectedly, the Yunlu emperor actually planned to eradicate the entire Chao family for a woman from the lower plane. It was too incredible. Some of the guests present had seen Jun Haotsong's love for Su Maoyang at the banquet, but they had never expected that he loved her to such an extent that he dared to eliminate the entire family for her. Emperor Yunlu really loved this woman terribly. Chapter 799, Pulling a Large Group of Hatred. Don't question my words, or you will regret it, Jun Haotsong warned sinisterly, his icy blue eyes piercing into the pupils of the Chao family master like ice thorns, shocking him so much that his face changed drastically. Uglier than eating shit. He has always believed that Su Maoyang cheated to win the concubine selection competition, and used tricks to make the emperor look at her differently. He thought that the emperor was just a little interested in her, but just a little unique to her. But he didn't expect that he would do this for her, because according to his understanding of the emperor is not a person who likes love. On the contrary, he is very indifferent, cruel, and does not talk about feelings. He starts from the interests of everything. But he didn't expect that one day he would put aside the interests for a woman without hesitation. Which is really unbelievable. Not only the Chao family, but everyone present began to formally start Su Maoyang. Seeing Jun Haotsong's attitude, they suddenly realized that they underestimated Su Maoyang's position in the mind of the Yunlu emperor. All the women present were jealous and crazy. Being able to stay by the side of the emperor was already a very remarkable thing. Not to mention that he protected her so domineeringly. How could they not be jealous? Seeing that the head of the Chao family was speechless after being shocked by him, Jun Haotsong withdrew his gaze indifferently, took Su Maoyang to the top of the hall, lifted his robe and sat down. And Su Maoyang sat beside him legitimately. He looked around at everyone and spoke loudly. "I invite everyone to the banquet today to announce my marriage. The date has been set, and the canonization ceremony will be held next month. As you can see, Su Maoyang is your imperial concubine." The deep and powerful voice echoed in the hall, and everyone's faces were stiff and choked. Jun Haotsong's move obviously made the Chao family and other families very dissatisfied. The head of the Yuan family on the right side of the hall suddenly stood up and clasped his fists towards Jun Haotsong solemnly. "Emperor, let's not talk about whether the Chao family took the initiative to provoke Su Maoyang, or Su Maoyang bullied the Chao family, just because she killed the elder of the Songyan sect and offended the Songyan sect. This old minister cannot agree with her, as the emperor's concubine. I hope the emperor will think twice about this wedding." Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone was frightened, as if a thunder exploded above their heads. Su Maoyang killed the elder of Songyan sect? How powerful are the elders of the sect? At least they are above the level of peak Jun Lingshi. Is it possible that a young girl killed an elder of Jun Lingshi level? What's more, this woman is from the lower plane. If this is true, how powerful and talented are she? This is too shocking. Everyone opened their mouths in shock, staring at Su Maoyang in the seat with their eyes wide open, shaking their heads in disbelief. The Songyan sect is far away from here, and the news that Su Maoyang offended the Songyan sect has not yet spread to the Dark Domain City. Only a few people know about this, and most of the people present are kept in the dark. Of course, Jun Qingran is the one who knows the inside story best. There is no doubt that the Yuan family came forward to stop it under Jun Qingran's instructions. Patriarch Pei, who was sitting next to Patriarch Yuan, also stood up and echoed. The Songyan sect is one of the largest forces in the Cloud Tower Dark Domain after all. Su Maoyang was so audacious that she killed the elders of the Songyan sect and committed a heinous crime. Now the emperor wants to marry her. Isn't it obvious that he is against the Songyan sect and embarrassed it? For the sake of a woman, the emperor disregarded his family and sect and insisted on making her his consort. This is really disheartening. How can the emperor establish his authority in the dark domain of Yunlu in the future? Isn't the emperor afraid of being deserted by his friends and relatives? This was said with great severity, and the emotions of the whole audience were instantly mobilized by the Yuan and Pei family heads. Everyone nodded in indignation, and was extremely dissatisfied with Su Maoyang. Yes, how can a bitch from the lower plane become our imperial consort? This Su Maoyang is simply arrogant because of her favor. She even dares to provoke the Sonyan sect. She is too lawless. If she becomes the imperial consort, she will bring disaster to the country and the people. No matter what. We will not recognize this witch. Yes, we don't recognize it. Su Maoyang is a witch, and is not worthy of being our imperial consort. For a moment, everyone condemned loudly, and the hall suddenly became chaotic. Su Maoyang was unmoved by the angry curses around her. She looked deeply at the Wan family head and the Pei family head. When she saw their eyes meet Jun Qingran's, she immediately understood. No wonder Jun Qingran was so calm today. It turned out that she had found two powerful helpers. It must be said that this move was very cruel. She couldn't beat Jun Haotsong alone, so she instigated everyone to put pressure on her. She also attracted a lot of hatred for her. In the eyes of everyone, she probably became a sinner with a low status. Arrogant and domineering, cold-blooded and cruel, who deceived the public with lies and caused great disasters. How could such a person become an imperial concubine? When Jun Qingran saw this scene, a hidden arc appeared at the corner of her lips, and a confident smile flashed in her eyes. Su Maoyang wants to become the emperor's concubine. But there is no way. However, just when everyone was accusing and opposing Su Maoyang, a strong wind suddenly blew outside the hall, and a strong breath rushed over, instantly covering the entire hall. And then a voice like thunder suddenly sounded. "Stinky boy. You announced your marriage without inviting your master. It's too much." The loud voice was so powerful that it frightened everyone, and they looked at the door of the hall in horror. I saw an old man in a gray and white robe, stroking his gray beard, leading a large group of people, and swaggering in. The few people present recognized the old man's identity at a glance, gasped in fear, and froze their expressions. Most people have never seen this old man, but they know that his identity is not low when they feel the fierce breath emanating from his body. Just when everyone was shocked and puzzled, the princess and Prince Pingxiang stood up excitedly, walked out of their seats, and greeted them personally with a smile. "Yushu Tianzuan, you are really a rare guest. You are usually busy with all kinds of things. How dare I bother you with such a small matter?" Hearing the 4 words Yushu Tianzuan, everyone was stunned, as if they were hit on the head with a stick. And they were completely stunned. Although they were not qualified to see Yushu Tianzuan, they had heard of Yushu Tianzuan's well-known name. He is a big figure in the Yunlu Dark Domain, the master of Yunlu Emperor, and is a household name. From centenarians to 3-year-old children, everyone knows him. It is said that he had reached the peak level of the Supreme Jun Lingshi a long time ago, and he was just one opportunity away from being promoted to the Emperor Lingshi. Such strength is definitely a top-level super strongman in the Yunlu Dark Domain. Enough for everyone to look up to. Chapter 800 complained to Yushu Tianzuan. However, Yushu Tianzuan is always elusive, and even the disciples and elders of Yushu Palace rarely see him. Now they are lucky to see him in person. Realizing this, everyone was excited and stared at the white-haired old man in front of them with surprise. Yushu Tianzuan didn't care about the surprised eyes around him. He glared at Jun Haotsong above and said unhappily, "Humph, you didn't inform me about such a big thing as getting married. I think your emperor didn't take me, his master, seriously at all, and forgot that there was a master like me." Seeing that he was a little angry, Jun Yue quickly explained, "Tianzuan, you misunderstood. The emperor has always respected you as his master. How could he not take you seriously? He was just about to inform you. But who knew that you came to the door in person?" Jun Qingran also smiled and flattered. "Yes, you can forget anyone but you. Besides, everyone is against this. I'm afraid that this marriage won't be possible." When Yushu Tianzuan heard this, his face changed, and he frowned and looked at Jun Qingran. "What do you mean by this? Why are people against it?" Seeing that he was puzzled, Jun Qingran immediately explained kindly, "Tianzuan, you don't know that the woman named Su Maoyang crippled the hand of the daughter of the Chao family, and killed the Chao family's precious 8th-level holy beast. Later, she went a step further and killed the elder of the Sonyan sect, causing Sang'er to offend the Sonyan sect with her. So everyone said that she was arrogant and domineering, and because she came from the lower plane and had a low status, she was not worthy of the emperor. So everyone strongly opposed this marriage. Jun Qingran didn't expect Yushu Tianzuan to come. Now that she saw her, she naturally hurried to report and listed Su Maoyang's crimes one by one. She knew Jun Haotsong, Although her brother seemed to dislike Yushu Tianzuan was a very important figure in his heart. Even if he didn't listen to her, he would still listen to Yushu Tianzuan's words. As long as Yushu Tianzuan strongly opposed this marriage, her chances of winning would be very high. Thinking of this, Jun Qingran was calmer. When Yu Shifeng heard this, he was shocked and his eyes widened. His eyeballs almost popped out. He growled in shock. What did you say? From the lower plane? Yu Shifeng only knew that Su Maoyang had a perverted talent and was a pair with Jun Haocong. But he didn't know her specific body. Now he heard that she was from the lower plane. And he was shocked on the spot. He knew very well what the lower plane meant. There were scarce resources and spiritual energy there. Even with the best talent, it was very difficult to cultivate. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to reach the bottom of the 9 nether realm. And it was impossible to reach the average level. Now, he was told that the little girl, who was even more perverted than the genius of the 9 nether realm, was actually from the lower plane. It was too terrifying. Seeing his shocked look, Jun Qingran thought he was angry. And was overjoyed. He nodded quickly. Yes. She is from the lower plane. And her identity is really despicable. Seeing this scene, the Wan family, the Pei family, and the Chao family all breathed a sigh of relief. And their eyes raised with confidence. It seems that Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong's marriage will not be completed. They can't do anything to the emperor. But Yushu Tianzuan's strength and status can always control it. However, just when everyone was waiting to see Su Maoyang's good show, Yu Shifeng, with a shocked face, shouted excitedly at Su Maoyang. Big sister, you really scared me to death. You come from the lower plane. And you have such a perverted talent. Do you have to be so discouraging? Upon hearing this, everyone who gradually smiled with satisfaction suddenly froze. And their expressions froze directly. Jun Qingran on the side was so shocked that his body trembled and staggered back 2 steps. A look of horror suddenly surged on her beautiful face. And her pupils floated in disbelief. The elderly Yushu Tianzuan actually called Su Maoyang big sister? Did she hear it wrong? Or did she have hallucinations? Yushu Tianzuan, who are you calling big sister? She asked with a trembling voice, her lips shaking. Yu Shifeng was too lazy to pay attention to Jun Qingran next to him. He stared at Su Maoyang and smacked his lips in shock. According to your talent, let alone the Saint King level, there is hope for even the Emperor level of elixir. At this moment, he was even more looking forward to Su Maoyang. If you can cultivate to this level in the lower plane, wouldn't it be more hopeful if you stay here for a few years? When everyone heard this, they were all confused. Their horrified eyes wandered back and forth between Yu Shifeng and Su Maoyang. Unable to digest the sudden change, they also frowned in disbelief. Su Maoyang is the eldest sister of Yushu Tianzuan? What a joke. At this time, the head of the Chao family couldn't help but remind him. Yushu Tianzuan, did you recognize the wrong person? This Su Maoyang is a bitch from the lower plane. She has committed evil and caused great disasters. She is a demon who everyone wants to kill. How could she be your eldest sister? He couldn't understand. Could it be that Yushu Tianzuan was old and confused? But no matter how confused he was, he wouldn't recognize a yellow-haired girl as his elder sister. It must be that he was old and his eyes were blurry. However, as soon as the Chao family master finished speaking, Yu Shifeng suddenly raised his sleeves and slapped him. A force stronger than Jun Haocong just now hit the Chao family master's body again, and suddenly shook him away. The Chao family master fell to the ground, causing a lot of noise, which scared everyone. How could the Chao family master bear the power of Yushu Tianzuan? At this time, he lay on the ground, spitting blood wildly, and had no strength to stand up. Looking at the miserable state, he should be completely useless. Everyone didn't expect Yushu Tianzuan to attack without knowing the right and wrong. They were all scared and pale. Their nerves were tense, and they didn't dare to breathe. When the Chao family saw the scene, they all stood up in shock and looked at Yushu Tianzuan in confusion. Tianzuan? What do you mean? We, the Chao family, have no grudges against you. Why did you hit someone? Yu Shifeng heard this. His face was gloomy. His brows were twisted. And he snorted angrily. Humph. Dare to insult my elder sister. If it weren't for the fact that today is the day when my apprentice and elder sister announced their happy events, I would not just beat him up. When the Chao family heard this, they were stunned. The Chao family head, who was suffering on the ground, was also shocked by these words. And his heart seemed to be filled with cold lead and sank straight down. The others present also opened their mouths wide, and looked at Su Maoyang in horror. It turned out that they did not hear wrong. Su Maoyang was really Yushu Tianzuan's elder sister. This is definitely the most incredible thing they have ever heard in their lives. Chapter 801 Give them enough face. Yu Zhengfeng was furious when he thought that these people dared to humiliate and look down on his elder sister. And he shouted, I heard that someone opposed a marriage between my elder sister and my apprentice. Who is it? Stand up for me. As he said, Yu Zhengfeng looked around angrily, and his sharp eyes swept over everyone present. Everyone was frightened and held their breath. Faced with such a strong pressure, the whole hall was instantly silent, and only everyone's breathing could be heard. Dare to be presumptuous in front of Yushu Tianzuan. Isn't it courting death? The head of the Chao family is an example. Who dares to say a word? The people who opposed Su Maoyang just now were immediately frightened by Yu Zhengfeng's arrogance and broke into a cold sweat. They couldn't help but wipe their foreheads, and their expressions were stiff and nervous. Jun Qingran was stunned for a long time, and it took a long time for him to come back to his senses. He asked in disbelief, Tianzuan, I don't understand. When did Su Maoyang become your elder sister? I swore brotherhood with her some time ago and recognized her as my elder sister. What? Do I need to report to you when I swore brotherhood? Just now. After hearing Jun Qingran say such a bad thing about Su Maoyang, Yu Zhengfeng still had a lot of opinions about her, and he rejected her on the spot without a good face. Jun Qingran was choked and speechless. His expression was very embarrassed, and he twitched his mouth and explained, Tianzuan, I didn't mean that. I just... Okay. You don't need to say it. I didn't come here to cause trouble today, but to help my elder sister escort the blood battle group back. Now that the people have been brought back, it can be regarded as completing the task. Yu Zhengfeng was too lazy to listen to Jun Qingran's flattering explanation, and interrupted him directly and pointed at the blood battle group behind him. Everyone's attention was focused on Yushu Tianzuan just now, so they didn't notice who was following him. Now they suddenly discovered their existence and opened their eyes wide in surprise. Many guests present had seen the blood battle group at the previous banquet. Because of Jun Haocong's special permission, Su Maoyang's people could have a seat at the banquet, which caused quite a stir at the time. So they still had a deep impression of the blood battle group and always looked down on this group of trash from the lower plane. However, the trash they looked down on was actually escorted back by Yushu Tianzuan himself, which was really a big deal, let alone the blood battle group. I'm afraid even the palace master of Yushu Palace doesn't have this face. How capable are they to have such top treatment? If this gets out, I don't know how many people will be envious. Seeing this, everyone smacked their lips in shock, with envy in their eyes. They knew very well that the blood battle group could have such treatment because of Su Maoyang. It can also be seen that Su Maoyang's status in Yushu Tianzuan's heart is quite high. At this time, Su Maoyang saw that the people of the blood battle group arrived safely, and her cold and pretty face finally had some smiles. She thanked Yu Zhengfeng gratefully. Thank you, senior, for your trouble. Oh, why are you so polite to me? Big sister, these are what I should do, since they are big sister's people. They are my Yu Zhengfeng's people. By the way, big sister, don't call me senior. We are all siblings. Just call me brother Feng in the future. Yu Zhengfeng smiled enthusiastically and waved his hands, and the flattering taste shocked the people around him. Fengdi! It's amazing that he could say that. A yellow-haired girl called a centenarian Fengdi. The picture was so beautiful that they couldn't imagine it at all. The blood battle group couldn't help but burst out laughing when they heard this. At this time, they received everyone's shocked and envious gazes, and immediately held their heads high and were very proud. Yushu Tianzuan personally sent them back and said that they were his people. Such a move gave them enough face. They had never enjoyed such an honor. Su Maoyang was a little speechless about the enthusiasm of this crazy old man. He shook his head with a smile. Forget about Fengdi. I can't call you Fengdi. I'll call you Tianzuan in the future. Ha ha ha. Big sister is happy. You can call me whatever you want. Yu Zhengfeng has never been bound by such etiquette. He is used to being free and easy, and he does whatever he likes. As he said that, he glanced around again and announced loudly and majestically, since no one objects to the marriage between my elder sister and my apprentice, then the marriage is settled. I will come to the wedding when the time comes. When Jun Qingran heard this, his expression changed. He was anxious to refute, But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was glared back by Jun Yuya beside him. Now Yushu Tianzuan is obviously close to Su Maoyong and recognizes her as his elder sister. Even if Jun Qingran doesn't like Su Maoyong, she has to endure it for Yushu Tianzuan's sake. Otherwise, Yushu Tianzuan will get angry, which is not something she can bear. Although Jun Qingran was not convinced, she was not stupid. After receiving Jun Yuya's warning, she had to swallow the words that rolled to her throat. She raised her eyes and looked at Su Maoyong, who looked calm. She clenched her fists unwillingly and gritted her teeth in anger. She had calculated everything, but she had missed Yushu Tianzuan. Now she had no way to deal with Su Maoyong. Did they really have to get married? Thinking of this, Jun Qingran was extremely anxious. Her anger rolled around in her chest like a fireball, ready to explode at any time. I really don't know how Su Maoyong hooked up with Yushu Tianzuan, and what means she used to make Tianzuan recognize her as his elder sister. It was incredible. Jun Qingran and the Chao family were furious, but Jun Haocong's mood eased a lot. He was grateful to Yu Zhengfeng in his heart, but he said coldly, "Since we are here, let's find a seat and sit down to eat." Yu Zhengfeng glared at Jun Haocong fiercely. While he was angry that he ignored him, he still walked to his seat and sat down obediently. It can be seen that Yu Zhengfeng was also used to Jun Haocong's attitude towards him. Seeing that the matter was settled, everyone had no chance to refute, and they all started to eat and drink in silence. Seeing that no one had any objections, Su Maoyong lowered her head and prepared to eat. However, at this moment, Jun Haocong picked up her bowl and chopsticks, picked up some delicious dishes, and then handed them to her mouth, and said expressionlessly, "Ah, open your mouth." Su Maoyong was shocked by his move, and her eyes widened in shock. At this time, everyone who had been eating originally raised their heads and looked at Su Maoyong and Jun Haocong. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Their arrogant, noble, and cold Emperor Yunlu is now holding a bowl and chopsticks to feed a woman with his own hands. This contrast is too great. Su Maoyong received everyone's gaze, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She winked at Jun Haocong awkwardly. I'll do it myself." Jun Haocong frowned, glanced at her bandaged right hand with displeasure, and said in a deep voice, "Your arm is broken. How can you do it yourself? It's just a meal. Why are you blushing? I'm not eating you." As he said, he stuffed the food into Su Maoyong's mouth domineeringly. Chapter 802 Generally Drinking Alcohol. Su Maoyong had her mouth full of meat, puffed up her cheeks, and glanced at the crowd below awkwardly. She felt a surge of blood rushing to her head. Not only her cheeks were hot, but even her ears were red. She chewed stiffly, staring at Jun Haocong with shame and anger, warning him to restrain himself. But Jun Haocong ignored her gaze, picked up the food on his own, and kept putting it into her mouth. Su Maoyong passively ate the food fed by Jun Haocong under the gaze of everyone. Feeling very uncomfortable because of distraction, she accidentally choked her mouth and coughed uncomfortably. Jun Haocong glanced at her speechlessly, with an impatient look on his face. But he still put down the bowl and chopsticks, gently patted her back, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you so excited to be fed by me?" Su Maoyong's face turned redder because of coughing. Hearing this, she was full of anger and glared at him fiercely. Ahem. Excited? 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 Obviously frightened. Okay. Although her right hand was injured, and it was inconvenient for her to eat, it was reasonable for him to feed her. But he was not an ordinary person, but the Yunlu Emperor, who was admired by everyone and high above. He was such a noble person, and others served him. When had he ever seen him serve others? Maybe Jun Haocong thought it was nothing, but Su Maoyong was too embarrassed to be stared at by so many shocked, envious, jealous, and even hateful eyes. It was the first time for her to be watched by so many people while eating. How could she not be frightened by so many creepy eyes? Jun Haocong still had a cold face and said expressionlessly, "You'll get used to it." Su Maoyong protested immediately after hearing this. "I don't want to get used to it. I'll eat it myself." What he meant was that he would feed her like this until her hand healed. She couldn't stand the torture of so many sharp eyes, and she wanted to live a low-key life. Resistance is useless. Who told you to hurt yourself? Blame yourself. Now that your arm is finally connected, don't touch anything during this period. If you are caught by me, I will punish you. Jun Haocong warned fiercely, And then he picked up another piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Su Maoyong filled her mouth with meat, which was almost overflowing. Her eyes were bulging with anger of protest. Yu Zhenfeng, who was not far away, saw this scene and smiled ambiguously. He stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. His loud laughter lingered in the hall, deafening. Ha ha ha. Yes, you have to eat more. Big sister, you are too thin. If your butt is bigger, my apprentice can grab it with one hand. How can you have children in the future? Eat more meat and give birth to a fat boy for me to play with in the future. Su Maoyong heard the words, and the meat in his mouth spurted out with a puff. He was choked again and coughed more violently. Jun Haotsong was flustered by her. He hurriedly patted her back, picked up the handkerchief on the table to wipe her mouth, and carefully wiped the dirty corners of her mouth. You can't be more quiet when eating. Why are you like a child? Su Maoyong choked and stared at Jun Haotsong hatefully. He had the nerve to say that. How could she still eat well when she was attacked by both him and Yushu Tianzun? Su Maoyong was extremely embarrassed. But the women below were extremely jealous. They had never seen the emperor take such caring and meticulous care of a woman. In the past, Emperor Yulu always had a cold face and was indifferent to everything. Few people could mobilize his emotions. He was so deep that people could not guess his thoughts. There was only majesty that could not be resisted and a distance that no one could get close to, let alone asking him to pamper a woman. However, this cold and arrogant man became flesh and blood and humane in front of Su Maoyong. It turned out that he was also a person with feelings and people he cared about. This cognition was so fresh that everyone present was shocked. Yu Zhenfeng was also very surprised when he saw this scene, and the smile on his mouth deepened uncontrollably. He always felt that his apprentice was not like a normal person. He had been carrying too many things beyond ordinary people since he was a child. He might be a genius, standing at the peak of power and strength, attracting everyone's pursuit, and being respected and admired by countless people. But he was not happy. He had endured too much and experienced too many hardships that others could not imagine. His current achievements did not fall from the sky, because he had seen too many cruel things. He became cold-blooded, callous, and shut himself off, living in his own world. No one understood him. But Yu Zhenfeng knew the pain in his heart. Now, someone finally walked into his lonely heart, and finally let him open his heart to love. His cold and hard apprentice would also become soft because of someone. It's great. Thinking of this, Yu Zhenfeng couldn't help but feel grateful to Su Maoyong, and was really happy for Jun Haotsong. Some people are happy, and some are worried. Ma Feng, who was sitting in an inconspicuous corner, seemed to be stung by the sweet and warm scene in front of him. His handsome eyes were covered with a layer of red bloodshot. His hands under the table were clenched into fists, and veins on the back of his hands were exposed. Maybe his heart was too painful, and he wanted to use something to distract the pain. He couldn't help but grab the cup filled with wine, raised his head and drank a sip, because he drank too much. The wine overflowed from the corner of his mouth, flowed down his cheeks, and soon wet his clothes. Since knowing that Su Maoyong and Jun Haotsong were together, Ma Feng has been trying his best to suppress his feelings, because on one side is a brother who grew up with him, and on the other side is the woman he loves deeply. He has no choice but to let go. But when it comes to feelings, it's not that you don't love them. Think about his life in the army, killing countless enemies, and being able to control thousands of troops. But he can't control his heart. He told himself to give up every day, but the shadow of Su Maoyong still appeared in his mind. In order to forget her, he had been deliberately avoiding her after returning from the battlefield and tried not to see her. But her eccentricity was so impressive. Her courage and decisiveness were so courageous, and her intelligence and wit were so admirable to him. As soon as he closed his eyes, the scene of her bandaging his wounds, pointing out the world in front of him, and offering advice and suggestions appeared in front of him. It was not easy to forget. Originally, Ma Feng didn't want to come when he heard that they announced their marriage tonight. But he hadn't seen Su Maoyong for too long and missed her too much. He knew he would get hurt. But he couldn't control his legs and came here. Now that he saw Jun Haotsong doting on her and taking such good care of her, he should be relieved. But his heart was in pain like a needle prick, and his face turned pale with discomfort. He could only use drinking to cover up the embarrassment. However, after drinking, he couldn't stop, one cup after another, and soon he was drunk. The deputy general sitting next to him immediately noticed that something was wrong with him and asked, "General Yin, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly drink so much?" Chapter 803 Yin La Feng loses his composure. Yin La Feng ignored him and poured wine without a care. He took another big gulp from the cup. The deputy general saw this crazy posture and was afraid that he would get drunk. He immediately reached out to grab the wine pot on the table and stopped him, saying, "General Yin, what are you doing? In such a solemn occasion. If you get drunk, won't it be a joke?" Yin La Feng was already dizzy and drunk. Seeing the wine pot being snatched away, he was immediately stimulated. While reaching out to take it back, he frowned and yelled, "I'm happy today and want to drink. Don't bother me." The deputy general had never seen Yin La Feng so uncalm. Surprise flashed across his face. He held the wine pot tightly and persuaded in a low voice, "General Yin, you are already drunk and can't drink anymore." The deputy general was worried that he would lose his composure in front of everyone if he drank more. So he tried to stop him. Yin La Feng was a general after all. Losing manners in front of the palace would have a certain impact on his reputation. If someone with bad intentions exaggerated the situation, Yin La Feng would probably be accused of disrespecting the emperor. However, Yin La Feng was also stubborn, and he was unwilling to grab the wine pot in the deputy general's hand. As he pulled and tugged, the wine pot in the deputy general's hand suddenly fell to the ground, and with a sound of porcelain, it splashed all over the ground. Originally, everyone was eating quietly, and the sound of the wine pot breaking seemed extremely abrupt. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look in the direction of Yin La Feng. At this time, Yin La Feng was angry. His eyes were red, and his expression was decadent. The fragments on the ground seemed to pierce his heart, and it hurt badly. Clearly agreed to let go. Why did he make himself so embarrassed? Thinking of this, Yin La Feng frowned and shouted angrily, "Bring me some wine. I want more." Everyone didn't expect Yin La Feng to be so presumptuous and dare to shout loudly in such an occasion. They were all shocked and stared at him in surprise. In their impression, Yin La Feng was a steady person. When did he become so flamboyant? The deputy general next to him received surprised looks from all directions. His face was embarrassed. He twitched his mouth, stood up awkwardly, and explained to Jun Haotsong above, "Emperor, General Yin is drunk. I will send him back first." Jun Haotsong heard this and looked at Yin La Feng deeply. His cold face suddenly darkened, and a trace of coldness flashed across his ice blue eyes. Then he nodded and said, "Well, he is very drunk. You help him go back." After getting Jun Haotsong's approval, the deputy general quickly grabbed Yin La Feng's hand and tried to lift him up. At this time, Yin La Feng was very excited and had great strength. With a wave of his hand, he pushed the deputy general away. "Get out of here. Don't touch me." The deputy general staggered and took 2 steps back, looking very ugly. He had never seen General Yin so drunk before. He didn't know what had stimulated him to get drunk at the palace banquet. Su Maoyang was also surprised to see this, and her eyes widened with worry. At this moment, Yin La Feng suddenly looked up and met her gaze. His angry eyes stained with red bloodshot were filled with unspeakable pain, which shocked Su Maoyang's heart and made her feel complicated. "Uh-huh. Congratulations, Imperial Concubine." Yin La Feng smiled bitterly and congratulated her insincerely. Su Maoyang knew his feelings for her. Seeing that he was drunk, she was afraid that he would speak without restraint. So she quickly ordered the deputy general beside him, "General Yin is drunk. You help him go back to rest." The deputy general was also worried that he would do something inappropriate. So he immediately stepped forward, grabbed him forcefully, and pushed him out of his seat. Yin La Feng struggled and growled, "Let me go. I have something to say to her. Let me go." Jun Haotsong saw that the deputy general was struggling to drag himself, and he couldn't help but coldly order the guards on both sides of the hall, "You help General Yin out." After the words fell, several guards came forward and pulled Yin La Feng out of the hall. Su Maoyang felt a little heavy when he saw him leave. Seeing her absent-minded look, Jun Haotsong stuffed another piece of meat into her mouth and warned her sternly, "Don't think about other men in front of me." Su Maoyang rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. "Domineering? If I were really domineering, he wouldn't even be able to see you." Jun Haotsong allowed him to come because of their friendship. He would not allow any man to covet his woman. Su Maoyang was choked by his dominance and couldn't speak. She shook her head helplessly and concentrated on eating. When she had almost finished eating, Jun Haotsong didn't care how others were eating, and he announced the end of the meal. Everyone was actually sitting on pins and needles here. Jun Haotsong was willing to let them go, so they were naturally relieved. They stood up and bowed and left one after another. Seeing that most of the people had left, Jun Haotsong said to Su Maoyong, "You go back and rest first. I have to prepare for the enthronement ceremony. It will probably be a little late. Go to bed early, and don't wait for me." Since Jun Qingran was unwilling to prepare, he had to do it himself. No matter what, he had to give her a grand ceremony. Su Maoyong nodded in understanding. "Okay, I'll go first." As she spoke, she stood up, walked down the steps, and walked out of the hall with the people of the blood battle group. Lin Wanner, Jiang Zheng and others were excited and happy. They chattered all the way, undoubtedly discussing the things that Yushu Tianzuan had taken care of. And they didn't even notice that this was not the route back to Yunlu Palace. After walking for a while, Xiao Linshan asked in confusion, "Boss, where are you going? Are we going back to Yunlu Palace?" Su Maoyong glanced around and whispered, "Let's go see Wang Feng first. I wanted to see him as soon as I came back last night, but because of my arm injury, Hao Tsong was very worried and didn't allow me to run around. So I was delayed. But Wang Feng's poison can't be delayed any longer. While Jun Hao Tsong is away, she has to hurry up to make pills for Wang Feng. If he finds out that she's making pills, she'll be scolded again." Lin Wanner frowned worriedly when she heard this. "But your hand? There's no other way. It's important to save people first. As long as the Emperor doesn't know. It's okay." Su Maoyong replied and quickened his pace towards Wang Feng's residence. Wang Feng has been saved recently by the pills that temporarily relieve the poison. Although his life is safe, he is in a coma. Su Maoyong saw this and did not dare to delay for a moment. She coldly ordered the blood battle group, "You go out and guard the door. I will make pills for him now. Remember to notify me when the Emperor comes." Everyone nodded in understanding and left the room. Su Maoyong has now reached the Danzong level and obtained the blood Krogu grass. It didn't take her long to successfully refine the Qianyuan bone-changing pill. However, she had just fed the pill to Wang Feng when she heard a hoarse voice from outside. "Su Maoyong, come out! I have something to tell you. Come out!" Chapter 804. I like even your rejection. "General Yin, you can't go in. My master is not inside." Jiang Zheng immediately stepped forward to stop the drunk Yin La Feng and persuaded him with difficulty. Yin La Feng was swaying, not quite conscious, but strong. He waved Jiang Zheng away and yelled, "She's in there. I know. Call her out. I have a lot to tell her." Lin Wanner saw him getting drunk, shook her head helplessly, and sighed, "General Yin, why are you doing this? My master is getting married soon. Aren't you making my master sad?" "Sad? Is she as sad as me? Does she know how sad I am here?" Yin La Feng was even more stimulated when he heard this. He slapped his chest hard, and his handsome face twisted together. Lin Wanner was frightened by his excitement and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Xiao Linshan couldn't stand it and frowned, saying, "General Yin, my master doesn't like you and is getting married soon. You will only embarrass yourself if you keep pestering her. I'm embarrassed enough. I don't care how embarrassed I am. After she gets married, I won't even have the chance to be embarrassed. I want to see her. Let her come out. I want to see her." Yin La Feng waved his arms and rushed to the door. She was getting married soon, and he could no longer stand in front of her as Yin La Feng. Now, he wanted to tell her everything. Otherwise, he would never have a chance to say it again. Jiang Zheng and others were frightened by his fierce behavior and changed their faces. They all rushed forward, blocked him out, and soon wrestled with each other. Su Maoyong heard the noise outside, quickly covered Wang Feng with a blanket, and walked out, seeing that everyone was arguing so unbecomingly. Su Maoyong looked gloomy and said in a cold voice, "Okay, Xiao Linshan, you take everyone back first. I'll be there in a while." Hearing this, Xiao Linshan nodded slightly and asked everyone to leave. Yin La Feng seemed to be much more sober when he heard Su Maoyong's voice. He stood there steadily, staring at her infatuatedly, with a sad smile on his lips. "You are finally willing to see me. I haven't seen her for too long." And this glance was as vague as a dream. These days, not only he was avoiding her, Su Maoyan was also avoiding him. It is said that the one who loves has lost from the beginning. Yes, he lost completely, and finally couldn't help but come to see her. Su Maoyan felt uncomfortable when she saw his decadent and painful appearance. She frowned and said, "General Yin, why are you doing this? I have made it clear before. And my behavior also explains everything. Your entanglement in the middle of the night is very burdensome. Do you know?" When Yin Lafeng heard this, his eyes were red with anger, and he shouted angrily, "Don't call me General Yin. Call me Yin Lafeng." He has never hated this title as much as he does now, because such a title will only make him feel that Su Maoyan only regards him as a general of the Yunlu Dark Domain, not even a friend. Su Maoyan was shocked by his roar, and her face was filled with surprise. She had never seen him so out of control before, staring with eyes and frowning. "General Yin, you are drunk." Hearing this, Yin Lafeng waved his arms excitedly and refuted loudly, "I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk. I'm more sober than ever." Is it so difficult to call Yin Lafeng? Su Maoyan saw that he was swaying, obviously drunk, and sighed helplessly. "Okay, Yin Lafeng, as a military commander, it is not appropriate for you to stay in the palace without the Emperor's permission. It's getting late, so go back quickly." "No, I won't go back. I have a lot to tell you." Yin Lafeng waved his hand in resistance. His once handsome and sharp eyes were now filled with pain and fragility, and tears floated in his red eyes. Su Maoyan saw this scene. Her heart tightened, and she interrupted immediately. "I don't want to hear anything you say. Leave quickly." Yin Lafeng shook his head, stared at her intently, and slowly said, "I was stupid, really stupid. I didn't recognize you in disguise, and thought I fell in love with a man, and was fooled by you. But I'm even more stupid now. I actually want to go back to the time when you teased me as a fool." Su Maoyan heard this. Her heart twitched. Her face became even uglier. "Okay, don't say it. I don't want to hear it. No, whether you listen or not, I have to say it today. Because this should be the last time we meet. Tonight is my last chance." Yin Lafeng shook his head. His tone was full of reluctance. "In fact, I know that you never have me in your heart and eyes, and I will never be as good as the one you love deeply. But I still can't help but let you see me, wanting to stay in your eyes for a while. But in the end, I found that even this is a luxury." Yin Lafeng laughed, and tears overflowed from the corners of his eyes. Su Maoyan opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by him. "Su Maoyan, I love you. This is the last time I tell you. I put down my dignity, my stubbornness, and my pride, all because I can't let you go. If you are always Su Mu, if I don't know your identity, if..." Su Maoyan couldn't listen anymore and yelled angrily, "Enough! There is no if. There is no if in this world." Yin Lafeng heard this, smiled sadly and nodded. Tears slid down his cheeks, looking very embarrassed. "Yes, there is no if in this world. If there is really an if, I would rather never meet you, and I would not become so embarrassed as I am now. And I don't look like myself at all. Yin Lafeng, I will tell you clearly for the last time. I just regard you as Jun Haotsong's subordinate, Jun Haotsong's brother, and I have never had any other thoughts about you. I am sorry for deceiving you by disguising myself as a man before, and I am not feeling well for making you sad now. But feelings cannot be forced. Like is like. Don't like is not like." Su Maoyan told him firmly that he didn't want him to have any illusions anymore, and didn't want him to be stubborn anymore. When Yin Lafeng heard such a resolute tone and saw her ruthless face, his heart seemed to be stabbed by countless sharp knives, and he couldn't breathe because of the pain. But he was still smiling. "It's so sad. I was just a subordinate and brother of my rival. Yes, this is Su Maoyan, who dares to love and hate, dares to act and take responsibility, and even likes you so decisively and handsomely. What should I do? Even your rejection. What should I do?" When Su Maoyan heard such almost pleading, even humble words, his heart seemed to be pulled up by an invisible hand, and he was suppressed and couldn't breathe. Yin Lafeng galloped on the battlefield and dominated the world. Although he was not as good as Jun Haotsong, he was also a great general. It was really uncomfortable for such a dignified man to be as humble as dust, standing in front of her and saying such helpless and painful words. Chapter 805 Yin Lafeng for just one night. Yin Lafeng, You are really a lunatic. I lied to you and fooled you. I am not worthy of your love at all. What is wrong with you, that you have to make yourself so embarrassed? Su Maoyong couldn't stand his humble and decadent appearance, and scolded him angrily. Im La Feng smiled bitterly. I would rather you continue to lie to me. Lie to me all the time. And never tell me this cruel truth. Su Maoyong was speechless and sighed helplessly. You are really drunk. Don't say anything more. Go back quickly before you say more regretful words. They have been together for a while anyway. And Su Maoyong knows his temperament to some extent. At that time, he was full of vigor and vitality, caring about the world. He was a person with great love, and no small love. He had his backbone, his blood, and his pride. How could he be so humble in the dust like now? So, after hearing these words, Su Maoyong knew that he was drunk and unconscious. If he sobered up, he would definitely regret his stupid actions. So, in order to protect his last bit of face and dignity, Su Maoyong didn't want to listen anymore and turned to walk into the house. Im La Feng was shocked to see her leaving, and rushed over anxiously, hugging Su Maoyong from behind. No, don't go. Su Maoyong was shocked, and she didn't expect Im La Feng to be so bold and dare to do such a presumptuous act. She struggled hard in fear and shouted angrily. Im La Feng, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Let me go! Just for a moment. Just let me hold you for a moment. This is my last and only request. Don't reject me. At least let me say goodbye to you properly. Im La Feng pleaded in a hoarse voice. Hearing such a plea, Su Maoyong froze, feeling his sadness and reluctance, and felt very uncomfortable. But she couldn't indulge Im La Feng, couldn't give him any chance, any thoughts, and had to be cruelly and ruthlessly rejected to pull him out of the quagmire. Thinking of it, she was about to struggle, but who knew that there was a roar behind her? Im La Feng, you are looking for death. The roaring sound was like thunder, with a huge momentum, and a powerful sound wave burst out, causing great pressure to people. Su Maoyong heard the familiar voice, and before she could react, she saw a black shadow swiftly swooping over, domineeringly pulling her into his arms, and then raising his palm and hitting Im La Feng's body hard. Im La Feng was no match for Jun Haocong, and was immediately slapped away and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing Su Maoyong, heart pounding, Jun Haocong stared at Im La Feng on the ground with a sinister look, his mind full of the scene of the two of them standing in each other's arms. He couldn't control his jealousy and raised his hand to attack again. Su Maoyong was shocked to see that he had the intention to kill, and immediately grabbed his raised arm and stopped him loudly. No! If you kill him, you will regret it later. Su Maoyong heard that they grew up together, and they were like brothers. Im La Feng made great contributions to Jun Haocong and Yunlu Dark Domain, and he was a rare talent. If Jun Haocong killed him, he would definitely regret it in the future. She didn't allow such a tragedy to happen, and didn't want to see Jun Haocong sad. I won't regret killing him. I only regret not killing him, giving him the opportunity to covet my woman. Jun Haocong was furious, and the anger in his chest was burning, as if he was about to burst out of his mouth. Im La Feng was seriously injured on the ground. He struggled for a few times, and stood up with difficulty. The corners of his mouth with blood on them raised a playful arc, and his hoarse voice was full of sarcasm. Ha! Emperor, I have never asked you for anything in my life. I don't care about fame and fortune. I won a victory for the Yunlu Dark Domain before. You wanted to reward me, but I didn't want anything. So you made a promise. If I need something one day, I just need to tell you, and you will do it for me. Do you remember? Jun Haocong was shocked when he heard this, and his already livid face became even gloomier. What do you mean? Ha! I said I want Su Maoyong. Will you keep your promise? Im La Feng pointed at Su Maoyong and asked jokingly. Jun Haocong's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous cold light, and he gritted his teeth and said, Say it again. Su Maoyong saw that Jun Haocong's hands were surging with spiritual power again, and was afraid that he would really kill Im La Feng. So he hurriedly dissuaded him. Haocong, he is drunk. Don't bother with him. Spare his life. You are actually speaking for him? Jun Haocong was already full of anger, and now seeing Su Maoyong defending this bastard, he was even more angry. Su Maoyong looked embarrassed. I'm not speaking for him. But his crime is not punishable by death. He just hugged you and dared to ask me for you. Just based on this, I can kill him 100 times. Jun Haosong was furious when he thought of the scene just now. Seeing Jun Haosong was completely enraged. Im La Feng suddenly laughed. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. But he seemed unconscious and laughed non-stop with his head tilted back. After laughing for a long time, he looked at the furious Jun Haosong and said, "It was just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. I don't want you to fulfill that promise. I want you to owe me for life." After saying that, his eyes moved to Su Maoyang in Jun Haosong's arms, and he depicted her outline obsessively. After a long time, he reluctantly said, "Su Maoyang, I wish you happiness." At this moment, he withdrew. He let go. Being La Feng for only one night. And then, he will be General Yin. Choosing to let go is not because of lack of persistence, nor because of being too rational, but because only in this way can I see the smile on your face. Im La Feng always had a smile on his face, but tears kept falling like beads with broken strings. He got up from the ground with difficulty, turned around and walked towards the distance, gradually disappearing into the night. Jun Haosong and Su Maoyang stood there, watching the direction he left, and forgot to react. Perhaps such a back view is too desolate, so desolate that people can't bear to break it. At this time, the deputy general, who had been looking for Yin La Feng, suddenly found him, and ran over in shock. "Hey, General Yin, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. If a general stays in the palace, he will be charged with the crime of treason. In order to avoid the emperor's ears, I dare not alarm others to help find you. You are going to scare me to death." After saying that, the deputy general saw the blood on Yin Lanfen's body and was stunned. "Oh my god! What happened to you? How did you get hurt?" Im La Feng responded coldly. "I just fell down." "No way. Why are you so drunk today? You used to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk?" The deputy general couldn't figure it out. Im Lanfen's alcohol tolerance is recognized to be good. Why did he get so drunk after just a few cups today? Chapter 806, Jealousy. Im La Feng was in a bad mood and didn't want to listen to people's nagging. He frowned and waved away his support. "Don't worry about me. I'll go back by myself." The deputy general saw him in such a mess and was very worried. "You are so drunk. How are you going to go back by yourself? Let me take you there." Im La Feng suddenly stopped, looked at him seriously with a gloomy face. "Do you think I'm drunk?" The deputy general was stunned by his clear eyes and stood there in a daze. Before he could react, he saw Im La Feng strode out and walked towards the palace gate without looking around. He really didn't look drunk at all. "What do you mean? Why can't I understand?" The deputy general scratched his head, his face full of confusion, watching Im La Feng leave. Su Maoyang's heart finally settled down. She just felt the murderous aura emanating from Jun Haosong, and she still swallowed her saliva with lingering fear. The atmosphere between the two became very awkward. "How long have you two been here?" Just as Su Maoyang was racking her brains and thinking about the opening remarks, Jun Haosong had already looked down at her. His beautiful face was like frost, and he was trembling with fear. Su Maoyang pulled the corner of her mouth guiltily. "No. Just one encounter. And then you showed up. Just one encounter. And you hugged each other. It seems that you have a deep relationship. If you stayed a little longer, would you kiss?" Jun Haosong almost gritted his teeth and uttered these words word by word. Su Maoyang was frightened by his sinister and cold eyes and shrank her head, explaining awkwardly. He was drunk and his emotions were a little out of control. So. Bullshit. I've known him for so many years, and I still don't know him. He can fool you, but he can't fool me. Jun Haosong knew Yin Lanfeng's thoughts too well. That guy was clearly pretending to be drunk, and only Su Maoyang was kept in the dark. Su Maoyang's eardrums hurt from his yelling. Seeing that he was really angry, she could only patiently explain. "He and I are not familiar with each other, so how can we have any feelings? Don't wrongly accuse me." Jun Haosong saw that she was still lying and quibbling, and the anger in his chest rose 8 feet high. He took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to strangle her. "You are not familiar with him. Will he like you? You are not familiar with him. So you hugged him like this? You are not familiar with him. Will you bandage his wound? Since when did you become so kind and like to meddle in other people's business?" Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard this, and stared at him with surprise. "How do you know that I bandaged his wound?" "You bandaged his wound, and the whole military camp spread it. I don't want to know. It's hard. Jun Haotsong frowned and gritted his teeth. Su Maoyong was amused by his fussy look and deliberately snorted. You are so stingy. It was just a wound bandage. How long ago did it happen? You still remember it? Jun Haotsong was irritated by her sarcastic tone. You? What do you mean by me? You are fussy about these trivial things. You stingy guy? Su Maoyong retorted with confidence. Jun Haotsong was so angry by her words that he gritted his teeth and growled. My woman bandaged another man's wound, met with another man privately behind my back, and hugged another man. Is this a trivial matter? He was about to explode. But she said he was stingy and fussy. If he hadn't been reluctant, he would have wanted to slap her to death. Yin La Feng saved me in the battle. So he is my savior after all. He was injured because of me. So it is reasonable for me to bandage his wound. Su Maoyong saw that Jun Haotsong's eyes were filled with jealousy, and she felt funny and helpless. She is a deep and steady person, but she is stingy and childish when she gets jealous. Jun Haotsong did not accept her explanation and angrily retorted. There are so many people in the army. Why did you help him bandage? Are you the only one who can bandage? At that time, he was in a hurry to get on the road and didn't want to bandage his wound. So Su Maoyong was speechless by his question and explained again. However, Jun Haotsong didn't appreciate it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. You really care about him. He doesn't want to do it, but you feel sorry for him. Su Maoyong was also irritated by his aggressive momentum. At that time, she didn't think so much. Yin La Feng was a general, and his orders were military orders. He wanted to hurry on his way, and no one dared to say no. She just felt sorry for him, so she helped to bandage him. She didn't expect that it would change after Jun Haotsong said it. As if they really had something. Jun Haotsong, you are making trouble for no reason. There is obviously nothing between him and me. You are wronging me. Su Maoyong couldn't stand it anymore and yelled. You and him have nothing. Why do you have to meet so late? Why do you hug him? Why are you anxious to plead for him? Jun Haotsong was furious when he thought of Su Maoyong's special feelings for Yin La Feng. She had joined the army without telling him, and had been with Yin La Feng for a while. She also dressed as a man to accompany Yin La Feng. Who knows if she was taken advantage of? Now, under his nose, Yin La Feng dared to hug her. I wonder what overly intimate actions he had done to Su Maoyong during the period. If there was really nothing, how could Yin La Feng fall in love with a man? Even now that he knew Su Maoyong's true identity, Yin La Feng was still reluctant to let go. Did he really think he was stupid? Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong clenched his fists, unable to control the boiling jealousy in his chest. Su Maoyong was furious at his unreasonable arguments and shouted angrily. Yes, I have a crush on Yin La Feng. He is handsome and talented. And he is also my savior. He is very considerate and caring to me. He is not as stingy as you. He is 100 times better than you. So I have established a deep relationship with him. Okay. Are you satisfied? Jun Haotsong heard that she dared to praise Yin La Feng in front of him. Jealousy devoured his heart like a monster. His teeth were clattering, and he nodded angrily. Okay. He is better than me. He is not far away. You go find him quickly. I will never stop you. After the roar, Jun Haotsong swung his sleeves and strode away angrily. Su Maoyong stared at his back as he left, her anger rising to her forehead. She couldn't hold it back. As if it was about to burst out, she gnashed her teeth and yelled. Okay. Go away. Don't come to me. If you come to me, you are my grandson. Huh. She was so angry. How could she have known that Yin La Feng would suddenly hug her? And he happened to see her. There was nothing wrong between her and Yin La Feng, so they were naturally open and honest when they met. But he said it so badly. It was really too much. Even if she pleaded for Yin La Feng, she did it because Yin La Feng was his brother. But he didn't appreciate it, and instead wrongly accused her of having an affair with Yin La Feng. She felt wrong just thinking about it. Chapter 807, Is There Anyone Looking for Me? At this time, Jun Haotsong was also pissed off by Su Maoyong. Not only did she meet Yin La Feng privately behind his back, but she also hugged him in front of him. She was clearly wrong. But she didn't admit her mistake or say a few nice words. She even praised other men in front of him. The hateful thing is that he almost dug out his heart and gave it to her. She actually said that Yin La Feng was 100 times better than him, saying that he was stingy and fussy. This heartless woman was simply going to piss him off to death. The black owl hiding in the dark saw that his master was very angry, and he felt sorry for him. He couldn't help but come out to persuade him. Master, don't get angry for a woman. Since Su Maoyang doesn't cherish you, just ignore her. It is said that women can't be spoiled. If you leave her alone for a few days, she will take the initiative to come to you. Jun Haotsong doesn't know how to manage feelings. Listen. He couldn't help but frown when Heixiao said that, and asked uncertainly, Is that so? Heixiao nodded. Yes. If you spoil her too much, she will climb over your head, give you orders, and point fingers. How can this go on? In the future, you can't control her because she has you in her hands and thinks you will definitely go back to her. Humph. If she doesn't take the initiative to admit her mistakes this time, I won't go to her. Otherwise, wouldn't I become her grandson? Jun Haotsong thought of Su Maoyang's words and snorted angrily. After all, he is the emperor of Yunlu, who is high above and respected by thousands of people. If he doesn't even have this bit of backbone, wouldn't it be too cowardly? Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong became even more angry, quickened his pace, and walked towards Fuxi Palace in anger. Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong quarreled out of anger, and Jun Qingren also lost her temper. In Mingxiang Palace, in the middle of the night, there was a sound of smashing things. Madam Xiao, you asked me to attend the palace banquet and asked me to incite the family to oppose. But in the end, they decided on the marriage. Tell me, what should we do now? Jun Qingren was furious, pointing at Madam Xiao and cursing. Madam Xiao also frowned, with a tangled expression, and sighed helplessly. Princess, calm down. We were sure to win this time. But who knew that Yushu Tianzuan would show up halfway? And we didn't expect Su Maoyang to be Tianzuan's eldest sister. This is completely beyond our control. And failure is inevitable. No matter how powerful the family is, it can't beat Yushu Tianzuan. Yes. Is Yushu Tianzuan old and confused? He actually recognized a yellow-haired girl as his elder sister. It's ridiculous. But no matter what, Su Maoyang now has Yushu Tianzuan as her backer. It is absolutely impossible for me to stop it. Jun Qingren narrowed her eyes, and her face became solemn. Madame Xiao nodded and said in a deep voice, Yes, now she has Yushu Tianzuan's support. The princess must be calm and offend anyone, but not the Tianzuan. But, do you really want me to watch Song'er being killed by Su Maoyang? Alas, I am really useless. I can't even deal with a little girl. Jun Qingren was so angry that she punched the table and roared in pain. Madame Xiao saw this and frowned in pain. She quickly comforted her. Princess, don't worry. In fact, there is a way to stop this marriage. Hearing this, Jun Qingren raised her head suddenly, stared at her in surprise, and said excitedly, You have a way? Madame Xiao nodded slightly. Well, it's just that this method is a bit risky, and I'm not very sure. Now no matter what method, I will try it. Tell me quickly. What method is it? Jun Qingren urged anxiously. Seeing that she was willing to try, Madame Xiao raised her eyebrows slightly, and a gleam of light shot out from her deep eye sockets. Then she leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. Hearing her method, Jun Qingren's face changed drastically, and shock instantly surged in her pupils. You mean? Madame Xiao nodded without waiting for her to finish. Yes, I think this should be the only way. Jun Qingren also nodded in agreement, and her shocked expression suddenly became clear. Yes, I actually forgot about her. Maybe there is still some hope to stop this marriage. Well, so the princess doesn't have to worry too much. Even if you don't stop it, someone will stop it. You just need to continue to pretend to be a good person and add fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Madame Xiao comforted in a low voice. Jun Qingren finally smiled again after hearing this, and nodded with satisfaction. Haha. You are right. I will spread the news now. I believe she will be happy to form an alliance with me. Of course, she must have been looking forward to this opportunity for a long time. Madame Xiao smiled and nodded. Ha! Your idea is good. There is a reward. Jun Qingren saw the problem in her heart and was in a very good mood. Madame Xiao received the reward, and her face was full of smiles, and she bowed flatteringly. Thank you, princess, for the reward. I believe Su Maoyang will not be arrogant for long this time. The next day, Fuxi Palace. Jun Haotsong sat upright behind the desk, carefully reviewing the memorials. However, the eunuch who was serving on the side could not stand it anymore and reminded softly, "Your Majesty, the memorial is held upside down." Jun Haotsong was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Then he realized his mistake, awkwardly turned around, coughed lightly, and asked, "What time is it now?" "Your Majesty, it is now the hour of Mao. Just dawn," the eunuch answered respectfully. He didn't know what was wrong with the emperor. He actually read the memorials all night. And the key point was that he spent the whole night, but didn't approve many of them. There were several times when he even held the memorials upside down, which was really strange. Jun Haotsong was surprised when he heard that it was dawn. And then he couldn't wait to shout, "Black Owl!" Black Owl received the order and immediately walked in from outside. Saluted respectfully. "Master, what do you want? Did anyone look for me just now?" Jun Haotsong asked quickly. Black Owl shook his head and reported truthfully, "No. How could there be no one?" Jun Haotsong was anxious and frowned in dissatisfaction. He Xiao was completely confused after hearing this, and his face was full of confusion. Who had come to him in the middle of the night? "Master, it's the middle of the night. No one dares to disturb you to rest," He Xiao replied. Jun Haotsong was so angry that his breathing stagnated, and he said unhappily, "How can I rest? Isn't the light on in Fuxi Palace all night? Is it because the light is not bright enough?" So she misunderstood that he had rested? He Xiao was even more puzzled and didn't understand what he meant. "Master is tired all night. Your health is important. You should rest for a while." Jun Haotsong heard the words, and he held his breath in his chest and couldn't spit it out. He endured and asked, "Do you remember clearly? Is there really no one looking for me?" "Oh, I remember it." He Xiao suddenly recalled and exclaimed. Jun Haotsong suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face full of expectation. "The princess sent some wedding preparations before, and I didn't want to disturb you, so I asked them to put them in the hall." Hearing this, Jun Haotsong's expectations were immediately dashed, and he asked in disbelief, "Only the princess's people?" He Xiao nodded honestly. "Yes, only the princess's people." Chapter 808. She's still sleeping. Jun Haotsong's stern face suddenly darkened, and He Xiao could feel the chill from him even from such a distance. Did he do something wrong or say something wrong just now? He Xiao raised his head nervously and glanced at Jun Haotsong quietly. Seeing that he had a dark face and a terribly gloomy expression, his heart trembled, thinking that he had been feeding Su Maoyang last night and didn't eat much himself, and was busy in Fuxi Palace all night. He Xiao was worried about his health and reminded him carefully, "Master, it's dawn, and it's time for breakfast. You only know how to eat. Get out." Jun Haotsong was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. Seeing He Xiao's ignorant look, he felt inexplicably angry. He Xiao was stunned by the roar and didn't dare to speak again. With a lot of doubts in his heart, he turned around and wanted to walk out. Wait! But he had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by Jun Haotsong again. He Xiao turned around quickly, lowered his head respectfully, and waited for instructions. Jun Haotsong frowned and looked gloomy, with anger in his icy blue eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke coldly. "Remember to ask the maids in the kitchen to prepare breakfast and send it to Yunlu Palace." It was obviously a cold and hard tone, but the words he said were not like what he said at all, which made He Xiao look stunned. After a moment of hesitation, he clasped his fists and accepted the order seriously, but he sighed helplessly in his heart. His master was simply hopeless. He was almost furious last night. He didn't even have his own meal early in the morning, but he was concerned about the breakfast problem of the person in Yunlu Palace. He also said that he would ignore her and leave her alone for a few days. Let alone a few days. He couldn't help it after just a few hours. Just as He Xiao was sighing, Jun Haotsong reminded him again. "If someone comes to see me later, just let her in. Do you understand?" He Xiao straightened his face and clasped his fists. "I understand." Seeing that he completely understood now, Jun Haotsong nodded with relief and waved his hand to signal him to go out. Since He Xiao went out, Jun Haotsong's eyes had been sweeping back and forth at the door hundreds of times. Every time he looked, he became more irritated. He couldn't help but ask the eunuch next to him coldly, "What time is it now?" The eunuch replied respectfully. Reply to the emperor, "It's still the hour of Mao, and only half an hour has passed now." He really didn't know what was wrong with the emperor today. He asked the time twice in half an hour. When Jun Haotsong heard that only half an hour had passed, he frowned even more unhappily. The eunuch next to him felt the hostility emanating from him, and stood beside him tremblingly, even breathing carefully, for fear of making the emperor unhappy. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Jun Haotsong immediately looked up, but the expected figure did not appear. What came into view was an old face with a smile, and his unhappy face fell even more. Ha ha ha. Apprentice, are you waiting for me today? You took the initiative to ask He Xiao to invite me in. Not bad. Not bad. Before Jun Haotsong spoke, Yu Shifeng laughed first, and he seemed to be in a good mood. In the past, Jun Haotsong was too lazy to pay attention to him. Now he was so respectful, which was beyond his expectation. Jun Haotsong didn't expect it to be him. His sharp blue eyes shot at He Xiao, who was following behind Yu Shifeng. He suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, "Why did you let him in?" Black Owl was frightened by his sinister eyes and answered innocently, "Didn't the master just tell you to let someone in if he wants to see you?" Jun Haotsong was so angry that his breathing stagnated and his face turned black. He suddenly had the urge to slap Black Owl to death. I really don't know why he let such a stupid person follow him. In fact, it's not Black Owl's fault. Black Owl is a rough man who only knows how to kill people. He doesn't understand the love between men and women. His emotional intelligence is probably lower than Jun Haotsong's. Receiving Jun Haotsong's murderous gaze, Black Owl was uneasy. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that his actions angered him. He immediately clasped his fists and said goodbye. The master has something to say to Tianzun. I will wait outside. After saying that, he retreated without hesitation. When Yu Shifeng heard Jun Haotsong's words, he immediately smelled something wrong. His happy face suddenly sank. Stinky boy. What do you mean? From your tone, you seem to be very unhappy that your master came in? Jun Haotsong was in a bad mood and was too lazy to deal with him. He glanced at him coldly. I am busy. If you have anything to say, please say it quickly. Yu Shifeng saw his cold and stinky face, and he was even more furious. He blew his beard and glared at him. You stinky boy. Your master finally came to the Dark Domain City to see you. Is this how you treat your master? Are you worthy of your master's heart? Jun Haotsong raised his eyes and glared at him coldly, ruthlessly exposing his lies. Don't lie with your eyes open. Your master doesn't buy it. In the past, he disappeared for several years, and no one could be seen. For so many years, I haven't seen this old man kindly come to the Dark Domain City to see him. Now he suddenly came to the door. It was obvious that he was chasing after Su Maoyang. Yu Shifeng was hit by his words. His expression froze, and he coughed awkwardly twice. Ahem. Even if I didn't come to see you specially, I came to see you by the way. Well, now that I'm done, can I go out? Jun Haotsong said coldly. Yu Shifeng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You unkind brat. Are you so unwelcome to your master? You let Lianger take the risk to help you refine the elixir, and you still want me to welcome you? Jun Haotsong frowned and asked back, with a dissatisfied tone. Yu Shifeng knew he was in the wrong, so he avoided his sharp gaze with a guilty conscience, pretending to be sad and saying dejected words. Oh, forget it. You have a wife and forgot about the master. And now the master is not as important as the wife. So let me, an old man, die in depression? Jun Haotsong rolled his eyes at him speechlessly after hearing this. Even after so many years, his acting skills had not improved at all. Okay, stop acting. What do you want to talk to me about? Jun Haotsong frowned and interrupted without giving face. Seeing that he was not buying into his tricks at all, Yu Shifeng straightened his face and said, I originally wanted to stay here for a few more days to accompany my elder sister, but something happened in the sect, so I had to go back. So I will come again when you get married. I just went to Yalu Palace, and my elder sister hasn't gotten up yet. I can't bother her, so I can only come to say goodbye to you. Jun Haotsong frowned and looked very ugly when he heard this. She hasn't gotten up yet? Yu Shifeng didn't notice his emotions and nodded honestly. Yes, I heard from Len Wana that she was sleeping very deeply, so it's not convenient for me to visit her. Remember to tell my elder sister that I'm leaving. Sleeping very deeply? When he heard this, Jun Haotsong's anger suddenly rose in his chest. He was tortured by her and couldn't sleep all night. He was so depressed. But she was fine. Not only could she sleep, but she slept very soundly. After all this, he was the only one who was angry and thinking about her, and she didn't take him seriously at all. Damn it! Chapter 809, Finding an Excuse. After hearing the news, Jun Haotsong took a deep breath, tried to suppress his anger, and said to Yu Zhifeng with a bad face, "Okay, I got it. You can go." Yu Zhifeng seemed to be used to his cold reception. Although he cursed and complained, he didn't take it to heart. He just glared at him, cursed him, and turned and walked out. Black Owl, who was waiting outside, saw Yu Zhifeng leave, and then hurried into the side hall and reported respectfully, "Master, I just received news that the Yunlu Palace heard that the master sent someone to deliver breakfast, and directly kicked out the palace maid who delivered the breakfast. Do you want to go and have a look?" Jun Haotsong was already furious, and when he heard that Su Maoyang was not grateful, his face darkened. "It's okay if she doesn't want to eat, but you are too talkative. Go out and do your job. If he goes to find her now, wouldn't he become her grandson? He is the emperor, at the top of power. When did he become so humble as to become someone's grandson? Besides, she didn't care about herself, and his concern was in vain." Black Owl was getting more and more confused about Jun Haotsong. He was still worried about Su Maoyang not having eaten the previous second, and then he looked indifferent the next second, which made him confused. The previous Jun Haotsong was deep and people couldn't guess his thoughts. But now that he met Su Maoyang and fell in love, Jun Haotsong was even more puzzling. Love is really scary. Thinking of this, He Xiao turned around and walked out. Jun Haotsong spent several hours in boredom, trying not to think about the heartless woman, but he thought about her more and more. Although he was angry, he wanted to see her so badly. He wanted to know what she was doing now, and whether she missed him. Finally, he couldn't hold back his anger and shouted to the door, "Black Owl." Black Owl received the order and walked in again quickly. "Master, what do you want?" Jun Haotsong frowned and asked angrily. "Didn't you say that if you leave her alone for a while, she will come to me? Why hasn't she come yet?" Black Owl was speechless. "Master, you are too anxious. It's only been a few hours. I guess she hasn't woken up yet." "She hasn't woken up yet? It's already afternoon. How can she not wake up? Go and see what she is doing." Jun Haotsong couldn't bear it anymore and shouted coldly. Black Owl saw that he couldn't hold back his anger, sighed helplessly, and quickly rushed out of the room. He was always very efficient in his work. After a while, he returned to Fuxi Palace and came to Jun Haotsong, where he reported everything in detail. "Master, Miss Su is walking in Jinsei Garden with Lin Wanner. Oh, she is really elegant and has the leisure to walk." Jun Haotsong gritted his teeth in anger. He was so uncomfortable being here alone, and she was quite leisurely. When He Xiao saw that his master was very angry with Su Maoyang again, he immediately lowered his head and sighed at Su Maoyang's ability. The only person in the world who could make his master so angry and mobilize his master's emotions like this was Su Maoyang. "Master, do you want to go see her? Maybe after meeting and explaining clearly, they can reconcile." He Xiao wanted to tell him to leave Su Maoyang alone for a while, but looking at his expression, it was clear that he was tortured to death if he left for a while. It's better to surrender early, so as not to torture yourself and him. Jun Haotsong frowned unhappily and retorted stubbornly, "I said I won't go to her. What's the point of talking?" He Xiao saw that he insisted, so he lowered his head and remained silent. After a while, Jun Haotsong spoke faintly. "Last night, the princess sent things for the wedding. I have to greet her no matter what, and I will go to Mingxiang Palace." After the words fell, Jun Haotsong quickly stood up and strode out of the palace. He Xiao was stunned when he heard the words, but he quickly reacted and hurriedly chased after him. However, Jun Haotsong always gave direct orders for what he wanted to do, and he would never explain so much to him. Today's words seemed to be covering up something with a guilty conscience. He Xiao felt strange and couldn't help but think about it for a while. But when he thought about it, he suddenly realized it. Isn't it just passing by Jinsei Garden when going to Mingxiang Palace? Ah, his master. It's obvious that he wants to see her, but he's stubborn and refuses to admit it. He actually used this excuse to see Su Maoyang. It's really ridiculous. His master is completely in Su Maoyang's hands. Completely hopeless. Ah, Mingxiang Palace. Jun Qingran was lying on the couch, being massaged by the palace maid. At this time, Madame Xiao walked in quickly, came up to Jun Qingran, and whispered, "Princess, this old servant has got good news." Jun Qingran opened his eyes immediately after hearing this, and his face jumped with expectation. What good news? Madame Xiao glanced at the palace maids around her mysteriously. Jun Qingran understood and waved her hand, signaling the palace maids to leave. It wasn't until they were the only two people left in the room that Madame Xiao spoke with a smile. "Princess, I heard that the Emperor had a big fight with Su Maoyang last night. The Emperor was so angry that he stayed in Fuxi Palace and didn't want to see Su Maoyang." "Oh, there is such a thing?" Jun Qingran didn't expect that two people with such deep feelings would have a conflict, and her face was full of surprise. Nanny Xiao also smiled and nodded slightly. "Yes, now that there is a gap between the two of them, it will be easier for us to do things." Jun Qingran heard this and suddenly felt a little confused. "But we can't do it now. That person hasn't come yet." "Princess, don't worry. Didn't the Emperor say that the enthronement ceremony will be held after Su Maoyang's hand is healed? We can't do anything else. But we can delay time," Nanny Xiao explained with a smile. Jun Qingran suddenly understood and nodded. "You mean, create some trouble for her so that her hand can't be cured?" Madame Xiao saw that she understood, and the smile on her lips deepened. "That's exactly what I mean. Just now, I heard someone say that Su Maoyang was taking a walk in Jinxi Garden. Now that the Emperor doesn't want to see her, it's a good opportunity for us to take action." Jun Qingran nodded in agreement. "Well, I'll leave this matter to you. Find two palace maids with good kung fu to help you." Madame Xiao smiled and said, "Of course, the princess can rest assured." After saying that, Madame Xiao respectfully withdrew from the side hall. The afternoon sun cast mottled light and shadows through the gaps between the leaves, exuding the residual heat of noon. The flowers in the garden bloomed with bright luster under the sunshine. Red, white, blue, yellow, colorful, everything. The whole garden is lingering with a fresh fragrance, and being in it makes people feel relaxed and happy. Lin Water walked on the right side of Su Maoyang, protecting her right hand and serving her carefully. At this time, they saw an old nanny and two palace maids coming in front of them. When Su Maoyang and Lin Water were looking at them, they had already walked quickly to Su Maoyang and saluted respectfully. This old slave greets the imperial concubine. Chapter 8:10 The Emperor is angry. Su Maoyang didn't have a deep impression of the old lady in front of him, and just nodded symbolically. "Get up. I'm not the Emperor's consort yet. You'll make people laugh if you call me like that." Madame Xiao slowly stood up and said with a kind smile, "The enthronement ceremony is just a ceremony. You have long been the Emperor's consort in the heart of the Emperor and this old slave." Lin Water didn't expect this person to be so eloquent, and was immediately amused by her. "You are worthy of being an old man in the palace. Just this mouth is pleasing." Madame Xiao received the praise, and replied calmly, "Thank you for the compliment. Young lady, this old slave still has to do things for the master, so I won't disturb the Emperor's consort from taking a walk, and I'll leave first." Su Maoyang nodded gently. "Well, go." Madame Xiao got the nod, and then called the two palace maids behind her to hurry forward. Lin Water didn't pay much attention to it, and continued to support Su Maoyang's right hand and planned to leave. But at this moment, the palace maid who passed by Lin Water took advantage of her unpreparedness and suddenly slapped Lin Water with a palm. The force was not small, and Lin Water was caught off guard. Suddenly, her center of gravity was unstable, and she fell to the left. Su Maoyang did not expect Lin Water to fall towards her suddenly. She completely forgot about the injury on her right hand and subconsciously tried to support her. When the two forces collided, a sharp pain suddenly hit her. She groaned in pain. Her arm softened, and she was pressed under Lin Water. "Leoner!" At this time, a terrified roar exploded from the ground, and a black shadow flew over quickly, angrily pulling Lin Water away, and nervously hugged Su Maoyang in his arms. "Leoner, how is your hand?" Seeing the blood seeping out of the bandaged gauze, Jun Haotsong's eyes widened with anger. His ice blue eyes filled with tension, and asked anxiously. Su Maoyang didn't expect Jun Haotsong to suddenly appear. Her painful expression was a little surprised, and then she pushed him away in anger. "None of your business. He wronged her last night and left her alone, and now he is pretending to be a good man." She didn't plan to forgive him yet. Seeing her face pale with pain and still angry with him, Jun Haotsong felt so distressed that he immediately hugged her tightly and didn't allow her to move, fearing that she would hurt her arm again. I'm almost driven crazy by you. Can you please stop? He was angry with her all night, thought about her all night, waited for her all night, and worried about her all night. Just now, he almost scared him to death. But he couldn't bear to hit her or scold her. And now, he couldn't bear to say a harsh word. Seeing her injured, he felt so distressed that he couldn't do anything to her. This damn woman was born to torture him. Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong couldn't control his inner feelings and couldn't help but hug her tighter, fearing that she would break free from his arms. Su Maoyan was strangled by him, and was a little breathless. She wanted to struggle, but she had no strength. She could only let him hold her, and scolded him relentlessly. Jun Haotsong, get out of here. Let me go! Now that he was holding her, the feeling of emptiness that made people collapse was finally filled. No matter how Su Maoyan rejected or cursed, Jun Haotsong was reluctant to let go. Lin Wanner, who had fallen to the ground, saw this scene and was startled for a moment before she reacted. She ran over in panic and tried to check Su Maoyan's arm. She asked worriedly with a trembling voice, Master, are you okay? How's your hand? Don't scare me. Jun Haotsong was furious when he heard Lin Wanner's voice. He waved his sleeves and ruthlessly waved her away. If you can't even protect your master, what's the use of you? Lin Wanner was knocked back several steps by Jun Haotsong's power, and she managed to stabilize her body with difficulty. She knew that Jun Haotsong's move just now was considered light. Otherwise she would definitely be injured now. However, facing his harsh words, Lin Wanner's eyes were still red, and she said guiltily, I didn't take good care of the master. I deserve to die. Just thinking that someone had deliberately pushed her just now. Lin Wanner was immediately furious, and suddenly turned around and yelled at the maid who had done the poisonous thing. You bitch! Dare to frame my master. I will fight you. After saying that, Lin Wanner's eyes were red with anger, and she rushed towards her frantically. The maid's strength was not weak, and she subconsciously raised her hand to block her attack, and the two soon wrestled together. Madame Xiao didn't expect Lin Wanner to be so bold that she dared to attack openly. She was immediately angry and shouted, You are so rebellious. You dared to attack the princess's people. You are making a big fuss. Madame Xiao was a person close to the princess. She was more noble than ordinary servants in the palace. And Lin Wanner was just an ant from the lower plane. If it weren't for Su Maoyan's support, she would not even be as good as a palace maid. Seeing such a lowly person dare to hit the princess's people, Madame Xiao was naturally furious and hurriedly shouted at the palace maid beside her, Why are you still standing there? Go and catch Lin Wanner. The palace maid woke up after hearing this and rushed forward to prepare to attack. However, before she touched Lin Wanner, she was hit by a powerful force and flew backwards. With a loud bang, she fell heavily to the ground. The palace maid was seriously injured and fell to the ground, unable to get up. With a pew sound, she spurted out a large mouthful of blood. After her body twitched in pain for a few times, she died completely. At the same time, Lin Wanner also subdued the maid who had committed the murder, grabbed her throat, and strangled her to death. When Madame Xiao saw the two maids being killed one after another, she was so frightened that her whole body trembled. Her expression froze. Her pupils suddenly filled with horror, and the curse that was about to be shouted out was choked in her throat, and she was speechless for a moment. At this moment, a roar that was almost a roar suddenly rose up, with a huge momentum and an overwhelming aura, which frightened Madame Xiao so much that her heart was broken and her eyes turned black. Madame Xiao, you are so brave that you dare to frame my woman. At this time, Jun Haotsong, who was hugging Su Maoyan, had already raised his head and shot her a cold and sharp look like an ice thorn. His charming blue eyes were dancing with terrifying flames, and his handsome face was twitching faintly, and a layer of hysterical anger was tense. Feeling such a fierce pressure, Madame Xiao was horrified and her face turned pale. Her tongue was tied, as if she was suffocated, and her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. She stood there, stiff for a while. Then she denied in a trembling voice, Panic. No. No. Your Majesty. You misunderstood. It was Lin Wanner. She made a mistake and hurt the imperial concubine. It has nothing to do with me. She deliberately framed me and the palace maids to get away with it. I wouldn't dare to frame the imperial concubine even if I had 100 guts. Seeing that she dared to quibble, Jun Haotsong's eyes condensed slightly. His face became even colder, and the anger in his chest seemed to burst out of his eyes. Shut up. Lin Wanner was walking well. How could she fall on Leoner for no reason? Do you really think I'm stupid? Seeing that Jun Haotsong was not easy to fool, Madame Xiao was so scared that she trembled all over. Her legs softened, and she immediately knelt on the ground. Chapter 8:11. Still angry with him. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Jun Haotsong, Madame Xiao knew that she was doomed today. She cowed out in fear and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, this matter really has nothing to do with me. It was the maid who was jealous of the Emperor's concubine. I was completely unaware of it. I am a person close to the princess. I have served the princess diligently for so many years. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. Please spare my life for the sake of the princess. She thought that even if Jun Haotsong was angry, he would still consider the princess and let her go. However, Jun Haotsong didn't buy her tricks at all. He was so angry that his veins bulged, and he roared fiercely. You knew that Su Maoyan was the woman I liked, and even I couldn't bear to touch her. How dare you do such a vicious thing? Even if you are the princess's person, I will never forgive you. As he said, Jun Haotsong had already raised his arm, and was about to attack her. Madame Xiao was frightened to death, and opened her mouth in fear. She was the maid who served the princess after all. Jun Haotsong totally disregarded the princess's face, and wanted to kill her. This was something she had never expected. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the maid, blocked her in front of her, and stopped her loudly. Sire, stop it. No matter what. And Xiao is the person closest to me. Please spare her life for my sake. Seeing Jun Qingran suddenly appear and look like she was determined to protect her, Jun Haotsong's face darkened, and he suppressed his anger and said coldly, Sister, I warned you before not to touch my people, but you insisted on doing so. So don't blame me for being rude to your people. Hearing Jun Haotsong's cold and heartless words, Jun Qingran was shocked and her face instantly became ugly. Su Maoyan just injured her arm, and her life is not in danger. Do you really want to pursue this little thing with me? Jun Qingran gritted her teeth in anger at Jun Haotsong's ruthlessness. When Jun Haotsong heard this, his anger became even worse. A sinister voice came out of his lips and teeth with an irrefutable force. Everything about her is a big deal to me. This old guy dared to do something to her. I will never let her go. You? Jun Qingran didn't expect Jun Haotsong to be so stubborn, and was immediately speechless by his tough attitude. In her opinion, Su Maoyan was just slightly injured, and Jun Haotsong not only killed 2 palace maids, but also refused to let go of her personal nanny. It was really making a fuss and not giving her face. Jun Qingran became more and more angry as she thought about it. She also became stubborn and stood in front of Madame Xiao. She refused to admit defeat and said harshly, Jun Haotsong, if you insist on killing Madame Xiao today, then kill me first. Otherwise, don't even think about touching her. When Jun Haotsong heard such a threat, his anger instantly soared 8 feet high. His forehead was throbbing with blue veins. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Su Maoyan saw the scene, and was afraid that the siblings would turn against each other. She hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Jun Haotsong, my bones are not broken, but the wound is just torn. I just need to apply medicine and bandage it again. There is really no need to hurt someone's life. Although Su Maoyan is not a kind person who repays evil with kindness, the other party is Jun Haotsong's sister after all. She doesn't want Jun Haotsong to completely fall out with his sister because of her. She will feel bad. After hearing Su Maoyan's words, Jun Haotsong slightly eased his anger, stared at Madame Xiao on the ground, and ordered loudly, Come here. Madame Xiao can be spared the death penalty, but she can't escape the punishment of life. Beat her with 100 sticks to set an example. After the roar fell, the nearby guards rushed forward, picked up Madame Xiao, and without saying a word, they swung their arms, swung the stick, and beat her fiercely. Jun Qingran saw Madame Xiao was beaten to a grin, howling heartbreakingly, and felt reluctant, but helpless, and could only watch her suffer, because she knew very well that it was Su Maoyan who interceded just now that Madame Xiao had finally saved her life. If she stopped the beating again, she was afraid that it would really anger Jun Haotsong. She knew Jun Haotsong's temper too well. What he decided would not allow anyone to refute. If she continued to make trouble, she would definitely not get any benefits. It was not the result she wanted to completely break up with Jun Haotsong. So for Madame Xiao, it was already very rare to be able to save her life. Jun Qingran was not stupid, and she still understood the principle of quitting when she was ahead. Seeing Madame Xiao being tortured, Jun Haotsong's anger in his heart subsided a little. And then he raised his eyes and warned Jun Qingran in a deep voice, with a chilling coldness. Since they love your people, don't let them do something shameful. She won't be so lucky next time, Jun Haotsong said harshly, and didn't bother to pay attention to Jun Qingran. He suddenly picked up Su Maoyang and walked quickly towards the direction of Yunlu Palace. Jun Haotsong, let me go. I can walk by myself. Don't bother you. Su Maoyang was still angry, hated his touch, and yelled with curses. While she was yelling, she beat his chest with her left hand, trying to struggle down. Jun Haotsong, however, had a cold face and let her beat him. He ignored her anger and rejection, and returned to Yunlu Palace without looking away. He strode directly into the side hall and threw her on the bed. As soon as Su Maoyang got to the bed, she was alert like a frightened bird, and asked nervously, "What are you going to do?" Jun Haotsong approached her body and pressed her down on the bed little by little. His ice blue eyes flashed with a playful darkness, and his low voice was a bit bewitching. "What do you think I want to do?" Su Maoyang's pretty face flushed red because of his ambiguous heat. She pushed him with her left hand in shame and anger. "Get out of here. If you dare to touch me today, I will fight you to the death." He was still angry last night, and he wanted to be intimate with her. "None." Seeing Su Maoyang's angry face, Jun Haotsong felt funny in his heart, and couldn't help kissing her red lips. "I just planned to help you apply medicine and bandage your wound. What do you think I want to do? Or do you expect me to do something?" Su Maoyang was choked by him, and was speechless. She was embarrassed and pushed him away angrily. "I can bandage my wound myself. Don't worry about it. Get out quickly, and don't get in my way." As she said that, Su Maoyang struggled to get up from the bed. Seeing her making a fuss, Jun Haotsong pressed her down again and reminded her anxiously, "Don't move. Your hand will be disabled if you move again. It has nothing to do with you whether it is disabled or not. Get out of here." Su Maoyang was furious when she thought of being wronged last night. When she was excited, she actually used her right hand. Seeing this, Jun Haotsong was frightened and changed his face. He quickly pressed her acupoints to prevent her from moving. "Jun Haotsong, you bastard. What are you doing? Untie me quickly." Su Maoyang couldn't move his body, so he could only move his mouth and scold angrily. Chapter 8:12 You are so shameless. Jun Haotsong ignored her anger and let her scold him, but he carefully helped her to remove the gauze, clean the wound, apply the medicine carefully, and rebandage the gauze. Seeing her face pale with pain due to the injury on her arm, Jun Haotsong felt pain in his heart, and he lowered his head and kissed her right hand emotionally, and whispered, "Every part of your body is mine. How can it have nothing to do with me?" Su Maoyang was pressed by him and couldn't move, and said unappreciatively, "You wish. I am not yours. You are going to marry me soon. How can I not be mine?" Jun Haotsong stared at her with a playful look. Looking at her angry but lively face, his heart suddenly softened. At this moment, he realized how stupid he was. Su Maoyang is a calm and steady person. Like him, he often has a cold face, keeps people away, and is indifferent to everything. And she only showed such a vivid expression when facing him. The more angry she was, the more she cared about him. Otherwise, according to her temperament, how could she be angry with someone who was insignificant? But he still complained that she didn't care about him, which was really stupid. When Su Maoyang heard that she was going to marry him, she thought of his behavior last night, and she retorted angrily, "I won't marry you. Didn't you ask me to find Yin Lafeng last night? And you left me and ignored me. In comparison, Yin Lafeng is much better than you. I want to marry him." Jun Haotsong looked at Su Maoyang's red lips chattering, always saying things that made him angry. His blue eyes dimmed, and before she could say anything more infuriating, he suddenly kissed her red lips and blocked her angry words. Damn this woman. Always talking about Yin Lafeng. Doesn't she know that he is almost jealous to death? Now she is still pushing it further, and dares to say that she won't marry him, which simply makes him angry. Jun Haotsong's heart was distracted as soon as he kissed the red lips that he had not seen for a long time. He felt that he had lived a long time without seeing her for a day. Not to mention that she had stayed in Sanyan Sek for a while this time, and had been away for a long time. Now he is finally looking forward to her coming back. But because her arm was injured, he was afraid that she would hurt her arm when struggling. So he had been holding back from touching her. Who knew that they had quarreled again last night? Tormenting him all night. And thinking about her made his heart hurt. Now holding her and kissing her, Jun Haotsong couldn't control his emotions and vented his inner thoughts that were about to explode. Su Maoyong knew that this overbearing and stingy man was still brooding over Yin Lanfan's affairs. He was declaring his ownership and possession. He did not allow any man to covet her. Nor did he allow her to think about other men. Thinking of his domineering and previous bad behavior, Su Maoyong was angry and pushed him away. Questioning unhappily, Jun Haotsong, I said, if you come to see me again, you are my grandson. Isn't this a slap in the face? Jun Haotsong was not angry when he heard this, but shamelessly admitted, as long as I can see you and hold you, I am whatever you say I am. Su Maoyong's mouth twitched slightly when she heard this. She didn't expect that he, who was so high and mighty, would be so shameless and admit that he was a grandson just to see her. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved. At this moment, Su Maoyong could hear her heartbeat like thunder. She didn't show any emotion on her face, and pretended to be angry and cursed. Shameless. Jun Haotsong slowly raised his head and stared at her intently. His ice blue eyes suddenly softened. After a long time, he moved his lips, with some helplessness in his tone. For you, I don't want anything. Do I still have face? These words touched Su Maoyong's heartstrings hard, and she couldn't help but freeze her body, condense her expression, and stare at the handsome face and the blue eyes that made people sink. At this moment, Su Maoyong felt that she was about to drown in Jun Haotsong's tenderness. A warm current surged in her chest, instantly squeezing out all the anger, leaving only touching. She once heard someone say that love is sometimes not about who loves more deeply, or who loves longer, but who is more willing to bow down. This man in front of her is so proud and noble, but he is willing to put down everything and bow down for her. What reason does she have not to cherish such a relationship? Perhaps because he loves and pampers her like this. She is actually a little spoiled, because she knew that no matter how angry she was, Jun Haotsong would not leave her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong slowly raised a smile and said unhappily, slippery tongue. Chapter 8:13, she wants to go to the toilet. Jun Haotsong saw her smiling face, and his heart moved, and he couldn't help but kiss her. He would never have thought that his fame would be ruined by a woman, and he thought it was a good feeling. He must be crazy. Su Maoyong slept very deeply in his arms. This was also the most peaceful and comfortable sleep she had had in a while. She slept from the afternoon to the next morning. When she opened her eyes, what came into her eyes was Jun Haotsong's face that was so beautiful that women would feel ashamed of themselves. He closed his eyes and slept quietly. The usually cold and sharp lines became much softer, perhaps because he didn't open his sharp and charming blue eyes. Su Maoyong suddenly felt that he was a little cute and well-behaved. Thinking about it, Su Maoyong got closer to his face and observed him. As she moved, she immediately found that her acupuncture points had been untied. She was so happy that she couldn't help but reach out and touch his eyebrows, his high nose bridge, and his thin lips. Every proportion and shape was perfect. Su Maoyong was trapped in his beauty and couldn't extricate herself. The corners of her lips even raised a silly smile that she didn't even notice. Have you touched enough? Just as Su Maoyong was enjoying his beauty, a magnetic voice suddenly came from above her head. Su Maoyong was shocked and trembled. Her left hand retracted as if it was burned, and her face was extremely embarrassed. I didn't expect that the lady was so obsessed with her husband's appearance. Jun Haotsong raised a hidden arc at the corner of his mouth and teased. Su Maoyong's expression froze when he heard this, and he frowned and retorted, don't be sentimental. I'm not obsessed with you. Seeing that she was hypocritical, Jun Haotsong felt funny in his heart and hugged her. If you like it, just say it directly. I won't laugh at you. Su Maoyong was embarrassed by him and wanted to pull her hand out, but he was too strong and couldn't pull it out after several attempts. She had to find an excuse. I saw that there were rice grains on your face, so I was kind enough to help you remove them. Seeing her lying seriously, Jun Haotsong's smile deepened, and his blue eyes flashed with a playful dark light. Su Maoyong was panicked by his exposed gaze and quickly shouted, "Lin Wanner! Lin Wanner!" After shouting several times, no one outside responded, and Su Maoyong's face became even uglier. Seeing Su Maoyong calling for help early in the morning, Jun Haotsong was amused in his heart, but his face remained calm. He reminded her quietly, "Don't call. I have ordered before that as long as I am in Yulu Palace, everyone should stay 3 feet away, and no one is allowed to stay nearby." Su Maoyong was so angry that he was speechless. You? He was really awesome. Only he could do such a thing. So, madam, tell me what you want to do directly. I am happy to serve you, Jun Haotsong said with a smile. Su Maoyong glared at him fiercely. You can't help me. Call Lin Wanner in for me. She wanted to go to the toilet now, so she wouldn't ask Jun Haotsong for help. How do you know you can't help if you don't say it? Jun Haotsong persuaded her. No. Call Lin Wanner in for me. Su Maoyong suddenly couldn't hold it back, and her tone was a little anxious. Seeing that she insisted on having Lin Wanner, Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows slightly, turned around indifferently, picked up the clothes, and put them on slowly. His movements were elegant and noble, making people unable to take their eyes off him. In Su Maoyong's view, even watching him put on clothes was a visual enjoyment. But the urge to poop made her lose the mood to appreciate his perfect body. So she urged again. Call Lin Wanner in quickly. Lin Wanner avoided me automatically. Where should I go to find her? Jun Haotsong asked coldly. You? Su Maoyong was forced into a corner by him, and took a deep breath in anger. At this time, Jun Haotsong was already dressed and pointed at her. Are you sure you want Lin Wanner to come in and see the marks on your body? Hearing this, Su Maoyong gritted her teeth at Jun Haotsong. You did it on purpose. She forgot that the man in front of her was a super black-bellied man. Madam, you are wronging me. I just can't help myself. Since Madam doesn't want me to help, I will leave. Jun Haotsong looked innocent and was about to turn around and walk out. Su Maoyong saw him leaving and immediately became anxious. She gritted her teeth and called her. Stop. She knew his sinister nature too well. If he left, he would definitely stop everyone from approaching Yunlu Palace. In the end, she would have to beg him. Besides, she really couldn't hold it back any longer. Chapter 814 The Queen of Fengchi Country. Jun Haotsong stopped walking after hearing this, and turned to look at her. Su Maoyong felt uncomfortable and frowned awkwardly, growling angrily. I need to go to the bathroom. Help me put on my clothes. Jun Haotsong looked at her aggrieved look. A smile flashed in his eyes, but he asked unforgivingly, Is this your attitude when asking for help? Su Maoyong was furious. If she hadn't been unable to move and had a lot of shit in her stomach, she would have really wanted to rush up and strangle him to death. Jun Haotsong, what do you want? Su Maoyong gritted her teeth in anger. If you beg me, I will consider whether to help you. Jun Haotsong was not in a hurry at all, staring at her leisurely. Su Maoyong took a deep breath after hearing this, tried to suppress the urge to kill, and gritted his teeth and said, Please, help me. Jun Haotsong saw that she looked like she couldn't stand him, but couldn't get rid of him. He felt funny in his heart, but pretended to be indifferent on the surface. He picked up his clothes and walked over, lifted her quilt, and carefully helped her put on her clothes. Su Maoyong's face was red throughout the whole process, and she let him fiddle with her like a doll. In a short time, he took advantage of her countless times, but she dared not say anything. If you go to the toilet, do you want me to help you take off your pants and wipe your butt? After helping her put on clothes, Jun Haotsong suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered ambiguously. Su Maoyong's cheeks flushed when she heard this, and she pushed him away with her left hand. You are so disgusting. After she finished speaking, she ran out of Yunlu Palace like she was escaping, leaving only an embarrassed figure. Since this incident, Jun Qingren has been quiet for a while, and never bothered Su Maoyong again. Su Maoyong lived in Yunlu Palace, accompanied by Jun Haotsong, who took care of all her affairs personally. The sweet time they spent together passed especially quickly, and 10 days had passed before they knew it. However, in the past 2 days, Su Maoyong found that Jun Haotsong suddenly became busy, and sometimes she couldn't even see his figure, which made her feel a little disappointed. At noon that day, Su Maoyong saw a large group of palace maids coming in one after another, setting up a large table of dishes. But she never saw Jun Haotsong's figure, and she couldn't help but frown. Usually, Jun Haotsong would accompany her for 3 meals a day, And this was the third day he hadn't come. When asked what he was busy with, he only said that it was something in the court. And he didn't want to talk more, as if he was deliberately hiding it from her. But the more mysterious it was, the more curious she became. At this time, Lin Wanner, who was serving on the side, saw that the dishes were served, and consciously picked up the bowl and chopsticks to serve the dishes to Su Maoyang. Master, what do you want to eat? I'll pick it up for you. Su Maoyang was worried and had no time to eat. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Wanner and asked in confusion, Do you know what the Emperor is busy with recently? Hearing this, Lin Wanner smiled and teased. TSK. 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 It's so annoying. It's been a short time since I last saw you, and I'm already missing you. Su Maoyang glared at her unhappily. I just want to know what he's busy with. Seeing that she didn't admit it, Lin Wanner didn't bother to expose her, and said with a smile, I heard that it seems that the Queen of the Fengqi Empire is going to visit Yunlu Dark Domain. Now the entire Yunlu Dark Domain is busy. I think the Emperor should be busy preparing to welcome this queen who has come from afar. The Queen of Fengqi Empire? Su Maoyang widened her eyes in surprise and murmured in confusion. It was obvious that she was unfamiliar with the queen she was talking about. She only knew that in the Nine Nether Realm, in addition to Yunlu Dark Realm and Fengqi Tianqing, there were two other countries. One was Fengqi Empire, and the other was Fenglin Empire. However, she had never been there, so she didn't know much about these two countries. She only now knew that the monarch of Fengqi Empire was actually an empress, and Lin Wanner seemed to have heard the gossip about this queen, and gossiped with interest. I heard that this queen is very powerful, has great skills, and is a peerless beauty who is stunning. In the hearts of the people of Fengqi Empire, she is like a goddess, just like the status of Yunlu Emperor in the hearts of the people of Yunlu Dark Realm. Yes, a woman who can become the monarch of a country is naturally not simple. Even if Su Maoyang didn't know this person, just hearing her identity, he could guess a thing or two. But what made her curious was not how powerful she was, but the purpose of her coming to the Yunlu Dark Domain. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang frowned. Why did such a powerful person suddenly come to the Yunlu Dark Domain? Lin Wanner frowned, shook her head, and guessed. I don't know about this. I heard that it was for learning and exchange, and to discuss national affairs. Don't countries often send envoys to visit each other? Su Maoyang nodded slightly when he heard this. No wonder Jun Haocong is so busy. Welcoming the Empress of Fengqi Empire is indeed not negligent. Yes, not only the Emperor is busy, but the entire palace is not idle. Everyone has to show their best state, and can't let the people of Fengqi look down on them. So now the most leisurely place is our Yunlu Palace, Lin Wanner said with a smile. When will the queen arrive? Su Maoyang nodded in understanding and asked again. Lin Wanner thought for a while. It seems that it will be in these 2 days. There should be a state banquet to welcome the queen soon. The Emperor will definitely ask you to attend at that time. It seems that not only the Emperor is busy, but I will also be busy. Su Maoyang had a headache when she heard about the palace banquet. To be honest, she didn't like such lively scenes very much. Nor did she like people who had nothing to do with her to be hypocritical. However, since she became Jun Haocong's imperial concubine, she had to attend these banquets, and she couldn't avoid such a grand state banquet. Haha. The master has been staying in Yunlu Palace for so many days. It's time to go out and have some fun and change his mood. I think this state banquet to welcome the queen must be very grand and interesting. Besides, you can also see the queen's beauty. Others want to see it, but they don't have this opportunity. You are not satisfied. Lin Wanner smiled and comforted. Su Maoyang was not interested in the state banquet, but worried about Jun Haocong's health. He must be too busy to eat these days. I will go to Fuxi Palace to see him tomorrow. She hadn't seen him for 3 days, and she really missed him. The next day, the sky was clear and blue, with no clouds, and the bright sunshine sprinkled down, adding a bit of warmth and vitality to the entire palace. Lin Wanner rushed in from outside, panting and reporting. Master, I heard that Queen Fengqi has arrived. The Emperor, the Princess, and the Prince of Pingxiang have received her early in the morning. Now the Queen and the people of Fengqi Empire have been arranged to stay in Yuming Palace. A state banquet will be held tonight to welcome the Queen. Su Maoyang, who was meditating in the side hall, heard this and opened his eyes immediately and exclaimed, So soon? Chapter 8:15 Being mistaken for a palace maid. Lin Wanner nodded breathlessly. Yes. Now the whole palace is busy serving the empress. Su Maoyang's surprise flashed across his face. And he asked, "What about Jun Haosong? I heard that the emperor is now in Fuxi Palace, discussing state banquet matters with several ministers. It is estimated that it will not be completed for a while." Lin Water knew that Su Maoyang would ask. So when she inquired about the empress, she also confirmed the whereabouts of the emperor. Su Maoyang frowned in dissatisfaction. It's past noon now, and he is still discussing important matters. It seems that he has no time to eat again. He has lost his soul, suffered from a cold, and can't take care of himself like this, which is really worrying. Thinking of it, Su Maoyang immediately got up from the couch and ordered, "Lin Water, help me pack the food and accompany me to Fuxi Palace. If she doesn't supervise, he will forget again." Lin Water knew that Su Maoyang was concerned about the emperor's health, so she nodded in understanding and turned around to go out and prepare. After a while, the two of them passed through Jinsi Garden and hurried towards Fuxi Palace. At this moment, a clear and pleasant laughter suddenly came from the front, which immediately made the colorful garden lively. Hearing the sound, Su Maoyang and Lin Water couldn't help but slow down their pace and looked up curiously. At this time, more than a dozen women dressed as palace maids came towards them, surrounded by a large group of guards, and walked towards this side in a mighty manner. The most eye-catching person was the elegant woman in a golden phoenix robe walking in the front of the team. She had a palm-sized oval face, thin eyebrows, like two distant mountains, both beautiful and hazy, a cherry blossom-like thin wing-like mouth, with a faint smile, and bright amber eyes, crystal clear, like a clear spring, flowing, with waves of bright ripples, touching the heartstrings. The black jade-like hair was tied up in a bun, and she wore a golden phoenix crown on her head. The phoenix crown was inlaid with a lifelike fire phoenix. A few plump and round pearls were randomly dotted in her hair, making her black hair softer, brighter and more moisturized. A small red gem hung on her forehead, like the finishing touch, which made her fair and tender skin look even more beautiful than the white flowers in the garden. Under the sunlight, she was so bright and beautiful that she could not be looked at closely. Seeing this scene, even Su Maoyang couldn't help but flash a rare surprise in her eyes. She thought Chu Yuan's beauty was already so beautiful that she could not catch up with 1/10 of the woman in front of her. The most important thing is that Chu Yuan is beautiful, but her temperament is a little weak, while the woman in front of her is charming. But the temperament she exudes is elegant and extraordinary, heroic, and not comparable to ordinary beauties. Just by looking at her dress and aura, Su Maoyang was sure that the person in front of him should be the Empress of Fengqi Empire. As Lin Water said, she was a rare and peerless beauty. However, just as Su Maoyang and Lin Water were looking at each other, the team had already arrived in front of them. The maid next to the Empress saw someone blocking the way, and immediately pointed at Su Maoyang and Lin Water, shouting angrily, "How dare you? Maids from where dare to block the Empress's way?" The other party saw that Su Maoyang and Lin Water were dressed in plain clothes and had food boxes in their hands, and recognized them as maids at a glance. Su Maoyang was yelled at by her, and then he came back to his senses, stepped back 2 steps to the side, made way for the Empress, and said apologetically, "Sorry, I didn't know the Empress would pass by this way." After all, the other party was the Queen of Fengqi Country and a distinguished guest of Yunlu Dark Domain. She did not want to make enemies with her and cause trouble, so she gave in quietly. However, her humble and modest concession not only failed to win favor, but also shocked a large number of people on the other side. As a palace maid, she did not kneel down to salute the queen, but simply gave way with a cold face. It was clear that she did not take the queen seriously. Seeing Su Maoyang's attitude, the palace maids around the queen were even more furious and scolded. "How dare you? The palace maids of Yunlu Dark Domain are so ignorant of the rules. They did not kneel down to salute the queen, and even dared to bump into the queen. What a courage! Come on! Drag these 2 palace maids down and behead them." As the roar fell, the guards behind the palace maids rushed forward and prepared to take action. Lin Water didn't expect that even the maids of Fengqi Empire were so arrogant. They wanted to kill people just after they met. She was so angry that her cheeks flushed. She retorted loudly, "Stop! My master is the woman of the Emperor. Who dares to touch her?" Everyone was stunned by Lin Water's roar. After a few seconds, they laughed at each other. The maid who scolded them even shrilly and sarcastically said, "Ha ha ha! You are worthy of being the woman of the emperor. You really don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. The other party saw that Su Maoyang was dressed simply, and had gauze wrapped on her hands. It was obvious that she was seriously injured. If she was the woman of the emperor, she must have a noble status. How could she be so embarrassed? Moreover, when I heard Su Maoyang speak just now, she didn't even have a title. She just said I when she opened her mouth. How could she have the momentum that a concubine should have? Therefore, they said that she was the woman of the emperor. Most of them were trying to get rid of the crime and scare people. There was no credibility at all. Lin Wanner didn't expect that the other party not only didn't believe it, but also dared to humiliate Su Maoyang. She was immediately furious and wanted to argue. Su Maoyang didn't want to cause trouble. So she stopped Lin Wanner and said to the queen calmly, "Queen, I'm sorry for blocking your way. But because of such a small matter, you have to hurt someone's life. If it gets out, it will damage your image. After all, this is the Yunlu Dark Domain, not the Fengqi Empire. As the Queen of Fengqi, you represent Fengqi. You come here as a guest, and you shout and kill as soon as you come. Aren't you intentionally destroying the relationship between the two countries?" When Su Maoyang said this, it was like a hammer hitting the queen's heart, which shocked her expression, and a trace of surprise quickly flashed across her amber pupils. What a sentence to destroy the relationship between the two countries. She didn't expect that there would be such a sharp-tongued palace made in the Yunlu Dark Domain. A small matter as small as sesame seeds actually rose to the relationship between countries. As the Queen of Fengqi, when she came to Yunlu Dark Domain, what she valued most was not the relationship between the two countries. As the maid said, it was not worth it to destroy the relationship between the two countries for a small matter. What she cared about most was that if this matter damaged her image in the eyes of the emperor, it would not be worth it. Thinking of this, she suppressed her anger, looked at Su Maoyang deeply, maintained an elegant and decent smile on her face, and then raised her hand to the guards. "Don't be presumptuous. This emperor is here as a guest, not to cause trouble. The maid of Yunlu Dark Domain doesn't know the rules, but it doesn't mean that this emperor's people don't know them. Get out of here." Chapter 816 Attending the State Banquet. Hearing the order, the guards who were about to take action all stopped and retreated behind the queen. The maid next to the queen seemed to be speaking up for her, and said dissatisfiedly, "Your Majesty, these two maids are too arrogant. They dare not take you seriously. If this gets out, people will think that our Fengqi country is easy to bully." The queen seemed to have made up her mind. She raised her hand slightly and interrupted her. "Okay, no need to say more. These two maids are just two maids. I don't take them seriously." As she said that, the queen glanced at Su Maoyang coldly and walked forward. Seeing that the queen was unwilling to pursue the matter, everyone had to give up and hurriedly followed. Several maids passed by Su Maoyang and spit a few times with disdain. The arrogant attitude of looking down on others made Lin Wanner grit her teeth. If Su Maoyang hadn't stopped her, she really wanted to rush up and slap them one by one. Seeing them walk away, Lin Wanner pouted at their backs. "Pooh! What's so great about Fengqi country? It's still a far cry from Yunlu Dark Domain. If my master becomes the imperial concubine, your queen will have to pay respect to my master." "Okay, stop talking." Su Maoyang retracted his gaze and advised coldly. Lin Wanner was really angry. The main reason is that they are too much. They dare to point at the master's nose and scold even a palace maid. It's simply too much. Besides, this road is so wide. How can it block their way? They are just picking faults. I have never seen such a presumptuous and rude person. When he comes to someone else's house as a guest, he shouts and calls for fighting and killing. He really thinks he is an onion. After all, she is the queen of Fengqi country. She is used to being high and mighty, so she is naturally a bit arrogant. Okay, let's go quickly. The food should be cold." After saying that, Su Maoyang turned and walked towards the direction of Fuxi Palace. After today's commotion, Lin Wanner, who had always been curious about and had a good impression of the queen, was extremely disappointed. From the previous praise to the current dissatisfaction, her attitude changed 180 degrees. Even when she returned to Yunlu Palace, she was still full of anger. As night fell, although the sky darkened, the surrounding firelight lit up, illuminating the entire palace with bright lights and extraordinary bustle. The brothers of the blood battle group could hear the noise outside just in the yard. After a while, a Nani walked in quickly with clothes. I pay my respects to the imperial concubine. This is the dress that the emperor picked for the imperial concubine tonight's state banquet. As she said that, the Nani lowered her head and respectfully presented the clothes with both hands. Seeing this, Lin Water quickly reached out to take it and brought it to Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong glanced at the clothes and found that it was a purple dress. The color and style looked simple and plain, which was her favorite style. During this period of time, June Haotsong had figured out her dressing style and preferences. Thinking of this, she curled the corners of her lips and nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, madam. Madam was so scared when she heard the word thank you that she quickly knelt down and cowed out in fear. Your madam, please forgive me. Your madam, please spare me. Last time, the emperor almost beat Madame Xiao, who was beside the princess, to death for her. Even the princess's plea was useless. This incident made the princess lose face and spread in the palace for a long time. Therefore, the servants in the palace knew that Su Maoyong was the emperor's favorite, and no one dared to provoke her casually. Su Maoyong just said a word of thanks, but she didn't expect such a big reaction. She was surprised and reached out to help her. Mammy, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Mammy didn't dare to let her help her, so she climbed up quickly, wiped her forehead, which was sweating from fear, and hurriedly said, If the emperor and concubine don't have any instructions, then I'll take my leave. Su Maoyong saw that she was shaking all over, and looked at her in confusion. Well, go ahead. After getting the nod, Mammy ran out of Yunlu Palace as if she had been pardoned. Su Maoyong frowned in confusion and asked Lin Water, What's wrong with her? Lin Water compared the clothes to her and said with a smile, Since the last time the emperor gave everyone a warning, everyone is afraid of you. Everyone sees the emperor's love for you, and they all know that if you are unhappy with the emperor. So if you offend you will lose your head. Su Maoyong suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the nanny was so scared just now. Haha. Master, you haven't been out of Yunlu Palace for too long, and you don't know the situation outside. Even if I walk outside, many palace maids have to take a detour, Lin Water said proudly. Seeing her smug look, Su Maoyong glared at her unhappily. Help me dress up quickly. We'll be late for the banquet. Lin Water nodded heavily, picked up her clothes, and followed her to the side hall, thinking that she would meet the empress tonight. She felt a little worried and couldn't help but remind her, Master, you have to be careful tonight. If she sees you, she may complain to the princess and Prince Pingxiang, and then everyone will say that you are wrong. Oh, if Yushu Tianzun was here at this time, it would be great. He would support you here, and the queen would have to keep her tail between her legs. But he has to go back for something. Lin Wana helped her change her clothes while smacking her lips with regret. Su Maoyong looked calm and did not take the queen to heart. Don't worry. I know my limits. Besides, June Haotsong is still here. Lin Water was relieved when she heard this. She knew June Haotsong's protective character. With him around, the queen could do nothing. Time passed quickly, and half an hour passed quickly. With the help of Lin Water, Su Maoyong finished dressing up, left Yunlu Palace, and walked towards Chaoyong Palace. Chaoyong Palace at this time was more lively than ever before. The banquets on both sides were filled with delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Golden waves and jade liquid, bright colors, fragrant aromas, food like paintings, wine like springs, guqin sounds, bells ringing, beautiful shadows, and beautiful silks flying. Food and people are connected, and they are beautiful, delicious, and pleasant to the eyes, ears, taste, and smell. It can be seen that in order to welcome the Queen of Fengqi country, Yunlu Dark Domain has invested heavily. Su Maoyong, accompanied by Lin Water, walked to the door of the hall and saw the grand scene in the hall, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The eunuch at the door of the hall saw Su Maoyong coming, and quickly straightened his face, and shouted at the top of his voice without daring to neglect. The emperor and his concubine are here. This shout immediately quieted the noisy hall. Everyone knows that the emperor of Yunlu has not married yet, and has not been given a concubine. The eunuch actually called the emperor and his concubine, which is really surprising. However, those who know Su Maoyong know that although Su Maoyong has not been canonized yet, her status in the mind of Emperor Yunlu is probably higher than that of the imperial concubine. It is not surprising that these servants below flatter her. The eunuch is also a discerning person, knowing that Su Maoyong is favored. He naturally cannot miss the opportunity to flatter her. However, when the people of Fengchi Kingdom heard this announcement, they couldn't help but wonder, when did Emperor Yunlu have an imperial concubine? Thinking of this, everyone looked towards the entrance of the hall curiously. Chapter 817 The Favor of Emperor Yunlu. At this time, a purple-clad girl slowly walked in. Her face was as white as jade, and as beautiful as a bouquet of flowers. Her big, dark and bright eyes were as bright as stars, emitting a cool light. Her facial features were small and delicate. Her skin was delicate and fair, and she was so watery that she could squeeze water out of it. Her black hair was inserted with a simple pearl hairpin, which was tied up into a simple bun. The remaining 3,000 strands of black hair hung down to her waist, which set off her slender and petite figure. She walked with lotus steps, and her gauze skirt rippled beautifully. The gauze danced with the wind. She was really beautiful, like spring plum blossoms blooming in the snow, and her spirit was like autumn orchids covered with frost. The whole person exuded a cool and elegant temperament, which attracted everyone's attention at once. The people in the dark area of Yunlu were not too surprised to see her figure. After all, Su Maoyang is now a well-known figure in the dark area of Yunlu. It was also expected that she would attend such a banquet. The most shocked were the people of Fengchi country, because this afternoon, they had a bad time with Su Maoyang and Lin Water, and they had a very deep impression of them. Who would have thought that they would see them at the state banquet? Everyone was stunned. Their expressions stiffened, and they forgot to react for a while. When the queen saw Su Maoyang walk in without looking away, and the eunuch's announcement echoed in her ears, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her face was filled with shock. The smile on her lips froze bit by bit, and her beautiful face became gloomy. Although her expression changed only slightly, she was in a state of shock. She never thought that the woman who bumped into her in the afternoon and was mistaken for a palace maid was actually the rumored Su Maoyang. She had heard a lot about her from the princess, and was very interested in her. However, Su Maoyang had not been canonized as the imperial concubine, but she had already been given the title of imperial concubine. This woman was really as shameless as the rumor said. Thinking of this, the queen's mouth curled up a hint of sarcasm, and her amber pupils projected a sinister cold light. I really don't know what the Emperor Yunlu looked like, actually looking at such an unspeakable woman. However, it is understandable that men always have a time when they are obsessed. According to her understanding of Jun Haotsong for so many years, I believe that when he wakes up, he will find how ridiculous his love for Su Maoyang is. Thinking of this, the queen sneered slightly, and her heart was full of disdain and contempt for Su Maoyang. However, just as she looked at Su Maoyang with disdain, Jun Haotsong, who had been silent, finally spoke. Come here. When everyone heard this, the gradually noisy voices fell silent again, and everyone looked up at Jun Haotsong. At this time, Jun Haotsong patted the seat beside him, obviously asking Su Maoyang to sit next to him. Seeing this scene, the people of Fengchi country were shocked unprecedentedly, as if their heads were hit by a stick, and they were all dumbfounded, staring at Jun Haotsong in disbelief. Did they hear it wrong just now? The Honorable Emperor Yunlu actually called himself I. Did they see it wrong? The emperor in a high position actually had no airs at all, and even his voice was much gentler. Although they had not been with Emperor Yunlu for many years, they had heard a lot of his deeds before, and had also witnessed his indifference and ruthlessness. It was really shocking that a man as cold as ice could have such a gentle side. Seeing this scene, even the calm queen became a little uneasy. She had known Jun Haotsong for so many years, and knew him inside out. But facing him now, she couldn't believe it. Is this still the Jun Haotsong she knew? Just as she was shocked, Su Maoyang had already walked up the steps obediently, came to his side, and sat down elegantly. Once she sat down, she didn't need Lin Water to help her at all. Jun Haotsong had already set up the bowls and chopsticks for her, and picked up the food. In a short while, her bowl was piled up like a mountain, all of which were her favorite food. During this period, Jun Haotsong fed her every day and gained experience. He knew everything about what Su Maoyang liked to eat, what she didn't like to eat, what was good for her body, and what was harmful to her body. Even if Su Maoyang had no appetite, she could eat a lot under his care. Everyone in Fengchi country had not recovered from the last wave of shock, and was shocked by Jun Haotsong's attentive care. It was incredible that the emperor, who was so dignified, actually did the work of a palace maid and served a woman. When the queen saw the emperor taking care of Su Maoyang so considerately, Her face became quite ugly, and her fingers under her sleeves clenched unconsciously, leaving a bloody mark on her palm. In addition to shock, there was also a strong sense of resentment and anger in her heart. Why? Why is she a woman from the lower plane? This woman is not as pretty as herself, and her status is not as noble as hers. So why can she be favored by Jun Haotsong? The close-fitting palace maids around the queen also felt unworthy for their master. Her master has liked the emperor for so many years, pursued the emperor for so many years, and sacrificed so much for the emperor. But he didn't even look at her more. Now he is so noble and stingy, but his eyes are glued to a cheap woman from the lower plane. It is really unacceptable. When they met in the afternoon, she thought Su Maoyang was a palace maid, but she didn't expect that she was really the emperor's woman. It seems that her status in the emperor's mind is not low. Thinking of this, the queen's personal maid also gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction. Lin Wanner, who was standing next to Su Maoyang, was happy to see the emperor's love for her master. She couldn't help but glance at the direction where Feng Qiguo was sitting below, seeing that everyone who was arrogant and looked down on her master before was stunned. Lin Wanner's smile became deeper and deeper, facing the angry gaze of the personal maid. She was even more delighted. That maid dared to humiliate Su Maoyang. Now it seems that she is the one who is ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, the depressed mood in the afternoon was swept away, and now it is filled with joy and pride. The queen was silent for a long time, and finally couldn't stand it anymore. She pretended to smile and said, "So this is the legendary imperial concubine. I met her in the garden this afternoon. I thought she was a maid who didn't know the rules. I didn't expect it to be the imperial concubine. I'm sorry for offending you before. I hope the imperial concubine won't take it to heart." Hearing this, Jun Qingran frowned slightly and asked with a puzzled look, "Queen, what offense? What do you mean by this?" Seeing Jun Qingran asking, the queen smiled and explained, Princess, you don't know. This afternoon, I brought people to pass by the garden, who knew I happened to meet the imperial concubine and her maid. At that time, the imperial concubine blocked my way and didn't salute me. My maid thought she was a maid who didn't know the rules, so she couldn't help but scold her, who knew she actually offended the imperial concubine. Chapter 818 The Wise Man of Fengqi. Hearing this, Jun Qingran frowned unhappily, and her happy tone suddenly sank. There is such a thing? Everyone present was also quite surprised, looking at Su Maoyang angrily, obviously dissatisfied with her behavior to the extreme. After all, Mu Qingwan is the queen of Fengqi. She came to Yunlu Dark Domain as a guest, and Su Maoyang actually bumped into such a distinguished guest. Those who don't know would think that they, Yunlu Dark Domain, neglected her. She did this to discredit Yunlu Dark Domain. Originally, everyone felt very embarrassed to let her become the emperor's concubine. Now she is even more damaging the relationship between the two countries, causing more dissatisfaction. If they were not afraid of Yushi Tinzuan, they would not allow Su Maoyang to attend such a grand state banquet, and attend as the emperor's concubine. Now even the people of Fengqi know that the emperor is going to marry a woman from the lower plane, which is simply embarrassing. Thinking of this, everyone was angry but dared not speak, staring at Su Maoyang indignantly. Seeing that everyone had opinions about Su Maoyang, Mu Qingwan was satisfied and smiled more gently. Hee. It's not a big deal. Just a little misunderstanding. Princess, don't take it to heart. Jun Qingran heard this, and said to Mu Qingwan with a little apology, "The queen is so magnanimous. It is a blessing for Fengqi country. I have offended many places in Yunlu Dark Domain. I hope the queen will forgive me." Princess, that's serious. I am worried that I have offended the emperor's consort, so I have to ask the emperor's consort to forgive me. Mu Qingwan's lips curled up slightly, and she smiled and shook her head. Her delicate face was like a blooming white orchid, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. Her humble attitude won the favor of everyone present. Mu Qingwan is a noble monarch, and it is rare for her to lower herself to make peace with Su Maoyang. In comparison, Su Maoyang seemed arrogant and domineering, calculating, and lacking the grace of an imperial concubine, which was far inferior to Mu Qingwan. Seeing this, everyone was dissatisfied and quietly criticized Su Maoyang. Seeing the effect, Mu Qingwan smiled deepened, and her eyes looked at Jun Haotsong involuntarily. She didn't believe that Jun Haotsong, who had always been stern and impartial, would indulge such a woman who didn't know the rules and was spoiled. However, Jun Haotsong turned a deaf ear to the voices of the outside world at this time, and still carefully took care of Su Maoyang's food and drink, and didn't even want to give Mu Qingwan a look. She was talking to herself all the time, and he was not affected at all. Seeing this, the smile on Mu Qingwan's mouth gradually stiffened, and it seemed extremely reluctant. She didn't expect Jun Haotsong to be so tolerant of Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang received everyone's dissatisfied gazes, and she knew it in her heart. This queen seemed to be indifferent on the surface, pretending to be magnanimous and reasonable. But every word and sentence was a needle hidden in cotton, constantly making her hateful and slandering her image. If this queen really didn't care, she wouldn't mention this matter at all. Even if she really felt sorry, it would be okay to reconcile in private. Why would she bring this matter to the table? It was clearly intentional to provoke everyone's dissatisfaction. However, she, Su Maoyang, never cared about these things. As long as she could stay by Jun Haotsong's side, she never cared about other people's opinions and attitudes. So, she just glanced at Mu Qingwan coldly, then retracted her gaze and silently ate the dishes that Jun Haotsong had picked for her, as if nothing had happened. Seeing that Jun Haotsong and Su Maoyang ignored her, Mu Qingwan was furious. It was like punching cotton, soft and without any response. She turned into a clown. People didn't take her seriously at all. Realizing this, Mu Qingwan clenched her fists under her sleeves, and her amber pupils instantly surged with a hint of sinisterness. The resentment and jealousy in her heart also swelled, as if they were about to explode from her body. The close-fitting palace maid standing beside her seemed to have noticed the hostility emanating from her, and couldn't help but lean close to her ear and whispered, "Queen, didn't you prepare a few more questions?" Hearing this, Mu Qingwan suppressed her jealousy and tried to maintain a decent smile. She looked up and glanced at everyone, raised her hand gently, and patted, "Come up." After the words fell, a middle-aged man suddenly came to the door of the hall. He was short and dark-skinned, but his deep and sharp eyes were piercing and shining with wisdom. He slowly walked to the center of the hall and bowed respectfully to Jun Haotsong, Jun Qingran and Jun Yueya above. Duan Song pays respects to Emperor Yunlu, Prince Pingxiang, and Princess. Seeing this, Jun Qingran and Jun Yueya looked puzzled and immediately looked at Mu Qingwan. "Queen, what is this?" Jun Yueya pointed at the man below and asked in confusion. Mu Qingwan saw that everyone present had a puzzled look on their faces, and couldn't help but explain with a smile. "Prince Pingxiang, this Duan Song is a wise man from my Fengqi country. His real name is not Duan Song, but he thinks he is extremely smart, so he changed his name to Kong." When everyone heard that this man was so arrogant, they all whispered in surprise. The princess and Prince Pingxiang were also surprised, and then nodded in understanding. Duan Song saw that everyone was doubting him, so he couldn't help but explain. "I have always heard that Yunlu Dark Domain has many talents, both in strength and intelligence. Therefore, I came here to see your country's strength. I wonder if your country has the courage to accept my challenge." Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. This man actually wanted to challenge the entire Yunlu Dark Domain, which was too arrogant and too arrogant. Jun Qingran and Jun Yueya above heard this, and their faces instantly darkened, and their expressions were very ugly. Mu Qingwan saw that everyone was making a fuss in dissatisfaction, and even the faces of the princess and Prince Pingxiang were filled with anger. She immediately explained, "Duan Song has been obsessed with challenging problems all his life. I heard that there are countless talents in the Yunlu Dark Domain, so I want to learn a little. I don't mean to look down on the Yunlu Dark Domain. I hope the Emperor, Prince Pingxiang, and the Princess will forgive me. Since people have said so much, they naturally can't say much. If we refuse the challenge, wouldn't Fengqi country look down on Yunlu Dark Domain?" Thinking of this, King Pingxiang nodded in understanding and raised his hand slightly towards Duan Song. "We in Yunlu Dark Domain accept your challenge. Just ask any questions you want." When Duan Song heard this, he curled his lips and grinned with a barely perceptible sneer of disdain, and took out a piece of paper from his sleeve, showing it to everyone, and said loudly, "This is an ordinary piece of paper, which will burn when it encounters fire. May I ask, what method should be used to keep this piece of paper intact under the burning of the flame? Of course, the premise is that this piece of paper cannot be soaked in water." Chapter 819, She has a solution. Everyone was stunned when they heard such a question. After a few seconds of silence, they immediately started to discuss loudly. The whole hall was instantly like a boiling pot. And it became lively. Without getting the paper wet. The paper should not be burned, but should be intact and remain the same. Isn't this a fantasy? Duan Song saw that everyone was exhausted by the question, scratching his head, and couldn't think of a solution for a long time. The arc of his mouth was getting bigger and bigger, and his eyes flashed with obvious disdain. You know, even he couldn't answer this question. He didn't believe that there would be anyone better than him in the dark area of Yunlu. Therefore, he expected that Yunlu Dark Domain would lose face. Jun Yueya was displeased when he saw Duan Song's disdainful expression, and couldn't help but retort, "How can the paper not be burned by burning it with fire? This is simply impossible." Duan Song shook his head and sneered, "Haha, I think it's not impossible. But Yunlu Dark Domain can't find anyone to answer this question." Jun Yueya was choked by him, and his face froze, unable to speak. "You?" The people of Yunlu Dark Domain were humiliated like this, and they were also full of anger. But they couldn't find the answer to the question, so they could only stare in anger. Jun Qingran saw this person's arrogant attitude and felt anxious. He looked around and asked, "Who among you can answer this question?" As soon as the princess spoke, everyone in the room looked at each other, and no one took the initiative to stand up. Seeing that everyone was as calm as a rock, Jun Yueya looked embarrassed, frowned unhappily, and asked sharply, "Is there no one who can answer this question?" Facing Jun Yueya's questioning, many people lowered their heads in shame, not daring to meet his gaze. In an instant, the hall was quiet, and the atmosphere was very awkward. Jun Yueya and Jun Qingran were embarrassed to see the scene. Their expressions were dark and heavy, and they were anxious to death. "If anyone can answer this question, I will reward you generously." Jun Yueya had no choice but to throw out tempting conditions. Now it is a matter of face for their Yunlu Dark Domain. If they can't answer this question, they will become a laughing stock and be looked down upon by Fengchi country. So, no matter how much it costs, their Yunlu Dark Domain must answer this question. But at this moment, even if they threw out tempting conditions, no one in the hall stood up to answer. After all, the question was too difficult, and everyone racked their brains but couldn't come up with an answer. Seeing this, Mu Qingwan was happy in her heart. Her eyebrows slightly raised, and she couldn't help looking at Su Maoyang, smiling and saying, "I heard that the Imperial Concubine won the first place in the Concubine selection competition. She is very smart and admirable. I think the Imperial Concubine should have no problem with such a simple question. Right?" Hearing that the Empress suddenly turned her spearhead to Su Maoyang, everyone who had been thinking hard all the time raised their heads and looked at Su Maoyang in unison. Su Maoyang had been eating silently the whole time, and was not very interested in the people and things at the banquet. Now that she was suddenly called by Mu Qingwan, she slowly raised her head, glanced at her, and replied lightly, "I do have a way. But it's just such a simple question. I wonder if the Empress also has an answer." Mu Qingwan was blocked by her sudden questioning, and her expression froze, and she was too guilty to speak. No one in Fengchi country could answer this question, so she naturally didn't know the answer. It was just that Mu Qingwan had deliberately mocked Su Maoyang and wanted to see her make a fool of herself in public. But she didn't expect that she really said she had a way, which was beyond her expectation. Duan Song, who asked the question, was shocked when he heard this. He frowned and looked at Su Maoyang in disbelief, and asked uncertainly, "You said you have a way to solve this problem?" The woman in front of him was young, obviously a yellow-haired girl. How could she solve a difficult problem that he didn't have an answer to? Su Maoyang nodded slightly when he heard this, and replied coldly, "Well, I have a way to solve this problem." Hearing her confirmation in person, Duan Song's expression changed drastically, and he was quite frightened. He denied it in an excited tone. "No, it's impossible. Tell me, what is the way?" He didn't believe that a little girl could solve a difficult problem that all the wise men in Fengchi country couldn't solve. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. When the people of Fengchi kingdom heard this, they were also full of disbelief, thinking that Su Maoyang was just bragging. Su Maoyang saw that he was anxious to verify the result, raised his eyebrows slightly, and ordered Lin Water behind him, "Go and find me an iron rod." Lin Water was puzzled when she heard this, not knowing why she suddenly wanted an iron rod. But since the master ordered her, she had to do it obediently, walked out of the hall quickly, and soon found an iron rod for her. when everyone saw Su Maoyong asking for an iron rod. They were all confused. And they all looked confused. And they really didn't understand what Su Maoyong was going to do. Empress, I asked you to burn paper. Why are you taking the iron rod? Duan Song boasted that he was extremely smart. But he didn't understand the meaning of Su Maoyong's move. Su Maoyong curled her lips and chuckled. It seems that the method Yufengqi country came up with is different from what I thought. After that, she did not explain too much, but deliberately ordered again. Lin Wanner, go and get the note. Lin Wanner nodded, walked to Duan Song, took the note from his hand, quickly returned to Su Maoyong's side, and quickly presented it with both hands. Just when everyone was full of confusion, Su Maoyong had already taken the note and tightly wrapped it around the iron rod in a spiral pattern. Everyone was already confused. And seeing this scene, they were even more confused. What does it mean to wrap the paper around the iron rod? Duan Song frowned and asked loudly in dissatisfaction. Empress Dowager, what are you doing? If you can't answer my question, just say it directly. There is no need to waste everyone's time. Su Maoyong looked up and glared at him coldly. Am I not answering your question? Duan Song pointed at the iron rod in her hand in surprise and asked speechlessly. Is this your answer? Su Maoyong nodded seriously. That's right. Hearing this, Duan Song suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Empress Dowager, do you really think I am a 3-year-old child? What kind of answer is this? The people of Fengqi country also laughed and despised Su Maoyong to the extreme. Seeing this, Mu Qingwan chuckled and shook her head, easing the awkward atmosphere. Empress, it's okay if you don't know the answer. There's really no need to make such a joke. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows, looked at Mu Qingwan deeply, and sneered, then shouted, Lin Wanner, bring the candle over. Chapter 820 Miraculous Phenomenon. Lin Wanner took the order and swiftly held the candle and handed it to Su Maoyong. Under the doubtful gaze of the crowd, Su Maoyong took the candle, glanced at Duan Song and Mu Qingwan. A confident smile flashed across his black eyes, and then he picked up the burning candle and burned the paper strip tightly wrapped around the iron rod. At this time, everyone was surprised to find that the paper strip on the iron rod did not move at all under the burning of the flame. And there was no sign of burning. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and gasped in disbelief. They all widened their eyes and opened their mouths, staring at the paper strip on the iron rod, fearing that they would miss any details. Their eyes seemed to be rusty and could no longer move. After a short silence, fierce exclamations suddenly broke out in the hall. It was the first time they saw a paper strip being burned with fire, and the paper strip would not burn. It was really amazing. Duan Song saw this, and his disdainful expression suddenly froze. Shock instantly surged in his deep and sharp eyes. His dark old face was so stiff that it twitched slightly, and his eyeballs almost popped out of his head while staring at the note. No! Impossible! He shook his head in disbelief, muttering to himself. The note that was not soaked in water would burn at a touch. How could it be? If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that Su Maoyong used the note he prepared, he would have suspected that she had done something behind the scenes. As a result, he couldn't find a reason to question the authenticity of this matter. Thinking of this, Duan Song was hit in his heart and shook his head excitedly. Mu Qingwan was not much better at this time. Her beautiful face instantly turned as pale as the note. Her charming eyes were wide open, filled with extreme shock. The expression on her bright and beautiful face was uglier than eating shit, which immediately formed a strong contrast and destroyed her originally elegant and noble temperament. It's no wonder she was shocked. You know, this question is a difficult one that even all the wise men in Fengqi country can't answer. They also thought of many ways and made many attempts, but none of them succeeded. But such a difficult problem that made them anxious was easily solved by Su Maoyong once it came into his hands. How could it not shock people? Mu Qingwan suspected that Su Maoyong had used some unknown magic. She was shocked and repulsive. She asked loudly, Empress, what did you do? Su Maoyong burned the intact paper while looking up at her. Her cold voice rose slowly. Empress, this question was asked by your Fengqi country, and the paper was prepared by your wise men in advance. I also took the paper in public and wrapped it around the iron rod under your gaze. From beginning to end, my every move was watched by so many eyes. What do you think I could do? You? Mu Qingwan was choked by Su Maoyong again and was speechless. She knew that this woman was eloquent, but she never thought that she would be suppressed by her momentum twice. This has never happened before. Mu Qingwan took a deep breath in anger, frowned, and retorted excitedly, "I don't believe that an iron rod can stop the burning. How is it possible?" As soon as this was said, everyone present, even the people in the dark area of Yunlu, began to discuss with doubts. They really couldn't figure out how Su Maoyang could do it with just an iron rod. It was really incredible. Hearing this, and seeing the confusion below, Su Maoyang smiled slightly, slowly opened his mouth, and explained, "In fact, it is very simple to keep the paper intact under the flame. Just wrap the paper around the iron rod, because the heat absorbed by the paper will be transferred to the iron rod, and then the heat will spread to both ends of the iron rod. The paper will not burn until the temperature of the iron rod reaches the ignition point of the paper. So the paper will not burn before the iron rod is heated. And this iron is long and thick. I am afraid it will take a long time to reach the ignition point. So until now, the paper has no signs of burning, and is still intact on the iron rod." When everyone heard this, their mouths were slightly open. Their eyes were dull, and it was obvious that they didn't understand what was going on. Jun Haocong understood the general meaning, staring at Su Maoyang with shining eyes, nodding in appreciation. "You mean? The temperature of the flame was absorbed by the iron rod, and it didn't reach the level that could make the paper burn, right?" Su Maoyang smiled lightly, and gave him an admiring look. Jun Haocong always had such a tacit understanding with her, and he understood it at once. After hearing Jun Haocong's words, everyone nodded in sudden realization, and they all understood it, exclaiming with excitement on their faces, "It's incredible that there is such a method. Yes. It's the first time I've seen it. It's amazing. The Emperor's concubine is really good. She can even think of such a method." After hearing this explanation, some people put aside their prejudices and praised Su Maoyang. After all, it was Su Maoyang who saved the face of the dark domain of Yunlu this time. Some people were jealous of Su Maoyang's limelight, and snorted disdainfully, "TSK. What's so great? A blind cat meets a dead mouse." Of course, the most jealous one was Mu Qingwan, when she saw Jun Haocong staring at Su Maoyang with admiration and pampering, and the voices praising her lingered in her ears. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, shaking slightly. Originally, he wanted to make her look bad, but he helped her and made her shine. Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan's lungs were about to explode. However, in order to maintain her elegant temperament in front of Jun Haocong, Mu Qingwan's heart was clearly burning with fire, but her face was smiling more and more kindly. But the arc of her mouth was a little stiff and forced. "Uh-huh. The Emperor's concubine is indeed as smart as the rumors say. It's really admirable." Hearing her compliment, Su Maoyang felt disgusted, raised his eyes slightly to meet her smiling and dagger-hiding eyes, and asked back with a curled lip, "Just now the Queen said that this question is so simple. I guess Fengqi country also has its own answer. I wonder what the Queen's answer is." Hearing this, everyone stopped talking, and their curious eyes immediately focused on Mu Qingwan, looking forward to her answer. Just now, the Queen questioned Su Maoyang's behavior. Obviously she didn't know how to use the iron rod, so she must have other answers. Mu Qingwan didn't expect that the pit she dug was counterattacked by Su Maoyang in the end. This woman is really not simple. Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan took a deep breath and tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart. Facing Su Maoyang's sharp and cold gaze, the fake smile she tried to maintain disappeared, and her face involuntarily became gloomy. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a strange awkwardness.